What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Tuesday, November 7th, 2023, and we are locked and loaded for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the Texas basketball team has opened up its season with a W. Kim Mulkey has opened up her season with a loss. Plus, Steve Sarkisian gave us an update on the health of Quinn Ewers and started to talk more about this TCU game coming up this Saturday. We've got a Monday Night Football recap. We've got a couple of funny videos to get into, some NFL power rankings, and a hilarious fantasy football trade proposal that I've got to propose to the Buck. Yeah, we've got a lot to get to over the next couple of hours. What's going on, Buck?
I'm doing fantastic, man. It's going to be another beautiful day here in Central Texas. We get a really nice one. We'll get ready for some rain later on in the week, but not today. It ain't happening today, my friend. It's going to be absolutely gorgeous. Let me say good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated, and y'all be safe out there.
Amen. Well said, as always. How about the Texas basketball team, Buck? They opened up their regular season last night at the Mood with a very easy 88-56 win over the University of the Incarnate Word. How about the Longhorns covering in this one? They were 31.5-point favorites, and they won by 32. Not that I cared or anything like that.
Yeah, that's a great team. That's not a good team.
Yep, good teams win, great teams cover, right? That's what they say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the Texas basketball team, dominant last night. They trailed 6-5, like 4 minutes in, and then the Longhorns went on a 21-0 run to take control and really put UIW away early on. A dominant performance. No Dylan DeSue. He's going to miss the first couple of weeks, if not the first couple of months for this Texas basketball team. Hell, he might be the best player on this Texas basketball team. But no DeSue, no problem for the Horns last night. They took care of business. They looked really good. They were creating havoc on defense. They outscored Incarnate Word 29-0 in fast break points. So they were able to create turnovers and then get out and run in the open floor. And it's just everything you wanted to see. The team looked good, and it was a smooth, easy victory to open up the regular season.
Well, that's what you want. That's what you want from your team. You know, you've got a couple of real stars that are offensively can get after it. But they're just good athletes. They can play defense too. Not very big, but I guarantee you they can steal, and then in transition, they can score off their transition steals. I guarantee you.
Yeah. Pleasant surprise in this game last night. Caden Shedrick, the transfer from Virginia, actually played for the Longhorns. He did not play in the exhibition against St. Ed's last week. Right. He did not play in the orange-white scrimmage that Texas had at Gregory Gym a couple of weeks ago. And every time Rodney Terry was asked about him, he said he was close. It's not like Rodney Terry was lying and he's like, nah, it's going to be a few weeks or a few months. I mean, he made it sound like Caden Shedrick was relatively close to returning. I just didn't hear anybody say that he was actually going to be ready for last night. And he was, and he came off the bench, added 12 points, a couple of blocks as well. You know, he's coming over from Virginia, Buck. So you know he can play some defense.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got some size, right? 6'11". That's what Texas needs, especially with Dylan DeSue out for the first couple of weeks to months. They need some size on the front line, and Caden Shedrick is a guy who can provide that. And he was really, really effective on both ends last night.
Well, I mean, how's he look? Was he movement-wise?
Yeah, looked good.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he was clearly on a minutes restriction.
Sure.
You know, he played 11 minutes last night. How about this stat line? In 11 minutes, 12 points, 5 boards, 3 blocks, 3 assists, and 1 steal.
Sounds like an aggressive kid right there.
Yeah, if you do that in 30 minutes, that's a great night in college basketball. But yeah, in 11 minutes, like they would only play him in what felt like 2 to 3 minute spurts, right? Like they would let him go out there, make a couple of plays, then it was back to the bench. So clearly there was a, you know, quote unquote shot clock or pitch count, whatever you want to call it. But you talk about a kid making the most of his minutes. Like that's another reason for excitement for this team. The fact that, yeah, Shedrick coming off of an injury that caused him to miss pretty much the entirety of the offseason was able to play the way that he did in such a short amount of time.
How the rest of them look? How did Asmus look?
Asmus looked good, 12 points. on 10 shots. 2 of 4 from downtown. He didn't have to take a lot of shots. Like that's a guy. You think of what Marcus Carr did for this team, where there were nights where it felt like he was shooting 20 times because he's shooting 20 times. That's Asmus. Like there are going to be nights where Texas just has to rely on Max Asmus to be their offense, and he's going to have to go for 20 to 30 points, and he's capable of doing it. Like we all saw him do it at Oral Roberts for a couple of years. Is it Oral Roberts or Anal Roberts? I can't remember.
Oral Roberts.
Okay. Just want to make sure I've got my bases correct.
Yes.
We do have a Bucky's tip for kids coming up in a few minutes, so we need to make sure they are informed of what's going on there. But yeah, Asmus didn't have to do a lot last night. It was balanced. I mean, 5 Longhorns scored in double figures. IT Horton, get rid of your IT department and bring in IT Horton. This kid can hoop a little bit. That guy is transferred in from everywhere. This is, I think, his 3rd stop, maybe his 4th stop in college basketball. He looked good. Tyrese Hunter is back. He looked pretty good.
Tyrese Hunter looked like where he left off kind of last year. It doesn't look like he's going to have to get going. It's going to take a bunch of games. He looks like he's ready to play immediately.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he had 11 points last night. I think he had 8 in the first half. He was Texas's leading scorer at halftime, if memory serves. Didn't do a lot in the second half, but him and Asmus are going to do the bulk of the scoring, especially while Dylan Dessou is out. So, Hunter looked fine. Last year, pretty up and down season for him, but overall, one of the best players on this Texas team that made it all the way to the Elite Eight last year. So good to have him back. And then the Nigerian Nightmare, Zarek Onyema, started at center because, once again, no Dessou and Caden Shedrick was limited last night. Onyema's only 6'7", 6'8", and it helps when you're playing Incarnate Word because they don't have a lot of size either.
They got a bunch of 5'11" guys.
Oh, my God. But that guy was a problem, man. 11 points, a team-high 7 rebounds, 2 blocks in 18 minutes. He was active on both ends of the floor. You know how the doctor asks if you're active?
Yes.
Yeah. Zarek Onyema was active last
all
night.
over the place, huh? He gets to the boards.
Yeah. He was flying to the ball, man. He's a hard worker. You need guys like that on your team.
Sure.
Early in the season with a couple of other big shorthanded, Onyema's going to have to make some things happen for Texas, and he did that last night. So good moments, man. And TJ Ford Jr. is on Incarnate Word. TJ was in the building, the best basketball player in Longhorn history. He was wearing an Incarnate Word hoodie last night.
Come on, man.
Come on, TJ. You're supporting your son over your alma mater? Are you a Texas fan?
No, you got to wear your alma mater gear.
Yeah, what are you doing supporting your kid?
What is he? That's not right. Don't support that kid's fine by himself.
But that was one of those moments that make you feel old right there.
Absolutely.
TJ Ford Jr. in college. That was one of those moments for me last night, and I'm sure for a lot of other folks last night. He came in off the bench for Incarnate Word. He's a freshman, so we'll see. We'll see what he does during his college career. But, easy win to open up the year once again for the Longhorns. Texas has now won 22 straight home openers. They have won 21 of their last 22 season openers in general. And decent crowd last night. It was technically a sellout. I was there at the Moody Center. Good crowd. Student section was full. A lot of excitement for this team coming off of the Elite Eight run that Texas
it's good
had
that they
last
didn't have it
March.
on a Tuesday because it's Maction Tuesday.
Oh, you're saying the MAC game tonight would have prevented Texas students from going? I mean, it would have prevented maybe me from going to the game back when I was in school. But
Maction on Tuesday.
Who do we have tonight? Who's even playing?
Oh, I think it's like Buffalo and, that Buffalo or it's got to be one of the Michigans, Western Michigan or Eastern Michigan or Miami of Ohio. One of those clowns are playing. They always do.
Well, yeah, you're mentioning the entire MAC, so odds are 2 of those teams are going to play tonight. Oh, my God, you've got 3 MAC games tonight.
What?
And then 3 more tomorrow. They don't even play on the weekends anymore. All of the MAC games.
Saturday games. It's all weekday. Kids go to class. Kids go to class on Saturday there.
Yeah, sure they do. This is awesome, man. This should be a recruiting tactic for the MAC schools. You get these standalone games in the middle of the week, and also you don't have to go to class because your team's playing on Tuesdays.
That's right. You don't
have
to go to school on Wednesday.
Wow. You've got any 5,000 unit locks on the action tonight?
No, I'll be taking whoever's playing Buffalo. Is that tonight or tomorrow?
Buffalo is playing tonight against Ohio U, the
Yeah,
Ohio U that beat Iowa State this
that's
year.
who I like. I like Ohio U.
Ohio U is a 7-point favorite at SUNY Buffalo tonight.
Yeah, but it is also November in Buffalo. Think about that now.
What is Beware the Ides of March? What is this?
Yeah, where the eyes of Buffalo and the precipitation coming off the water there. It could be freezing cold, it could be raining, it could be snowing, sleet, the whole works there.
They can handle that in Ohio, though, right? Like if Texas was going to play there, I'd be a little freaked out about the weather, but Ohio's used to that. Yeah?
They got crappy weather too.
Yeah, and you've got Central at Western tonight.
Michigan, the Michigans?
The Michigans.
Oh, yeah, that's good. The Michigans.
Yeah, that's a can't-miss game, 6 o'clock on ESPNU. Glad they put that one on a huge network. And then Ball State at Northern Illinois is your other game.
Northern Illinois stinks.
They're 9-point favorites at home.
I know. They're not going to cover that.
Oh, man. Well, thank you for alerting my attention to these
Maction.
three
Yeah,
MAC
you
games
know about
tonight.
the Maction.
Yeah,
that's where Jim Harbaugh will be coaching after this season.
Yeah,
he'll be in the MAC.
You think he's gonna lose his job at Michigan and end up at Western Michigan?
Oh yeah, to try to make a comeback to Michigan. Yeah, that dude's got problems, my friend.
Well, yeah, he does sleepovers with high school kids, so we've known about his problems for a long time now. But you were talking to me before we got on the air. They're debating a punishment this year.
They're debating a punishment this week.
Wow.
They're talking about this guy maybe at the end of the week being sent to the bench for a couple games, which involves, if it's a couple games, I mean, the third game from this point on, I think it's Penn State, Maryland, and then I think Ohio State to end it out. Man, if they don't get him this week and they get him from Maryland, they'll get him from Ohio State. And the commissioner, which is a brand new commissioner, I think is on the board of the college playoffs. He's not going to be there for that meeting tonight. He's going back to visit with Michigan and let them know there's a possibility of their coach maybe having to sit the next couple games out.
Man, that'd be the second suspension of the year.
How about that?
Jim Harbaugh, if something does happen to him. Now, the first one was sort of self-imposed, but Michigan didn't do that for fun. They did it because they were worried about an actual punishment coming down on Jim Harbaugh for recruiting violations, right? That was something completely different than what we're talking about right now.
When everybody was all covered up and huddled inside, that dude was having practices and bringing recruits in. Come on, man.
Yeah. And obviously the story now has to do with the cheating scandal with Connor Stallions, the now former Michigan staffer, filming other teams' games and stealing their signs. So,
and the only one who wants this thing to play out is Michigan. Everybody else in the Big Ten is saying, screw that. If they're cheating, no. Let's not let it. No, we're not letting this play out. We're not letting the NCAA get a hold of it because you know what that means. That's forever.
Yeah. I don't want to sit here and say no Michigan fan cares if a punishment happens after the season because they do. Like
they do.
Don't want to ever get punished because, that affects your coaches. That affects recruiting. That could involve bowl bans like that.
It involves my sleeper team.
Yeah. You obviously don't want that, but I think most Michigan fans are like, okay, if we're gonna get punished, can we do it after this year, please?
Yeah, that's what they're holding on to. But the Big Ten is going, no, man, no. Those teams are going,
Nope. Yeah, and they're pissed. I mean, Jim Harbaugh's a weird dude, and he rubs a lot of people the wrong way. So I think people don't like him already, and then you bring in like this level of sign stealing to the mix.
And you've already missed 4 games.
That's gonna piss people off even more. Was it 3? I think it was. Was it 3 or 4 this year?
Was it 3? It may have been 3. I thought it was maybe 4 games.
Either way.
The ones that didn't really matter. These matter now.
Yeah. Our guy Ike, big Astros fan, says, what's wrong with sign stealing? That's well done. Hey, sign stealing has been going on in football forever, just like it's been going on in baseball forever. But there are certain things that you can't do.
Can't post up with cameras.
And you can't get caught. That's really what it comes down to.
That's
like, do I think Michigan was the only team doing this? I mean, maybe they were doing it to a more extreme level than anybody else, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if there were multiple other programs across college football doing some sort of filming during games, but you can't get caught.
Yeah, I mean, when the kids are putting up the movie stars' pictures, I'm sure somebody's going click, click with their, with their cell phone. I don't know if that's stealing signs, but if you've got a camera and that thing is on and you're sitting at the 50-yard line on both sides and you're moving around and people are, and this dude's probably wearing Michigan gear. I mean, really?
Just don't get caught, man. Like the Astros had a whistleblower, and that's how they got caught. And that's why everyone hates them. In Michigan, they got caught. Like they're not alone.
Does that mean if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying?
Well, I mean, cheating and sports have been synonymous since the beginning of time. They go together like peanut butter and jelly, dude. So, I'm not saying everybody is cheating, but people are always looking for competitive advantages in sports.
Oh, of course. I mean, like I said, if a scout goes to a game, if that scout doesn't come back with those boards that the kids put up for changing plays, I'd be pissed.
Yeah, they got to do something, right? If you're sending people to go scout, that is their job. They're looking for something to give their team an advantage, but it's against the rules to do what Connor Stallions in Michigan allegedly did.
Nobody cares about alleged anymore. The whole Big Ten, except for Michigan, is going, no, they did it. I've seen that guy at the games before. That guy's been around a lot.
They're guilty until proven innocent.
That's right.
When it comes to stuff like this. Yeah, that's just that's how it works. Hey, what happened to your girl, Kim Mulkey, last night, Buck?
Boy, did they take a beat down. But you know what? She was dressed to the nine. She's so smooth. She's silky smooth. I think she's been going to La Fitness.
La Fitness?
Yeah, isn't that what it is? It says La, L-A, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's L.A.
Why, are you sure it's not La Fitness? It says La. It says it right there on the big sign. La Fitness.
You're right. It could be La Fitness.
Yeah, I think she's been hanging out at La Fitness. And look at that outfit.
What
My
is
goodness,
that, dude?
That thing's got doesn't it have like cards and jokers? She looks like the Joker.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Kim. No. You are devastating. You're devastating every grown man out there, and even some kids.
What do you mean by devastating?
They want to be next to her.
They do?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
There's nobody even next to her in this picture. They're all standing behind her because they don't want to mess with her.
Well, they don't. You definitely don't want to mess with her. I wouldn't have wanted to be in that locker room after they got beat by 15 last night.
She's still your crush, huh?
I'm crushed. That's exactly right. I would wear that outfit if she said, "Hey, come hang out with me."
You would wear that women's suit? I mean, it looks like a bowl of Lucky Charms on it with all those.
Look at that. That thing's got dice on it.
Yeah, dice, cards.
Big unit picks with that on. Can you imagine that? I would come on this. I'd come on our show here on this channel with that outfit on, giving my 5,000 unit plays right there.
Dude, I'll pay you $100 if you wear this. I don't know where you even get that. Like,
I don't know where she got that from. Her haberdasher made it.
It's got hearts and cards and horseshoes and
it does. It's got everything.
Poker chips and dice and all that to lose by 14 to Colorado last night.
Oh, the Buffaloes beat them too.
Yeah,
wow.
The number one team in the country, the defending national champion LSU Tigers, got beat pretty good by number 20 Colorado and Coach Prime. Is Dion doing women's hoops now too?
No. But they put a beat down on LSU. Can you imagine what she said to those young ladies after the game? Would you like to hear what she was saying in the locker room to them?
No. Wow. She scares the shit out of me, dude. I've said it before. I'd rather be in a dark alley with Ray Lewis than Kim Mulkey. Like, I'll take my chances with a known murderer than I would with Kim Mulkey. There's not a human being on the face of the earth that scares me more than the one looking at us right now.
Seriously, even Madonna doesn't scare you as bad as that?
No.
Wow.
No. All the plastic on Madonna, that doesn't scare me that much. But this one right here, I mean, I've seen the way
she's been to La Fitness.
She's been to La Fitness, which I guess is Spanish translation of LA Fitness.
Yes.
According to the Buck. It's like literally anybody in the world. OJ, rather be in a dark alley with OJ than with Kim Mulkey, man. I've seen the way she yells at her players. I've seen the way she harasses the refs on the sideline. I ain't messing with her, man. It's a terrifying person.
Yeah, she got some flesh last night after that game. Those girls were like, wow.
You mean
do we go to now they're in Vegas. Do we go out and be caught out in Vegas, or do we get just go back to our hotel rooms, get ready to get back home.
Oh, you don't get to celebrate after a loss, right?
Not with her, you're not.
Like maybe Colorado went out and partied a little bit, although
they were at practice probably at midnight last night, those girls.
Yeah, they had to do a shoot around after the game or something after losing one time. So, yeah, not gonna talk a ton of women's basketball on this show, but whenever Bucky's crush shows up with an outfit like that, we've got to discuss it.
Yeah, Big Shaver's got to start dressing up a little bit more. If he wants to really win, he needs to come out of that, get out of the men's warm-up suit and start dressing like that right there.
You're saying Vic Schaefer needs to be a cross-dresser for Texas women's basketball to be better.
No.
That's literally
needs to have a dasher, man. Dude needs to have a dasher and get him in some gear.
So he
real
needs
gear.
A male version of this suit?
Yes.
Even when they're not playing in Vegas, even when they're playing at the Moody Center?
Especially at the Moody Center. Come on. Just like somebody from Queen or something. I mean, really.
I don't know if he needs to do that. I don't think that's what.
Yes, dress up like somebody from the Gene Simmons. Dress up as a Kiss dude or something.
We're going to have to see Kim Mulkey again next year when Texas moves to the SEC.
Oh, boy.
I was really excited that she left Baylor and took the job at LSU. I'm thinking, no, we never have to see her again. And then, boom, we're walking back into the Lions' den.
Dude, she gets there in year number 1 and wins the national championship.
Year 2.
Year 2. How about that, though?
Still ridiculous. She's awesome, man. She's one of the best coaches in college basketball history, men's or women. She's a freaking beast, but she's the scariest human being in history. Like, there's no mass murderer.
Hey, how about her on the plane seeing that MFer over there and her saying that? How about if she had that outfit on and she was on that plane? Would you then get off? You get off in midair.
This one?
But I am telling you right now, that mother back there is not real. And
That's great.
Kirk Cousins, he was the guy. He was the guy on the plane.
Leave her alone.
Have you ever met Kim Mulkey before we get to your tip for kids in the card line? Have you ever met her?
No, I have a crush on her, but I would be afraid to meet her. I would start crying if I saw her. She would make me bow down. Get on your knees, peasant. I'd be like, please don't hit me. Don't slap me.
So you're scared of her too.
I am scared of her, yes.
Oh, your crush.
That's what makes it so fun. That's what makes it so fun.
Oh my God. We got to get you in the same room as her at some point.
Gee.
God. Oh, there she is having the time of her life. Kim Dwayne Mulkey with the ridiculous suit that did not work because her LSU Tigers lost to Colorado.
She was overdressed for that gig.
She was overdressed and underprepared, I guess.
Wow.
For that gig. All right, it is Tuesday morning. It is a little after 8:20, which means it's time for another one of Bucky's tips for kids in the car line.
Brought to you by our good friends at Relax the Back. They embrace that holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. Live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back. Kids in the car line, and maybe even for you, BK, do this. Dance like nobody's watching, but text and email like it could be read in court one day. Oh. Be careful of hitting sin. You know what I'm saying? I dance like nobody's watching all the time. Just me, myself, and I doing some outrageous moves and things like that. But when it comes to texting and email, make sure you do it like it could be read in court someday. Now, yes, you know what I'm saying?
You're saying don't send nudes?
Don't do DPs. Don't send those. Don't send anything that's going to come back.
Dr. Pepper?
There you go, Dr. Peppers. Don't send Dr. Peppers. Don't do that. Don't put yourself out there like that. And just think about it. You know, as you get older, when people start asking you about a job, they start checking some of the for references. They start getting back to some of your text messaging and people sending your message to them. Don't lose a job because you hit send over something stupid.
Yep. That's cost a lot of people their jobs.
Yes, it has.
In recent history. I like that. Dance like no one's watching, but
text and email like it's going to be read in court someday.
Boy, I hope That's not true. I don't want my text or emails being read in court
No, you
someday.
no, you don't.
Yeah. I don't know if it's because they're that bad. It's just because I don't want to be in court ever.
There you go.
Yeah, I've evaded jury duty my whole life.
Me too. Well, I'm not a good citizen, so they've never asked me to come. I've never been asked to come to jury duty.
Me neither. What does that mean?
About you. They know you're a terrible citizen. That's all.
What does it mean? Tell me what it means. That's what it means?
That's exactly what it means. It means you're not a good citizen of the United States of America, USA. That's what they're thinking. Why waste their time with you?
They're not wrong. I'm just glad that they realize that. I thought I was going to have to prove it a little bit more or something like that.
I just walk in here and say, guilty, guilty, guilty. And they're going, wait a minute, you haven't heard anything. I don't care. Guilty.
I'm like, if I ever got called into jury duty, isn't it how it works? Like they kind of weed you out, right?
Yes,
they bring a bunch of people in and they try to figure out, who is best fit to serve on a jury for a certain case. And they ask you a couple of questions, and that's kind of how they determine if it makes sense for you to be a part of that. And if the first question was, "What's your name?" my response would be, "I hate women."
That's it. You're
and then they're gonna be like, "Next."
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I'm out of there. Like I have zero interest in ever being a part of any jury ever. Not even the OJ murder. I mean, shoot, that thing lasted forever. That would have sucked. How much time those people had to dedicate to that trial?
Isn't there $12 a day?
Is that what it is?
I don't know. My wife gets called all the time. She's a good citizen. Me?
Yeah.
Oh, since she's taken on my last name, not so much anymore. I've noticed those messages don't come anymore.
Yeah.
Like, you're married to that guy? No, we're not calling on you.
Yeah, never gotten the call, man. Like, I don't know. I never changed my address when I moved, so maybe that's why they're all going to like my West Campus college address, and all the students who are there now are just throwing the mail away.
Just throw it out.
I ain't doing it, man. If I get a call, changing my number.
Tell me what the coach had to say about the injuries of the weekend. Are we injury free? Are we going to have everybody back for this weekend at TCU?
That's a good tease. But before we get there, how about a word?
Yeah, man. Let me tell you about our friends at Texas Orthopedics. I'm going to play golf today. And if you are seeking specialized, patient-focused orthopedic care, contact Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians, they want to get you to understand this. They have surgical and non-surgical care just for you. Also adults and children's spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, and joint replacement. I've had my knee replaced, so I know about that joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Chris Stockton, of course, Christopher Danny are dedicated orthopedic surgeons right there. Their goal is to get you back in good health and give you that great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. Go to txortho.com for more information.
Yes, indeed. How about this comment? Wear that mustache to court and you'll get thrown out.
Yeah.
That's probably accurate right there. Yeah, shout out to Texas Orthopedics. Also, shout out to our great friends at Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Keep those pests out. That's right. Keep them outside where they belong.
All right. Thanks to our great sponsors there. Quick shout out to 7-Eleven. I'm going to go by there today.
Yeah, it's my day.
You're getting the paper.
Yeah, I've got to get the paper. Yeah, I'm not paying $5 for the Sunday paper. What did I talk about yesterday? I'm going to go spend. It's not the New York Times. I'm not grabbing that paper. But you know what? I can get it today for still like $3 or $2 or whatever it is. That hard copy is getting expensive.
Yeah. Well, nobody's buying it, so they need to raise their prices to make sure that they can keep the
I can
lights
pay
on.
for it.
That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage.
Thank you very much there, Coach.
We might get to see that guy in a couple of weeks.
That guy scares me too.
Gundy?
Yeah, he's kind of scary.
Because his team's playing well, or just him in general?
Yeah, I mean, when the sun hits him, he turns all orangey, like their colors.
Yeah, he's got like a weird spray tan that shows up like
like
4
Tom
games of the
Penders.
season.
Like Tom Penders. He's like the Orange Bowl emblem. You know what I mean? The mascot.
Is Mark Mangino going to eat him too?
The Syracuse Orange, the mascot.
Oh, see if I can pull this picture up real quick. I think I've shown you this before, right? Speaking of Orange Bowl and Mike Gundy, have you seen this one? That's the old Kansas coach, Mark Mangino.
Come on, man.
I mean, that orange looks terrified that he's about to get eaten by that big old coach.
He's about to get squished.
It's one of my favorite pictures ever, man. I've never seen it.
That's when they played in the bowl game, right? The Orange Bowl.
They somehow did that. Shoot. All right, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian, who of course met with the media yesterday, as he does every Monday. You asked about an injury update. We'll start with a team-wide injury update, and then we'll go to the Quinn Ewers injury update. Here's Sark.
Well, I'd say this. I think the thing that was probably the most encouraging thing for me today, everybody practiced. That was awesome. We've gone about a month now or so where certain guys have been out, certain guys have been limited. The beauty of today's practice, everybody was out there. Catalan was back out there. Crawford was out there. Kelvin was out there. Christian Jones was out there. So that was real positive. Naturally, as the week goes on, we're going to have to monitor all these guys and figure out, who can really contribute to the game and then how much and what is that going to look like. But for a Monday, for them all to be out there today was really, really encouraging for me.
You say Catalan practice?
Catalan.
That would be a nice thing to see him play again.
Yeah, they need safety help bad. I know Michael Taft has had a couple of interceptions over the last couple of weeks.
Played pretty well.
And he's doing the best he can.
Yes.
But he's not playing pretty well. He's been Johnny on the spot a couple of times.
I like those. I'll take those interceptions every day.
Sure. He's catching the ball, right? The K-State DBs couldn't catch last week.
No, and they had even easier picks than that dude.
Yeah.
Well, except for the one he was kind of trailing late, and it just happened to pop up in his hands. But I don't care. Some way, somehow, the ball seems to get into his hands.
Hey, he's making some plays for this Texas defense. He's just a little bit limited physically, and we are talking about a former PWO after all. So you try to avoid playing those guys when you can. Jalen Catalan's a better player than Michael Taft. I don't think anybody would argue against that. So getting him back, I mean, this secondary is the biggest weakness for this football team right now.
It is.
Getting as many secondary pieces back as possible could hopefully change that.
Yeah, they've got to have some help down the stretch here, because if any of the ones that aren't good get hurt, look out.
Yeah.
Right now,
yeah.
The ones that aren't playing well get hurt. Now you're really reaching pretty low down there to bring in guys. I mean, they're still playing players that are getting beat in games that are trailing guys, but they don't have anybody. They don't have anybody else. They've got to be down to the bare bones of players right about now in that secondary.
Well, the good news is Sark's making it sound like reinforcements are coming.
Well, that's a good thing.
There's only so much you could do in the middle of the season, right? It'd be nice if there was a mid-year transfer portal where Texas could go bring in another safety or another corner to help back there. But this is what they've got. This is who they are right now. So PK and Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon, they've got to find a way to get the most out of these players. That was kind of a tease from Sark, though, wasn't it? I mean, the first 25 to 30 seconds of that answer were, oh, everybody's practicing and this is great because we haven't had this. And then he hits you with the, yeah, but we got to monitor these guys over the course of the week to see if they're actually going to be good enough to play. It's like,
what they did is they walked on the field with some shorts on yesterday.
Right. Exactly. I mean, guys were limited, I'm sure.
Yes.
Look, obviously it's a good thing. If you're seriously hurt, you're not even doing that. So the good news is nobody is seriously hurt right now for this Texas team anymore. That feels pretty rare at this stage in the season. So that's good fortune for Texas. But you assume a few guys were limited. You assume some guys will be game time decisions by the time we get to Saturday night in Fort Worth. And Sark hits you with the tease, right? You go on a date. The girl asks you to come home. You think everything's going well. And then she's like, yeah, you're not staying the night. Sorry. Like, you can come here for a few minutes and we'll
don't
stay
knock
on the couch and then you're leaving.
Don't hit that, because my mom's right over there sleeping. My mom stayed here this weekend. That's what she says. I've had that before.
What?
I've gone on those in college where, you know what? Oh, my mom's here this weekend. What do you mean your mom's here? She's staying with me at my apartment. Well, I'm not going back to your apartment. I've had that happen to me before.
Wait, she brought you back while the mom was in the other room?
Well, she brought me back and thought that I wanted to just maybe sit back and watch some TV. That wasn't on my mind.
Oh.
And this was after the bar.
Yeah. You know, want to watch some TV. That usually leads to something else. You wasn't trying to lead to something else?
I was.
Of course you were. She
So
wasn't, and her mom was in the other. Was she trying to get you involved with the mom?
No. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was just that she thought I could be a little more quieter than what I was acting like, probably, you know?
Oh, man. She wanted you to meet the parents already on at 1?
Yeah. Go in. Hey, my mom may come out for some milk here in about 15 minutes.
Oh.
Just be cool.
Milk, huh?
Yeah, just be cool there, Mr. Godbolt.
Interesting. Yeah, that's never happened to me.
It's happened to me one time and one time only.
I've heard my parents are in town, so we can't. And I'm like, okay, that's good.
No, my mom is like, my mother is staying in this apartment back here where I am. Oh, really?
I did.
So what is it? Generally, that would mean nothing for me back then. Like, so, okay.
You know, I did have, this was after college. A girl asked me to go back to her hotel room. She was staying on Rainey. And she's like, but my parents are in the bed next to me. And I'm like, what? I'm not doing that.
No, that's a no. That's a no.
The bed, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a bit. She was
at the room next to me.
Yeah, bed. I was like, okay, I'm out on the deal.
No.
Yeah, you at least made it over there. I couldn't do that deal. Gross. All right. What about Quinn Ewers? Well, that was a random sidebar there. Right. I don't even know how we got to that. It's probably my fault. Usually it is. A more specific injury update in regard to QB.
Quinn, like I said, he started to throw a little bit last week. He threw again today. To me, it's more day to day at this point. You know, where a couple weeks ago was kind of week to week. Today's more day to day, and I got to, I have to continue to see how he feels. You know, ultimately, this is how does he feel? You know, I can't, the doctors, what does it feel like? Where's he at? I can give my assessment on the capability to operate our offense, but ultimately, how does he feel? And so we'll navigate this week.
I see it at Ames, maybe.
One more week for Quinn Ewers? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, that's obviously a more positive update than anything we have gotten from Sark over the last 2 weeks, right? I mean, it's been week to week, and now it's changed to day. So that's clearly progress for Quinn Ewers. And
that puts it at about a month then. If it's in Ames, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he got hurt in the Houston game, which was October 21st, and the Iowa State game is November 18th. So just about a month.
Yeah. That's about as close as I think you can go with that type of injury, really.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have him back this Saturday.
I know, but I just don't think that's. They're gonna have to protect this young guy at quarterback again this week. Sorry, I mean, I'm not saying dumb down the offense. He's got to be better himself. He's had 2 weeks of real experience of what's going on right now. He himself has to be better against a team that's not as good as the one he's played over the last 2 weeks. I believe.
A couple
BYU.
of people commenting about the audio. How did Sark sound to you? Did it sound bad?
No, it sounded fine.
Huh. Yeah, it sounded perfectly fine to me too, but a couple of YouTube comments saying the audio wasn't great there. Interesting. We'll work on that. Yes, you got to protect the kid. If he's not clear to play, he's not clear to play. And if he tells you that he doesn't feel right, then he can't play. Correct. And if Quinn practiced this week and he clearly looks limited, then he can't play. So, all of that has to be considered first. And if any of those boxes don't get checked, then it's got to be Malik Murphy at quarterback this Saturday. But you can't do what you did against Houston, or you just kind of rested some of your players because you thought you were going to win that game easily, and then you had to break the the glass at halftime in that game. And like Jahdae Barron, the plan was for him not to play because he was a little bit banged up. And at halftime, Texas was in trouble against Houston. And all of a sudden, the coaching staff is like, yeah, we got to go to Jahdae Barron. We've got to bring him back. You can't do that. Like, every game is the Big 12 championship for Texas right now.
No doubt.
If you lose one game, you don't win the Big 12. So every single game is the Big 12 championship for the Longhorns right now.
But at that position, if a guy can't heave the ball, if he can't get the ball down the field with velocity enough, he just can't play. You're playing a guy who's hurt, and that's terrible. Coaches don't want to do that, and you shouldn't do that to a kid.
No.
Who's got a future in the NFL? You can't do that.
All right. Well, it's it's the debate of what is 80 to 90% Quinn Ewers better than 100% Malik Murphy right now. And maybe the coaching.
No, you're just going to have to continue to baby step this guy, and I don't know the Manning mandate or whatever is going on, but that guy has to be ready to play this week, because you can't go 3 deep in interceptions with this kid when you're going for a championship. You just can't do it. You can't afford to do it. And you're going to have to rely on your run. And is your running back banged up? I mean, if Jonathan Brooks he's banged up, because the kid Blue is going to have to get in there and play. And I'm fine with that too, because what we've seen of him over the last couple of games, when he gets in there in that spare time, he should be fine against a team like TCU. But Jonathan Brooks if he's hurt, well, there's a difference. Running backs, I don't let them bail out. I mean, I didn't see enough of him. If he's got a shoulder injury and he can't take a hit on that shoulder, he will then be coughing that ball up. And you can't have that ball being on the ground. But if he's just sore, I've got a little bruised shoulder. Oh no, dude, you're playing all day long.
Yeah. Well, that's why I don't want to see Jaden Blue, because I'd rather see Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter out there. So that's the Houston mindset where, it's TCU. They're 4-5. They're not any good. We can play our third string running back. And no shot at Jaden Blue. I'm with you. He's looked good with the reps that he's gotten this year, but he's not as good as Jonathan Brooks. So I don't want to just be like, we can preserve Jonathan Brooks for Iowa State and Texas
trying to preserve
Tech.
him. I'm just trying not to get him. I'm trying not to get him hurt, and I'm trying not to have a ball that lays on the ground because he can't, protect the football if somebody hits him like they hit him last week. Well, if somebody hits him like they hit him last week, he's going to cough it up again, because that was a hell of a hit in that pile up. But that's not his job. Is to take care of the football. And if he's at that point where he can't take care of the football or protect himself, you got to watch it with him. I just think he's probably just banged up a little bit, because he played enough in that game. He didn't totally not play in the game, at a point where he got hurt enough early that he was still in the game late enough. Just on a particular series where I thought he should have been in the game, he was not, because I wouldn't have let him out. I'm that kind of coach, dude. I don't let you out that easy.
Well,
yeah. I'm the worst when it comes to that. I'm sorry about that. I don't protect your sons out there, moms, but I've had them that looked a lot worse like that I turned my head or took a deep breath and said, hey, you're going to be just fine. You've been working all summer. Get your ass back in there. By the way, I got to win this game.
You just took a total 180 there, Buck. You realize that, right?
What's that?
You just talked about protecting Quinn Ewers because he's got an NFL future, and then you're saying, if my guy was banged up, I'm talking about
my specific position.
Okay.
I'm not talking about some lame ass
Quinn Ewers, but don't protect Jonathan Brooks. He's got an NFL future too.
Lame ass quarterback. Oh, my shoulder. I'm talking about a running back, a guy who gets hit all the damn time. You're gonna have to toughen that out. Oh, you got a shoulder bruise? Sorry.
Yeah. Well, Sark, he said that everybody practiced on Monday, and he singled out a couple of players, and Jonathan Brooks was not in that list. So by all accounts, Jonathan Brooks is perfectly fine and is practicing and should be good to go for this TCU game.
Saddle him up, and let's go. We're headed towards the championship. Saddle them all up.
Yep, I'm with you, man. I am with you. You can't.
But when it comes to running backs and taking hits and coughing that ball up, I get a little leery about those guys getting hit in a shoulder when their arm goes numb and that ball lays on the ground. And I could have had somebody else in there. That's the part I worry about. But I've never had a guy who tapped out. I never had guys who missed games. I had Ricky Williams and Priest Holmes and Sean May. Those guys were tough dudes. Phil Brown. Those guys were, Butch Hatton. Those guys were tough guys. They didn't want to come out. That shoulder would have had to been dislocated or separated in order for those. I mean, you'd have to have a real knee problem for those guys. they used to fight at each other to get back in the game.
Right.
Like on the sideline, oh, I'll take this snap. He'll be all right. No, I'm fine. Shoulder dangling off. They were going back into the game.
Guys were worried about losing their jobs or something.
Absolutely. Because I didn't play the old, it's your job. Now, if it was Ricky, it's always going to be your job. The rest of them, if they went out of game and another guy got hot and the next game came around, I would have forgot about those other guys. I'd say, man, the last time I saw this guy, this dude was on fire. Get in there. Let's go.
Yep. Maybe Jonathan Brooks realizes that he's the clear RB1 on this team. So I could.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He doesn't know that. That dude, remember, he wasn't a clear number one for the first 3 games. They thought the freshman was a better running back. Don't ever forget that, Longhorn fans. Don't forget that deal where you missed some time. They don't know if you're number one. They didn't even think he was number one from the get-go.
No, they think he's number one now, right?
Do they?
Yes, clearly. Clearly, he's getting the vast majority of the touches back there. So, yeah, I don't know. Hopefully,
they forget in a hurry. They're like me. They forget in a hurry now.
Hopefully Quinn can play. Here's Sark talking about Malik Murphy. If it is Malik Murphy on Saturday, hopefully it's an improvement from what we saw this past Saturday. Now, the good news for Texas, TCU's defense is a hell of a lot worse than K-State's defense. The bad news for Texas, this is a road game. This is the first road start of Malik Murphy's career, so he's got to deal with a hostile environment. Now, there will be plenty of burnt orange in the stands at Amon G. Carter on Saturday, but it's still going to be a road game.
Are we going to get the hostile environment deal?
Well, this one, there will be more TCU fans than there were Houston fans at the Texas-Houston game. So, yeah, this will be a good environment. And TCU, I don't know if I haven't gone and listened to Sonny Dykes' press conference yet. I don't know if he said anything like Dave Aranda said or like Dana Holgerson said, where people told me we could go 1-11 this year as long as that one win is against Texas. It's all good.
Don't say that.
No, considering TCU played for the national championship last year, I think they had higher expectations.
It's not like they haven't beaten Texas before.
Right, and they've obviously had Texas's number a lot in recent years, including that game last year. But, yeah, look, it will be a tougher environment than what Malik Murphy's had to deal with, obviously, in his first 2 starts that were both here in Austin. Here's a couple from Sark talking about Malik Murphy. A big, point of contention for Texas fans watching Murphy through a couple of games has been his inability to run the football or just his lack of desire to run the football. Like, we don't even know if he can't run the football. He just hasn't even tried to run the football. So Sark was asked about that yesterday on, hey, how do you get Malik Murphy to consider taking off and running a little bit more than he has?
I think every quarterback's different. Everybody's skill set's different. Malik's skill set is different than Quinn's, which is different than Arch's. Everybody's different. And what we try to do is have quarterbacks play to their strengths. And we try to call plays accordingly to their strengths, especially early on. And so, I don't know if there's been quite frankly, a lot of opportunities to where Malik could have used his legs necessarily. I look at, the 2 interceptions, he's trying to hit Jonte on a deep ball. He slips coming out of his break and he floats the ball a little bit. It gets intercepted. The other one's on a screen. So neither of those 2 was an opportunity to run. And then some of the other areas that he had, I think more than anything for Malik in the game was stepping up in the pocket and not drifting in the pocket and drifting back in the pocket and stepping up and remaining accurate. He's a fantastic passer of the ball. He's got great accuracy. And so when he gets inaccurate at times, we go right back to his feet. And I think he would tell you the same thing, making sure his feet are right. So like I said, everybody's a little bit different in their skill set and their strengths. And we just try to get them to play to their strengths and then work on those other things while we're trying to build momentum as a player.
Yeah, I just move as a natural athlete. When he goes back in the pocket, when he drifts back in the pocket, that's when he's throwing off that back foot. No, he doesn't climb the pocket well. He doesn't do that. He's either right in the middle of it and he throws, or he starts to back up in that pocket and he throws off his back foot. That's what they need. Work on that stuff. I don't care if he runs or not. I just haven't seen him run.
Yeah.
I'm not asking him to make quarterback counter. I just haven't seen him take off. I mean, I don't know how many opportunities there were. There had to be at least in 2 games, there had to be at least one opportunity when Sark says that. Nobody's asking you to run quarterback counter. Nobody's asking to do that with a big kid. I just know this, that big son of a son of a gun, if he falls, he's falling for 3. If he just falls down, if he just moves, out of the pocket up into the line of scrimmage, there's a 3-yard gain when the dude just falls. I just don't know if we haven't seen him run. That's all. I don't think a lot of people are asking about where's your quarterback run. I mean, nobody's going into the game thinking that guy's a runner. I mean, he didn't come that way. I mean, I've always asked, I just always thought he's got to be good enough of an athlete that one-on-one against somebody in the secondary, I'm not saying he can shake him, but he can sure the hell run him over. He's 250 pounds, 6'6". That guy shouldn't be able to get hit by somebody and go get driven back into the ground. Right. Let him fall for 3 yards, instead of throwing a pick.
We're not saying he needs to be Sam Ellinger, or we're not saying we got to bring back the 18-wheeler package and turn Malik Murphy into Tyrone Swoops, but he's allowed to take off and run from time to time. And I part of me wondered, and maybe I still wonder a little bit, but hearing that answer, not as much, I wondered if that was a coaching directive. Like, hey, dude, we're already on our second quarterback. Quinn's hurt. We really don't want to be on our third quarterback. Please avoid running at all costs.
Okay, well, then take that off, because please, let's not avoid not winning. We need to win. So if you can take off and get a first down, dude, go ahead. If you can take you've been in that weight room. Hey, I saw that posing picture. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Let's pose up. Let's have a pose off against Texas Tech when they get here. Quarterback pose off. I mean, really, I saw those pictures in the summertime. If you're that buff, the hell are you afraid of a 180-pound secondary guy? You got to run his ass smooth over.
Yeah.
But I'm not asking to run. I'm not asking him to take off when it's not necessary so that he can get 3. Because if he can throw for 12, throw the ball down the field, please, if the guy's wide open. Just hit him with it.
Yeah, hit him with
Don't
it.
airmail it.
Sark's defending his players. He's always going to defend his players.
Sure.
There were multiple times in the K-State game and multiple times in the BYU game where Malik Murphy could have taken off and run. I'm not saying he could have ran for a 60-yard touchdown, but I'm saying he could have picked up 5 or 6 yards with his legs, which would have been better than an incompletion or an interception or something like that. So that's what we want to see.
Is he an athlete? I mean, he's athletic enough in the pocket to slide from side to side. I've watched that now. I've seen him bail backwards, but I've seen him move around in the pocket enough that he can take off and get you 6 or 7 yards.
And as our guy Jake says, K-State didn't respect him keeping it on the read option at all.
That's right. They didn't. No.
There's almost no point of faking that you're keeping it. You know how after a read option, the quarterback will fake like he has it and start to run the other direction?
No,
like,
just run. If you're going to do that, just run, toss, sweep.
Yeah. There's no
fake
point
that out.
It'd be nice to have that element in the offense, right? Like
he's not threatening the end of line. He takes one step and he pitches the ball. He doesn't come down here and threaten the guy. Obviously that's not him. And obviously he's not a runner. So that's fine, Sark. But there's an occasion where some of the worst quarterback, Peyton Manning, took off every once in a while and ran with the football for 7 or 8 yards.
Yep. And like Sark said, I mean, if you're going to be a pocket passer, which is what Malik Murphy is, that's what he was described as coming out of high school, and that's clearly what he is through a couple of games in college. You've got to actually stand in the pocket and throw the football. You can't. Yes. That's one of my least favorite things to watch quarterbacks do. And the best ones almost never do it. But obviously guys who are young and inexperienced and or just not that good, which I'm hoping the last one's not Malik Murphy, it's what they do. They bail on clean pockets. They start to drift. It's like stand in the pocket. The O-line for Texas was great on Saturday. We've been singing their praises since the game went final. Malik Murphy didn't get sacked once. He only got hit once or twice on Saturday. So this was not like, beaten dog syndrome to where he was just getting hit a bunch early and then he just was like looking for the pressure because he thought he was going to get hurt again. He had clean pockets, but the footwork, like you talked about yesterday, the footwork for Malik Murphy, it goes awry. He starts to drift backwards. He doesn't step in. And that's a problem. That is a problem. So if you are going to be a pocket passer, if you're not going to be the guy who starts to scramble and throws on the run, you've got to actually step up in the pocket and make some throws. And Malik,
he's got to climb the pocket a little bit better for a big guy. Watch C.J. Stroud climb the pocket. Wow, that dude climbs up in there, and he gets hands. He's tall, but he gets hands in his face, on his arm, but he just steps up. He doesn't like to back away in the pocket because he believes in his arm strength, but he believes enough that going forward, his throws are better going forward than going backwards. And I think this young guy, that's just something that he'll continue to have to learn Because if that's what he's going to be, if he's a pocket passer, he better learn how to climb up in the pocket and throw the ball.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. So,
but I'm not asking the coach, give me some quarterback runs on purpose. No thanks. That's when you're asking to get your quarterback knocked out.
Right.
Don't do that. But be just a natural athlete that when it breaks down and that guy is covered, but there's a slot for you to run in. I mean, if a guy can run 4.8, somebody just says, if he's running 4.8, he can get you 5 or 6 yards. Let me tell you.
Yeah, well, I think that was one of those high school recruiting 40 times, which are always overinflated. Like, maybe he can, but shoot, if he could, he would be running, I think. Right? I mean, not that 4.8 is that great, but that's...
Well, Quinn Ewers is like a 4.8 himself.
Right.
I mean,
clearly it's enough to pick up yards. If you can run a 4.8 40, you can pick up yards with your legs as a quarterback. And look, you would think TCU's like they've watched film. They're watching film right now from Malik Murphy against BYU and against K-State. They've seen that he doesn't take off and run. Okay, you can call your defense like that. You can drop extra guys in coverage. You can play more man coverage and turn your back to the quarterback because you're not worried at all that he's going to take off and run. So you're making life way easier as a defensive coordinator if you just do not run at all. So you got to run.
All the things that we're talking about and all the things that the head coach will defend his player is the things that some of those things you have to do in order to get to a championship. You're going to have to run. You need to make them think that if they think that you can't run, you're right. They're going to go into those zones. They're going to have guys sitting in the slots where you've got 5 or 6 yards to pick up. They're going to say, well, he's not going to run it. Let's get just a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just a natural thing. Running with the ball for a quarterback is just, it basically is a skill that you learn in high school because you don't get perfect blocking in high school. You don't get a perfect pocket. I guarantee he took off and ran. That big son of a gun, I bet you he ran in high school where he took off some and had to run. And then he's going against those little 5'8" guys, high school kids. I bet you ran the hell over some of those. Well, I saw him bumped up. I saw him beefed up. Let's go. Let's go. We're trying to get to Arlington, and not just this week.
Telling you, man. Yep. And I wonder if it's injury related, right? Rumors of a back issue for Malik. Maybe
that's the one that scares me. Is that back a little bit worse than we think? Hell, he played the whole game.
Right. 2 games in a row. Yeah, there were rumors about a back issue before the BYU game even. So, I don't know. You could slide. Maybe sliding hurts. Maybe that's why we're not seeing it.
Okay, run them their ass over then.
That probably hurts more.
He's 250.
No, I know. One more from Sark talking about Malik Murphy. How do you teach a young quarterback to throw the ball away? Of course, Malik Murphy's had a couple of bad interceptions over the last 2 weeks where he just should have either taken a sack or thrown it away. The screen pass disaster in the fourth quarter against K-State on Saturday helped K-State get back into the game. Here's Sark just trying to teach Malik Murphy how to get rid of the ball and live to fight another down.
The hardest plays a quarterback ever has to make is throwing a ball away, because you think competitively there's always a throw that I can make, but quite frankly, the most competitive play a lot of times you can make is throwing that away when you're competing for your team and the impact that it has for your team and earning the right to punt and let your defense go play defense and things of that nature. So it's a big challenge. It's a big challenge to coach. It's a big challenge for the player to understand the value in that. And like I said, I think sometimes you have to have real life experience to understand the significance of that play and the consequence of that play when you make it. And so hopefully, like I said, I think that he learns from that. And we don't, the sign of a really good player is that they don't make the same mistakes twice and that they learn from those things. And I think, Malik's a very conscientious young man, and I think that he'll definitely learn from that.
Yeah, and the sign of a sometimes good athlete they want to make it happen, but you got to get, and you don't want people to say, oh, you can't read a defense. He can't go from 1 to 2 to his third read. He doesn't want to hear that as a player. You don't want people saying that about you. So you look, and sometimes 1, 2, or 3, actually, sometimes people actually cover all your reads. That's when you got to know that, okay, maybe 1 or 2, I can't get to 3. That ball's got to go away somewhere. It's got to hit somebody in the foot, hit him in the nuts, do whatever you have to do to a lineman coming in there, slamming it to his helmet, and pretend you're getting rid of the ball without getting intentional grounding. But You can't take that sack. I mean, we watch NFL guys do it. I watched Dak Prescott do it. I watched that kid last night, Zach Wilson, take a sack. I'm like, dude, you could have got rid of that ball. You only have so much time. It's the NFL. You only have so much time. So if you want to live to play another day, sometimes number one, if that's not there, BK, okay, maybe there's something else in the next play. Throw it up in the stands, get in the pocket, or whatever you have to do, get outside the tackle box and throw it at the first down marker or whatever you have to do. Don't just think that they're on defense, that they're not going to cover them all. Because once you start doing that, people will say, oh, the kid can't read. He can't read defenses. He didn't get to his number 3 receiver. Well, shit, some guys in the pros don't get to their number 3. You don't have that much time.
Maybe Malik Murphy was remembering how K-State had dropped 2 other interceptions in that game, and he's like, I could throw it to them. They'll drop this one, right? It's not a big deal at all. Maybe that was it. Some of the I mean, those weren't hard interceptions. Those aren't hard to make. Those guys just can't catch. I mean, that ball hit him right square in the hands. And that the one on the screen, that's just a guy thinking he can make a play. That's a mental thing, thinking I'm going to make this play. And by the way, if you've got to do all of that to get a screen off right there, by the time you do that, get that ball like that, that screen is worthless. It's not worth a damn. It's not going to work even if you get it to the dude. By the time he did all that stuff he did and threw it sidearms and low like that, the guy intercepted a BK, that clock in his mind as a quarterback ought to know this play is a screen. Somebody's got that running back. It's not going to work. I can't do that. I mean, there were like 6 K-State defenders right there. You couldn't even see Jonathan Brooks. He wasn't even visible. He was like knocked down or something. He wasn't even there. It was literally just like an F it. Hopefully Brooks can come up with it. And it's like what Stark was talking about, right? Like,
give me a play where it's like that, and I see that kid throw it up in road number 6. I'm fine. I'm like, great. He didn't force that one in. But then some people will say, well, he didn't look to his second or his third read. I don't care about that. I don't want him throwing it thinking he can get one in there, and there's 4 guys there to get on it, you know? Yeah. But he's not going to see those other reads if he doesn't climb in the pocket. If he keeps backing away, that first read is going to be his read an awful lot if he doesn't stand tall in the pocket. So then his footwork, and that has a lot to do with it too. He's in bail mode. But last week, but you know what? He didn't need to be in bail mode. They didn't put that much pressure on him. No, there wasn't pressure really at all on Malik Murphy last week. And there's a lot of things that go through his mind too, I got to believe. You know, he's seen those backup guys come in and play when the tackles go, when Christian Jones isn't playing, when your other tackle, your star goes down in a game, you know who the other guys are, believe me. So there's a clock that goes off maybe a little bit quicker than usual. That means, oh no, they were in on me. But no, Malik, they weren't in on you. You were fine. Just step up in the pocket and throw the ball.
Yep. He's learning, man. Like,
yes, he is.
It's tough. It's tough. You got to balance that it was his second career start with the fact that Texas is 9 games into a season in which they're trying to make the college football playoff.
But this is a dude that went on a streak. Once again, in 2 games, he's had a streak where he threw the ball so well. I mean, when he's hot, it's like when he throws to A.D. Mitchell, when he throws balls to that guy, I feel so confident because I think he has a lot of confidence in that kid being in the right spot. And once again, just like Quinn Ewers, I don't have to throw it perfect to A.D. Mitchell. He's just going to make the grab. If he gets his hands on the ball, he'll catch it. I'm not worried about it ricocheting off his hands into somebody else's arms. So I think he has a lot of faith in that guy. And that guy presents a really nice big target for all the quarterbacks.
Yep.
So he's got to still continue to go to him. Jordan Whittington, who knows? I don't know if he even plays wide receiver anymore. I think he's just a name.
Yeah, the Mitchell connection has been great, but what about Xavier Worthy, man? Like, what Quinn Ewers had great rapport with Worthy. Worthy was having a tremendous season before Quinn Ewers went down. And look, Texas has won these 2 games with Malik Murphy as the starter. Seeing Adonai Mitchell play the way that he has been great. Happy for him. He looks like a big-time player, not only in college football, but a guy who can make some money on Sundays. But
he'll get better at the screen game too, BK. He'll get better. He'll get better at sucking those guys in and understanding, yes, that screen is open. I can't throw it. That's just a term.
Sucking those guys in.
Yes, sucking in the defense, getting them close, dumping it over their heads. Yes.
What's he sucking in with?
Just a term, just another football term that has got you going again. Yeah, but he'll get better. I mean, it's game to game. But as I said, I don't know what the other deal is. I know I can't let my quarterback keep throwing 2 picks a game.
No.
I'm really trying to win a champ. I'm really trying to get to the championship game.
Yep.
I know.
I will say this, once again, Malik Murphy, it's only 2 starts for him. 4 interceptions through 2 games. That's the most by a Texas quarterback in his first 2 games in more than 20 years. More than 20 years. So it's been bad, like understandably bad. K-State's really good. First 2 starts as a college player, middle of the season. Not an ideal situation to be thrown into, but it's been bad. And hasn't caused Texas yet.
Football. Right? Complimentary football. That's what your defense is supposed to do.
Yeah, and they did for large portions of the game. Obviously, when K-State came back from 20 points down, it felt like a complimentary collapse for Texas. Like they were all contributing to the comeback a little bit in bad ways. But yeah, no, the special teams has been very good.
Yes.
The defense has been very good for the most part over the last 2 games. So yeah, everyone's picked up the slack. But like you said, I mean, your quarterback throws 2 interceptions and has like 4 or 5 turnover-worthy plays every game, then it could cost you. Thankfully, it hasn't yet. You hope it doesn't, but it could. So there you go. All right, we'll get back into some Texas football conversation here in a moment, but some more shout-outs to some more of our fantastic sponsors, Buck.
How about Dr. Greg Eckert, folks? Dr. Greg Eckert has an all-star group of professionals that do everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work, and that's restoring teeth. I had mine done in just 2 visits with the good doctor, and he can do that for you too. But if you're thinking of another way, how about dental implants? How about turning that frown upside down in one day? Leave out of his office that same day with a smile. Give him a call today and find out if you're a candidate for dental implants. Call him at 512-345-3166. Dr. Eckert also does general dentistry, teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, tooth loss solution, extractions. Anything you need to help your dental care, Dr. Eckert will be there for you. Also, dental anxiety. Don't get involved with the dental anxiety deal. Believe me, I know all about that. I felt terrible going to the dentist. That's the day I always dread. Now, I don't dread it anymore when I go see Dr. Eckert. Now, it's not the most exciting day of my life, but believe me, they make it a lot easier for you because you're not sitting around the waiting room for hours on end, sometimes 45 minutes or so. A couple minutes, one of his assistants will come back there, take you back, talk to you, let you know what's going on, and then you get a chance to talk to the good doctor and talk about what you would like to have done. Folks, I got these pearly whites right here, just 2 visits. That's right. I love these teeth so much that when I had my temporaries in, I almost said, can I keep the temporaries? He said, no, dude, you got to keep. That's why they're called temporaries. We have other teeth waiting you. Just they're temporary so you can go out in public and not have little rabbit teeth. So we got that done, and it was fantastic. I love Dr. Eckert for sure. No more dental anxiety for me. But as I said, IV sedation. I don't care if you have to get your teeth clean. Oh, look what it is. I'll be wearing that today. There it is. Oh, man. Oh, man. Brain Vault is awesome. Wait till you see me, my pictures of me in Brain Vault at the first tee playing golf today. That's right. I'll be wearing the lower. You know, there's an upper and a lower.
I still can't believe you're wearing a mouthpiece to play golf.
Hey, I'm going to do everything I can. And if grinding my teeth, you know, when I get ready to hit it 360 is a deal, I need to loosen up a little bit, maybe only hit it 340, then I'm going to use Brain Vault.
360 feet. Let's clarify. There you go. Here's the upper.
Yes.
There's the little lower guy.
I'm going lower guy today.
Just like that, you pop it in, it's all good.
So you'd be able to call out signals if you were the quarterback?
Yeah.
Not a problem, right?
Can you even tell I'm wearing this right now?
No, I know your voice, so yeah, I can tell a little bit.
A little bit of a lisp, but not bad.
No, but like if you were doing cheerleading yells and screams, go back there and put your cheerleading skirt on and come back with your pom-poms and there you go. That's it. Do your YMCA bit. Do your YMCA bit.
Well, I'm not a village person. I ain't acting as those dudes.
Come on. Be one of those dudes today. I don't
think there's anything wrong with that.
Come on, man.
Nothing wrong with that, village.
I was always the construction worker, so I'm cool.
Oh, you dressed up as a village person?
Oh, everybody had to dress up at one time like one of those dudes. Come on. I wouldn't do the Native American dude. You know, I was the construction worker because I had all the gear because I worked at Bethlehem Steel, remember?
Good to know you wouldn't do the construction workers. That's good to know right there. Yeah.
Love Brain Vault.
It's a dangerous job, man. We got to be protected. You know, I got to listen to Trey's dumbass every day. Like,
yeah, that's true.
That really hurts my head. Some of his takes, I feel like I'm getting a concussion just by listening to that dude. So
Well, brain vault is absolutely fantastic. If you got a son or daughter, any of your kids, or if you're a golfer like me and you want to bring that to the course and see if that works for you. But the young ladies that are doing this cheerleading practice, they get everything. It's nice on the day that they cheer, but they've got to practice all week long too. They take some hits. They take some elbows. They take some slaps across the face. It's not always slamming your head onto the turf or to the ground. But, boy, they take elbows and everything else that are involved in that. So
they showed us a video of a cheerleader just getting decked. They were trying to lift her up, and she just got clocked by someone's elbow.
Man, and that sound was awful.
Yeah, I got the upper one in. A little bit more of a lisp with the upper one, but hey.
I mean, there's high school kids all around this city wearing those right now. Got to get it. And by the way, it's 100% right now. Nobody who's worn that has had a concussion. No. How about that? 100%.
It's awesome, man. Yeah, we got hooked up with our own custom mouth guards from our friends at Brain Vault. Shout out to Dr. Eckert. Shout out to Brian, indeed, too, for making that happen. Yeah, pretty badass, man. Pretty badass. So put me in, Coach. I won't throw that screen pass that Malik Murphy threw last week.
No, you don't want to throw that low ball that you don't even see the receiver. All you see is 6 other guys.
Now let's go ahead and call plays that are 10 yards and in, because I don't know if I'm throwing it very accurate beyond that. Hell, I'm not sure I'm throwing it accurate from 5 to 10 yards these days. But, yeah, shout out to Brain Vault. Shout out to Dr. Eckert there. And also shout out to our man Tom McKay over at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
And I'll be having myself some Ollipops today when I'm thinking about on that golf course, thinking about having ice cold Coca-Cola. I'm not doing it. I've got some Ollipop here. I'm going to get those babies nice and cold so I get that nice soda taste without all that sugar. Yes. Yes, indeed. I'll have my brain balled in and I'll have my Ollipop today. It's on. It is on.
See, the Ollipop on the golf course makes sense because it's, you're drinking a soda that tastes great but is actually good for you. So that's a normal thing to do. But the mouth guard on the links, one of the Texas cheaters going to swing his club out of anger or something?
You put your jaw in the wrong position. When you start grinding down on your regular teeth, have the mouthpiece that is already fitted for the way you want your jaw to be on contact. As I told you, my contact on a golf ball, it's incredible. It's like a 250-pounder hitting a 160 guy. 160, that's right. And I don't want to be grinding my teeth, so I want my teeth to be in perfect position when I make contact with that. That's right. I'll be hitting Nikes. No, I don't hit Nikes. I hit Titleist. That's right. Nikes are the ones that go in the woods automatically. But I'll be hitting.
Oh, it's Nike's fault?
Yeah, it's Nike's fault. It's not mine. It's because I hit Titleist. The reason I hit Titleist because, I'm contractually obligated to use Titleist balls. I'm sorry. I just can't use any balls that I find. Yes.
Who's my contract?
Me. I'm Nike sponsored. Come on.
Oh.
Titleist sponsored. Yeah. So if I get caught using a Bridgestone or something, I'll get in trouble.
Okay. Well, yeah, we won't tell anybody then.
Well, don't let anybody know that. Yeah.
I'm sure you've hit a couple of Titleists into the woods too.
Every once in a while, but I generally hit them straight. I just don't hit them far.
Yeah, that's true. I'd kill for that game. You've got the old man golf game right now,
absolutely.
And I would love to have it. I would absolutely love to have it. Shout out to them. Shout out to Centex Tickets as well. If you're looking for tickets to Texas at TCU, yeah, even though it's a road game, come on, they still have tickets on site right there at centextickets.com. That's where I bought my World Series Game 5 tickets. Yeah, baseball, football. I guess baseball's over.
Hockey.
So I'm buying baseball tickets right now. Hockey.
If you want to go to Vegas, to a hockey game to see the defending champs play.
They're really good, too.
Or you can watch the Stars and hope that they get to the playoffs this year.
Oh, come on. They're Stars.
I'm sorry.
Stars have been one of the best teams in the league this year. And they made it to the conference finals last year.
Vegas beat them.
Yeah, Vegas beat them in the conference final. Yep, en route to the Stanley Cup. Vegas is awesome. I don't know if they've lost a game in regulation yet this year. They're like way better than what they were last year when they won the freaking cup. So they're a problem. Boston's a problem. The Bruins beat the Stars last night.
Oh, they're regular season champs always.
Yeah, they did that last year. Best record in regular season history, and they choked in the first round of the playoffs. So, yeah, no one's going to buy into what they do at this time of the year. But, yeah, and as our guy Rodney says, F1 in Vegas.
Oh, yes. Maybe Kim Mulkey's sticking around with that outfit. Maybe she's staying there for that.
Yeah, any sporting event, any concert, Broadway show, whatever, they've got your tickets on there at sendtextickets.com. A couple of videos to show you, Buck.
Oh, boy.
We'll start with one from Monday Night Football last night. This was on the Manning Cast. Do you ever watch the Manning Cast on ESPN2?
Every once in a while I do, but I don't. That's not my favorite.
So it's Peyton and Eli Manning hosting their own broadcast. You know, they're giving their commentary on the game, and a big part of the Manning Cast is interviews. Right? They'll bring on current and former football players, but also celebrities from all sorts of different.
Oh, they had the Terminator on last night.
They had the Governator on last night,
wow.
Or the Terminator, whatever you want to call it. Arnold Schwarzenegger was one of the guests on the Manning Cast, and I can't play you this whole thing, but take a look at something that happened during the Governator interview last night on the Manning Cast.
All right, welcome back.
Oh, yes.
And let's welcome an icon right now, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Did you see that?
Is that a donkey?
That was a donkey.
What is he doing with the...
All right, welcome back.
Oh, yes.
And let's welcome an icon.
Is it his pet? Is it his friend?
He's feeding the donkey.
Why?
He's also making like sex noises too.
Why the sounds? I was okay with the donkey, but the sounds. Why going? Oh yeah.
All right, welcome back.
Oh yes.
And let's welcome an icon.
Look at Peyton's face. You see his face when he said, "Oh yes." He's like, "What's going on there?"
Peyton's in disbelief watching that. But yeah, I mean, a donkey's feeding the donkey in
his house.
In his house, yeah, that's clearly inside. And then also, where's the other hand? Why is he making those weird noises?
All right, welcome back.
Oh yes.
And let's welcome an icon right now, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Arnold, why do you have that animal in your house?
Why are you making those sounds too?
Why are you feeding that animal? It looked like a cupcake or something. That you shouldn't be eating that. Where's some corn or some a carrot? Why is he eating like a pastry? Why is that thing having pastry?
Is that what that was?
Yeah, it looked like a pastry, like a cupcake.
I'll pull it up again. Let's see.
All right, welcome back.
Oh yes.
And let's welcome an icon right now, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, you got to see it from the beginning. Look at it from the beginning. You'll see.
All right, welcome back.
Oh yes.
And let's.
Yeah, I saw it on TV. It was like a cupcake.
Oh, okay, yeah, you can't see it in that cut right there, but
what in the hell?
I was at the UT basketball game, so I didn't see this in real time.
Wow.
I just saw it on X after the game was over. What is going on there? Would you want a pet donkey?
No. My neighbors they've got my neighbor. You know, my neighbor right beside me has chickens, and now they've got a couple little goats. And now, of course, my dog thinks that the dogs have to herd them. So they stand over the fence barking at them all day and all night.
Oh, God.
And they've got turkeys and they've got 4 cows, but no donkeys. There's some down the street here that I'll pull over to the side and go feed. But I give them a carrot. I don't give them a damn cupcake. I'm going to eat that cupcake.
Yeah,
I give it to the donkeys. Are you kidding me?
Give away the crappy vegetables. Ain't nobody wants those.
I want that carrot.
Yeah, the cupcake you gotta keep. Our guy Jason says the donkey wasn't disturbing, but the moaning was very Aggie-like. Yeah, donkey's eating Arnold's carrot.
I don't know what's going on there. It's
more like a pack mule.
I won't know. I
call your wife a pack mule?
Yeah, she can still she carries a lot, man. She can carry a lot. She's very, very physically gifted.
Do you feed her like that and make sounds like that?
Don't play those games, Arnold. Don't play those games.
So I don't have much experience with donkeys in the first place.
What did they do? What did they say? What was his explanation about having that? Is that his pet?
I guess. I mean, when you're rich, you do weird things like that with your money.
Well, you have 6 or 7 different homes and probably one in Arizona out in the desert somewhere. You probably got all kinds of creatures going through your house. I'm pretty sure that's not like in the middle of L.A. That's not his L.A. place, I wouldn't think.
I don't know. Why not?
I got to believe donkey shit is really hard to clean up. Sort of like the Delta Airlines. I mean, I'm not doing that.
The Mannings are a gift that keeps on giving, man.
Wow.
I'm just thinking, yeah, if I was stoned watching that, I would have been so confused last night. My God. That's what a story. What a show.
Yeah. Oh,
Man,
yeah.
yes, the gift that keeps on giving. So random. And it's in the house. Yeah, I'd be terrified if that thing shat in the house.
I know. If I could see if there was gates and fences around and he was doing it outside. That's in his office. That thing's saddled up in his office somewhere. What the hell is Arnold doing with that thing?
I need to watch the Manning cast more, I guess, if we're
I
going
know this. If it's like that donkey that I saw out at Lost Pines in that little corral, that dude is, speaking of packing, he is packing now. And having that thing on top of sitting on your lap there, you got to be careful. Donkeys have lots of tools. They've got girth and length.
Where was this?
I'm just saying, I've seen a donkey that had himself exposed in a corral, and man, that thing was dragging the ground. So what is Arnold making all those sounds about? What's going on there?
Oh, we can't see what's going on the bottom half of that donkey.
We're going to have to investigate that.
Oh, you were staring at a donkey's
I wasn't
nuts?
staring. You can't, dude. It was like a python on the ground.
Length and girth, huh?
My goodness.
And you just kept looking. You couldn't look away. One of those?
No, I kept driving. No, and I didn't hit a tree. I didn't drive off the road. I'm just like, that's for real.
Were you moaning like Arnold was?
No, I wasn't making sounds like Arnold. Arnold is making sounds. I don't know what that dude is doing.
All right, welcome back.
Oh, yes.
And let's welcome an icon.
Peyton is like, this. There's something wrong about this.
Oh my God. It gets better and worse every time you watch it.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Yeah. So that was on the Manning cast last night. And how about this? I think a lot of Longhorn fans have seen this video surface from over the weekend. This is an Oklahoma fan in Oklahoma driving back from Bedlam. So she watched her team lose to Oklahoma State in Stillwater on Saturday. And I guess she's either driving back to Norman or Oklahoma City or somewhere. And she stops on the side of the road and sees a Longhorn and decides to go say hi to the Longhorn. And the Longhorn wasn't a big fan of her actions. Check this one out.
How you like that upside your head? Boom. Boom. Good job there, little Bebo.
What were you about to call her?
Nothing. I mean, she didn't have a witty t-shirt on. She had a Sooner. At least she had some gear on, unlike the coach and the player. Their little witty t-shirts that I don't see a lot of those on Snapchat, Instaphone, or whatever the hell. I haven't seen any of those this week.
No, haven't seen any Oklahoma State fears Oklahoma or Kansas fears Oklahoma.
Yeah, none of that's out there.
Didn't see any of that. Oklahoma really cared about beating Texas. They're acting like Baylor. Our one win can be against Texas, but we can lose every other game, and that's perfectly fine. That's what they've been like lately.
Once again, Baylor lost to Houston this week.
Yeah, Baylor sucks. So did Houston. But it shouldn't surprise you when one awful team loses to another awful team, right?
Coach Aranda is going to be available to coach the secondary at places. Don't forget that soon.
Well, he'll be a DC somewhere, right? If he loses his job in Waco, he won't have to fall all the way back to position coach. He's a good enough defensive mind to where someone will hire him as a defensive coordinator. I mean, he was LSU's DC, and they were really, really good. They won a national championship with him as the defensive coordinator. So he'll get that job. And Texas doesn't need a defensive coordinator right now. They might need a new secondary coach, and they might need a new safeties coach. But PK is doing a good job.
I think he's doing a fantastic job. I mean, he's been rock solid for a year and a half now. Where you can't run against him. I mean, that's got to suck for offense.
Yep.
No, when the coaches are in the meeting and saying we're going to run against these guys, we're going to prove it. We're going to prove it to our fans that we can run the ball. You know,
I'm amazed how many people just try to mess with animals like this, dude. I'll show this one more time. Gives the horns down right next to the Longhorn, and the Longhorn just boom shifts his head.
This is a dumb animal.
Clocks her. Hope she was wearing Brain Vault.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's. I guess you probably need to have teeth though to wear a mouth guard, and I assume because she was wearing an OU jersey that she was short on a couple of chiclets. Yeah, that's mess with the bull. You get the horns right there.
There you go.
That's what they call FAFO, Buck. F around and find out.
Yeah, that's it. That hurts.
That's what was going on with that lady yesterday. All right.
How we so Sark he talked about the quarterback. He gave no indication about if Jonathan Brooks is banged up. He said everybody practiced, so that was good enough for everybody.
Yeah.
For the media, that's all you need to know.
Yeah, I mean, I expect Jonathan Brooks was clearly hampered on Saturday against K-State, but every time he left the game, he came back in. So
yes.
Is he 100%? No. I mean, most people aren't 100% going into the 10th game of the year. But is he injured to the point where he can't suit up? No, it doesn't sound like that. So he'll be good to go. Yeah. No, it's you got to ride that guy, ride your running game to a victory, especially if it's another Malik Murphy start for the Longhorns.
TCU doesn't have that defensive front that they had. Those guys are playing in the NFL somewhere.
No, yeah. I mean, TCU is 4-5 right now. We'll get a TCU guest on later today. I know Chip and Zay talked to Brian Estridge, the voice of the TCU Horned Frogs, yesterday. Look, TCU was an amazing story last year. They were the story of the college football season. They were picked to finish relatively low in the Big 12, and they ended up making it all the way to the national championship game. They were 13-2 in year one of Sonny Dykes. So it was an incredibly impressive season for TCU, the best season they've had in school history. And they lost a lot from last year's team. So most people were expecting them to take a step back. I don't know if people saw them at 4-5, 9 games into the season. But it's been a struggle. They only have 3 returning starters from offense. Their starting quarterback, Chandler Morris, got hurt a few weeks ago, so they've been on a backup quarterback for the last month and change. The defense has taken a major step back, right? That defense, you think of the Texas game last year in Austin. Now, Texas only scored 10 points, and the one touchdown the Longhorns scored was a scoop and score. Like, the Longhorns couldn't get into the end zone. Quinn Ewers did not play well, but really nobody on the Texas offense played well. And a lot of that is just credit to how good TCU's defense was in 2022. It ain't the same. So
they don't have Max Duggan, and they don't have that running back either.
Yeah.
Those are huge losses on your offensive side.
Yeah.
Massive losses.
Yeah, Duggan was the Heisman runner-up last year. He was great. And you're at Kendre Miller now with the Saints and DeMercado now in the league too. They lost both of those guys. They lost some of their top receivers, and they lost a lot on the O-line too.
Yeah, they lost the defensive back of the year, the Thorpe Award winner.
Yep, Hodges Tomlinson. Yep, he's off to the NFL. So, yeah, it's a different TCU team. And, like, this is a game Texas should be able to win. But TCU, once again, has had Texas's number in recent years. TCU is 8-3 against the Longhorns since they joined the Big 12.
I'm glad it's not a 11 a.m. game.
It is a night game. The night game scares people when you're talking about playing on the road. You're not worried about that?
No, this group has not, for years, has not done very well at 11 a.m. games at TCU. Those early games, that's when they stay in bed.
They haven't done well in any game against TCU. I don't know if it has anything to do with the kickoff time. It just has something to do with the team that they're playing against. Like, for years, it was Gary Patterson, and then, Gary Patterson's gone, and hell, now he's on our staff. So we'll beat these guys, and then not so much last year. So Texas won the last game in Fort Worth back in 2021. That was after Gary Patterson had been fired. I think Jerry Kill was the interim head coach for.
That's right, Coach Kill. You're right.
And that was Texas had a big lead and had to hold on for dear life. Stop me if you've heard that before. Big Bijan Day a couple of years ago in that win in Fort Worth and Sark's first season. But yeah, once again, TCU 8-3 since they joined the Big 12. It's been a bit of a struggle for the Longhorns in these games, and a lot of low-scoring games too. The under has hit in 8 of those 11 matchups. maybe a tip for your cousins out there, but just goes to show you that the TCU defense has had Texas's offense's number,
Yes.
regardless of quarterback, running back, receivers, O-line, coach, whatever. TCU's defense has won this battle against the Longhorns a lot.
Well, there's a lot at stake for the Longhorns here, so I've got a feeling that they are just in the right frame of mind, that they understand what it's all about here. The guy who has to be really in the right frame is the guy who's playing quarterback right now. He's just got to understand that everything he does affects the entire team.
Yep.
And I'm not saying he tries to throw picks, but he has to understand that everything that he does, a play that he doesn't think may not be that important, like when you say throw the ball away, can have unbelievable consequences if he doesn't do the right thing with the football. So, and the others around him, they have to still play above what they're used to playing, not what they're capable of playing, but what they're used to playing. They got to play above that again this week, and that's going to be next week too. It won't stop until the other quarterback comes back. And even with that dude, I would have been worried last week. It didn't matter if Quinn Ewers would have been playing against K-State. I'd have been just as worried about them playing K-State. It wouldn't have made a difference. I'd been just as worried about that group.
It would have made a difference in the game. I'm with you. I would have been worried about K-State.
Oh, no, they would have won by 3 touchdowns last week if he's playing in the game.
Quinn Ewers, he hasn't been the least turnover-prone quarterback in the world at times this season, but he's not making those mistakes that Malik Murphy was making, and he's also hitting those open receivers more often than not.
Taking off with the ball.
Yeah. So, the way that game played out, I think Texas would have been very okay if Quinn Ewers was the quarterback, but I'm with you. I would have been very nervous even if Quinn was playing against K-State, because K-State was really, really good. And that's a solid win for Texas, man. I know there's a lot to gripe about, and it wasn't perfect, and you blew a 20-point lead, and you needed overtime and a 4th down stop in overtime to get the win. But to beat that team the way that they were playing with the backup quarterback, that's a solid win. You absolutely take that one.
So I still think the head coach still owes another game that he's going to have to call a great game on. I'm not giving him that one last week.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd like to, but I'm not. Now when you're a quarterback, that the guy you're coaching is throwing it to the other guy. I mean, he's been around for a while. He didn't just come here to campus this week.
Right.
He's been in your meetings. He understands the game. A 3-year player that maybe hasn't started, but now he's getting ready to go into his 3rd game. In the 2nd game, no, I'm not giving you the win for the coach on that one. I'm giving the loss for the coach on the other side who didn't kick the field. It went for the touchdown.
Yeah.
Instead, thank you. You should be thanking that dude for going for it. And even better yet, the play call that was about to happen.
Yep.
So, no, Sark still owes us one. I still have a feeling that's going to happen the day after Thanksgiving.
Oh, you shouldn't need that against Texas Tech. Those guys stink.
Well, they're going to have these extra guys in those suits. Those striped suits on their side. Are you kidding me?
Your Mark will be there with the Buffalo Wild Wings phone trying to call to make something happen. There's going to be some weird stuff going on Black Friday. That we do know. But that's the easiest game Texas has left. Now, of course, if Texas loses that, there's going to be some Tech fan who cuts up that quote for me and laughs at me forever. But no, I mean, that's a home game. You should have Quinn Ewers back for that one.
Yeah,
that's a game the Longhorns should win. Like this game and next week scare me a lot more than Texas Tech does. Okay, and they all count the same. You got to win them all to get to Jerry World.
That's right.
So if you win these next 2, you can't be like, we're good, we're fine, we're going to the Big 12 championship game. No, you still are going to have to take care of business against your Mark U on Black Friday. But now these 2 road games, especially with the uncertainty surrounding this team starting quarterback, way more nervous about these 2 right now than the Tech game.
Are we worried about? Are we rooting for Oklahoma State? They play Central Florida, I believe.
Yeah, Oklahoma State's got a pretty easy path to the conference championship game. I think they've got UCF, Houston, and Baylor, something like that.
Yeah,
I'll pull it up. Like at UCF, at Houston, and BYU is the final 3 games for Oklahoma State. So yeah, that's probably who if Texas takes care of business, there's a damn good chance that they will be playing Mike Gundy's team, which they're a miraculous story considering where they started this season and how bad non-conference play went for them. But yeah, like I guess you root, you want Texas to win out, but also you want the team that they play in the Big 12 championship game to be as highly ranked as possible.
Sure.
for the resume purpose, because
they've got 2 losses already. They're early in the season.
Yeah, Oklahoma State's not in the playoff conversation, but they're still going to be trying to win the Big 12. They're not going to be a top 10 team more than likely if that was the matchup on December 2nd. But, if they've got 2 losses, they'll be a top 15 team.
Sure.
That looks way better, because Oklahoma State can lose another game and still make it to Jerry World, because they've got tiebreakers over OU, Kansas, and Kansas State, who are 3 of the teams that are right behind them. So, you'd rather play for the sake of the resume, and whether you think Texas is playing like a playoff team or not, they're still very much in the thick of the college football playoff discussion. You want, obviously, that resume to be as strong as possible. The more quality wins that you can get, the better, because Texas doesn't play any ranked teams in the regular season anymore. Like they did last week. They took care of business. Right. What are they, 2-1 against ranked teams this year? Let me make sure I got that right. 3-1 against ranked teams this year, because Kansas was ranked and is currently ranked. K-State, Alabama, those were the 3 wins. And, of course, the game in Dallas was the loss. So you'd like to make that forward one. You'd like to be able to add to your college football playoff resume with another quality win, because these last 3 games, they'll be nice road wins. But, I mean, if TCU loses to Texas on Saturday, that'll be their 6th loss, and they still have to play in Norman. So that means TCU is probably not going to make a bowl game. Like that's not going to go down as a good win. Texas Tech probably not going to make a bowl game this year. That's not going to go down as a good win. At Iowa State's going to make a bowl game, but they're still not that good. So
no, it'll be the championship game.
Yeah, that's sort of, once again, they all count the same. They're all basically conference championship games right now for Texas. But you talk about, once again, adding to impress the committee. Not a ton of chances left in the regular year for the Longhorns to do that. So,
boy, I'll tell you what, it will be something else, BK, if Michigan beats Penn State and they get hammered and they can't play in the college, and say they lose to Ohio State, even with 1 loss. Of course, Ohio State got to do it last year. They won't let Michigan do it, I don't believe.
No.
I think the committee will say, sorry, cheaters.
I don't even know if that has anything to do with cheating. Like, maybe that will be taken into consideration, even though the committee chair last week was like, that's not our job. That's the NCAA's job.
Right.
I just, it all depends on what happens across the country. Like, last year, there was nobody to put in over Ohio State. Like,
well, there's got to be somebody in the pack team.
You were going to put in, like, 2-loss Alabama? Like, they had the biggest argument. You're not putting in a 2-loss Alabama team over a 1-loss Ohio State team. Like, that never would have made sense. So this year, the way it's shaken out, with the fact that you still have a bunch of undefeated teams like Michigan, if they lose, they don't play for their conference championship, and their non-conference schedule is as bad as it was. I mean, they literally have 2 tough games this year. It's at Penn State this Saturday, and it's the Ohio State game at the end of the year. Like, they're not going to get rewarded for that schedule. So if everybody else starts losing, then there's a way Michigan can lose in the regular year and still make it to the playoff. But the way it stands right now, I don't even know if it has anything to do with cheating. I just think it's their schedule and the amount of other really good teams around the country. Like, I think if Texas runs the table and wins the Big 12, 1-loss Texas would get in over 1-loss Michigan if Michigan doesn't play for their conference championship. I think. I don't know. That's why the resume matters. That's why style points matter.
Yeah.
But that's where I'm at.
If somebody's going to pull the ripcord on that deal that's going on, with this cheating stuff too, because if every Big Ten school is after them, that committee, they're going to be in those meetings and going, you know what, screw them. Yeah. You guys really have been cheating. We're not going to wait for the NCAA to prove this. We got enough.
You might be right.
We've seen enough,
I've maintained that I don't think anything's going to happen during the season, but there are more and more rumblings around the college football world that are saying that, no, something might actually happen.
Can you imagine having your coach suspended for a second time during the season? I don't know if I've ever heard that before. Missing 3 in the beginning and maybe missing 2 at the end. Because they're talking about this week. They're actually talking about this week, that later on this week, which it's almost later on this week, them saying, sorry, dude, you can't go to Penn State game. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen, but we'll see. I'm not a Michigan fan. I'm not a Harbaugh fan, so I'm cool with that going down. I bet Penn State would still lose.
Hey,
Penn State would still lose because it's James Franklin. Can you suspend that guy, Penn State? They'd rather have an interim coach that game than their current guy.
Yeah, I agree.
They don't need Jim Harbaugh to beat Penn State. It's Penn State in a big game. They don't win those. Come on, man.
Oh, the Nittany Lions are going to be on fire this week. Come on now.
They stink.
They may be one of my big unit plays, too.
Penn State?
That's right.
You're going to lose. I'm telling you right now, you're going to lose.
You think Michigan with little Rexy Corbin or whatever his name is, Cochran Corbin at running back are going to go into Mount Nittany and get a win? There'll be a white out there. 110,000 this week.
Rexy Corbin.
What's their running back's name?
Blake Corum?
Cortland Finnegan?
No, you're getting further away here. You're getting colder.
Okay.
Blake Corum.
Okay, the Playboy Forum. Yeah, yes, I don't think so.
That's it. Yeah, Penn State. James Franklin is 3-15 against top 10 teams during his Penn State career.
Wow.
One of those came in a bowl game, so 2-15 in the regular season against top 10 teams, and obviously Michigan is one of those. So
you know who wants that? You know who wants that job badly? Greg Schiano.
Rutgers guy.
He wants that job. He's always wanted that job. He went to Penn State.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Rutgers gave Ohio State a little bit this past weekend. Rutgers is 6-3.
Yeah,
Rutgers?
I mean they don't get punched around anymore.
No, Schiano's a good coach. He's not a good human being, but he's a good coach.
He squealed. He squealed on Harbaugh. I love it.
Yeah, and didn't
Somebody
squeal on Paterno, did he?
No, he didn't.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that one, kids. Not great there. All right, some love to some sponsors. We got to get some NFL power rankings here today, too.
All right,
I'm curious to get the Bucs' top 5 NFL teams right now after what took place this weekend. But some love for who do we need to mention? Who have you not mentioned yet?
Covert BK.
Oh, of course.
How about our good friends over at Covert BK with their 7 brands: Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and of course Ram. And we'll be out there for the pregame show on Saturday. And that show starts at 4, am I correct? 4:30?
4 to 6, because it's a 6:30 game. Yes.
6:30 game, yeah, a half hour before the game. We'll be doing we do 2-hour live pregame shows no matter where we are. We'll be out there at Covert BK. And I'll tell you what they've been doing since 1909. Covert family been selling cars, trucks, and SUVs and doing it greatly, folks. And how about this? They've got Covert Chevy and Ford in Hutto, Covert Lincoln and Ford in Austin. And when you're out there, do say hello to Dan Covert. Say hello to Mike, the general manager, Stacy, Jerome, the whole gang. They want to serve you like nobody else, folks. Believe me, they've got cars and trucks all over their lots. They've got plenty of inventory just for you. While you're out there, do check out 86 Service Bays. That place is clean as a whistle, man. When you go out there, it's spotless out there. I mean, I walked through where they do the cars, where they work on the cars. Those are engineers, not just technicians, but engineers out there working on your cars and trucks. For more information on the great sales that they have weekly, go to covertbk.com. And nobody beats that Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
And Dan Covert asked me to give out his personal number.
No.
On our show. Should I do that?
Do it. If he said do it, do it.
Terrified of what you jabronis out there are going to do.
Tell me you want that Jeep that you were driving around in.
Yeah, that thing was nice. Yeah, if you're looking for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, reach out to Dan Covert, 512-993-7628. That's Dan himself. He's ready to wheel. He's ready to deal. Also, we'll talk some Texas football with you, too, if you want.
That he will.
He's the freaking man. Shout out to our friends at Covert BK. Go see them or just check out their website or reach out to Dan to get you in a new vehicle. All right. Woods Comfort Systems. Want to give them some love, too. Make sure if something's wrong with your AC or something's wrong with your heat, you know, the weather's been polarizing as hell over the last couple of days here in Austin. Make sure you call our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. 60 years. In Central Texas.
And now they're doing plumbing. How about doing plumbing now, too?
The best quality HVAC and plumbing services that you can find. So, yeah, if something's wrong with the toilet, don't put your hands into Mother Earth like Buck.
Don't try to do that yourself, whatever you do. Don't mess with the toilet for sure.
No, please do not. I might have to call Woods Comfort Systems. I got like There's just random water piling
Dripping
up in the, like, under my sink, in the cabinets under my sink.
Oh, no, you need somebody. No. That thing is only going to get bigger and crack more.
I don't know where it's coming from. Like, there's no leak. Like, I turn on the sink and I get under there and there's no leak. It's just like on the bottom of the cabinet. It's
condensation, my friend.
Well, how do I get rid of that? Condensations?
Condensation, that moisture. You know, I know you like moisture, but you don't want it underneath your sink you don't want that wood, especially when you got a wood bottom under there. Look out.
All the stuff that I have under there is getting wet. I don't know where it's coming from.
Just call, give Dave and give Travis a call. They'll get out there and get it done for you.
Yeah,
I know you want to depend on the people that are at the apartment. Don't call that. Don't call those folks. Forget it. Mr. Furley's not coming over here to fix that. That's not going to work.
Sal says, check your dishwasher. What's up, Sal, first and foremost? And what's up, other Sal? Dishwasher? I don't know. It's not by my dishwasher, and I didn't run the dishwasher last night. It's weird. Like, every third day, there's just like pool of water under my sink in the cabinet.
No.
Yep. So I got to call Woods Comfort Systems, I guess, is what we are coming to here. Shout out to them. Shout out to Altstadt Beer as well, the best beer that you could find all throughout the state of Texas. If you were watching Monday Night Football last night, you probably needed some Altstadt beer because that
for
game
sure
sucked. But hey, Texas basketball's back. College hoops is here. The NBA, the NHL, the NFL.
Mac Tuesday.
So many reasons to drink beer, and you need the best beer. Stop wasting your time with the giant beer brand. No, support local. Altstadt is brewed in Fredericksburg, and support yourself. This stuff tastes great, and it's brewed without preservatives or additives or unnecessary sugars, so you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. All I drink is Altstadt. That's what you should be drinking too. One sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets. No DJ. I'm not getting wasted and pissing under my sink.
He knows where the bathroom is.
I do appreciate you asking.
I believe.
All right, Buck. We are now 9 weeks into the NFL season. Week 9 wrapped up last night with Monday Night Football. The Chargers all over the Jets, 27-6. The final there. I wasn't going to watch that game, even if I didn't go to the UT basketball game. I'm glad I had a reason not to. But going into Week 10, I'd love to get your power rankings. Maybe the Bucs' top 5 teams in the NFL right now.
I'm going to start out by saying Kansas City Chiefs number 1.
Okay.
I know they don't have the offense that everybody's looking for them to have, and they're still trying to get the receivers and everything straightened out. But their defense is for real now. To go along with, they don't need much offense the way the defense is playing right now. And I would expect when it comes close to playoff time, Patrick Mahomes will be in tune to everybody. You know, Pacheco's, they're not running the ball real well right now either. But I think this team they've got what they really, really needed. Besides Patrick Mahomes, is a pretty good defense all around. So I've got them as number 1. Philadelphia Eagles, number 2.
Okay.
I know this sounds crazy. I'm putting San Francisco as number 3 because I don't believe they're just going to go in a shit tank. I just don't. I don't. I'm putting them as number 3.
Okay.
Dallas Cowboys, I'm putting at number 4. They got enough to get there. They really, really do. Quarterbacks still got to play better in crunch time. The offensive staff's got to do a better job. They can't keep getting into these pressure situations down at the end of games and have jumping off sides, getting sacks, just terrible play calling. That's the head coach stuff right there. They got too many good players. I'm putting them at number 4, and then I'm putting the Ravens at number 5. And I may like to flip the Cowboys and make them 5 and put the Ravens at number 4.
Yeah, I can't believe you have the Cowboys in your top 5, man.
The Cowboys have that. They've got a good team. Dak Prescott's playing really well.
No, the Cowboys, like, they're a top 10 team, but I don't think they're a top 5 team. Like,
dude, they can't run the ball. They still can't. Tony, they can't run with him. And I didn't understand why they thought they were going to run. They were going to change their philosophy of offense and make that guy their key running back. He's not that dude. No. They can't run. He can't run up inside the tackles like that. You know, they're getting away with their backup running back. You know what? If they would have got during the trade and got Derrick Henry to go along with what they're doing and Dak Prescott finding CeeDee Lamb and the rest of these receivers now, they would be up in the top 3. If they could have got old-ass Derrick Henry as part of that run game because he's a thumper. Tony Pollard is getting 2 yards, 3 yards, and getting rejected.
It's
and
weird.
Then they just start throwing it. They just give up on the run because they know they're not going anywhere.
Mike McCarthy, one of the reasons why he got rid of Kellen Moore this offseason was he wanted to run the football more, right? He talked about that, running it more and being a more effective rushing team, and it's not happening for the Cowboys. And they didn't invest too much. I know they brought Pollard back on the franchise tag, but guy's coming off a relatively serious injury, and they didn't do a whole lot in terms of insurance. Like, they drafted Deuce Vaughn in the 6th round. I love the pick, but a 6th round running back, and then Rico Dowdle, like that's your plan. You're trying to run the ball better. You let a running back walk in free agency. You bring back a guy who's super injured who might not be 100% this season, and you do nothing else.
You had an opportunity to get Derrick Henry at the trade deadline. You could have made him. You could have made some. You could have sacrificed something to do what you want to do. You want to run the ball. That guy can still run now.
I'm not too upset about it because the Cowboys have already given up a lot of draft picks. Freaking Trey Lance, good move that was. And I just don't think they're like a legit Super Bowl contender. So, do you go all in on this team this year with Mike McCarthy as the head coach? Probably not.
They have the ability to get BK. They're going to win a lot of games at the end. Well, they win a lot of games every year, but
I know they won 12. They won 12 in each of the last 2. Like they'll get to double digits again. Maybe not 12, but they'll get to double digits. They're going to make the playoffs. They're a good team. I don't know.
I just don't think if they can't run and they're just going to depend on. I mean, Dak's had a couple 300-yard games. I mean, he's throwing the ball all around. He's getting it to the right receivers. It's just these organizational things when it really matters, And even for Dak, when it really matters, what the hell does he do? He doesn't do like Patrick Mahomes does. He's not that guy. And then the head coach. I mean, the jumping off side. The penalties that they get going backwards from the 6-yard line. There's no excuse for that.
No, yeah, that end of game sequence for the Cowboys was disastrous.
But it happens every year. It seems to happen every year in some game where the end of game sequence just screws them.
Yeah,
you got to get over that.
You're saying putting Zeke Elliott at center is not a good move? You're saying the play that they did 2 years ago?
That was the least of the problems. It's an organizational deal.
Yeah.
And, Jerry likes to make those booming moves and at the trade deadline and do anything.
No.
I don't know. Did he not see Tony Pollard running the ball? Did he think that was a good running game?
I don't know. It's not right now. That's why I don't have the Cowboys.
I'm on their bandwagon. I'm on the bandwagon.
Yeah. They're not in my top 5. They'd be like 8 or 9 for me right now. Here's my top 5. I got Philadelphia number 1. They've got the best record in football. I know they haven't been as dominant as they were last year, but they're still really, really good. And that was a nice win for them on Sunday.
Yeah, once the quarterback gets healthy.
Yep. I've got the Chiefs number 2.
Okay.
I've got Baltimore number 3.
Wow.
You could put Baltimore at number 1 right now, and I don't think too many people would complain. I mean, they're just
You're right.
Eating the crap out of teams, right? What they did to Seattle last week, what they did to Detroit a few weeks back. Baltimore's playing ridiculously good right now. They've allowed the fewest points per game on defense, and Lamar Jackson has been a freaking monster as well. That team is a stud. And boy, Roquan Smith, what a pickup that was for them. That guy is a monster. So Baltimore's number 3 for me. I'm going to go with Cincinnati number 4. They've turned it around, man. Like, I know they got off to that 1-3 start, and Joe Burrow didn't look healthy, and people were ready to stick a fork in the Bengals, but they won 4 in a row, and Joe Burrow's clearly figured some things out. And I mean, that team played for a Super Bowl 2 years ago. They played for the AFC title last year. I still think they're a problem. And then I'll go with Detroit, number 5. I'll put the Lions ahead of the Cowboys right now. Some other teams that are close, San Francisco, but just at this moment, I can't do it. Miami, but Miami's 6-0 against losing teams. They're 0-3 against winning teams, so I can't put them there right now. Jacksonville is 6-2. They're playing some really good football. Like, they're in the mix there too.
But you put the Texans. Go ahead and put the Texans in there.
No, I'm not putting the Texans in the top 5 of the NFL. I mean, maybe they're around 15, maybe.
Oh, they're better than that.
I'm looking at ESPN's right now. They got them ranked number 17. I mean, keep in mind, this is a team that lost to Carolina 2 weeks ago. I know what they did on Sunday, and CJ Stroud's a monster, but You know, that they did give up 37 to Baker Mayfield and Tampa Bay, and they did lose to Carolina in their previous game. So, hey, the Texans are 4-4. Like they won 3 games last year. They won 4 already. They're clearly taking strides in the right direction, but they're not a top 10 team in the NFL right now.
Yeah, the Seahawks are coming back down to earth. Yeah, that Cincinnati is the one I should have had in there before San Francisco. You're right.
Yeah, Cincinnati beat San Francisco in San Francisco, in Santa Clara, or wherever the hell they play. Sacramento. Where's the stadium? Where's Candlestick? Is it still Candlestick? Where are they playing these days?
They don't say Candlestick anymore.
The old Coliseum. Where are they? Levi's. That's it. Levi's
Stadium.
I think that's it. Hey, quick shout out to Great Blue Heron Furniture. Then I've got a fantasy football trade proposal that I've got to mention to you that is making the rounds on the interwebs. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. It's a custom leather furniture company that's been around since 1991. If you're looking for a new couch, a new recliner, a new chair, ottoman, bar stools, or all of the above, look no further than GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. I'm telling y'all, you cannot and you will not find more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture anywhere in the world. This stuff is built to last for decades, not for years, but for decades. And this stuff is gorgeous. Just go to their website, GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. Take a look at what they've got. You're guaranteed you'll probably fall in love with a few different pieces that they've got. It's also custom leather. Like they can do something for you. If you're looking for something a little different than what they've got, they can make that happen as well. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em over there at GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com, you're going to get 15% off your purchase.
I wonder if that girl used the promo code HOOK'em when she was standing by Bevo there at the fence.
Oh, when she got...
she didn't do promo code HOOK'em, did she?
She got Antonio Brown.
Neck.
Sit down.
She should have gone straight down to the ground.
Yep, I'm telling you, man. I am telling you. All right, here's this fantasy football trade here that we've got to mention. So this comes from This comes from Reddit. Familiar with Reddit?
Read it? Or should I have read it?
Reddit is the name of the website. So
is that sort of like a face portal? No, it's not one of those sites.
Facebook, the transfer portal. You combining Facebook and the transfer portal together?
I'm just trying to help out the world. You know, there's so many of them.
There you go. Well,
all right, what do you got?
Thank you for your service there, Buck. We appreciate that. Here's a post that was made to Reddit last week. It's involving a proposed fantasy football trade. Guy in my league is 3-5 and desperate to turn his team around and needs more consistency with running back. He sent me a text saying he wants Christian McCaffrey, but there's not really anyone on his team that I want. I am currently 7-1, so I don't really need to make any changes. He said I could bang his wife one time if I accept the trade and it goes through. Honestly, it's pretty tempting because she has huge breasts, and I've always fantasized about her. Is it worth throwing my chances to win the ship out the window for a chance to bang his wife?
I'm going to say, what's more important, banging that wife or getting that trophy? I don't know.
Which one is it? That's the question that this guy had to answer, because Christian McCaffrey is maybe the best fantasy football player out there. That guy's a touchdown machine. So you're giving him up for Tony Pollard, who you just dunked on.
Yeah, I don't want that guy.
But you get to, sleep with the wife.
No, you guys will. You'll always be in leagues. You'll be looking at each other cross. No, I'm keeping my guys. You keep your wife with the big jugs. I don't want to bang her. No,
you get to have those bragging rights though forever on this dude.
No, not doing that. I'd rather go ahead and keep my players.
Yep.
You keep the nunchucks, and I'll keep my players.
A chance to win the fantasy league, because there's usually money that comes with that.
Oh yeah, there is
a trophy that comes with that. But
you need to bang somebody's wife. Just go ahead and get enough, because you go to Vegas with the winnings.
Hey, bragging rights, man.
No.
I don't know. Like, there are other fantasy football leagues. This might be your only chance.
That fantasy was Kim Mulkey. Now you're talking.
You'd sleep with Kim Mulkey. You'd give up your fantasy football championship to sleep with a 60-something-year-old woman.
Kim Mulkey?
Yeah.
Come on now. Do they need the car to go with it? What else do they need?
I need to spend more time talking about this tomorrow. What a trade proposal. All right, it's 10 o'clock, which means our time has come to an end. I think I hear the maintenance guy knocking on my door, which probably means he's going to be gone by the time I walk over there.
He's going to fix that pee underneath that sink.
Hey,
Yeah.
can I weigh in on this real quick?
Sure.
I mean, don't you do Mulkey for the story? Don't you do Mulkey to see if you can put a couple bruises on her pelvis? You know what I mean?
No, I'm talking about being the one that gets hurt there. I'm not.
Well, yeah, I mean, hell, sometimes I get like a fascination about my women being able to beat the shit up out of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
put a flak jacket and a helmet on there.
I don't want you to go back in combat mode or anything.
TMZ right there. That's TMZ stuff. Hey, that whole thing about the wife. Now that is fantasy football.
He said he's gone.
That's real fantasy football.
That is fantasy football. Right, hey, look, now there's a story. Well, there used to be. I don't know if it's still out there, but we'll leave your imagination go to that.
Wow. How about that?
Yeah, assault on vet. Well, finish the story, boys.
Wow. Hey, Rodney, we got Vegas this week for Formula One.
The following week. Yeah, man.
Wow.
That's going to be a madhouse over there, man. I'll tell you, that's going to be something else. Bucky, I want to tell you something. So, I mean, it's been, I've listened to you for a lot of years, and, I've got grown daughters in college and everything.
Yes, sir.
You've always done the, tips for kids in the car line. And so, like, now that I send that to them. And I sent them the one that you did today.
Yes.
And my youngest daughter is like, that Bucky has always been a cool dude. So there you go.
Awful kind. That's awful kind. Dance like nobody's watching, but text and email like it's going to be read in court one day.
Well, and a lot of times, like today, I include my wife on that family text, and my wife is like, "You need to listen to that last part," talking to me. So I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I've been very careful. I've only had one screw up when it came to sin, and I was in the radio business years and years ago. I sent something that was meant for somebody else, and I sent it to somebody who was at the radio station. And when I came out, do you remember who that was, Brags? And I came out of the studio, and she was right around the corner.
I didn't know who that was.
I went around
the
corner.
Who sent it.
I went around the corner and said, "Yeah." I went around and said, "That's not meant for you." She goes, "I will have this for the rest of my life." And I'm like, "You don't want to do that." She goes, "Oh no." She lives up in Dallas now. And I think her husband's like a district attorney or something. She goes, "I will have this for the rest of my life." And we were really good friends. And I didn't mean to hit it. I hit it. Dude, I have been so careful of that kind of thing. But kids aren't careful with that. They just off into space. Just go. Yeah. Tell everybody.
My son takes his phone into the damn shower. God knows what the hell's going on in there. So there's probably a circus of fillet up in there. You know what I'm saying, Buck?
Unbelievable. All right. Guess what? Slam.
Boom. I can't wait. And we're gonna see what's down there one day, man.
I know.
He's giving gifts that just give on for the rest of lives. He's gonna give us a gift one day. I guarantee it. Guys.
Hopefully, Wags. It's not like the governor, man. That Arnold Schwarzenegger thing, man. I can't get that out of my head. Did you see that?
No.
Oh man, it's got to be in there somewhere. It's got to be in there somewhere. Go check that out. It's a video cut that we have in here. And yes, this is a race T-shirt if that's what you're talking about.
No, I think they're talking about the white light behind you reflecting off of.
Oh, that one. Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's not a big deal. Like if I can handle it, I think everybody else can handle it. I'm the one that's talking here, man.
That's daylight savings time right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the window. That's the window outside. Like you want a light like that if you're locked in the cell, man. What the hell's going on with you? How was your Monday night, dude?
Man, I sat there and I was all excited, ready to watch a Monday night football game, and here come the Jets back crashing back to normal. And then, so did you see that Aaron Rodgers says he's just weeks away, dude? He's just weeks away from coming back.
And I wanted to bring this up too. Like, I wanted to get everybody's opinion in chat and everybody that's listening on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. Make sure that you find myself and Rodney Rodriguez on your social platforms. I am at Not the Fake Wags, and Rodney is at the Rodney R on X or Twitter, whichever you want to call it. On Instagram, Rodney's at _Rodney R, and I am at the Wagner Wire. But I wanted to get your all's opinions here and weigh in. It seems that not just injuries, but focused injuries on Achilles, right? Like there are a lot of Achilles ruptures and tears this season in the NFL. Maybe it's time. Now I know that there is AstroTurf almost everywhere, but and you know, old school guys and pure heads, bring the grass back, man, bring the grass back, get off of this pellets and fake grass, plastic grass stuff. I get it, right? Like, and plus, I think the ground's a little bit softer, and you know, just in my opinion, anyways. Anyhow, a lot of Achilles ruptures. I wonder how much of that is due to natural turf or due to artificial turf. I mean, and it seems like, you know, we haven't just been playing on artificial turf just this year, and I don't think there's been a change in the product of artificial turf or whatnot. It just seems very abnormal or just outrageous to see this many injuries with specified injuries of Achilles heels. I mean, we got J.K. Dobbins, Aaron Rodgers, who was the dude that just ruptured the Achilles. Who's the dude that just ruptured the Achilles heel?
Wasn't it your guy? What's wrong with Danny Dimes? What he? Oh, he's ACL.
He's ACL. Yeah.
Well, even but that. I mean, even
another
that.
I forget. Somebody just had a damn Achilles rupture.
Yeah, there was somebody else. You know, I think a lot of that is because when you really look at that, I mean, and the weird thing is, like, even a lot of the high school stadiums now, you go and you walk out on that field, and it's not so much the turf. You know, it's the base of it. I mean, the base of it, it's concrete, man. I mean, that is a very solid base, and when you start thinking, yeah, that's right. So when you start thinking about that, when you're planning and planting and doing all the different things that you do right there, I mean, you are solid. I mean, you are solid when that happens right there.
I think a lot more running backs would have this injury, right?
I mean, yeah, you would think so. You would.
I don't know. So. I mean, the quarterback's dropping back. You know, you got your 3-step drop backs, you got your 5s, and then, you know, rolling out trying to extend a play. Yeah, there's a lot of movement there on that heel, but damn, dude.
Yeah, and the thing is, I've had this conversation. I think you remember our man Jeff Power that worked with us at
Jeff Power. Yeah.
So that dude, he works for. I won't say the name of the place, you know, because they're not paying for advertising.
Who gives a shit? Why you gotta make everything? Don't make it so awkward. Just say the damn name. We don't care.
Well, no. If I'm gonna say their name, Wags, they need to be paying us. You know what I'm saying?
Feel you.
Hellas Construction. There you
go.
They go out and they do field turf on all of these major stadiums around the state. I mean, around the country. And he says that comes up a lot to where it's like, well, you know, should we do this? And I'll tell you what I miss more about the natural grass, natural, whatever you want to call it, is that's where when you get the weather involved. I mean, whether it's a little muddy, you know, a little moisture in the ground.
That's what football's supposed to be, man.
Dude, I love that. Yeah, that's the part that I miss. You know, you see
in the Northeast, man. That's how it's supposed to, like, football is supposed to be.
You see this blazing tackle, and this dude goes sliding along the ground, and he gets up, and there's no green. There's no brown. There's nothing. I'm like, man, let's get back to, and even the baseball fields are like that now. And I totally get it. I would say that it's more cost conducive. I would say, you know, the initial.
Not just that, like with water too, right? Like it's hard to keep the grass completely hydrated or whatnot, or the soil completely hydrated, especially down here. If you're going to try and do natural grass down here, that's just going to be a disaster. I can't even keep my backyard hydrated, and it's what. Mm-hmm. It's got a pretty decent shade, man. We got some decent shade in our backyard, and it's still like every other Texas yard, unless you have the water on constantly like a damn golf course. It's fried. So
yeah, and the bad part is, you know, because now with the watering restrictions, it's like every year. I get a letter from the city of Round Rock where it's like, hey, we've noticed your watering is a little. I'm like, okay, so. Yeah, you got to be careful with that kind of stuff. But yeah, man, I really do wish that we could go back to natural surfaces.
Natural turf, baby.
Oh, I know, man. And the cool thing is, like with the baseball fields, is like you go out and you see them working. You know, if the infield isn't artificial turf, you see them like working the dirt, and it's like, okay. I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, that's pretty cool right there. But
crew managers, man, I used to love that stuff. I used to be the one volunteering at the end of the games to rechalk the fields and everything, man.
Yeah,
for some reason it was just very it was just very rewarding to me to be able to make that straight line going down the first and then to rake the damn. And I mean, sure, like I would, stop doing one line and then let other people do it and everything too, and then rake the rest of the field. But man, what a great scheme that is for a little league coach. Hey guys, you want to do the field? That is completely on the little league, man. But that is where or the little league coach, but that is where you learn supervision, man. That is where you learn how to supervise all these little munchkins on how to do a couple of tasks and a couple of chores, project management together, man. I think that was probably one of my first ones, dude.
Dude, it was always cool. Like when I would do a lot of high school baseball broadcasts, where you had the infield was still dirt, and these teams, they
in Vegas have grass, and that's in the mid desert, man.
Yeah. Imagine that water bill. But like these teams will get done. These teams will get done with a baseball game, and I'd be out there bullshitting with the coach, maybe doing a post game interview, whatever the thing is. And all these kids would come around, and he'd be like, "You need to get out there and rake the field. Go work the infield." And it's like you see these kids out there. Kid hit a grand slam home run, one of the best hitters I've ever seen in Central Texas. He's out there raking dirt, moving shit around.
Right.
I'm like, man, that is super cool, man.
Damn right. We got a lot of sound to hear from Coach Sark here. We will get into that. We'll get into a lot of Longhorn talk here. But we had some Monday Night Football. Did you watch that stinker last night?
I watched a little bit of it.
Did you watch the Longhorn basketball game?
I flipped over and I was kind of going back and forth of doing all of that. I was doing Revved Up last night, so it was a lot of
show go, man. You see, when I say, "Hey, how was your Monday night?" That is when you say Revved Up was fantastic, Wags.
Dude. Let me tell you what I had last night on Revved Up. So last night I had the winning crew chief from the NASCAR Xfinity Series, Rich Lucius. He joined and was walking me through everything that they did. I mean, it's really compelling stuff. And then I had another dude that actually grew up in San Antonio, and he is now a part of I take that back. Lucius works for the truck team. My man Matthew Kemp grew up in San Antonio, used to race in one of the entry-level classes in Kyle. He now works for the championship Xfinity team. And we were just sitting there talking. It was a great program, dude. It was a great program.
And where can we find that conversation at?
You can actually find that at revvedupsportshow.com.
Boom, man. And everywhere you will listen to your podcast, I believe.
That's right. Correct? Monday night, 6:30 hit. Yeah, man. Hit every podcast provider. It's all there. And that's the thing. I think that's what's cool about you and I, Wags, that we do this, with what you do with the Wagner Wire, with what I do there with Revved Up and Dirty Air, man. And then we circle around during the week and we're sitting over here talking about all the other sports, man.
I just like to talk. That's the thing. I just like to have a conversation. I mean, especially, since the pandemic and whatnot, people became a little bit more introverted, right? Like, I'm not saying that I'm an introverted dude, but I became very comfortable in my house. During the pandemic, I'm serious. Like, I made sure that I had everything I needed because things were taken away from us. We couldn't go to the gym, right? Mm-hmm. We couldn't go. So I made sure that I got a bike. I bought myself like a really good mountain bike and a really good road bike. We bought ourselves a home gym because we gave up our
gym
memberships at at Lifetime. We were at Lifetime, so we gave up the membership there. And then hell, we just invested into actual home equipment, man. We turned our garage into a damn fitness place, a fitness center. We got one of those mountain climbing thing. What's that called? An elliptus?
Yeah, elliptical.
An elliptical machine. Yeah, elliptus. An elliptical machine. We got an elliptical machine, man. We got exercise equipment. We got kayaks and shit to go out on the water. I mean, we're not going to rely on people for our fitness. We're going to be able to do our own fitness. So, that's kind of what we turned in. To everything. We turned our our house into a damn studio, man. I don't have to go anywhere, dude. That's why.
I know, dude. It's like I have to jump out of here and go do some sales calls every now and then, and it's like, dang it, I have to put on, I have to get dressed, I have to comb my hair, I have to do all this stuff.
I still like to have the conversation, though, man. I like to go out and talk to people, but.
I ran into a dude over the weekend, and this is actually a great. I don't even know where this is going, but
here we go. Chaos theory, baby.
Here we go. Chaos theory. And we were talking, and he was telling me about, because he was talking about Texas Sports Unfiltered. And he was talking about, how it seems like a lot of whether it's a terrestrial radio station or whatever it is, how they're all doing this stuff that we're doing right now. And it's like, it's really cool to hear you guys and listen to you guys. But the way that to see us in our comfort zone, he was talking about our show. Because it was a Revved Up ATX listener, and he would also dive into your show on Sundays at the other place. And he's like, it's really cool to see you guys every day, just kind of in your comfort zone right there. And that's kind of a COVID thing to me, because we're in our comfort zone, it seems like.
No, 100. But also, like, from a monetary standpoint too, I just think it makes more sense, right? Like, everybody makes more money this way. When you really break it down, dude, we're not given money that should be going to us anyways to a place to just put our voice on the air, when all you have to do is just push a button, when it could be free. You know what I mean? So everybody just is a lot more happier. There's not much, it felt like radio, when my first perception or my first observation of radio, it felt like a lot of people were pulling people down to get to the top because there just weren't enough spots. There weren't enough avenues of approach.
Yeah.
That's not a vibe here. You know what I mean? So it's a really refreshing, it's just a really refreshing take on being able to be talent or in this industry. So I don't know. I like the whole streaming thing a lot more better than just being on air. I get a lot more money this way.
Well, and I have to tell you, one of the cool things for me, because man, I've been a streamer for so long, and I mean, I'm talking back into the 2008s and 9s, when like high school stuff was just starting to stream, and people didn't really know what any of that.
The gestation of
right.
Like,
and it was always a goal. Yeah, and with racing, I mean, I really think that racing was something where streaming became vastly a part of streaming, because just how easy it was, because there's always that shit every day. But it was always a goal for me to be on the radio, and I value that time. And of course,
same here. Like I thought, like radio was the top. Like that was,
it was always,
that was the ladder to climb.
Yeah, man. And it was, and of course, you never rule anything out. I mean, I would do it again, given the opportunity, if it was the right opportunity. But it's so funny.
Not enough money. There's not enough money. That's the thing. Like for me, there's not enough money in it. And now that I'm in software and tech, like there's no chance in hell I'm going back. There's just not.
And it's so funny now for me that, coming full circle all these years, 15, 18 years, whatever it's been, it all comes full circle. I got to do that radio thing. I learned a lot there from guys like you. And now here I am again, doing what I was doing way the hell back then. And I'm doing much better on the financial side with this. And I'm loving what I'm doing. So
it's also about the crew that you're with too, right? You know what I mean? It's about the crew that we've assembled. BK being able to be like Voltron here and make sure this thing is just put with nothing but championship caliber, talent around him, dude. And we all have fun. We all like to have fun together. And Bucky's antics, my antics, your antics, and the rest of the crew, I think, hell, man, one hell of a dynamic team, that's for sure. Let's get into some Monday Night Football. I know it was almost like, Division III college football, you could probably argue. It was terrible football last night. Thought we were going to get something really cool. I mean, started off with a punt return. I thought maybe, Monday Night Football was going to be electric, old school Monday Night Football, right? And then, after the first quarter, Rodney, just Aaron Rodgers in the building, like you were talking about, walking around without a crutch or without any aid of assistance, man. How long is it until he's going to be able, like, realistically, what's the realistic timetable until Aaron Rodgers is able to return here and come back and help the Jets out? I mean, you look at Robert Salah on the sideline, his path of emotion from preseason to right now. I mean, if somebody check on my guy, man, because he's hurting, dude. He's just that blank 1,000-yard stare when you're supposed to be really observing, what's on the gridiron there, man. It looks bad. It looks very sombrous for the New York Green. That's all I gotta say, man. It was bad football last night.
And that's kind of the tough part for him. I mean, because they really did. I mean, they assembled a team that, like you're talking about team, and we are all about team. You assemble a team that's really made to do great things, but you have one little piece of the pie and one huge cog in the wheel that goes down. And I mean, a lot of this, when I say this and I read stuff where it's like, well, if Aaron Rodgers hadn't gone down, where would we don't know. Yes,
that's a huge hypothetical question. I mean, everybody thought that this team would be pushing, for an AFC contention, right? Or, at least be, pushing up against the Chiefs to go to the Super Bowl here. I don't know if that's the case anymore, man. That's my question to you, Double R. Like, how much wins, or how many wins do you get just from having Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback? And I know 2 years removed from MVP caliber play, but still, man, that's a lot to put on this dude. And it looks like there's a lot more holes than just the quarterback play. Or is the quarterback play that tumultuous with Zach Wilson?
I really think that's the thing. And the other thing that I go back, I think this is a 11, 12 win football team with Aaron Rodgers, because he does that division has gotten. I mean, he got Miami.
Now that is true. Besides Miami, that division, it looks like, the Buffalo looked decent. They had some moments, but still got whooped up on by Cincinnati, right?
Very susceptible. They're very susceptible. But here's the
Buffalo's window is very,
very short,
very reduced. It is very reduced.
Yeah, but I go back to what this Jets defense. I mean, in that game last night, that defense did everything they could. To keep the Jets in the game, but you just didn't have anything, you can't put all this on Zach Wilson. It's
you can put a lot of it. You can put a lot of it.
I know.
You couldn't run the ball either. Breece Hall couldn't get going. The Jets just couldn't do a damn thing. They were very lethargic on offense last night, and they rely so much on that defense, Rodney. Hell, and the defense kept the Chargers in check for the most part. They get a score from special teams. There was just very bad, inept football all over from the New York Jets last night. Except for their defense. Their defense was kind of like their only shining thing. However, they lost the damn game. Herbert, throwing for, you got a quarterback on the opposition like Herbert that's throwing
136 yards. 136.
I call that a victory, man. Yeah. I call that, Eckler, getting less than 50 yards, but still being able to beat you up inside of the goal line. Like, that's the thing. Like, you got to be able to take care of the little thing. We talk about that all the time. Little things. If you do the little things right, the big things just naturally win.
It's kind of back to that whole thing that we were talking about yesterday about winning ugly. Yeah, 27-7. Yeah, Chargers kicked their ass. That's an ugly win. That's an ugly win. And how about think about this. And I heard mention to this last night at one point when I was watching the game. How about if you're Garrett Wilson and you survive, you went through everything that you did last year, and okay, here comes Aaron Rodgers. And this is going to be the dude that's going to elevate your game, and he's going to make you an elite receiver in the league or whatever. And here you are, 4, 5, 6 plays into the season, boom, you're right back to the same shit you were in last year.
Yeah, but to Wilson's credit, to a testament of his character, man, he's still being able to to produce. 7 receptions, 80 yards. You'd like to think there'd just be a little bit more distribution around there from Zach Wilson, right? When you're honing in on Garrett Wilson, and I get it, like, he's an easy target to hone in on, but you got to utilize the rest of your roster, right? You got to get the wide receiver room involved, man, and maybe with that balance opens up the rest or unlocks the rest of your offense, because that offense can be productive. But it appears that you do need a different quarterback at the helm. That's for sure, Rodney. All right, enough of Monday Night Football. Let's get into the Longhorn talk, man. We got into a little bit of it yesterday, but we didn't get to really to break it down as much as possible, or I didn't. Maybe you continued to go on. I had a lot going on with the other stuff in the video game world yesterday. So anyways, I wasn't able to really get an update on from Sarkisian on Ewers. I'd like to hear from Sarkisian on that today. We got some opening thoughts on TCU from Sarkisian that we'll get into and dissect. And also, man, we got to go back and talk about CJ Baxter. CJ Baxter had a very impressive day and spell, because it looked like Jonathan Brooks got banged up. I don't know if he knocked up something in his foot, or one of his wheels just got banged up a little bit there, but he was still able to play throughout the game and still be a dominant force, man. And it continues. The trend continues to happen, Rodney. Jonathan Brooks continues to get stronger as the game goes on, and I do believe it is by design because of Sarkisian being able to just come out with such high tempo offense and then lean on the running back in the latter portions of the game around like the mid of the third quarter, and then that running attack really start to take place and evolve in the fourth quarter. Almost Derrick Henry-esque.
Yeah.
I won't call him the Derrick Henry of college football right now, but damn, Jonathan Brooks is being able to run like a horse, man, that's for sure. And then when you are able to switch pace and spell it up with CJ Baxter, man, that's one hell of a dynamic duo. And we talk about it a lot. You need the dynamic duo. You need to change of pace in the backfield because it does unlock the rest of your offense and allow you to get vertical.
Yeah, I was talking to BK yesterday when we did the 11 o'clock hour, and you'll be doing that with him today. So you folks hang around because you'll have Wags and BK coming up, aren't you?
I don't think so.
Oh,
was I?
Okay. I don't know.
If I am, I'm going to have to ask you to fill in for me, and I'll do it on Wednesday.
We'll table that. But one of the coolest,
because I got a doctor's appointment. So,
are you going to have to go?
No, I'm not around that time yet. I'm close, man. I'm close to where I gotta have an uncomfortable visit. But man, I'm not around that time just yet.
I gotta have the other one, dude. I gotta have the other one. I went to my doctor and he's like, "You haven't had the one."
No, that's what I'm talking about. That's the uncomfortable. I mean, you can feel my bad boys all you want, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I ain't got a problem with that. But man, the other thing, no, I ain't got. Nah, I just don't do that.
You go ahead and check these boulders out and see what you think. Okay. Anyway, but the fourth down play with the pitch to CJ Baxter, man, that right there was a thing of beauty. And
you like that play, huh?
I love that play, dude.
Good ingenuity, good design. A lot can go wrong on that, though. You know what I mean? Like, but it was worth the risk. It was worth the risk, and you could argue that was a pivotal play and kind of gave us a lot of momentum moving forward, or at least a good amount of momentum to be able to harness enough energy to hold off a team and put us into overtime and instead of allowing that team to win in regulation.
And that's where it's so funny, because I'm sitting here applauding what a great play call that is. But how many times have we all gotten on here and said, "Don't be doing all this fancy shit. Just run it up the gut.
Just run it in hard.
Play call." I tell you, man. But you're exactly right, and we talked about this yesterday as well. To where I thought it was a great game, that game plan.
First half looked fantastic.
He laid on the run.
First half looked one hell. It looked like he was. I don't know if he had just like a longer script or whatever, but it looked like everything went according to plan for Coach Sark. And then when you got to improvise or go off script, that's when I think that we still see these same mistakes or same like just little faults or hiccups here, Rodney, to where, hey man, you got to be able to adapt, improvise, and be able to play on, just off flow of the game instead of what's on the script, man. That's just my opinion. I could absolutely, I hope I am wrong, right? I hope I'm absolutely wrong, and he's just doing what the defense gives him.
Well, and that's part of that, right?
You know what I mean? Because that's what he says all the time. So,
and that really seems to be where you go and you look at the first quarter, I guess, as we would say it, into the middle portions of the second quarter, to where that's when Malik was really good, and that's all of that scripted stuff. It came to, and again, we have to remember this is the second team quarterback. He had one game. Taking all the reps, you can talk about whatever, but man, when you get off of the plan shit, that's where it gets a little more extemporaneous. That's when it gets a little more on the fly, whatever you want to call it. That's when that stuff starts happening, and that's when you're going to stub your toe. That's when you're going to look a little uneasy. But I tell you, Wags, the only thing, and I don't know, we can listen to some of the sound, there from Sark coming up, but I don't know when yours is coming back. I would say maybe for Iowa State, but the whole thing is, man,
I would guess 3. I mean, to be safe, Rodney, 3 weeks, 3 more weeks to be safe.
I think you don't rush him at this point.
Yeah. I mean, why rush him?
Yeah. But it's just some of the I mean, just some of the throws, man. And you know, that's in our group text where we go back and forth. It's like, oh man, why are you doing that? And
but then he makes throws that looks like he should be playing on Sunday. So you know what I mean? Like, so it's there. Like, you know, the talent is there. And I love the way that he goes through progressions and he hits a goddamn. Excuse me, sorry for taking the Lord's name in vain. But he takes a check down. You know what I mean? Like he actually uses a check down, man, which is very refreshing. And when Ewers comes back, I pray that he does this. I pray that he actually utilizes his running backs, because the running backs can be so lethal out of the backfield, man. You can turn a 5-yard gain into 25. That's what other teams do so much better than we do, man. We need to utilize our running backs way more in the attack, man. Or
maybe Wags, or maybe that tight end. Shit.
Yeah. You saw what happened when you got him involved. You saw Whittington able to be able to get busy across the middle like that. Why only go to these teams, or why only go to these two across the middle in certain situations, right? I think that middle is very vulnerable. Hell, it's not just vulnerable for the Longhorns. It's vulnerable for every defense, man. Like 15 yards and in the middle is a very tough pocket to cover, especially when you're in zone, right? If they're not manning up, or how about this? If they're manning up on you, run some crossing routes over the middle. You know, get some free receivers that way. And if they're in zone, run 15-yard crosses over the middle, man. You usually don't get that many disciplined linebackers that's able to get back into their drops and run hook the curl routes, man. That's just from observation. Everybody sees this thing, right? Like, I'm not the only one that watches this on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. And the whole thing is, I mean, when you get in trouble like that, you know, when he's back there, when the pressure's coming, I mean, I don't care who we're playing, or who they're playing, whatever. I don't really want him running, especially in this situation. If he were the obvious QB1, yes, go ahead and run. But I mean, I don't think that he needs to be using the legs. Here's where he needs to be using the legs, because there is obviously, and here we go.
I don't think Malik's a running quarterback, man.
Well, but I'll tell you what I think that he would be really good at, and I'm gonna really get your blood pressure going right here, is that when you get in that red zone where you seem to not be able to do shit when you're on the goal line, let this dude just lay over for 3 yards. I mean, this big ass dude. Are you kidding?
I mean, I've been preaching to the choir about that. Now you are too, man. You know, just have that guy fall forward. Loads of ass is what I like to say. And what Jake says here, we don't use the middle of the field. No, nowhere near enough, man. We do not. We don't attack the middle. We just don't. We attack the flats. We attack the sidelines, and we attack the deep out, or the deep vertical seams. We hardly ever go after the middle of the field, man. I'd love to see that more often. I really would. I think it would really unlock the rest of our offense up. I firmly believe that. We got some more, or we have some sound that we'll hear from Sarkisian. We talked about it a little bit, you know, how he did in spell of Jonathan Brooks. Here is some sound on CJ, or from Sarkisian on CJ Baxter.
Big confidence booster for said. You know, he's getting healthier and healthier. It's been a really good 1-2 punch here for the last couple weeks. Even today, you know, Jonathan got a little banged up earlier in the game, and said got a little bit more extended time. You know, anytime you have two rushers basically go for 100 yards each, that's a great thing for us moving forward. And I know that was a position that was a question mark for us coming into the year, you know, when Bijan and Roshan moved on. And now here's Jonathan, and here's Cedric doing their thing, and then offsetting that with Keelan and Blue. Those guys have done a nice job as well. So it's great to have him back.
Right on there. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I had a text message come up for my doctor appointment. Yeah. And just a reminder. Yeah, that's definitely going on at 11:30. So I will not be able to fill in today.
We'll get all that figured out. But I mean, that's great conversation right there, and it really does come down to it at this point, and that's kind of what I was talking about right there, where, you know, with the game plan and everything that this team actually did and the coaching staff did. I know we always say that Sark did. I know it's a coaching staff game plan, but they really did everything that we wanted them to do. I mean, they really did. I mean, and kind of the middle, what you were talking about right there. And that's where it gets so weird to me, Wags, because I think part of this, the mindset is with Sark, with the staff, is like, well, maybe we don't want to utilize the middle all that much all the time because we become predictable. But yet Every week we're on here waiting for the first play of the game, right? We don't want to be predictable.
I can tell you the first 10 plays that he's going to run. Right, but it might be on the other side of the field, but I can tell you the first 10 plays that's going to come off the script. I think the rest of the nation can too, right? And you think as a quarterback, Sarkisian would know where the vulnerable spots, the natural vulnerabilities are in the defense, man. Especially how to, and he talks. And what drives me nuts sometimes, he talks about doing what the defense allows you, right? No, stay on the offensive. Be aggressive. Like when you attack, you make them react to you.
Yeah. Man,
and don't react to them. That takes away the advantage of being on offense. You go first.
It's one of those things to where it's like, I talk to a lot of coaches, and it's like, okay, when I draw up an offensive game plan, I'm going to do shit to make them fucking stop me. That's the exact words. And let me tell you, again, they obviously don't use the middle as much as they should, because that's been evidently clear right there. But every time that I mean, not every time, but percentage wise, and I don't have that percentage for crying out loud, but percentage wise, when you use the middle, it's very fucking effective.
And I actually had that percentage right here. It's 75.7%.
Damn, look at that.
No, I don't. I'm just giving you.
You would think it would be. You would think it would be
BS numbers, bro. Let's get an injury update from the team here from Sarkisian.
Well, I'd say this. I think the thing that was probably the most encouraging thing for me today, everybody practiced. That was awesome. We've gone about a month now or so where certain guys have been out, certain guys have been limited. The beauty of today's practice, everybody was out there. Catalan was back out there. Crawford was out there. Kelvin was out there. Christian Jones was out there. So that was real positive. Naturally, as the week goes on, we're going to have to monitor all these guys and figure out, who can really contribute to the game and then how much and what is that going to look like. But for a Monday, for them all to be out there today was really, really encouraging for me.
And again, this is just other sound that I did not get to hear from yesterday. I really appreciate you guys sitting through me with it. Here is Sarkisian on his thoughts on TCU as we prepare for this week.
Obviously, we've got a tall task Saturday, going on the road, night game, primetime game against a good football team that I don't think the record is indicative of how good they are. They've had a couple tough losses that, could have gone either way, and then the record looks different. So we got to make sure that we look at the totality of the body of work of TCU. They've got really quality players. They've got a veteran defense. They've got athletic quarterbacks. They got good schemes. They're really good on special teams, and so we know they'll be ready to play. We know we'll get their best shot. We need to ensure that they get our best shot as well.
Yeah, I mean, something like, his team's always going to be up and be prepared, right? And we talk about this all the time to exhaustion, almost to nausea here. Everybody gets up for Texas, right? Like, you don't need motivation to get up for Texas. This is a team that struggled there, Rodney. I mean, they got losses to West Virginia, Iowa State, Kansas State, Texas Tech. So they're struggling a little bit here in the conference. This will be huge for them to be able to right the ship up in their hometown, dude.
It really is, and there's going to be a lot of emotion. It is. I mean, they're going to bring it. I mean, because this is, for the foreseeable future, the last time that they're going to get to have not only Texas at home, but probably the last time they're going to get to play the Texas Longhorns. And so that they're going to be bringing it. Wags, we sat here and we talked about, I don't think you and I did it so much, but a lot of the pundits talked about how Texas was going to steamroll Houston. How'd that wind up? And I think that's the whole thing that's going to be the case the rest of the way. I mean, I heard one of the guys from the 4-Letter Network talking about how Texas is, they're punching their way into the playoffs with what's left on the schedule. I'm sorry. I think that with the schedule that's left, it is very much a path that would be more conducive, my word, to them getting in the playoffs and getting to the Big 12 championship and getting into the playoffs. But man, I am not giving anything away at this point.
No, I mean, everything's going to be earned. I don't think that Texas is going to be punching their way in at all. I mean, you talk about, is that like a jab at a favorable schedule or something like that? Because I wouldn't say that. I mean, hell, you went through your stalwarts in the beginning of the year. I mean, it's nice to have somewhat of a lull in in your schedule before you get to conference play, right?
Wags, it was a jab that the schedule is favorable with what's left, and it would appear that way. It would appear that way, and I forget which dude it is because I listen to all this stuff and I'm like I have
the like TCU went 13-2 and had a pretty damn good year last year, right? Like it's not our fault that they got drafted and had to reload a lot of talent, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, like I mean, only three returning starters or whatnot going into the season on offense. You know what I mean? Like that's called a reload, man. I wouldn't say that Texas is playing cupcakes in their latter portion of the season. I just think it kind of panned out that way, bro.
And here's the other part of that. I mean, I only bring that up because that's the stuff that we see. But I mean, this team, this program right now has to be that whole week by week thing right now. I mean, that whole we're going to be 1-0 this week. That's stupid, but it's so damn on point right now. And especially like BK and I were talking about yesterday, whether it's the NFL, whether it's college football, these elite teams, and Texas is one right now. I don't care what you say. There's a lot of really good one-loss teams right now. Texas is one of them. They are winning ugly. Look in the NFL. It changes week to week. That's what's happening. I mean, how many people had USC going to be just unbelievable? Dude, they're
their defense. They don't have any. When you can't play D, Rodney, and you can't stop the opposition from scoring, you're going to struggle unless you're scoring like 50-some points, every week. So
that's right, and that's called
being able to struggle,
and that's called being exposed. And that's what happened. That's what's happening to a lot of these teams. As much as I hate to give Alabama credit for anything, those some bitches right there, since they lost in Tuscaloosa to Texas, look at them.
Yeah, well, it's also the quarterback play of Milroe. I think Milroe is starting to figure it out now, man. Being able to use his legs. I think 3 rushing touchdowns. I can't remember the last time I saw Alabama do that. But yeah, now that they've found out how to use their weapon, their dynamic weapon in Tuscaloosa, Alabama could be making a run at this thing and shutting Georgia up just a little bit. We'll see that. That's still a lot got to unfold here in the SEC and in the Big 12. I also want to hear real quick from Sarkisian on Ewers. But before that, let's hear from our friends, or let's hear about our friends at Covert BK, my guy.
That's right. Because that is one thing where there is no parity, because the Covert family and Covert BK, best dealership you're going to find. 42 acres out there in beautiful Bee Caves, beautiful drive out 71. Make your way out there. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships ready to take care of you, new and pre-owned. I mean, Dan Covert's like giving out his personal cell phone number right now. And like I was talking about, I follow Covert Bee Cave on Facebook, and I see where Dan Covert pops up this incredible deal, and like 2 hours later, it's like that one's gone. On to the next one. That's how quick it happens over there at Covert BK, because they are hooking you up that great. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships with 7 great brands of OEMs: Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams. Covert Ford and Chevrolet in Hutto. BK threw me a NASCAR reference yesterday, dude. He was like, how about those Fords? They all won the NASCAR championships. And I said, man, go to Hutto and you can get one of those Fords, because they have them at Covert Ford in Hutto. And of course, the Ford in Lincoln, you have them in Austin. And that Covert BK, they service every make and model. 86 service bays, minimal waits right there, in and out of there. They're going to get you in there. Take your laptop over there, free Wi-Fi, go over there, do a little bit of work, and you'll be out just lickety split. CovertBK.com. They'll set you up with your new and pre-owned weekly specials. Don't wait for President's Day. Don't wait for Flag Day. Don't wait for all these holidays. It's every week they're going to hook you up right there. The Covert family, serving thousands, millions of Central Texans since 1909. The Covert family, nobody beats Covert. Deal not now, sure as hell not ever, my man.
All right, Coach Sark, let's hear from you about Ewers and his injury update. I'm sure a lot of you guys probably heard a little bit from yesterday. Let's hear it one more time.
Yeah, so Quinn, like I said, he started to throw a little bit last week. He threw again today. To me, it's more day-to-day at this point, where a couple weeks ago was kind of week to week. Today's more day-to-day, and I got it. I have to continue to see how he feels. Ultimately, this is how does he feel? I can't, the doctors, what does it feel like? Where's he at? I can give my assessment on the capability to operate our offense, but ultimately, how does he feel? And so we'll navigate this week.
Thank you, Sarkisian.
I love it. You know what that is? Man, you're sitting.
Just say, hell, I don't know.
It's like,
that's all you got to say, Sark.
Dude,
say, man, I don't know. He's going to be ready when he's going to be ready, man.
It's like,
That's
man,
what I heard.
you take the weekend, you're going out camping, you're sitting there, you got your fishing pole over there, you're baiting your hook and all that shit, and you're like, you're fishing. That's what he's doing. He's just throwing shit out there. He's like, and maybe he's gonna be ready, maybe he's not. And TCU's over there trying to figure out what the hell they're gonna do.
Yeah, and to Jake's point here, like, this TCU team sucks. Bet your ass that they're gonna be full try hard and go for the last time this season. No, I'm with you guys, and that's kind of what we're saying here, man. Like, I don't like to think that the opposition's just gonna come out and lay an egg, because I always try to see the possibilities of what potentially could go wrong. And that way, usually you're prepared for it. And that way, when things do start to go in the trend of fault or something bad, you know how to correct it immediately and right the ship and avoid adversity. But this is a very bad TCU team. I mean, there's just no other way to get around it. I mean, you can't lie with what you see on the field every Saturday, man. And they just, as good as scheming and as good as an organization that Dykes can put together, the personnel is just not there this year. I mean, when you got to reload like that and you only have 3 returning starters coming back at the beginning of the season, man, it's tough for you to get any type of rhythm that you had, that magic that you were able to create, last year. It's tough, man. I mean, hell, you're losing, your speed demon QJ, he's gone, the Heisman, your Heisman.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Trophy runner up, Doug. I mean, Duggan's gone too. I mean, there's a lot of talent that's not on this roster, and you had to supplement it, man. Don't expect that that's going to be able to turn right back over in the next year, in the following year. It's probably going to be 2, maybe 3 years before the Horned Frogs actually get back to consistent winning football, man. And I don't think it's going to be able to replicate, or I don't think the Horned Frogs are going to be able to replicate what they did last year for a very long time. I thought that was kind of an anomaly year for them.
Yeah, and the matchups. I mean, obviously a lot of them seem to favor Texas, but Amani Bailey is
all of them, in my opinion.
What they do well on offense, Amani Bailey's got 937 yards on the season. Well, you know what? Texas has a really good front. And, we sat here and we talked about that yesterday. They struggle to throw the football. So all of that lines up extremely well. But, the whole thing is, this is college football. This is a 6:30 game in Fort Worth. I think if it was a 2:30 game, but it's going to be a pretty electric atmosphere that's going to be going on there in Fort Worth, for the Horned Frogs right there. I mean, they really want this one. I mean, it's the same shit like we talked about with all of these teams. I mean, Texas should roll through this.
Yeah, if Texas doesn't roll, we have so many problems. Not only are we not going to contend for the playoff if we lose this thing, but we were nowhere near the caliber of program that we thought we were. Or maybe everybody just has their hiccups and slides, but you should not have that against this team or a team that struggles this bad. I mean, a West Virginia loss, a Texas Tech loss, Iowa State. The only team, BYU in their last 5 is what they have. I can't remember what the order of their order of their season, but 4 losses in their last 5, Rodney.
And the whole thing is with this Wags. I mean, I know a lot of the, talking right there about, with Ewers. I mean, what's the deal? Whatever. I mean, the whole thing is, yes, Malik Murphy struggled at times, a lot of times on Saturday against Kansas State. This ain't Kansas State. I mean,
this is the team that they returned 7 starters on defense. So you'd like to think that a good core of their nucleus is in place there. Supplemented, you still got to supplement huge pieces that the defense, lost. But I mean, they still have a good chunk of their core there. It could be really good. I don't think that Malik's going to struggle that much as he did against Kansas State. But to your point, but I think it's still going to be a formidable defense. I think it's going to be a great challenge for him, man. And it could be one of those confident games, right? To where he goes out there and he feels a little bit of the pressure, right? And he starts hitting those checkdowns that we're talking about. Like I heard sound on from Sark about how he would like to have Murphy run a little bit more with the ball and make better decisions. I thought Murphy, usually makes decent decisions with the checkdowns and going through his progressions. I just thought it got, the confidence got a little bit away from him on Saturday. He was feeling it, dude. And when I say you're feeling it, dude, let your quarterback eat until he proves you otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, could have been like 4 or 5 interceptions. We know that, but be as it may, it didn't end up that way, bro. And I thought he played fantastic. Still got to dial it back just a little bit.
And I think this really is a game where he can bounce back. I mean, look, man, he won the game. It's a bottom line. I mean, and that's really the one thing that I kept going back to Sunday, even into yesterday that I was talking about right there. It's like, man, you came out and you beat a really good football team. You found a way to win. And he is the leader of the football. This is Malik's team until we are told otherwise. And for the foreseeable future, it appears that it is going to be Malik's team. And this is where you lean on Jonathan Brooks. This is where you lean on all of that right there. I mean, utilize those weapons. And Wags, this is where I'm going to keep harping on what you were talking about and what Jake mentioned right there about going into the middle right there, because that's the easier stuff for him. All of the back foot throws and all the different things that we're talking about, that's the deep shit. That seems to be what gets him in trouble. And I mean, the other stuff right there, just make it more manageable for him. And I think this is a very good confidence building game. I think that can happen for Malik Murphy because he is going to be your guy moving forward at this point.
At least for the next 2 games, at
least.
And being that, I was going to ask you, what would you like to see moving forward from Sarkisian, but you kind of answered my question there. Lean on your running game, let Jonathan Brooks eat. We talk about that, you and I all the time. It almost feels like every Saturday, establish the run. It's probably because it works, man. And when you got 2 sensational running backs like that, not to mention, Blue can get it done too. So
sure.
I love this running back room, which was the biggest question for me coming into this season was how are we going to be able to supplement Bijan and Roshan? So
and I can tell you one thing, Wags. I can tell you one thing. This dude right here, Murphy, he has developed some kind of chemistry with AD Mitchell.
Yeah.
I mean, so go back.
He's used a lot more. He uses AD Mitchell a lot more than Ewers does.
Absolutely. That is his dude right there. I mean, we can talk about Xavier Worthy and Jatavion Sanders and I mean, all of these guys, but man, I'll tell you what, man, these last, I mean, hell, look, I mean, he AD Mitchell was already, a projected first round pick or whatever in different sources that you look at. But now, dude, his draft stock is just like boom, 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 boom. And yeah.
In 2 RR, man, you'd like to think with Quinn being able to sit back and get a bird's eye view from this, right? Or get an outer look, an outer perspective at this and seeing Murphy be able to use the toy chest a little bit differently than what Ewers has. It's going to open up a little bit more of Ewers' game too, right? Ewers is not just, seeing game film on the Longhorns, but he's seeing what other people can utilize out of that toy chest as well. I think it's going to actually bode well for Quinn Ewers when he comes back and gets a job back. If that's the case, I mean, who knows? Murphy could blow the doors off this thing and start playing elite quarterback football. That's just me being optimistic here. You know what I'm saying?
Wags. Hey, for the second time since he's been the starting quarterback in the first quarter last Saturday, I'm like, well, shit, maybe this guy needs to be starting.
Yeah, but then he's starting to get a little bit away from him. That's the one thing that I do like about Quinn Ewers, though. Quinn Ewers seems like he's protecting the ball, or seems like he protected the ball a lot more. Murphy can sling it, that's for sure. We've seen the arm strength, we've seen the arm talent. We just got to work on, making sure that we're keeping this thing a little bit tighter to the chest there. I love, taking, the leash off of him and allowing him to go eat, but you got to be able to know when the time is right, man. However, I commend Stark for allowing him to feel the confidence and allowing him to let the flow, letting him feel the force, as I like to say, Rodney. Hey, you know what else you can feel the force with? Audiovisual consultations, 512-255-8678. You can watch all types of Star Wars on any type of television that audiovisual can provide. You can also watch your sports. You can watch Marvel. I know that there's a new Marvel movie coming out, at the end of the week there. But why waste your time and go to the theater when you can watch everything right on the TV screen that Audiovisual Consultations provides for you. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Go to the gallery of projects that they've done on their website over the past 35 years since 1988, setting the standard in audiovisual automation, and you can get an idea of what you want in your house if you don't have one already. I got the 2 screens. BK's got 4 screens, and then downstairs I got a home theater system as well for the family fun night. Make sure you're giving them a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right, real quick. I know everybody's been talking about, throwing their arms up in the air about the lack of calls that we have been getting from officials, right? And guys, I see it too. I mean, everybody that watches the tape, everybody that watches the screen and sees the game, sees our defensive linemen being held every damn play. I mean, they are held. Rod, this isn't a hyperbolic statement. You go back and watch the film. They are being held every play. And I know that there's holding that goes on in football all the time, but these are noticeable penalties. I mean, very, very noticeable penalties in front of the official that's in the backfield. I mean, the head official making the call, and yet there are no calls. I mean, I'm seeing sweat being dragged down by the back of his horse collar sometimes, man, and still nothing is being called. Obvious calls that you could throw the laundry out in the field and listen to Don Henley, man. But nothing, dude. Nothing to the Longhorns avail. Here's Sarkisian on the lack of calls that the opposition is causing.
As far as what's called and what's not, a couple things I know this. In my opinion, we have the 2 most dominant defensive interior linemen in the country, and if not the country, in our conference. And I'm not sure if they've gotten a holding penalty called on either of them yet this year. So I'm not sure how that adds up, but I just got to keep getting those guys to play hard and be committed to trying to affect the game, the run game, the pass game that way. And the same when we throw the football. I mean, I love when I line up and I see 1 and 5 out there together. I know they're a problem for our opponents. And so I recognize people are going to do things to try to minimize their effectiveness to the game, and we're going to take advantage of those opportunities when they're there. If things get called, they get called. If they don't, we just don't have a lot of time to complain about it. We've got to go on to the next play. And the moment we start getting caught up in that, then it's going to start to affect their play and our play to call the things necessary. So, it's the way it goes. And I've said this all along, like, we need to focus on what we need to do and not get caught up in what's getting called and what's not.
Real quick on that, just to piggyback off of Sarkisian right there, if you leave it into the officials' hands on Saturday, Rodney, usually you're going to lose the game. You got to take care of what you need to do, what Sarkisian was saying. Just take care of business, dude. That's it. If you're really worried about the calls, man, then you're not taking care of business, and that's what it comes down to.
Unpopular statement, because especially with football games being as close as they are right now. But if you've put yourself in a position to where it's going to be a holding call or whatever call that is going to cost you a football game, you haven't done your job.
You haven't established dominance. No, I agree with you, but sometimes it does come down to the last play of the game. Like, I do get that.
It does. But but it is really obvious.
To the referees, credit. It's hard to determine someone's play on the last play of the game when you've been letting a team go the entire time. I just want consistent. That was the only thing I ever wanted when I was playing. Is I know I was going to get bad calls, but just be consistent with it, man. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, and especially be fair. And we all see it. It's just not happening. Like, Sark had a really good point. 2 dominant defensive linemen, and they haven't been, held once apparently all season long. So
we'll just kind of 2 points to that. I mean, how good are these guys that they're doing what they're doing, and they're nothing. There's not a holding call that's getting called against them. And then kind of the other thing with that right there is, I was sitting there watching, in the NFL. Other thing. OU's getting some shitty calls too, and it pains me to say that. So it really seems like, but watching.
I'm wearing crimson. Is that what
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, Micah Parsons on Sunday. I mean, it's kind of one of those things like who was it that said we have a tackling epidemic? Was that Mac? They're tackling epidemic, and you mentioned it. There's not a lot of holding calls or a lot of holding calls that are missed. I mean, but yes, it's painfully obvious with this Texas front. It's like, God damn, come on, man! Every now and then, throw us a bone here. I mean,
maybe just a little
really
bit. Jake
obvious.
thinks Quinn comes back next week. Double R. I don't. I think maybe. I think that's rushing him a little bit. I think, maybe 2 to 3 weeks is what I'm thinking, Jake, just to be safe. Hey, before we get out of here, man, let's talk about our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture, my guy.
And we were talking about comfortable. Comfortable is Great Blue Heron Furniture. Custom leather furniture company started back in 1991 was Great Blue Heron Furniture, focusing on heavy leathers, hides, fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. Just unbelievable stuff. I got to tell you guys, this stuff is beautiful. Also, the highest quality furniture that you're going to find. This isn't your beach house stuff. Don't be putting this out in your condo. It's going to get all beat up. But it won't get beat up because it's that high quality. But this is the stuff you want in your formal home. I mean, you want this in your living room. Will not find anything more comfortable or better built. There's actually a link right here, and we talk about it every day. It's in this YouTube video. You go up there, hit the doggo right there. It's there. It'll take you to our collection. Use the promo code HOOK'em, 15% off of your purchase. And not only that, BK is going to send you one of those last stand hats. So kind of a double win for you right there. If you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last for decades, not weeks, not months, not days, decades. It is Great Blue Heron Furniture. Look no further than them. Hit that link there or call them at 866-247-9688. They will take care of you. You'll be glad you got together.
Double whammy. That's all I want. That's what I want to see that double there. That's the only thing I wanted to say right there, man.
You ever watch Press Your Luck, that game
show? What the hell is that guy's name? What Champ?
Peter Tamarkin. Oh.
Champ. No, not Peter Tamarkin. Where the hell are you going?
Oh, I was talking about Press Your Luck, the game show.
No, dude.
When I said whammy, that's what I was talking about.
Oh, no, man. I'm doing like Anchorman shit.
Oh, I'm over here talking about
All right, man. It is 11 o'clock, 11:01. Chaos Theory has been done. Thank you guys for tuning into the show. I appreciate you guys. So hey, there he is. There's our guy. What do you need here? I can stay on for maybe 10 minutes and then I gotta hit the road. To cover for Rodney, and until Rodney comes back on here. I'm sorry that I messed up on the communications here, dude.
No, it's not your fault that I can't read. You don't blame yourself for that.
I can't even read.
Yeah, I'm Floyd Mayweather when it comes to English, apparently. So I just misread your text, and I heard you and Rodney talking earlier, and Rodney's like, "Yeah, Wags, you're sticking around from 11 to noon." And Wags, I hear you go, "No, I'm not." Oh shit! What did I do wrong? It was something that I did wrong. So, if y'all want, I'm happy to BS with the people for the next hour. If you guys can, want to piecemeal this thing, it's totally up to y'all. But I know you guys have stuff planned, so I was ready to roll solo for the next hour until I had to stare at Trey from 12 to 1.
Yikes. Yes, I'll definitely be back if you have to do that.
I can hang out for about 10 minutes and then I got to hit the road or else I won't be able to make the appointment. So,
all right. Well, then stay around for 10 minutes and you leave when you got to leave. And Rodney, if you could pop on, great. Once again, don't rush because I can BS with the best of them. So
right on, brother. All right, guys.
Double R. Take care, man.
See you, Rodney. Yeah, I can read with the worst of them, but
you're good, dude.
I could BS with the rest of them, dude. First of all, I don't even know if we have a background together. I'm trying to find.
No, I don't think we do.
I'll keep the chaos
there, man. You can put BK. I can be Bucky for today.
No,
or I can be Trey. I'm a chameleon, man. I can turn into anybody, dude.
I wouldn't wish either of those two on
my
worst enemy.
Soul for the best.
Yeah, you did that a long time ago.
For sure.
Would you sell your soul for your significant other?
Yeah, I think I've done. Haven't I done that?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I did that. I signed that contract like 17 years ago, man. I haven't gotten anything from me. It's always been hers and hers.
Yeah, to death.
You want to go see the bathroom that's got 2 sinks? You want to go see all the shit that's in the sinks? Guess what? None of it's mine. I got a toothbrush in there.
Oh, you're telling me your wife is shitting in the sink these days?
I mean, you eat pieces of shit for breakfast? No.
Well, I know you're committed to your lovely wife, and she's awesome. And look, it's great that you're committed, but are you this committed? Now, I think congratulations are in order to our man Kevin Dunn, who is, of course, not married. I don't want to say always single because he has girlfriends from time to time, but he's the guy who has enjoyed the bachelor life for his 45 or so years on this planet. Well, he's been hiding a girlfriend from us, Wags.
Are you serious?
And I guess things are getting pretty serious because I just found this video on the website twitter.com. Not sure if you're familiar with it. But here, apparently, KD's got himself a girlfriend, and she has gone to pretty extreme measures to showcase and to show off the fact that she is KD's girlfriend. Check it out.
Okay.
Done?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks God. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh my God. I love it.
So congrats to KD. If you're listening on the app and you're like, what the hell just happened? There's a woman at a tattoo parlor getting a tattoo of the name Kevin in giant letters right across her forehead. What? I mean, this thing takes up the entirety of her forehead. It literally just says Kevin.
Can you pull her up one more time? Can we freeze frame this thing? Like, yeah. I just want to do the ratio. I got to ratio it. You know what I mean? Like,
the tough part,
she's batshit crazy, bro. We got to see if she's hot.
Yeah, well, there's a million other tattoos that she has, which that probably went without saying. If you're getting a forehead tattoo, the forehead tattoo is never the first tat that you get, right? You're running out of space on the rest of your body, so you move to the face tat.
Who's Kevin?
Yeah,
who's Kevin?
It's Kevin Dunn.
Dude, is he tucking in his sock? I mean, holy shit!
Yeah, I'm sure that relationship's going to end well. I'll play some of this video again. We can't talk because it mutes our mics on StreamYard. It's very annoying, but I'll play some of this so you and the people can see this again. There it is.
Okay.
I mean,
maybe she's a 6.5.
God. Yeah, I mean, she's.
Would you take her home to mom?
No, God, no. Would I take her home? Maybe. Would I take her home to mom? No. A face tat? Dude, my mom would kill me and then kill her.
Hell, dude. That's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I like ink, you know what I mean? But that's too much of one. Like, that's commitment. You know what I mean? That's not just commitment, that's obsession. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like, you remember in Wedding Crashers, and if you leave me, I'll find you. You know what I mean? That shit crazy, bro.
Dude, that's not even a turn on. Like, she's probably like, oh, my man's gonna love this. Like, this shows my dedication to him, and this shows that I'm his. Dude, if I'm a man and I'm dating a chick and she shows up one day with a tattoo that says like BK or Brad on her forehead, I am done with her.
You ever had a stalker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But never that. I've never had anyone get a tattoo of my. I've had girls name trees after me. I've never had girls get tattoos with my name on their face.
I had a individual fabricate a story that this is in high school, man. I got her pregnant with twins, and she was not all there in the head. But she went around saying it, and I remember like when we had to get the law involved is when I remember looking out. I was trying to sneak a joint, you know what I mean? Looked out my window, and there she is, like on the neighbor's fence, just staring. And I lived on the 3rd floor, bro, and she's just staring into my window. I got goosebumps telling this story, and everybody that's back home listening to it knows exactly the girl I'm talking about. Like she was like literally, and I went downstairs and. I remember I threw the joint. I was just like, man, fuck. Like I didn't know if I was seeing shit, and I was just like, oh my God, that's her. I went downstairs. I live with my grandparents, and I'm just like, hey, we got to call the cops or something. There's a girl that just will not leave me alone. And my granddad started laughing at me, making fun of me. He goes, what are you talking about? You know, I'm like, no, Poppy, it's like out of control, dude. Like they've said that I've got her pregnant. Like it's crazy.
Look at the window, Gramps. Oh my
she's just there, man, with big old Coke bottle glasses, staring,
sitting on the neighbor's fence, just staring into your room.
Dude, just leaning against the fence, man, across the street, just staring into the room, bro.
Oh my God! So the cops came?
No, I mean, no, they didn't show up. They didn't show up at the time. Like, we actually went along with the procedures of letting them know, man. But I mean, luckily, it turned dark. She walked home. It was wild. Yeah, we notified authorities though.
Oh my God!
Training order went into place.
I never had that. I mean, the worst I ever had was like, I had girls like showing up randomly where I was, and also girls who were like telling their friends and telling people that we were dating when we clearly were not. That was the worst. That really pissed me off more than anything else because it was costing me. She was trying to cost me the chance at other girls. It's like,
that's the block. That's the block, man.
Yeah,
that's not allowed. That's a no-go.
No, you can sit on my fence and stare at me, but don't rob me from getting another tail, okay?
Yeah, you can sit on my fence. You can sit on my fence all you want. You know what I mean? I don't know. I had to bring that up, not to go back, to high school days, but yeah, man, stalker syndrome #1. Whew.
Oh my God, yeah, that is brutal. So
how
do
you feel about the Longhorns this Sunday, man, or this
face
Saturday?
tats? Yeah, listening to you guys, I'm on the exact opposite end of the spectrum as you. You're higher on Malik Murphy than I am. And I do acknowledge that he has made some NFL caliber throws. I do agree with you there. Like the first quarter on Saturday, I mean, hell, I think every Texas fan watching that game is like, this guy might be better than Quinn. Like this guy, I don't know if we need Quinn back at all. Like, hey, Quinn, take a few more weeks, bro. Right. We're good here. But the second quarter through overtime, it's like, well, now I kind of want to rush Quinn back. Like, obviously,
you think he was feeling it a little bit too much? Like, I commend Sark for allowing him to eat, right? But still, like, my God, BK, like there was just, you talk about ill-advised throws. I mean, you're doing late throws over the middle. You're throwing late throws off your back foot. That's got to go. Like the Baker Mayfield fadeaway, that's got to go. That's dangerous, man.
Yeah, I mean, there were 2 interceptions. There probably could have been 4 or 5 interceptions, and there were also just easy throws. Like you talk about the decision making there, but there were some easy throws where like Malik made the right read and he was throwing it the right direction. He just short armed a guy or he threw it 2 yards behind him.
Yeah.
And it's like, so now I'm like, don't risk Quinn Ewers' long-term health and don't risk his short-term health. Like if he doesn't get cleared, you can't play him. But I'm like, dude, an 80 to 90% Quinn Ewers is better than what we've seen out of Malik Murphy. And it sucks because I wanted Malik Murphy to be awesome. And maybe he still will be awesome. Like it's 2 starts into his career. I'm not saying close the book on the young man. I think he's got a chance to be a very successful college quarterback because we've seen flashes of really, really good quarterback play from him. But I'm like, man, you got 3 games left and you need to win all 3 of them to get to the Big 12 championship. Right. You need as many hands on deck as possible, and you escaped. Like Malik Murphy almost cost you the game last week. Now the good news is nobody you have left on the regular season schedule is as good as K-State. But I'm still a little bit nervous now going on the road, Wags, worrying about what we saw from Malik Murphy from the second quarter on last Saturday. Texas dodged a bullet this past weekend. You're playing with fire if your quarterback's going to be playing like that. So I don't know, man. Like if Quinn can go, shoot, I would throw him out there this Saturday and hope he's fine.
Well, the good thing for Malik Murphy is that he's got a backfield with 2 studs in there. We've seen, Jonathan Brooks, even if he gets banged up, CJ Baxter's been able to come in and spell pretty damn well for Brooks as well. And then Blue gets it done if you want to add the 3-headed Hydra in there. But yeah, these 2 running backs, man, we talked about, maybe the concern coming into this season was, the running back room, right? How are we going to be able to supplement, Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson? And it looks like we got a pretty damn good 1-2 punch. I think if Sarkisian continues to lean on that just a little bit more and not put so much on the shoulders of Malik Murphy, you should be able to sail through TCU, man. I mean, I know that they got some pretty decent dudes on defense still, but offensively, they are just inept, man. And you'd like to think that, the defense can continue to put our offense in really good positions to score. You just got to be able to finish the drives off, man. And how do you do that? Run the damn ball.
I'm with you, man. And some fans were critical of Sark's game plan on Saturday. And you look at the play distribution, right? It was 37 runs and 37 passes. So that's a dead even split. But hey, with the backup quarterback, considering the success Texas was having on the ground, If you want Sark to run it 5 to 10 more times, which means Malik throws it 5 to 10 fewer times, then okay, I can live with that. But yeah, I thought Sark called a pretty good game. Like there were receivers open. It's just Malik didn't hit him.
He just didn't hit him. Yeah.
And look, Sark, I guess, needs to realize that, hey, your quarterback doesn't have it, so don't even ask him to make easy throws. Like if you can avoid it, just run.
And
I
get it. Like you want to build the confidence in Malik Murphy all you can, but still, you don't want to ask him to do too much, right? You don't want to bite off more than you can chew. I love this thing too. Like Malik throws a great deep ball. Nothing else just quite yet. I think he throws a fantastic slant, but he throws routes to where he's allowing his arm to eat. Right? It's the touch plays that we're starting to struggle. Right? Hitting those crossing routes like BK was talking about. Those easy throws that you should just be able to hit off your third step drop back. And I didn't play quarterback at a collegiate level. I'm just giving you the coaching can from the couch here. But from what I'm seeing, man, these look like, throws that a college quarterback should be able to make in their sleep.
Yeah. And it's weird because he was making them, right? That's why I think I'm defending Sark so much is I'm sure Malik Murphy looks pretty good in practice. We don't get to see that. The only practice we saw from him was the spring game. He looked great in that game. And then Sark is like going through the first quarter and he's like, oh shit, Malik's awesome. Like this guy can make every throw. I can run my offense because our quarterback's good. And then he just lost it. Like, I don't know what happened. He just lost it. And then Sark in his head, once again, you can get mad at him and say he's got to adjust, but Sark's got to be thinking like, well, he can get that back, right? Like he did that this game, not like 3 weeks ago he did that, and he hasn't done it all day. It's like he did this an hour ago, so he should be able to do it again, but he just couldn't. And it's like I just don't. I heard you and Rodney talking about it. Like the opening script was great, of course for Sark, but also for Malik. Like he looked super comfortable in the first quarter, rhythm. And then it's like when Malik didn't know what plays were coming in. Like he just, I don't know if that was it. It's not like there was a ton of pressure. He didn't get sacked. He only got hit a couple of times. Like it was just, I don't know if I've ever seen look, Quinn Ewers has done this where he looks great for a quarter and then the next quarter he struggles. Like we've seen that from him this year. I'm not going to sit here and make it sound like I think Quinn Ewers is prime Tom Brady or anything like that.
But Ewers has that care of the ball though. Right now Malik is, and I get it, man. He's trying to make a name for himself. He knows he's on a short window, right? He knows his playing time is not going to be as long as he wants it to be, right? So he's just trying to make plays. I think he's trying to force a little bit too much, man. He's pressing a little bit too much, bro.
Yeah. Obviously, the second interception on that screen pass. By the way, if you have to go, Wags, I don't want to keep you from your doctor's appointment.
I can do about 4 more minutes, man, and then I absolutely got to run. But yeah, to your point, I'm glad you brought this up, dude. The screen pass, dude. Like, what? Dude, you didn't even look. You didn't even look at your running back, man. And if your running back can't get out of the backfield, eat the damn ball. Eat it, man. Take the play. You cannot throw that ball away, especially in a situation like that, to where you're allowing Kansas State to get right back into this damn ball game, dude.
We can't have Ray Charles throws. We can't have Stevie Wonder throws. Those were blind throws. Like you can't just throw it and hope. Like that's not going to work against any defense. But K-State had a top 15 scoring defense in college football going into last Saturday. Like they're too good to do that against. And on your side of the field, like, it's bad. A couple of comments. Anyone questioning AJ Milwee? No. I mean, it's a redshirt freshman. It's a backup quarterback. K-State's defense, once again, was really, really good. Quinn Ewers has had a great year. He's clearly shown progression from last year. Now, we want him to be better, of course, but he's like, I think AJ Milwee's fine. I'm not questioning the quarterback coach. I think these type of mistakes come from inexperience. And Sark talked about it. I think I heard y'all play the cut. If not, Bucky and I played it this morning. Like, you just learn from your mistakes. Like, no surprise that a guy making his second career start against a really good defense is going to make a couple of mistakes. Just don't make them twice. Like, don't make them twice, because I mean Texas has to be in championship mode right now, And
that's what I wanted to ask you. Like one more loss, and you essentially are eliminated from playoffs, right?
Oh, like, for sure, playoff. For sure, playoff, and probably Big 12 title too. Like that's where you're at right now. So, I don't want to see Arch Manning. No disrespect to Arch, but I don't know if he's ready yet, number one. And number two, if we see Arch, that means either Malik gets hurt or Malik's just not playing well. But in this thing, like there was a time last Saturday, once again, I thought Malik might have been better than Quinn for the first quarter. And then in the third and fourth quarter, I'm like, can we maybe see Arch in this game? Like you can't afford another loss here. So, It's something that you hope Sark doesn't have to consider. But if Quinn does need one more week and Malik is turning the ball over and making decisions like that, and Texas is losing, they weren't losing. They were never losing on Saturday, right? It was tied at 27 and it was tied at 30, but Texas was up 27-7. So Sark obviously did not want to make a quarterback change there. If Texas is down 27-7, God forbid, you got to make a move. You got to do something. If it's Quinn Ewers, like if he's in pads and you don't want to play him unless it's an emergency, bring him in. If it's Arch, if it's Charles Wright, bring him in.
Now, are you for Arch? Are you for Arch playing this year?
No. I mean, I'm for him playing if Texas is winning 52-0, but we can't do that. We could be up 27-0, but we're going to let the other team back in the game. So
somehow,
yeah. So no, like once again, that's not a slight at Arch, but
it's not the blueprint.
Right.
We just call it the blueprint is have Arch be the successor.
The blueprint is have Quinn not get hurt every single year, or just any starting quarterback at Texas not get hurt every single year. So I don't know. All right, dude. I see Rodney ready.
Yeah.
So
I got to go to the doctor. Let's hope she's hot, guys.
Tell Jellyfinger hello for me. Gross. Oh, my God. Just get out of here.
Dr. William Cannon. He's going to Dr. William Cannon.
There you go. I'm more of a Dr. Brody Lane guy myself.
There you go.
Big fan of his work, man. Did you I don't know if you saw this, but we started off the hour. Apparently our guy Kevin Dunn has himself a new girlfriend.
Oh, nice. Good for him. It's about damn time.
I'm telling you, right? Yeah, a guy who's almost always single, and he's enjoyed the bachelor life.
Yeah,
but look, I didn't realize this. He didn't tell me. We found out on Twitter.
Oh, nice.
You want to see this girl?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, here she is.
Okay.
Done?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
The forehead tat, Rodney.
Oh, my. Jeez, Louis. I mean, how about a shoulder? Or down here, do it down here on the backside, right above your ass, so he can see his name, when he's taking care of business or something right there. Holy shit.
Yeah, well, maybe he wants everyone else to see it, or maybe she wants everyone else to see it, and it didn't look like she had a whole lot of space left. She had a number of other tats on her body, so that might have been the last place that you were seeing some skin.
Man. I'll tell you, it's funny that you show that, because I know a guy, and no, it's not me. Before I even tell the story, it's not me. Dude's been married 3 times total. And the third time that he's getting married, he tells me, you know what I'm going to do? We're not doing wedding rings. I'm going to put her initial on my wedding finger, on the ring finger. I'm like, dude, you've been married twice and it got fucked up both of those times. What? All right. So he does it. 8 months later, done.
Oh, of course.
Had to get it altered. Had to get it altered. I'm like, dude, that's stupid. I mean, what are you doing? It would be one thing. If it was like, okay, high school sweethearts, we've been together for, 10 years, dating all the way back to junior high, and now we're getting married. So I'm going to do that because we're going to be together forever. I seriously told this guy, BK, I'm like, dude, you've been married 2 fucking times and found ways to mess that up, because he messed them up. And this third time he messed that one up too. And then it cost him extra because he not only had to get the tattoo done, but then he had to pay to get it altered.
Yeah, what does getting it altered mean? Did he get it removed? Like, how do you alter someone's initials like that? You switch it to the 4th wife?
It was very lucky, and I'm not going to say the initials because he may watch this program and he'll know that I'm calling his ass out. He was able to do it to where he was able to alter it to his initial, his first name initial, his first name initial.
Good move.
Like, dude, that's stupid.
God,
that's
yeah.
stupid,
On the 3rd wife, you gotta. I mean, I'm not a tattoo guy. I think my folks would kill me if I showed up with one, anyways. But that's like that. That's such a big commitment. And you know me, Rodney. I've got commitment solutions. People call them commitment issues. I call them commitment solutions. There's no way I can commit to having the same thing on my body for the rest of my life. I just can't do it.
I told this dude, I'm like, man, get a temporary tattoo. and just keep putting it on. Just keep putting that thing on. Just keep putting her initial on. And, just in case. I didn't want to jinx the marriage, but yeah. So,
yeah.
Well, good for KD. I'm glad he found that girl.
Oh yeah, that girl. Like that's the girl Katie's finally going to get to bring home to his parents. Is someone with a forehead tat, which I was telling Wags, like that's a turnoff. She's probably like, oh, my man's going to love this, and maybe the guy's psycho enough. If he's dating her, maybe he's crazy enough to where he actually will. But for me, it's like if a girl that I'm dating shows up with that.
Oh,
done,
man. Looks like a pro wrestler right there, man. I don't know if anybody remembers Bam Bam Bigelow. That dude had like tattoos there, or Post Malone. I think Post Malone has all that shit on his face.
Yep.
I'm like, oh my Lord, what? Oh, come on, people, be better. I like the woman on the plane better.
There
the
you
woman
go.
On the plane is better. I mean, I like that better. That's
we could show her again. Hey, Mike asked, "Where's Harge?" Harge is no longer with us.
No, but he's not dead.
He's not dead. He's not dead. No, Harge is taking a different opportunity. So this is kind of temporary fill-in, hopefully by the end of the week. And I think by the end of this week, we will have an official announcement on what our 11 to noon plan is going to be moving forward. But everything kind of went down pretty quickly. So, Harge, we're grateful for the 2 months he spent with us at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Wishing him the best in his next endeavors. He's still a good friend of all of ours, but no longer a member of TSU. So once again, there will be something more permanent, and I know you guys are going to be a fan of what we've got cooking up next here with Texas Sports Unfiltered. But yeah, for those of you curious about that, there is your explanation for what's going on there. Rodney, I know you watched some Monday Night Football. Did you check in on the Texas basketball game at all last night?
I actually did. I was kind of going back and forth there. I expected a better Monday Night Football game than we got, but kind of going back and forth right there, watching the contest there with the Incarnate Word. And again, when you get into these early season ball games like this, I mean, how much stock can you really put in there? You're going to get folks that are going to get to play that may not play later, but I'll tell you the number one thing that I really like right now when I see a game like that last night is the fact that we now have a venue where you can go in and it's a little more intimate. And it's like, it's even the thing that I saw, and I noted this. I write a lot of notes, dude. I'm old. I write shit down all the time.
Note cards.
And you. I think I learned this from you, dude.
There you go.
One of the things that I was talking about on Saturday that I wrote down, it's like, man, great atmosphere. I'm really glad that now with the Moody Center, I don't care if it's Incarnate Word, I don't care if it's playing Kansas on a Monday night, whatever the deal is. It really just seems like it's an electric atmosphere, and you have folks that are really excited to be there, and you got the students right down in the middle of everything, and it sounds like a college basketball game, for crying out loud. Finally, instead of being in that tombstone that we call the Irwin Center.
Yeah, that's well said, my man. I was at the game last night, and the student section was completely full. They called it a sellout. The whole place wasn't full. It was probably, 75 to 80% full. But compared to the Irwin Center, that's a pretty good season opener for Texas. And like you said, considering the opponents that they played last night and the fact that it was a Monday night, very good turnout by the students and a solid turnout by the fans altogether. And it's just different, man. Like that's obviously been living in Houston the last couple of years. I went to one Texas basketball game last season, and I think it was against like Arkansas Pine Bluffs, or just a random non-con game. And obviously last night, a pretty random non-con game too, but it's night and day from what the Irwin Center was. Like I was telling my buddies that I went to the game with last night, like, oh, if this game was at the Irwin Center, there'd be like 20% of the amount of people who were here. And of course that place was so big and cavernous that it would have looked awful on TV. It's just embarrassing, some of the crowds that showed up to the Irwin Center, but also just with how big that place is. There's just everything about Texas basketball is in a better place right now than it was a few years ago. And the Moody Center is a big, big part of that. So, look, no one's going to confuse it with Cameron Indoor. No one's going to confuse it with Allen Fieldhouse. I don't think that will ever happen. If Texas starts to have some success like, the Blue Bloods, then maybe you'll start to get those types of atmospheres more often here in Austin. But like you said, man, it is just a total 180, and it's huge for recruiting. It's huge for the current players. It's cool to go to a Texas basketball game. When I was a student, I had to like beg buddies to go to these random ass
Yeah.
games with me. And now it's like, now people want to go out of their way to go watch Texas basketball in person. And the Moody Center being what it is the big reason why.
Yeah, and that's, a lot of times, I would go to a Texas basketball game at the other place at Frank's Joint, and then would go to a women's basketball game. And the whole thing was, it seemed like the women's basketball game, the ladies, the Lady Horns, whatever you want, Texas women's basketball team. It really seemed like that the environment was better because everybody kind of pushed down into the bowl somewhat. And not to mention those teams a lot of times were somewhat better or better, whatever. But I thought it was really cool last night, having TJ Ford's kiddo playing, for Word and having him there. It's like, man, that's pretty cool right there, man. That's some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, TJ Ford was wearing an Incarnate Word sweater last night. And I'm like, dude, to hell with your son. Come on. You're the best basketball player in Longhorn history. We need you repping the Longhorns. You can't be repping Incarnate Word, whatever that is.
Come on. Who is this? Ricky Williams? Come on.
I'm telling you, man. But yeah, that makes you feel old, doesn't it? TJ Ford's kid being a college basketball player.
Man, that is crazy. And I do see Mike just kind of posted in right here. I'll pull that up. I did see. I liked that you had the football team feel there as well. I mean, you had those dudes pulling them up on the jumbotron right there, and and again, man, this is where this school seems to be kind of getting like some of the cool schools now. I mean, you got a somewhat raucous basketball gym. You got a DKR Memorial Stadium that has sounded like a graveyard in the past. That really sounds good on TV, man. That Saturday game on TV at the end of it, I was actually driving. I told you about Tarleton. I was driving and I'm listening to this thing and I'm like, I keep trying to turn it up because I couldn't hear our man Craig Way. But it was, man, I like seeing the football influence there last night, having those dudes there with Barron, Worthy, and man, that's great, man. Everything's finally going in the right direction.
I'm telling you, man. Yeah, the athletic department's in a great spot right now. And look, for the last few years, it has been. The problem has been football. Right?
Yeah.
Like Texas has been winning Directors Cups because everything else has been solid. But the football, which is the most important thing and the moneymaker, no offense, I'm not breaking any news to anybody. Nobody should be offended by that. That's been so bad. Well, now you've got a top 10 football team. Like, I don't know how many schools across the country have like top 20 football, men's basketball, women's basketball, volleyball. And obviously when you start to get to the spring, you think of baseball and softball, and tennis is awesome, and golf is always awesome, and swimming and diving. It's cool. Like football is the one that people talk about the most. So there's some people that are like, to hell with the Directors Cup. Just give me football. Well, now you still have the Directors Cup stuff, the quote unquote Olympic sports performing at a high level, but you also have the football team very much in the national conversation too. So it's a fun time to be a Texas Longhorn fan, man. It really is.
You mean the fact that I tell my friends from the Southeast, my friends in Alabama and Louisiana and Florida, the fact that I tell them that UT swims better than nobody else is not something that makes me a badass.
Hey, so if you ever see Michael Phelps, you'll think that's pretty cool. Or Mark Spitz, but yeah, I don't know if anybody in Tuscaloosa, I don't even know if they have swimming and diving at Alabama. And if they do, I don't know how many Alabama fans really care.
It's like in a stock tank. It's like out on the farm, it's like, okay, here's our diving team. Here's our swimming team. Like, and they come up with a catfish,
exactly. It was, I did feel bad for these three, by the way, because they were like sitting right next to the student section.
Yeah.
And people were trying to take pictures with them the entire game. Like, I don't know how much they actually got to watch because there were so many students just walking by, like taking selfies and asking their buddies to take pictures of them. And it was, but it was a mess. But like you said, it was cool. It was cool to see them out there, and a nice win for Texas. Like they had that scrimmage against St. Ed's last week, and Texas was down at halftime in that game by like 7. It's like, St. Ed's a D2 team, a very good D2 team, but a D2 team, like what are we doing here? What's going on? And then Texas, like they left no doubt last night. They went on a 21-0 run midway through the first half to just take control, and they kind of ran away and hid from Incarnate Word. A bunch of different guys got to play. It was good to see Caden Shedrick out there, the Virginia transfer who missed all of the offseason. He missed that scrimmage last week. I thought he was going to miss at least a couple of games in the regular year. He only played 11 or 12 minutes, so he was clearly on like a pitch count.
12 points, dude. 12 points.
12 points and 3 blocks. Like
that's a point a minute.
Yeah. We'll take that. We'll take that ratio. Let him play 40 minutes then. Shit, if he's going to be doing that. It was good to see him out there play well. Dessou's obviously out. He's going to miss a few weeks, if not, a couple of months this year. But there's some dudes on this Texas team, man. Like I don't know if this is an Elite Eight team like what we saw last year, right? This roster is not as talented and not as experienced, and obviously there are a lot of new faces this year to replace some of the guys that we had last year. Speaking of guys who were here last year, Jabari Rice was at the game last night, which was pretty cool. Shout out to Sir Jabari there. But this is still a really, really good team. Like they're top 20 in the country for a reason. I think they're going to play well. They don't have a super tough non-conference slate, so they should get some wins here early in the year. And then when they get Dylan Dessou back, this team was picked to finish third in the deepest conference and the best conference in college basketball. So your expectations for this bunch should be high. I don't know if they'll do what they did last year, but they should be able to make some noise again in 23-24.
Yeah, and I'm excited this year for Rodney Terry and that staff, because you see it to where it's like, well, maybe Rodney shouldn't have gotten that job. I mean, it's always there's so many different things that are always going to be coming up right here. But I think that if he takes this team, I mean, because it is a deep team, and we're starting to see this right now, is if kind of what we're talking about with the Texas football program. We're really starting to see game plans and things that the coaching staff is doing that makes it a solid program. And I think that's where RT this year can really do what he's going to be able to do with this bunch, especially a deeper bunch. And that's a whole thing. I don't care. I mean, especially in basketball, I would rather have a deep group. I'd rather have a hell of a lot of depth than one or two guys that are going to knock the gym down each and every damn game. And I think that's what Rodney Terry and this staff has right here. So, third. I keep seeing third, but hey, man, I'll take that. I'll take that in this conference.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kansas is picked to win this league. They're the number one team in the country. They're always good. And Texas has actually had Kansas's number in recent years. These two teams only play one time this season, unfortunately. And then Houston is number 2, and they were number 1 seed in the tournament last year. They were the number 1 team in the country for the majority of last season. We almost got a Texas-Houston game in the Elite Eight, but Houston came up short against that team that I will no longer be talking about because I still hate them. That was the saddest part of last night, Rodney. I shed a sports tear at the start of that game because you know what I should have been watching at the Mood last night? A banner ceremony.
Okay, I was going to say not Monday Night Football. I hope.
No, God no. A banner ceremony because you hang a banner for a Final Four appearance.
Yes.
Or at least you add to a banner for a Final Four appearance, and there should have been one of those last night, and I'll never forgive the officials of that god awful Elite Eight bullshit.
I've been there. I've been there for concerts. Is the NIT one in there?
Yeah, they've got it's dual because they won the NIT in the 80s. I should know this. 86, 76, one of those.
No, it was Abe Lemons. Yeah, it was Abe Lemons when they won, I think, the NIT. But
back when the NIT was actually good and it meant something. Yeah. So they've got it's one banner. It's got like NIT champs that year and then the Shaka Smart year.
Nice.
So yeah, no, thankfully not a separate banner. I mean, look, the NIT back in the day before they expanded the tournament to 432 teams used to be a big deal. Now it's a joke. And I'll still never forgive Texas for, on the website, texassports.com, after Texas won the NIT, they put national champions on the website. I don't know if you remember that shit.
I do remember that. I do remember that.
I had an aneurysm, I think, after that.
That's like that Jimbo Fisher trophy you showed me yesterday, man. Isn't it? I mean, it's like, dude, there it is right there. Come on. Yeah, and you're right, though. The NIT back in those days, I mean, that really was the shit back in those days. I mean, it was something that actually meant something. But, yeah, now it's like, okay.
Let me see if I can.
A little junior varsity action right there when you start. And no offense to junior varsity stuff. I mean, it happens. But good. I like that kind of. I like that kind of banner. That makes sense. That makes sense because the top one does kind of supersede the other one, in my opinion.
Yes, agreed there. So that one hurt, but hey, maybe. All right, here we go. I think we've got a picture, and this should hurt you if you're a Longhorn fan. this should pain you a little bit because this still pains me like 4 years after the fact.
What the?
National champions. I know they've got the NIT logo, but national champions, dude. Congrats.
National Invitational. You had to get invited. National Invitational, man.
Hey, we were 69th place that year. Very nice 69th place because, 68 teams make the tournament, and we, I guess, won the second tier tournament. So, yeah, that shit.
And honestly, dude, when it all comes down to it, what in the hell is wrong with a 69? It's not that bad of a deal.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah,
Good
Matthew, not happy with me showing that. Yeah, sorry about that, man. Texas basketball's next game this Friday against Delaware State. They don't have any good home non-conference games, which is kind of a bummer. They do play at Marquette, so there's your Shaka Smart revenge game there. And then they've got some games at Madison Square Garden. They play Louisville, who escaped a D2 team. No, UMBC. Sorry. I got to put some respect on UMBC's name. They were the first 16 to ever beat a 1. Louisville nearly lost to them last night. They suck. But if Texas beats Louisville at the Garden, they'll play either UConn or Indiana. So there are a couple of good non-conference games for Texas, but unfortunately, if you're a season ticket holder, you're not going to really get any at the Mood. You're going to have to wait until Big 12 play to get some premier matchups in Austin, Texas.
And that's what I love so much about college basketball is, we're sitting here talking about with football, quality one-loss teams. What's a quality loss and all that? I mean, that's a cool thing about you get these non-cons in college basketball, and it's man, you get these early season matchups, and you go out there and you drop a game, whatever. There's a lot of games to be played, man. That's just the beauty of that right there. And then the ladies get started. I know the ladies get started this week as well.
Yep.
The Texas women's basketball team, I thoroughly enjoyed this morning. Kim Mulkey, Bucky's little lady right there, her great outfit after they got shellacked. But the Coach Schaefer and the ladies here will get fired off, and I think they're going to have a great year as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. They are number 13 in the country going into the season, and the Texas women's team opens up its year tomorrow against Southern at the Moody Center. Southern, just Southern, no Southern something, just Southern. That's
Southern.
That's the first. I think the Jaguars.
That's just like the whole. That's just like the whole South. That's
that's
just
South.
12 players from the whole South right there. That it's like an Olympic team that's coming into Austin tomorrow.
Yeah, no kidding. We talked about Monday Night Football a little bit. That game sucked. I'm glad I didn't watch that one. Rodney, we're 9 weeks into the NFL season. I'm going to kind of give you the floor here, man. Give me a storyline, a good, a bad, maybe both, just something that's really captivated your attention. It's been a pretty unpredictable NFL year to this point. There's been a couple of wild storylines throughout the course of the year, but for you personally, what's kind of been the one or two things that have really grasped your attention in the National Football League so far?
Just really that right there. Like we were talking about yesterday. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we've watched, the 49ers become susceptible to getting beat. The fact that you've got one lost team, to bring that up again, the Philadelphia Eagles, and they're winning ugly. I really think that we're seeing like Kansas City is a different, it's not the offensive juggernaut that we're so used to seeing with them. It's more defense, what they're doing right there. The emergence of the Miami Dolphins, even though, they were humbled a little bit the other day, Buffalo, we sit here, we talk on chaos theory about how the window is so short with Buffalo. I mean, I just think that the fact is right now that there's not, we can talk about power rankings. We can talk about all the different things that you want to do each and every, post weekend of the NFL. There's not really anybody that jumps out to me that is the clear cut favorite. I mean, there always, a lot of times there is one, but to me right now, when you think that you find one, because I really did think at one point that was going to be the 49ers. Well, they've kind of come back down to earth. And, I'm not a Bengals fan, but I do enjoy when the Bengals are doing well. I was really concerned about Cincinnati. They seem to have turned the corner a little bit right now with Joe Cool, becoming Joe Cool once again. And, man, I talk about it all the time. The team that's just floating under the radar to me right now is the Baltimore Ravens, man. They're just getting out there beating the living shit out of people. And it's like you might want to keep an eye on this club right here. It's just the unpredictability to me is what I'm really enjoying about the NFL season.
Yeah, no, the Ravens are really good, and people aren't talking about them. I think it's kind of like a boy who cried wolf situation with Baltimore, because so many people have bought into them in the past, and they would just always come up short, usually in the playoffs. But the last couple of years, it's been like late in the regular season. Now, Lamar's gotten injured a couple of times, which hasn't helped their chances. But yeah, people were sleeping on Baltimore this year, and then J.K. Dobbins gets hurt in week 1, and it's like, oh, well, maybe here's Baltimore again. Like, this happens to them every year. People want to get excited and buy into them, but they're just always going to come up short. Now, they're not only beating teams, like, they're beating the crap out of teams.
Yeah, they're just killing them.
37-3 against the Seahawks, and then 38-6 against the Lions. They beat the Browns. Like, the Browns early were not good, but the Browns are 5-4 right now. Like, they'd be in the playoffs if the season ended today. Baltimore went into Cleveland and beat them 28-3. They went into Cincinnati and got a win. They beat the Texans by 16 in week 1, and most people are like, same old Texans. Well, now it's clear the Texans have a little bit of juice to them. Baltimore's a damn good team right now. And if you're talking about contenders in the NFL, you shouldn't mention too many other teams before you mention B more.
That's right. And I like those stories. I mean, kind of talking right there about the Texans. We talked about CJ Stroud yesterday. I like that fact. I mean, I love that story of a rookie quarterback coming in, making an immediate impact, breaking records like we saw on Sunday. Yeah, it was against Tampa Bay, but hell, even Tampa Bay is a little bit of a fascinating story to me. I mean, they were supposed to be, washed up, done, spit them out, whatever the case is. Well, yeah, you know what? They're serviceable. Mm-hmm. I like that. Man, the fact that the Detroit Lions are one of the best teams in the NFL, to me, that is such a great story between the general manager right there and that head coach, what they have built with that. I think that there are so many compelling storylines to me. And I love, to me, so much of sports of what we do is I just love the stories. And I love when things happen that shouldn't happen. And when people sneak up on you and all that, dude. And that's like, it's like telling a great story each and every Sunday because you don't know what's coming at you. And, disappointment wise, barring the team that I root for, a couple of losses there that, God dang it, man. Yeah. I think that's my life story. That's always my disappointment. But I just like the fact that the NFL right now is unpredictable. I think that's really the whole thing, what it comes down to.
Yeah. For me, you're positive. You mentioned some of the good teams, and you brought up the Cowboys there at the end. But the new teams, I think, are the biggest disappointment. What do you mean by new teams? New York, and New England. The Patriots have the worst record in the AFC right now. Not the AFC East, the entire AFC. They are 2-7. Now, that division's really good. And people thought there was a chance maybe the Patriots were going to finish last in the AFC East, but I don't think anybody saw 2-7 coming. Now, hey, sign me up for it because I'm tired of them. They're usually 7-2 at this time, so I'm tired of them always being good, and I'm glad this dynasty is finally officially over, even though it really was over once Tom Brady decided to go sign with Tampa Bay. But New England being 2-7, the Giants being 2-7, all offseason long, I was saying they were not nearly as good as what they were last year. But still, we're talking about a coach that won Coach of the Year in his first year, a team that made the playoffs, a team that won a road playoff game. People thought they were better than the Cowboys, dude. Mm-hmm. People are like, no, the Giants are the biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC East. Yeah. Now the Giants are 2-7, and they're dead last in that division. They're disappointing. And then the Jets, you understand it with the Aaron Rodgers injury. But it's just like, all the hype surrounding them this offseason, and the fact that they are 4-4 despite Rodgers playing like one drive or a couple of plays,
5 plays.
Horrible. It just shows you how talented their roster is. But like those 3 teams, anybody with a new, and I guess New Orleans you could throw in there too. I know they're 5-4, but they've had their issues this year. If you have new in your team name this year in the NFL, it's not been a great season for you.
Well, and I got to tell you, not that I'm disappointed. I think I'm actually kind of laughing out loud. Is the Raiders? Here they are. You get this great, amazing brand. The brand of the Raiders, and you can kind of attribute some of the factors right there very much to our Cowboys. Ownership kind of lacks. Personnel moves are kind of shitty and stupid. But They sell a lot of tickets. They've got really cool colors and, all of that. But the fact that they go and here you go. I mean, Mark Davis is making this move, and this is what's going to put the Raiders up over the top. I mean, here we are. They're 4-5. We're 9 games in. They've wiped out and gotten rid of the general manager. The coach is gone. And it's like, okay. I mean, what's happening here? I mean, I kind of put them right in with the new teams that you're talking about. And I think it's finally time, speaking of new, I think it's finally time with New England that we get over the whole, with the Belichick coaching tree. By the way, how about the guy that used to be a coach, the coach there for the Raiders, where it's like, I mean, look at these guys. The success is not there. The success is not there when they go on to become head coaches. Maybe they're great coordinators, whatever the case is. But I'll tell you what, you said it. It comes back to one dude that when he disappeared, that's when all these people started struggling. People started getting fired. All these franchises started struggling, and it's Tom Brady. And I think that's really what comes down to the greatness of the New England Patriots was Tom Brady. No offense to Bill Belichick. He's one of the best ever. That record is unbelievable. But when you got that dude, he's really going to make you look good.
Yep, no doubt. No doubt. And he won the divorce. I don't know how he's doing with the Giselle divorce, but he won the divorce against Belichick for sure. And look, great players need great coaching, right? Great players can't overcome bad coaching. I'm a firm believer of that, but it doesn't matter how great of a coach you are. If you don't have talent, you're not going to win. And it's Bill Belichick's fault, right? Like they gave him too much power. Bill Belichick, the head coach, I think is still very good. Sure. A lot of people are like, he's lost it. He doesn't have the same. No, I still think he'd be a good head coach somewhere in this league. But once he got full personnel control, I mean, they've drafted horribly. They've made some bad trades. They've had some bad free agent signings. Like just the personnel side of Bill Belichick is horrible. One of the worst in the league. So that's what's kind of done them in. It's his fault. He's the guy. But that's sort of, I think, the biggest reason why the Patriots are the worst team in the AFC right now.
Yeah. You mean like what Jake is talking about right there? You mean the fact that, hey, Matt Castle, remember that dude? Yeah. I mean, he comes in. That's a pretty good deal right there as well. Atlanta Falcons to me. Wags and I were talking about this yesterday. To me, that's a disappointment right there. I think the fact is, this is the Longhorn fan in me coming out. The fact that Arthur Smith, I didn't know this until this morning. Do you know his dad was the founder of FedEx?
Actually, I heard that last night at the basketball game. One of my buddies was telling me that. I had no clue.
Yeah, I had no clue whatsoever. And so I'm sitting here railing on this guy the other day, and I'm like, holy smoke. I'm about to be blackballed out of sports radio and sports entertainment here because his dad's going to say, who's this Mexican dude in Austin talking shit about my son? But disappointed right there that Bijan Robinson hasn't been better utilized, especially. And I was talking about this yesterday, BK. The fact is, dude, they're like right there in the hunt for the NFC South. Hey, it's perfectly winnable, and this dude's making stupid decisions.
Screw your son, all right? UPS is way better anyways. FedEx is ass, all right? I'm a UPS guy, all right? And I'll call up DHL if they still exist to avoid using FedEx. Like, come on, man. Arthur Smith, you're an idiot. Like, how do you not use Bijan more? How do you spend a top 10 pick on a running back, which is already a questionable move, and then not play him? Like, what is Tom Herman? Is it like the Scooby-Doo where they're going to rip Arthur Smith's head off and it's going to be Tom Herman underneath? Like,
oh my God, you have to make a graphic for that, dude. You have to make a graphic for that. That would be perfect because that's really what it looks like. We talk about last year, even with Sark, and it's like, man, why didn't you utilize Bijan a little bit more? Man, this is like times 100. Dude, come on. I said it yesterday. It's that BMW that you keep in the garage that you just want to take out for a little Sunday cruise. Man, ride that dude. Get him out there. I mean, there are a lot of different things that he can do for you. And by golly, you can win this division and get yourself in the playoffs and save your job at this point, for crying out loud.
Yeah, they're only a game back. And I like what you said there. There's a lot that this guy can do for you. What can Bijan do for you? Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, F you, FedEx. Yeah, it's weird. And it has me thinking, total conspiracy theory, and I have no sourcing or evidence to back this up, but I'm getting Vince Young flashbacks in Tennessee, where the head coach did not want to draft Vince Young. right? Jeff Fisher had no interest in VY, and it just felt like Jeff Fisher did everything he could possibly do to ensure that Vince Young was not going to be a franchise quarterback in Tennessee. Now, not absolving Vince of any of the blame. He didn't do enough on his end to make sure he had a longer career in the NFL. But, I mean, it was obvious. There were reports, and then we found out for sure that that Bud Adams, F that guy, wanted Vince Young, but Jeff Fisher wanted Matt Leinart or somebody else instead of VY. And there was just always that internal strife between head coach and quarterback. And I think that's part of the reason why VY's career was what it was. I wonder if that's the case here. I wonder if the other Arthur Blank, the owner of the Falcons, was like
Home Depot.
Yeah,
Forget
yeah,
that.
exactly.
My ass is going to Lowe's. I'm going to Lowe's.
I might do that now too. He's like, Bijan, like, look at this guy. Like, he's probably watching Bijan highlights every Saturday, and he's like, oh, I can have this guy? This guy's awesome. Like, we need him. Bring him on the team. We're drafting him. I don't care what you say. Like, you're the offensive coach. You make it work with this guy. He's Bijan Robinson. We're taking him. He's the best offensive player in this draft this year. And maybe Arthur Smith was just like, yeah, I really don't want this guy. Like, I like Algier, and I'd rather go get somebody else and add somewhere else to this team. And once again, I have no sourcing, and a lot of people probably think I'm crazy, but I don't know how else to explain the fact that Bijan is just not getting utilized in this offense. Like, he's just so good, and there's never any character issues with Bijan. Like, it can't be that.
No.
So I don't know what it is, man, but it is strange for sure.
So speaking of character issues, I know Cleveland was mentioned right there. I'd heard some stuff a while back that maybe Deshaun Watson didn't want to be doing this anymore. I mean, when you're out of football for so long, I mean, maybe that's something where it's like, okay, maybe I'll just go get massages for the rest of my life, but be a little bit smarter getting that shit done. I mean, whatever the case is. They're 5-3. I mean, they're sitting right there. That division, we talk about the Ravens and all of that. I mean, that is a fantastic division right now.
Yeah.
Is Deshaun Watson? I mean, he had 219 yards. I mean, he comes back this past weekend. You think Deshaun Watson is finally right and ready to play football again and get this team on his shoulders to go make a run? Man, the last couple of weeks, he's made some throws that give you flashbacks of Houston Deshaun Watson. No, my answer is no. It should be yes, but I don't know. I don't believe in this guy, mainly because he plays for Cleveland. Like, I just assume it's always going to fall apart with Cleveland. And I was doing radio in Houston when the Deshaun trade went down, and I'm like, oh, if he's going to Cleveland, you don't have to worry that much because he ain't winning the Super Bowl there because, the Browns don't do that. I don't know, man. Like, I do wonder if once you get that fully guaranteed contract like Deshaun Watson got, you see it in sports all the time where a guy gets paid and then he just kind of takes his foot off the gas because he knows he's getting his money regardless. Jimbo Fisher. I know that's a coach and not a player, but you see that happen in sports a lot. So part of me is like, Deshaun seems like the type of guy who's just like, I got my money, so it doesn't matter how much work I put in. So I don't know. Maybe it's just my bias rooting against that scumbag. Like I hope he's struggling, and I hope this thing falls apart for Cleveland. But once again, like I said at the start of this all over the place monologue, no, the last 2 weeks he has made some nice throws, and he does look like a different player. Well, you know who they play this week, right? At Baltimore. Baltimore. Okay. So here we go. We go. Let's see how committed he is. Let's see how ready he is. I think there's your test right there, because I really do think, like we were talking about, man, Baltimore is that sleeping giant. And I mean, to see Lamar Jackson, I mean, this is, I know everything that happened last year, and I mean, good for him. I mean, negotiating his contract, whatever. I think I'd have paid the 3% or whatever the hell the agent gets paid. I think I would have kind of gotten this done, but I mean, the fact is, he kind of sat out right there. That injury held him out. He couldn't play, and now he's back and he's getting paid, and he looks like the Lamar Jackson that we know and know that he's capable of being. So yeah, that's kind of the whole, like you're talking about, this whole monologue that we're talking about right here. That is the NFL right now. There's just so many different storylines right now, and it's totally unpredictable. Yep. And no telling what'll happen Sunday. So hell, who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? It's the best, man. It is the best. Quick shout outs to Covert BK. If you're looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, look no further than Covert BK. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships featuring 7 brands.
on 42 acres. Yeah, I was at a Covert BK yesterday. Every time I drive in there, I'm like, golly, this is ridiculous. It's like a damn amusement park parking lot, and it's just nothing but cars in there. And their selection, there are a lot of dealerships around the city, around the state, around the country, around the world that just don't have cars. Like parking cars sideways to try to take up 3 spots as I kick my desk to make it look like they've got selection. No, Covert's got selection. Like they've got everything you could want with those 7 different brands. Certified pre-owned cars too. Go check them out. Great people over there. Great service. Great prices all of the time. The Covert Auto Group has been around since 1909. Covert BK, their newest location. Fantastic stuff out there. And speaking of fantastic stuff, greatblueheronfurniture.com. That's fantastic stuff. If you're looking for a new couch or recliner or chair or bar stools or ottoman, whatever, greatblueheronfurniture.com. They've got the little couch with the dog sitting on top of it. You can't buy the dog, but you can buy that couch. This stuff is gorgeous. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off. So if you're looking for a new piece of furniture that's going to last you and your family decades, yes, decades, plural, look no further than greatblueheronfurniture.com.
That's right.
It's great stuff.
Hey, did you see when I had to go jump on a work phone call as I was still checking stuff out on social media while I was doing some other stuff? Looks like Craig Counsell to the Cubs in some of the MLB offseason moves that are starting to go down.
Very nice. Yeah, I saw rumors about that yesterday, but it's official. It's been finalized.
Not quite, but it apparently pretty close.
Okay.
Apparently pretty close. Pretty close. Who
else is Stephen Vogt getting a job somewhere?
Oh man, I don't know, and I'm curious about the Astros, and apparently they're in no hurry. Although I'm sure they're going to hire Brad Ausmus. Come on, man.
It should be easy. Just hire Joe Espada, man.
He's sitting there waiting.
Just promote that dude. He's paid his dues. He's got great rapport with the guys in that clubhouse.
Fresh new thinking. How about that?
Yeah, and like, you could say, well, he was with the Astros last year. Well, that's a good thing. Like the Astros, they made it to Game 7 of the ALCS, and they keep making it to the ALCS every year. Like, you don't want to completely upset the apple cart with this dynastic run by bringing in a bunch of outside people. Like in the Astros' perfect world, Jeff Lunau's still the GM, and AJ Hinch is still the manager.
Man, that's the one I wish they'd hire back if they could.
Yeah. A lot of Astros fans do, right? But no, Joe Espada to me feels like the obvious choice. He's
Number
the Vegas favorite, but you do worry because Jim Crane is starting to show some Jerry Jones these days. You worry he thinks he's the smartest man in the room, and he's going to go with something a little bit off the beaten path. So,
and Jeff Bagwell is supposed to be heavily involved in helping all this as well. And that's no, let him do other things. Let him advise you on other things, not this. Not this, please.
That is not what you want. That is not what you want. Rodney, this was fun, man. Appreciate you sticking around for the last 45 or so.
For sure, man. Anytime. Happy to jump on anytime. You boys have at it. Have a great nooner, brothers.
We will. You do the same.
All right, Rodney.
Whatever that means, whatever a nooner means for Rodney Rodriguez. I'm not sure I know. I'm not sure I want to know.
It means different things to different people, BK.
There we go. We've got the laser show going on today. What does that mean?
You guys are going to have fun with getting to make the balloons go up in my video. I'm going to get to have some fun with some graphics too,
Oh, you're back to blaming us for something you've already admitted on the show was your fault.
Well, there's either a setting on my computer that somebody's not telling me about or somebody is firing it off, but it's not happening every time. So I know that it's being fired off. If it were happening every time, then it's something programmed in. But the robots are better than that.
So the laser show is you. Like you can do that whenever you want, but the balloons.
I can make it rain. I can have confetti gush down on me, I've got some lamer ones too. Like the hearts isn't that cool. The thumbs up isn't that cool. No. Thumbs down. This one's not bad. The fireworks.
No. What is that on? That's on the FaceTime app on your Mac?
Like whenever the camera turns on, there's a little white and green icon that appears in the top right corner. And if you click on that, it allows you to mess with reactions. And that's the reactions. I'm tempted to look up, like, if I could just get like a bunch of dicks to drop on me or something, like that would be a cool one, like something just insane like that. But of course, Mac's going to be a little bit more conservative than that.
Oh, you think PC's got the flying dicks as an effect?
It could, or it could just be a plug-in where somebody has been smart and funny enough to create something like that, you know?
Plug in like a vibrator or something? That kind of plug-in?
Could have vibrators raining down on me. You never know.
Yeah, you'd like that, I think.
I think that would hurt.
Yeah, probably would.
I mean, those things have been used as weapons in crimes in the past, you know, assaults.
You're getting used ones too?
Ooh, I mean, I'm assuming it's used. I'm assuming you're not going to the sex shop to buy a sex toy to then use in a low-level assault, you know?
Yeah, I feel like there'd be other weapons that I would go with in that case.
Nunchucks and the like.
Yeah. But I guess if you're trying to cover your tracks, you know, like if you go to a nunchuck store, I don't know, where do they have those? Kmart? Where do you buy nunchucks these days?
Those are called the flea market in Maine, or at least that's where I bought the nunchucks that my kids still have.
You have nunchucks?
Fuck yeah.
Oh, the kids ones, yeah?
One is definitely very kids. The other one's got a little bit to it. It's got the hard plastic handles. So if you hit somebody with that thing wrong or right, then it'll hurt a little bit.
Interesting. Okay. I'm staying away from your kids then, which is a good thing with the mustache. I should stay away from all kids.
I have to say, I've been watching this mustache grow. How long have you been doing the mustache bit? Since you were probably 21 or 22?
I don't think I did it in college. Probably like 24, maybe.
Okay, so it started with your radio career then.
Yes.
Okay, I feel like I saw this at the very beginning then, and I got to say, you have a damn good looking mustache, I think, on your own, because you're not dyeing that thing just yet, right?
I haven't done it, no.
Yeah, you've just got a good... It's going from pedo to porn star right now. I have to say, I've been impressed with you over various things in our existence together. Your mustache now looks really good.
I'm going out in public and people aren't shitting on it, which that's the first time I think that's ever happened.
Yeah. It's less wheezy now. You don't look like you're sniffing bicycle seats at Rick Perry Elementary School out here in Cedar Park.
Well, I am still doing that, but I am glad that it doesn't look like I'm doing that.
Well, now you look like a maintenance guy who's like helping to fix a wheel or something. Your head just so happens to be down there.
Yeah, I'm around the school. There's a school pretty close to where I live, so I get there around 3:30 just to see if anybody needs help with anything, or if anyone's looking for some candy, perhaps after a hard day of school.
I really hope that school is letting out at 2:45.
No, don't worry. I've got the timing figured out. Have to worry about that one. Oh, man. Trey and I are here until 1 o'clock. Chip and Zay from 1 to 3. Trey and Kevin from 3 to 5. Oh, you have to show. I know Katie's seen this, but I would love to get Katie's commentary on this. He actually tweeted out about this too, but maybe you haven't seen this. Apparently, Katie's got a new girlfriend. What? Has he told you this? Like, you and I are two of his best friends in the world, and I did not know about this before I saw something on Twitter earlier today. Did he tell you that he had somebody he was seeing?
No. So now I am fascinated about where this is about to head.
Well, there's a video posted on the website x.com, just one X, not three, for those keeping track at home. And yeah, I guess like this girl wanted to show how committed she was to KD, and she posted a video basically announcing their relationship to the world. Here it is.
Okay.
Done?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh my God. I love it.
Just a wave of emotions from joy to sadness, you know?
For you or for her?
For everybody, I think a little bit. I mean, that was at one point an attractive woman who has decided to tattoo, probably go a little bit too far with the tattoos in general, but to put the dude's name on her forehead. Sayonara, lady.
Yeah, the forehead tat in general is just a bad bit.
I don't know if I've ever even seen that before.
That's like Post Malone's got a bunch of face tattoos.
Does he have some on the forehead? Yeah, he probably does. They're everywhere.
Yeah, there are a few other celebrities who have rocked the face/forehead tats before, but I mean, getting a name tattooed on your body is a bold move. I mean, if it's like a sibling or a kid, then I guess I get it. Like it's nothing I would ever do, but okay, I guess I get it. But a significant other, when there's no guarantee that thing is going to work until death actually does you part. Like that's a bold move to get it tatted anywhere. But on the face, like to combine the face tat with the boyfriend/girlfriend tat, that is asinine, dude.
Yeah, let's just hope she's not Jewish, because she has definitely earned a spot with the other desecrants in y'all's graveyard, right?
Yep, she's buried outside the cemetery. Unless she gets all those tattoos like burned off her body when she dies.
Well, isn't it a general rule of thumb, and I know this because I've made this mistake before, that if you get somebody's name tattooed on you anywhere, like the relationship is toast in the next 3 months, 9 out of 10 times, right?
Oh, it's like a bad omen?
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, one of my good friends, Brian Smith, shout out to Brian and his family if he is watching or listening right now, and I think they live in Harlem maybe at this point. But he's my friend that has a bunch of tattoos, like my one friend that has a shitload of tattoos, like sleeved up, coming out of his neck a little bit or whatever. And he was married previously to this girl that nobody liked, but he seemed to be happy with her, so you try and support him for that. But they were getting married at one point. They were doing it at a destination, and they had this digital book, I guess, to write best wishes or whatever. And so the thing that I wrote, because I couldn't make it to the wedding, was good luck, you two. Just make sure that you don't get one another's names tattooed on you anywhere else, because then the relationship is doomed. That's what I wrote on this thank you book or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the next time I saw them, like, she was as big a bitch to me as she was to pretty much everybody else that was in his friendship group. And I'm like, wow, what the hell? And so my buddy told me afterwards, after they had gotten married and then I think separated or divorced in the next like 3 to 6 months, that they had just gotten one another's names tattooed. And so she was furious about that.
Oh my God.
But in my defense, they were fucking done 3 to 6 months in. So you may have wanted to had the foresight to know I was going to go there. Just realize that yourselves.
You put the hex on him, dude.
That's not even.
Yeah, it is even.
That's not even.
They weren't thinking about that. They were thinking.
I was Babe Ruth right there with being able to recognize that a relationship was going to be doomed.
Did you know? Did you know that they weren't going to last long when you attended the wedding?
I didn't attend the wedding. That's why I didn't attend the wedding. It's like, I don't want to travel, even though it's Costa Rica. I don't want to travel to a wedding that I know is not going to work.
Wow. So you wrote that. Man, so did they already have the tattoos by the actual wedding? You just didn't know about it?
Yeah, they had already had the tattoos by the time I wrote that. And so she read it in the guest book. Guest book, that's what they call it.
Yeah.
She read it in the guest book and was just pissed off because they had just done that. Like it's me breaking news to her that's the general rule of thumb, is that you don't get somebody's name tattooed on you anywhere.
They were cursed, man. Once they read that, they were cursed, because then they were thinking like, oh shit, is Trey right? Is this not going to work out because we got names tatted? Is this over now? And then that ultimately led to their final decision of breaking things off, dude. Way to go.
That and her being a terrible person.
Homewrecker, man. You're a homewrecker. No, this one's on you. This has nothing to do with her.
Look, sometimes I'm okay accepting that label. I needed to help end this relationship. The sooner the better for my friend, who is now in a much better place.
Good. God. Yeah, it just feels like the percentage of relationships that involve tattoos of names of each other don't end in marriage, or at least marriage that lasts forever, right?
No.
There's got to be some craziness to you to get a tattoo of somebody else's name on your body. And then because of that level of craziness, that increases the chance that something is going to happen that leads to a breakup.
I mean, how is the woman that got the forehead tat? How is she broken by life? Like, what did that to her? You don't just grow up an innocent person who wants to get a tattoo on your forehead. You're going through some trauma.
No, I would not, CB, because my name's not Kevin. So I'm not allowed to. And also, if I did, I would end up dead. She would kill me, or whoever the hell Kevin is would probably kill me.
For sure.
If I got caught with that. So I'm out on that. Pre-tattoo version. Yeah, not bad. Like you said, Trey, good looking girl at a time. But no, like I'm cool with tats. I'm in on the tats, but the face tat bit is bad. And if you have somebody else's name tattooed anywhere, I don't want any part of that. That's too crazy. The craziness outweighs the hotness with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why that video was tragic by then. It's like, oh, you were really hot, and then you just did that to yourself. And you can guarantee that Kevin has done some time in the pen too.
Kevin Dunn?
The Kevin whose name is represented on her forehead.
So Kevin Dunn?
I don't know if that's Kevin's type,
I don't know. She had an accent. Katie likes the foreigners. She had an accent there. So
did she?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I didn't hear the accent.
Let's try one more time. Hold on.
Okay.
Don?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Yeah.
Accent. Yeah, accent for sure. I don't know, Eastern European or Chinese, Japanese. I don't see color. So, sub-Saharan Africa, I'm not sure where she's from, but it's an accent on there.
Yeah. Crazies, one of those places.
Yeah.
She's in Looney Town. That's sad. It's sad to watch that video over and over again. It's like, wow, that person is getting a tattoo on their forehead right now. They are at such a sad spot in life,
That looks painful too. The tattoo just looks like it hurts a lot.
Like Post Malone is a really interesting dude to listen to. I don't know if you've heard him much in interviews. Are you a fan of his music?
Yeah, not like a huge fan, but there are a few songs that I like that I'll listen to from time to time.
Yeah, his music's okay. He's actually a really good dude.
He's from Grapevine, I think.
Yeah. DFW guy.
Yeah.
And he's got a partnership with Raising Cane's where they're letting him design. They let him design at least one store, and it's such a cool looking store too. Yeah, Post Malone is one of those pop stars. It's like, I don't know what the hell is going on with you, dude, but you are very creative and a good dude to get to root for too.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to regret all of those tattoos at some point. But hey, he doesn't need to get an actual job. So like, I feel like people who actually need to get real jobs are probably like, shit, why did I get this tattoo on my face? But Malone Post has made enough money to where he can, he don't have to worry about that kind of deal.
Yeah, you either have to be a music star or be ready for a life of a lot of hard jobs behind the scenes.
Yeah, for sure. One more video here before we get into sports. We have no idea what we're talking about today. I mean, there's no pre-show meeting today, so we're on one. Do you ever watch the Manning Cast? I showed Bucky this morning.
No.
So you know what the Manning Cast is, of course.
If I were to watch Monday Night Football consistently, it depends on who the guest is on too. But yeah, I'll flip it over there for sure.
Well, they interview a bunch of guests every week, and sometimes it's football players, either current or former, and sometimes it's just random celebrities, whatever. Last night, one of the people they talked to was the Terminator, the Governator, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I'll just show you this like 7-second snippet of what was going on when they had the governor on the Manning Cast last night.
All right, welcome back.
Oh, yes.
And let's welcome an icon right now, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold.
Oh, Arnie. Good for Arnie.
He's feeding a donkey, but also the sounds that he was making. Did you hear those?
All right, welcome back.
Oh, yes.
And let's welcome an icon right now, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Peyton's face as he was watching that and listening to it was hilarious.
Is stunned disbelief, as was I watching this on Twitter after the game last night.
So what do you think Arnie's other hand was doing then?
That's what I wonder. And Bucky this morning was saying that he ran into a donkey one time on the golf course, and he said that thing was hung like Godzilla. Said length and girth. So we can't see the lower half of this donkey in this video, which makes me think there could be some Aggie stuff going on here.
Look, the phrase is hung like a horse, but it very easily could be hung like a donkey.
Oh, you've seen it too.
Yeah. I've been around, animals from that. What is that, a genus? They're all kind of from the same family, right? Donkeys, mules, horses.
A genus?
What is the term?
I don't know.
Science that I can't remember.
I don't believe in science. You know this.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an evolution guy.
You're one of those insane clown posse fans.
Yeah. I'm like Kyrie Irving with the earth being flat too. So
exactly.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but there you go. There's your random other video that we have today on a random start to the show. Not so random. Steve Sarkisian met with the media yesterday. How about an injury update on Quinn Ewers, Trey? You care to hear that?
Sure.
Okay, here we go. This was Sark yesterday talking about how Quinn Ewers is progressing in his recovery from his air conditioner problem.
Yeah, so Quinn, like I said, he started to throw a little bit last week. He threw again today. To me, it's more day-to-day at this point, where a couple weeks ago, was kind of week to week. Today's more day-to-day, and I got it. I have to continue to see how he feels. Ultimately, this is how does he feel? I can't, the doctors, what does it feel like? Where's he at? I can give my assessment on the capability to operate our offense, but ultimately, how does he feel? And so we'll navigate this week.
So there you go. So positive step, right? It went from week to week to day. And the fact that he threw last week and the fact that he threw yesterday in practice leads you to believe that he threw today in practice. So, nothing official either way from Steve Sarkisian, but it sounds like, Trey, that Quinn Ewers is getting close, and that's obviously good news.
And it also kind of sounds like Sark is trying to put the ball in Quinn's court too, right?
It did, didn't it?
And I don't fault him necessarily for that either, by the way, because he is at a point right now where does he want to come back to help this team? Absolutely. But how reluctant is he to come back at anything other than 100% with an injury that's a very serious injury for a quarterback, that AC joint that you have to let it heal properly so that it doesn't just become problematic going forward. But there's also a point that it does need to be tested too. So what is that for him right now? Like, I feel like we see Quinn Ewers sit out at least one more week and come back for either Iowa State or Texas Tech.
Yeah, I mean, I want Quinn back this weekend, but obviously you got to think of his short-term and long-term health, right? Like if Quinn does come back too soon, like you said, you run the risk of him re-aggravating that injury. And if he does that in the short term, that means, well, he's probably done for the rest of this season, which sucks. And then obviously long-term, you're talking about a kid who's got an NFL future. Now, regardless of how good you think he's going to be in the NFL or where he's going to get drafted in the NFL or when he decides to leave for the NFL, he's going to get a chance at the next level. Like, he's got too much talent to not get the chance. So you run the risk of, if you bring him back too soon, him re-injuring that AC joint to where it affects things long-term. So you've got to take that into consideration as well. But also on the other hand, you got to think of the Big 12 championship, you want to win the Big 12 this year. And the only way you guarantee a shot at that is to win your final 3 games of the regular season. And hey, you still want to make the playoff this year. And the only way to guarantee that you can do that is to win the final 3 games of the regular season. And Malik Murphy just hasn't been good enough. It sucks. Well, I wanted Malik to be better. I was hoping we were going to have a quarterback controversy. I wanted this to be like, hey, Quinn, take more time, dude. Like, we don't need you right now. We're good. And hell, Malik might even be better than you. So you might not even get your job back. Like, that's what I said the perfect world would have been for Texas, but it ain't that, because Malik Murphy just played a horrible game on Saturday and he's turned it over 4 times in 2 games. So now it's tough if you're Sark. Like, you gotta weigh the kid, and that's the most important thing. But you also have to consider, like, man, is a 90% Quinn Ewers better than what we're getting out of Malik Murphy right now? And if he gets cleared to play and he wants to play, then maybe you got to make that move.
I feel like as long as Texas keeps winning, it increases the chances that Quinn Ewers comes back. And I think that how Malik Murphy does on the road this weekend will help determine whether he feels the need to speed it up a little bit for his teammates or try and wait one more week for Texas Tech to give him that one extra game under the belt before a potential Big 12 championship game. But you have to win these next couple of weeks to get to that point. I'm confident that they can do so just because TCU and Iowa State are really bad offensively. Iowa State is better defensively than TCU is, so this is the game that I worry the least about. But it's Fort Worth, and we've seen kooky things happen in Fort Worth, especially at night. And for a young quarterback who's making his third start and his first start on the road, who has made some very bizarre, questionable, harmful decisions when throwing the football, when he's forced to do more to read a defense, you have to be very careful in this situation too, you know?
I wonder if there's a break glass situation for Texas on Saturday to where Malik Murphy starts, but Quinn Ewers is good enough to be in uniform. And the hope and the plan is that, hey, Malik plays all 4 quarters. But if Texas is down, like as bad as Malik Murphy was, Texas never trailed on Saturday, right? Yeah. Like obviously they were tied a couple of different times and the game went to overtime, but Texas was up 27-7. So even though Malik Murphy was struggling, Sark's like, well, we're still winning, or we're still very much in this game. So I can't make the move to a true freshman right now.
Right.
But you're like, well, what if Texas is down 27-7? God forbid. I don't see a scenario where that happens. I just don't think TCU is good enough. Let's say it's 17-7 at halftime. And like Quinn Ewers is like, yeah, like he's not 100%, but he's good enough to give you something. Like, I wonder if that's a potential scenario that this coaching staff considers.
I think that is an interesting possibility there. I could foresee that happening.
Yeah,
for sure. And hopefully Quinn is able to sit out because Texas is in control, because this defense is playing at that next level right now. And they're really stifling teams early on. And unfortunately, this Texas defense, I mean, they played well overall this last Saturday. Some things left to be desired in the secondary for sure. But they were very disruptive up front. And they were just put in bad positions a couple of times by those turnovers, you know?
Yeah. I mean, K-State had a 12-yard touchdown drive. They had a 32-yard touchdown drive. And then the only touchdown K-State scored in the first half came after a blocked punt where they also started in Texas territory. So, the defense has played great over the last 2 games. Like that's the good news for Texas, is that everybody has picked up the slack that Malik Murphy has kind of left. And not to say Malik Murphy hasn't done anything right over the last 2 weeks, but quarterback play has left some things to be desired. The defense was awesome against BYU. They didn't give up a touchdown in that game. Obviously, you had a punt return score in that game, which helped. And then even though Texas did have a punt blocked, special teams, I would still say was a win. Bert Auburn was the freaking player of the game on Saturday. We were going 4 for 4. You needed all of those kicks. Otherwise, you lose. And you had some other special teams plays. And I still thought the defense, for the most part, did a really, really good job, all things considered. They got a goal line stand to win you that football game. So, yeah, the good news is the other 2 units have played a lot better without Quinn Ewers. But, yeah, it's just it's like I don't want to relive the Houston game, Trey. And I was wrong about that. Like, I was literally talking the week leading up to that game. Like, hey, Texas can rest some players because it's Houston. And, like, a couple of guys, if they're banged up, you can give them an extra week and just make sure you have them for the last 5 games of the season. And Houston's so bad that this game isn't going to matter. Well, the Texas coaches listened. I didn't think they would. They listened, and they did that. And what ended up happening? I mean, Texas needed a 4th down stop in a very fortunate spot by the officials to hold on for dear life to get a 7-point win against Houston. TCU's better than Houston, and they've had your number. Yeah, I think so. So. And, I mean, they're 8-3 against Texas in the last 11 years. And I get that shouldn't have anything to do with this year, but that place has been a house of horrors. I don't know if I said that well enough for Texas. You can't like that. That's where it's just like, man, if Quinn is cleared, and maybe it isn't his court, so maybe Quinn is part of this decision too. But I just, you can't mess around right now. There's just too much at stake to where I can't sit here and just trust Malik Murphy, because he's been bad at home. at home. The K-State's defense is way better than TCU. So that is the bright spot, is that the defense the Longhorns are playing is a lot worse this weekend, but he's looked rattled at home, and he hasn't been able to turn things around when things have started to spiral out of control in front of DKR. And that's on the road. It's just, I don't know, man. You can't play with fire. If Quinn can play, for me, he's got to be out there. I'm not saying I think we can win without him, so let's give him another week. If he can't play, he can't play. I think Malik is good enough. I think Texas is good enough to still win, but I'm not doing the whole, let's just hope Malik is good enough and we'll try to rest Quinn, even though he might be able to play. There's just too much at stake for me.
You can hear that in Sark's voice too, and I don't fault him at all for that, by the way. He's in a rock and a hard place position. It's like you want to support the guy, but you also want him to get everything he's got for you, especially if it seems like he might be healthy enough to do so. So the ball's in Quinn's court now. When are you going to feel healthy enough to do so?
Yeah. Well, let's you want to hear some more from Sark talking about Malik Murphy, because I'm kind of with you. I ultimately think it will be Malik Murphy who starts for Texas on Saturday. I think next week is when we see Quinn Ewers suited up again. So here's look, the throwaway, right? The second interception that Malik Murphy's had, and it's 2 games in a row where he's just thrown a bad pick when he needs to either take a sack or just throw it away. Here's Sark from the press conference yesterday, just teaching Malik Murphy and just young quarterbacks in general about, hey, maybe throwing the ball away is not a bad thing.
One of the hardest plays a quarterback ever has to make is throwing a ball away, because you think competitively there's always a throw that I can make. But quite frankly, the most competitive play a lot of times you can make is throwing that away when you're competing for your team and the impact that it has for your team and earning the right to punt and let your defense go play defense and things of that nature. So it's a big challenge. It's a big challenge to coach. It's a big challenge for the player to understand the value in that. And like I said, I think sometimes you have to have real life experience to understand the significance of that play and the consequence of that play when you make it. And so hopefully, like I said, I think that he learns from that. And we don't, the sign of a really good player is that they don't make the same mistakes twice and that they learn from those things. And I think, Malik's a very conscientious young man, and I think that he'll definitely learn from that.
So that was a very similar answer to what we heard last week also, right? With a little bit more of an emphasis on learning the lesson and making sure you're not doing it over and over again. We need to see that work itself out of its system right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, I think Malik Murphy's got a chance to be a great quarterback in college football. And hey, maybe we see that this Saturday, but it's just what we saw from him last Saturday. It just gives me reservation. And Matt says BK evidently did not see the last scoring drive in regular time. Look, I'll give Malik some credit because he did rally the troops when things were going out of control for Texas. He led the Longhorns on a field goal drive, which was great. But you know what I also saw? I saw 12 of 26 for 96 yards and 2 interceptions from the second quarter to overtime last Saturday. It's 3.7 yards per attempt. Iowa would consider benching that quarterback. That's how bad it was. So I want Malik to be great. I really want him to be great. He seems like an awesome kid and an easy kid to root for, and everybody in that locker room seemingly loves him. But we're talking about competing for a conference championship. We're talking about trying to make it to the playoff. Those numbers are not going to get it done. 1 3-point scoring drive in the last 2 quarters of the game, that's not going to get it done for me. So I'm not saying Quinn Ewers is perfect. He's got plenty of flaws, and we've talked about that a lot this year. But right now, it's clear that he is the best option for Texas at the quarterback spot. And when you've got 3 games that you need to win with 2 of them on the road, I get nervous with what we've seen from Malik to this point.
We saw him throw the ball 37 times this last Saturday. Is there a number that you would feel more comfortable with this weekend?
Oh, man. God, I've given Sark credit. I feel like I've been easier on Sark than most Texas fans have because there were guys open all game long. I thought the game plan was great. It's just Malik went from hitting everybody to not hitting anybody, which was stunning. I don't know. I mean, I would love to run it 40 plus. They ran it 37 times as well last week. I'd love to be able to run it 40 to 50 times to where Malik's only throwing it 25 to 30, maybe. I guess in the ultimate perfect world, you can run it 60 times and throw it 10 times. Hell, I'd say that even if Quinn was the quarterback, right? Because Jonathan Brooks is better than Quinn Ewers. Like, if you can compare running back to quarterback. So I think Sark in a perfect world would try to run it that well if he could. But I don't know. 20 to 30 is preferred over the 30 to 40 that we got last Saturday.
Did Sark give an injury update to or on Jonathan Brooks either yesterday or after the game on Saturday?
No, I'll let you hear from Sark. This is a team-wide injury update, but there's no mention of Jonathan Brooks at all. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about the other Longhorns who have been banged up, if I can find it.
Well, I'd say this. I think the thing that was probably the most encouraging thing for me today, everybody practiced. That was awesome. We've gone about a month now or so where certain guys have been out, certain guys have been limited. The beauty of today's practice, everybody was out there. Catalan was back out there. Crawford was out there. Kelvin was out there. Christian Jones was out there. So that was real positive. Naturally, as the week goes on, we're going to have to monitor all these guys and figure out, who can really contribute to the game and then how much and what is that going to look like. But for a Monday, for them all to be out there today was really, really encouraging for me.
So there's Sark injury update. And he did single out a couple of guys, Trey. Jonathan Brooks was not one of them, right? He mentioned Catalan by name. He mentioned Crawford by name. He mentioned Banks and Jones by names. So I guess we should take that as good news, right? Everybody practiced, which means Brooks practiced. And also Sark didn't feel the need to single out Jonathan Brooks and say that he's dealing with anything. So
it's nice to hear that Catalan is going to be playing again this year. I honestly didn't know these last couple of weeks. It wouldn't have surprised me to hear that he was done for the year at a certain point. But, whatever he's able to get out there for, the safety position looks much better on at least one side.
Yeah.
So if he can come back this week and test things out against TCU, great, because you're going to need that guy if you make it to the Big 12 championship game or maybe even before that too.
Yep. Secondary needs all the help that it can get right now. But, some of the help they are getting is from this great pass rush. Shout out Mr. Sorrell in the building. What a game for Barron Sorrell. What a game for the entire Texas defensive line last Saturday. But the edge rushers with Barron Sorrell and Ethan Burke, what those guys were doing to the Kansas State offensive tackles, incredibly impressive. They were the difference. The Texas D-line, the difference for the Longhorns. And obviously on the final play of the game, Barron Sorrell and Byron Murphy, both of them got immediate pressure on Will Howard, and they were able to force that goal line stand. So, yeah, tip of the cap to that defensive front and to you, Mr. Sorrell. That was awesome, man.
I find myself happy for Barron when he makes plays, but I'm a little bit happier for Barry right now just because he's a part of the community.
Yes.
I get it. Yeah, the fatherly love for watching your kids do well in sports. The pride that comes into play as well.
Man, that absolutely. Absolutely. And hopefully those guys continue to feast this weekend. But man, this D-line, when it plays like that, it's one of the best in the country. I think the defensive tackles for Texas are the best in the country. But when you get Sorrell feasting like that, when you get Ethan Burke close to 100%, it looked like he was healthier than he had been in a while. Those guys are some special talents too, man. So it's a fun bunch to have a dominant defensive line like that. It makes life easier for a defense, and it's also way more enjoyable to watch your defense play, knowing that, well, teams can't run on you, number one, and also that you can get a pretty good pass rush. Texas is able to keep getting that semblance of a pass rush by only rushing 4, because once again, they need help in the secondary, so they get to drop more guys and still get pressure. That's the ultimate right there for PK.
Yeah, Maurice Blackwell being in there is going to help at the linebacker position in pass coverage too. And you're right. That is the anchor of this defense. One of, if not the best units in the country. It's got great depth. You can't say that about other spots across the defense, whether you're talking linebacker or lack of depth at safety too. And they do make PK's life so much easier for trying to do everything else. So hopefully they can get that part of it figured out. It's been a bit of a mixed bag these last couple of weeks, but I think overall it is better than what we saw in the second half against Houston.
Yeah, absolutely. The defense has turned a corner since that near debacle at Houston. I guess you can't call it a total debacle. They did win the football game after all, but we had more questions than answers with the Longhorn defense after that one, and they have answered a lot of those questions in these last 2 games. One more from Steve Sarkisian today. Well, we've talked about this a lot, and I know Longhorn fans everywhere have talked about this a lot. The officiating, or lack thereof, for Texas. Kevin Marr and his crew were on the call on Saturday, and that crew sucks. Like, they were bad before Texas and Oklahoma made their announcement that they were leaving for the SEC. Like, that crew is just terrible. But we ran down some of the numbers regarding the lack of offensive holdings called on Texas opponents and the lack of pass interferences called on Texas opponents. Sark was actually asked about those things yesterday, Trey, and he did kind of comment on just the lack of flags that are going Texas's way right now. Here's the head coach.
As far as what's called and what's not, a couple things I know this. In my opinion, we have the 2 most dominant defensive interior linemen in the country, and if not the country, in our conference. And I'm not sure if they've gotten a holding penalty called on either of them yet this year. So I'm not sure how that adds up, but I just got to keep getting those guys to play hard and be committed to trying to affect the game, the run game, the pass game that way. And the same when we throw the football. I love when I line up and I see 1 and 5 out there together. I know they're a problem for our opponents. And so I recognize people are going to do things to try to minimize their effectiveness to the game. And we're going to take advantage of those opportunities when they're there. If things get called, they get called. If they don't, we just don't have a lot of time to complain about it. We've got to go on to the next play. And the moment we start getting caught up in that, then it's going to start to affect their play and our play to call the things necessary. So, it's the way it goes. And I've said this all along, like, we need to focus on what we need to do and not get caught up in what's getting called and what's not.
I appreciate Sark's diplomatic answer, because the real answer is it's fucking bullshit. But you can't get caught up in that because you have no control over it. He's right about that.
Yeah.
And so far they've been able to weather it okay. I mean, he points out the damning stat that Xavier Worthy hasn't had a pass interference called against him in conference play, or is it 1?
Texas as a team has drawn 1 pass interference penalty in conference play. I can't remember. It was the Baylor game. I don't think it was Xavier Worthy. I don't remember which receiver it was, but there's been 1 PI called on a Big 12 team playing against Texas this year.
Against a group that's one of the best in the conference in the country.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
it's a joke.
Give me a fucking break.
It's a joke. If you gave Sark truth serum, he would have said exactly what you just said right there. Like, he's got to be diplomatic, whatever. He did further talk. He did further go on and say that, after every game, they'll send plays to the Big 12 office and they'll try to get explanations for why this was called or why this wasn't called. But, what does that actually do? It's like the last 2-minute report in the NBA. Okay, cool. You got the call wrong. That doesn't help. Thanks for that one, Zebras, Tim Donaghy. So, yeah, look, we knew what this was going to be. Oklahoma got screwed worse than Texas did this past Saturday.
Yeah, they did.
By the way, like Xavier Worthy got interfered with on a drive, and Texas had to give the ball back. That might have been the punt block drive. I can't remember, but Texas had to give the ball back, and Kansas State ended up scoring, and that was obviously one of the scores that let them back into the game. Xavier Worthy got held and grabbed, and that was a clear and obvious pass interference. Oklahoma was down by 6 in the 4th quarter of Bedlam. They had a receiver get tackled in the end zone, which should have put it at 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. They didn't call it. OU had to settle for a field goal. So instead of a touchdown and an extra point for the lead, they kick a field goal to go down by 3, and they ended up losing by 3.
Wasn't it Drake Stoops, too, who got interfered with?
I think it was Drake Stoops.
And he was having a ridiculous game, too.
Yeah, I can't. It might have been Drake Stoops. I've only watched it 10 times. You would think I would know by now. But horrible. But we knew this was going to be a thing going into the year. We all talked about it. Hell, it was a thing last year. Like, that's the one thing Texas and OU fans have been able to bond on these past couple of years is just how atrocious the officiating has been. And it's been awful for both teams. So it's something that Texas is going to have to overcome. It's why you'd like to hold on to 27-7 leads, so you don't have to freak out about certain calls and no calls, right? Because if you play close games, then there's a chance that there's a backbreaking call that's going to go against you. And this year, it's going to go against you. You don't play OU again You might not play them at all again this year because apparently they also fear Texas because they, I guess, don't want a rematch because they can't beat anybody else. But the 3 teams you've got left and potentially Oklahoma State in Jerry World, they're all staying in the Big 12. So, your Mark and the officials want those teams to beat Texas because he doesn't want to hand that trophy to a departing team after this year. So the perfect scenario for the Longhorns is you just take care of business to the point where you don't have to worry about the refs becoming a factor. Easier said than done, of course.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's I think the game plan has been good to start the last 3 games now. It's about showing you that you're that second half team that made you so good at the start of the year. And a lot of that comes down to the offense and its ability to move the ball and not turn it over. And that's part of the reason why we've seen a flip over these last couple of games and much closer calls than needed to be.
Yeah.
Actually, the BYU game wasn't so bad, but the Houston game, obviously the offense starting to stagnate in the second half was a big part of the issue too. Even with turnovers weren't as big of a deal.
Yeah. Texas is taking the ball away too, which is helping, right? They've turned it over too much these last 3 games. Obviously, they turned it over too much against Oklahoma, too. So you can really say the last 4 games. But they are getting some takeaways, which has been huge in these past couple of weeks. So, that's where we're at with the officials, man. Don't expect to be getting a bunch of calls this Saturday in Fort Worth. And look, Texas is a 9.5-point favorite right now. So win this game and cover. And then we won't be complaining too much about the refs. I can't sit here and say we won't be complaining at all because I'm sure we will be, but take it out of their hands, man. Take it out of their hands.
The conversation we had about the game yesterday, it really didn't involve the refs at all. Like we're trying not to dwell on that part either and trying to look at the ins and outs of the actual what's happening on the field that Texas can't control. But we'll talk about it because it's there. We won't harp on it. It won't be excuse making. This is why we were arguing for Texas and OU to get out as soon as possible because this was only going to get worse. It's not like everybody was just going to feel good on the way out the door. There's a lot of animosity and a lot of ill will right now. And so you wish you would have been in the SEC this year, but hey, it's happening next year, which is also a year early.
Couple of texts on the CODA text line, 512-222-9328. A 945 number says it's a given that Kevin Marr will officiate the Big 12 title game, right? Oh, if Texas is in it, yes. If Texas screws up and we get Oklahoma State and Kansas State or Kansas or somebody in it, then no, they'll actually give them good refs. But if Texas and or Oklahoma are involved, then it will be Kevin Marr's crew, no question.
Yeah, I got to give you credit. You called that one out before I think I'd heard anybody else say his name. They're pretty terrible.
Yep. Heisenberg situation, man. Say his name. That guy loves the airtime. And there's that video of, the Ethan Burke strip sack fumble was recovered by Jalen Ford. Huge play for Texas. They scored on the next snap. There's a video like Ethan Burke leaving the pile is like pointing Texas's way, saying that, no, that's our football. And then Kevin Marr's in the background, like shaking his head like, no, it's not. No. Almost like he's like, yo, no, it's not yours. It's K-State's because I want them to win. So they're keeping the football. And then that review took 45 minutes, even though it should have taken about 45 seconds. And it's probably Kevin Marr talking to the upstairs official. Like, yeah, but are you sure? Are you sure there's enough to overturn it? Because I really don't want the orange team to win. So are we sure? Can we just say it stands, please?
We saw another example out of that crew being the fun police again. I think this was actually towards a Kansas State player who had just scored a touchdown to maybe cut it to 1 score with the potential to tie it or 2 tie it up with the possibility of an extra point giving them the lead. And he was like celebrating in the end zone. And the ref was like, stop doing that. Go back to the sideline right now. It's like the guy's just pumping his fist and yelling to the crowd. Like,
yeah,
fuck off, dude.
Maybe the Baylor game. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it was silly. Just silly. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. All right, some sponsor shout-outs today before we get to where are we at in society. How about a word from our buddy Tom McKay over at AV Consultations?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations. College basketball is back. You've got the NBA, you've got the NHL, you've got college football, you've got the NFL, which means you need TVs, and AV Consultations has those TVs. There's a damn gnat flying around my head. It's pissing me off. We'll give Pest Wranglers a shout because maybe I need to give them a shout here in a second. Olipop, rocking the hat today. Trey tried it a couple of days ago. Big fan of the root beer flavor. I'm a big fan of the root beer flavor too. They've got all sorts of flavors, man. If root beer is not your thing, they've got cola, grape soda, lemon lime, Dr. Goodwin, which is their version of a Dr. Pepper, cream soda, and a bunch of other unique flavors too. What sets Olipop apart from other sodas? Well, it's actually good for you. That's right. 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can, hardly any calories in any can. This stuff is different, man. It tastes like the soda that you know and love, but it is actually good for you. Shout out to Olipop and a shout out to Covert BK as well. If you're looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, look no further than Covert BK. Trey is going to be on pregame this Saturday with Bucky out at the Covert BK Studios, 4 to 6 on that pregame show. Thanks to Covert BK for being such a great partner of us at Texas Sports Unfiltered all year long. Texas basketball won last night, Trey. Any thoughts on that before we get to where are we at?
Not really, other than to hear Rodney Terry talk about it at the end of the game and the post-game presser. I like the style that he's trying to formulate this year, that this team is going to play fast. Initially, when they get the ball on offense, they're going to try and push it up the floor. But as Rodney Terry said post-game, you get 7 seconds. And then once we're past the 7 seconds, we're going to work for a good shot. I continue to like him a lot as an X's and O's coach and really working with the pieces in front of him to put together the best competitive team possible.
It looked good last night in Texas, 29-0 in fast break points last night. They created turnovers, they got out in transition, and they had a lot of easy buckets en route to that win and cover. That's nice when you're a 31.5-point favorite and you win by 32. That's what we're looking for this year, boys.
Yeah, it harkens back to the running horns teams from the late 80s and early 1990s, the BMW days, which was my favorite era of Texas basketball, other than TJ, of course, because that's when I first started rooting for Texas basketball as a kid. So that style was awesome. It was a lot of fun. It was very prevalent at that point in basketball on the whole, too. And this could set up to be another exciting season. I know it's hard right now for some college basketball fans because this roster looks so different from last year. Just get used to this. This is college basketball going forward. You're going to have to relearn your team each and every year. But it looks like early on, Rodney Terry has established a pretty good group of guys, and they're being patient with Dylan Dessou too, to make sure that when he's back out there, it's not something where he's out for a little bit and then he gets hurt again. They want him fully healthy here, and they have a pretty easy non-conference schedule to help ease him in if they want to do that and wait until closer to conference play.
I'm with you. And Shedrick looked good, too. He was clearly on a minutes restriction last night, but, God, in 11 minutes, he had 12 points and 3 blocks. Like, that guy was awesome, the Virginia transfer. So I wasn't sure he was going to be ready by the start of the year. Clearly limited, but he didn't look limited with his play. So good stuff there. Yeah, I think my favorite era of Texas basketball was the year and a half we had Chris Beard, thinking that we actually had something special. And I hope we still do with Rodney Terry because it's an easier guy to root for, methinks.
How quickly do you think Chris Beard is going to get it going with Ole Miss?
2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on if, you can get the off-the-court stuff taken care of and make sure that doesn't happen again. But he's awesome, man. He's a great coach.
I'll be curious to see the reaction that he gets when he brings Ole Miss into Austin at some point in the future.
Booze, that's what it should be. Not alcohol. That doesn't always work well with him. But booze is what it should be. It's got to be.
I've heard a surprising number of people that are giving him a lot of the benefit of the doubt there. And I look, I don't disagree that there are two different participants in that story, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, what sunk him is his unwillingness to be at all apologetic for it, right?
Yeah. I mean, or just get out of that situation before it ever got to that point.
And there were apparently warning signs being given, people saying stuff to him about needing to separate himself. So it's like, ultimately, you continue to put yourself in jeopardy, then bad things could happen.
Yeah, he deserves credit for putting that team together. That was the best team Texas has had in 20 years, but he had the opportunity of a lifetime and he blew it, and he also embarrassed the university by doing that. So
right,
I can't cheer for that, man. I can't cheer for that. All right,
great.
What we can cheer for: pest wranglers. We'll let you hear them say that a few times too.
Pest wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is your daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. Today is not that day. Today is a good day to bestow some hate on Atlanta Falcons head football coach Arthur Smith, BK. The formerly mustachioed Arthur Smith. Apparently, he shaved that porn stash now.
Oh.
And I got to give you credit for this early on in the NFL season where Bijan didn't get a heavy usage. This is the first game of the year. I said, you know what? I'm okay with that right now. Ease him into the action, and eventually he needs to be the dominant running back in this offense. But Arthur Smith, BK, week in and week out, continues to underutilize Bijan Robinson, including in the red zone, where Atlanta is not good at all right now, and he continues to find ways to justify it. And he was asked specifically about this. I haven't even asked if you have the audio for this or not. You don't have the audio of him talking about this, do you?
No.
Okay. So he was asked about Bijan not getting more opportunities up to this point. In giving his answer, he said that the Falcons have to score more points, but defended not giving Robinson more opportunities. Quote, he played a lot of snaps against Minnesota, and sometimes his impact away from the ball can open things up. Yes, Bijan, you want him away from the ball. That's where you're really at your best as an offense, with him being away from the fucking football, Arthur Smith. Now, this does come a little bit from some fantasy football frustrations, that is.
Thank you for
clearing that up. Bijan on one of my rosters, but it is embarrassing and frustrating for a guy that we love to watch play the sport, to watch this jackass continue to underutilize him.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, it really does not make sense. And I have a conspiracy theory. I brought it up with Rodney in the last hour that I wonder if this is like a Jeff Fisher, Vince Young situation, where we know Jeff Fisher did not want to draft Vince Young. That was a Bud Adams move, and Jeff Fisher wasn't happy about it. He wanted Matt Leinart, or he wanted somebody else. And it's clear that those two guys never saw eye to eye, and that's part of why VY's career went down the way that it did. I wonder if that's the case here in Atlanta, where Arthur Blank, the owner of the Falcons, just watched Bijan play at Texas and was like, yeah, no, that guy's awesome. We need that guy here. If we have a chance to draft that guy, we're drafting that guy. And Arthur Smith is like, well, I like this Algier cat. Like he had a pretty good rookie season, and I feel like we have other issues that we need to address, and maybe we shouldn't be taking a running back in the top 10 in the NFL in 2023. And maybe that's like out of spite. He's just not giving Bijan the ball because he never wanted Bijan in the first place. I have no sourcing on that. That's just like, what else makes sense? I don't know if that makes sense. What else makes sense to not give this guy the ball? He's not in the doghouse. There's no way he'd ever be in the doghouse. He's not that type of guy.
Like, he's a genuinely good dude. Everybody recognizes it in the locker room. You're right. This probably is a bit of a vendetta. That's the only explanation that would make sense at this point.
Is he trying to get fired?
A couple weeks ago. I don't know if Bijan talked about that or not. That was weird too, where it's like he has a headache that pops up the night before, and then it was still there on Sunday morning, but they didn't put him on the injury list. But he is in uniform on the sideline, and he gets in for a couple of plays. It's like there was a lot of inconsistency there too. The bottom line is Arthur Smith is not a head football coach. Like, I'm sorry. I know he had some good years as an OC with Derrick Henry as his running back, letting Ryan Tannehill operate off of play action, and being able to give it to Derrick Henry that much and to have him still be that productive too. He is very over his head with everything else that you are responsible for as a head football coach.
Yeah, I'll be honest, before this year, like I thought Arthur Smith did a decent job there last year, all things considered. But I can't defend him anymore. I can't defend this. And Kyle Pitts is still not getting involved as much as he probably should be in that offense. And yeah, I mean, you've got two talents like that with Bijan and Pitts, top 10 picks, mind you, and you just can't find a way to get them the ball. That's like, you're the offensive mastermind. This is supposed to be what you do. Why is this not working? Like, we got mad at Sark for not using Bijan enough. Bijan was like 6th in the country in rushing yards last year. And we're like, he should have been first. He should have been first. Why do we give him the ball more? And like, it's not even close. Like, Atlanta's not even putting him on the field at all.
Yeah, so and it's one thing if you're getting him touches in other ways, but he's also going games with maybe a single catch. I think last week was a single catch in the football game, and his hands are obviously a great weapon for him too. But meanwhile, Arthur Smith is going with the straight Jonnu Smith offense, and I realize he was good for him for the Titans a few years ago. I mean, they're handing the ball off to Jonnu Smith. They're letting him throw passes. They're letting him catch a lot of touchdown passes right now at the expense of another high first-round draft pick that you just mentioned, Kyle Pitts, who is awesome as a rookie.
You tell me how this makes sense. I just pulled up the Falcons stats on my phone. Tyler Algier has 116 carries for 371 yards. He's averaging 3.2 yards a carry. He's got one explosive run this year. Bijan Robinson has 103 carries for 517 yards. He's averaging 5 yards a carry. Got 4 explosive runs this year. So Bijan's averaging almost 2 yards a carry more than Tyler Algier, yet Tyler Algier has 13 more carries than Bijan does this year in the same number of games. How does that check out?
Dude, honestly, the most egregious thing about the usage to me, other than Bijan needing more touches, of course, is how he's using these guys. He's actually harming both of their abilities to get anything going because he's switching guys in and out throughout series, even when they're not tired necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, it's he's living the Tom Herman life, and I made this joke earlier. I'll make it again. I feel like it's a Scooby-Doo villain, where someone's going to rip off Arthur Smith's head, and it's going to be Tom Herman under him. Like, that's what got Tom Herman fired. A few other things did too. But if Tom Herman gives Bijan Robinson the ball more in 2020, Tom Herman's probably the coach here in 2021, and maybe he's still the coach here. But Texas lost a couple of one-score games that year and missed the Big 12 title game because he didn't use Bijan enough. Now Arthur Smith is maybe going to lose his job because he's not using Bijan enough.
If Tom Herman is wearing an Arthur Smith fat suit on Sundays, I'm a Tom Herman fan again. Is there any way we can get this guy back to Austin? We need his antics for the dying days of LHN. Just give him a show and let him do his thing.
In the Arthur Smith fat suit, we're going to get that deal.
Yeah, we can call the show Double Bird, right?
I'm in on that. I'd watch. Yeah, get Tom Herman at FAU on Saturday, get him on the Falcons sideline on Sundays, and get him at LHN from Monday to Friday.
Have you checked how his team is doing this year?
One of their games was on like a Friday night, and I watched a little bit of it, and they were right around 500. So not to the point where I could give you an actual answer on how Florida Atlantic is doing.
Let's see. I'm pulling it up right now.
Maybe
they are 4-5.
Okay.
3-2 in the conference.
I was gonna say maybe Chip and Zay. No, I almost hope you guys don't know. Any word on Tom Herman's first year and what was that, Boca Raton, where FAU is?
FAU, baby, Boca Raton.
I know Casey Thompson's out the whole year. That's about it.
Well, he'll be back next year. That guy won't graduate. Him and Brock Cunningham. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that probably makes more sense. Shoot. What's on the docket today, fellas?
Oh man, we got We got Texas football. We got Texas basketball. We got Chris Hummer at 1:30. We got Hank South talking Texas Longhorns recruiting at 2:15. Got a loaded show, fellas.
Jam-packed.
Yeah, and the Chris Hummer segment is the best segment of college football you'll hear anywhere on any show nationwide.
Chris Hummer, he's good.
He's good.
Yeah. And y'all are good.
Yeah, I'm piggybacking off of that Arthur Smith trash talking. F Arthur Smith. F that dude. Him and Heineke and Bijan should be like Elway and Terrell Davis. Emmett and Aikman. You know what I'm saying? And he's fucking all that up.
In the words of the meme, F Arthur Smith, all my homies hate Arthur Smith. How do you do, fellow kids?
I didn't think there would be an NFL coach this year that I ended up disliking as much as of Brandon Staley, but Arthur Smith has now exceeded any disdain I have for the Chargers head guy.
Yeah, and he tried to shave the mustache and stuff. BK, I see you got the mustache still rolling. Looks nice, my brother. But Arthur Smith talking about, I was up all night and I shaved the stash because he wants to switch the luck a little bit. Give the ball to Bijan Robinson. Yes, he fumbled. I don't give a damn. Give the ball to Bijan Robinson. You drafted him in the first round like an idiot anyway because it's a running back. I love Bijan and all, but he's still a running back. And you're not going to use him? Doesn't make any freaking sense.
I'm with you.
Plus, he's salty. Zay's salty because his Falcons lost this weekend.
Yeah.
0-3 this week, Zay. Yeah, that's a nice Trey impression you're doing there.
Yeah,
man.
not too good. But that's all right. I'm going to bounce back this week. Don't worry about it. I'm going to bounce back.
BK, who's up in our pick standings for the season? Isn't it me by a game?
I'm cutting out. You're breaking up.
No.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Bad connection.
Y'all have a great show, guys.
Appreciate y'all. Good show, fellas.
All right, fellas. Great show. Hey, in the immortal, there it is, the laser beams. In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us. Us, Chip and Zay from 1 to 3 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And Zay, we got a lot to talk about, my man. A lot to talk about. I don't know.
Sports night last night.
Huh?
Good sports night last night.
Yeah, good sports night last night. I went down to the Mood, checked out Dem Horns. And if you weren't in your seat right at the beginning, you might have missed the 21-0 run. We will get to that and my thoughts on Caden Shedrick and the gang. But Zay, we gotta start off with a little Texas football. And here's my thinking about these TCU Horned Frogs. After talking to Brian Estrich yesterday, and if you missed that interview, Brian Estrich, the voice of the TCU Horned Frogs, does a nice job. Tends to keep it real. Doesn't sugarcoat it. I did not get the sense that this TCU team has it together at this particular moment. They are coming off a beating at the hands of the Texas Tech Red Raiders out in La Buttocks. And I don't know if TCU can pull it together, like galvanize, put it all together for the Horns this weekend. I should expect it because TCU is 8-3 against Texas since joining the Big 12. But I don't know what is going on because Brian Estrich said they just need success. You remember when he said that?
Yep.
Well, how are they going to get success going up against this defense? Because here's my thing. They have good receivers, like on paper, John Paul Richardson, and Savion Williams and Jalen Robinson. But Josh Hoover has been up and down, to say the least. Now, he can run a little bit, so he can cause you some grief. He may drop back for a pass. But he has 7 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. That's not good. He looked great against BYU, but as Brian Estridge said, everybody looks great against BYU. I love Amani Bailey, their running back. He's at 908 yards rushing, 5.5 a carry, 4 touchdowns. He can catch the ball. He's got 19 catches for 141 yards. He's what you want. He's the real deal. But you gotta rock this team early. You gotta keep that doubt fresh in their minds. And so after looking at TCU, kind of really digging into them, this is going to be about as important a first quarter for Texas as they've had, with the Big 12 championship on the line, because it is. This is a game where Sark, whether it's Malik Murphy or Quinn Ewers, they got to get off to a good start. And for once, they got to keep punching, man. They got to punch until the ref is waving his hand over TCU. Over and out. Yeah. You think this Texas team is capable of that? Night game on the road where they've, against a team they've gone 3-8 against?
Yeah, I think it's in them, but this team likes to be dramatic. I mean, you go all the way back to Wyoming.
That's the quote of the day right now. This team likes to be dramatic.
They do, man. They had Wyoming tied with them going into the fourth quarter before they put on 21 straight points. Like
that was when this team was a fourth quarter team.
Fourth quarter team, exactly.
Remember that?
Yeah, definitely remember that. Then they go up, although 21-0 against Houston. We saw what they did this past weekend against Kansas State, being up 27-7, and then just. I don't know what happens. It's like the adjustments that the other team makes, Sark isn't ready for it, or Sark's getting greedy with his play calling because he wants to keep it interesting and wants to, show all the recruits and transfers in the nation that are thinking about coming to Texas, hey, look how much fun we're having. Look how exciting we look. Look at all these trickery things that I like to do. Look how open that we could be instead of just doing what's right. And a lot of that is just running the football at times. So it's in them. You see it, and you like that they're winning games regardless. But yeah, I think that just Fort Worth, with the record that you just said, Chip, it's a very tricky place. And it doesn't matter what team you're playing, if it's one of those Gary Patterson teams or now one of these Sonny Dykes teams, even though they have the record where it is and don't look like the team that was in the national championship in 2022, then, you could get got. You could get got, and especially when you have Malik Murphy playing quarterback right now, which the last 2 weeks, I think he's proven that he is due for a couple of bad throws or maybe a plethora of bad throws. Just Kansas State, they didn't come up with interceptions, which I know their secondary team and Clanderman, they're probably talking about, hey, can we catch the ball this week? Whoever we're playing, if they're going to give us those opportunities that Malik Murphy was throwing out there, those ducks and such, you got to capitalize on them. And thank goodness for Texas sake, the Wildcats did not. If this team from Fort Worth, TCU does, which again, they have guys that can do so. I mean, they got the secondary players and a lot of guys that were on that national championship team. You don't want this crowd to stay in it. Obviously, it's going to be a sold-out game. It's a primetime game. So, hey, night game up in Fort Worth, that could also be a little dangerous. But, yeah, at the end of the day, this team's been doing a good job helping Malik Murphy out, especially the defense, causing turnovers and getting the ball back in short field situations. And if they could continue to do that, which I feel like they should be able to, I have confidence in them making life hell for Josh Hoover, then, they should be able to come home with a win. But yeah, I'm with you, Chip. If these guys don't take care of the first quarter and put their foot on these guys' throats and give them a game to where TCU has confidence, then it could get a little spicy. And that's the last thing the Texas Longhorns want right now, trying to fight for a college football playoff contention.
Yeah, what happened to this team being a fourth quarter team? They've gone from being a slow starting team that guns it in the fourth quarter to a team that, like last year, gets off to a good start and then lets big leads slip away to the point where you're in a nail biter against Houston, against K-State. They got to get this thing back on track, because it's all or nothing. Like, players were asked yesterday, can you feel it? Can you smell it? Do you realize how close you are? And Jake Major said, yeah, we're hungry. We got to take care of each week and we'll get where we want to go. But it's like, I get the turnovers against Kansas State. The defense had a rough day at Houston. They didn't get any help on the holding calls or lack of holding calls. But this is a situation where, look, you have to basically plan on the officiating not being there.
Yeah.
You got to leave no doubt. You can't leave it anywhere close to being in the officials' hands. You got to get after it and drop some hammers. And look, the last time Texas played a night game on the road was Alabama. They were in sync. They were dialed in. Defense played great early. The Jahdae Barron interception. My man Xavier Worthy dropped a touchdown pass. So did Jordan Whittington. But they were able to punish that mistake, and they kind of kept it going all throughout the game, kept answering when Alabama took that 16-13 lead in the third quarter. Remember when Texas was able to run out the clock with 7:14 left at Alabama?
Toughness, man.
And they couldn't run out a minute 45 at home against K-State?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and you don't like that, but
they had 3 timeouts, I get it, but you get 1 first down and there's nothing left.
And I think that's just freshness. That Alabama game, this team was still fresh. You don't have as many bumps and bruises because that's the second game of the season. Now you're at week 10 in the college football season, and Christian Jones is out. Kelvin Banks leaves for a second. Sark's moving guys around. Cam Williams, he kind of looks like a guy with a deer in the headlights at times. So a lot's different from the Alabama game to now with that offensive line. But yeah, I think just the fact that this team's a little banged up, especially on the offensive line, that you're seeing some of these drives where you're like, man, the Horns, they did such a good job of just wearing teams down. Now they're worn down. So they can't, put that muscle to them like you want or expect. And hopefully getting Christian Jones back, or hopefully they do get Christian Jones back this week, helps in that. And these guys could just get more and more healthy. You heard Sark talk about everybody practicing this week. That doesn't necessarily mean everybody's playing, but it's very, an optimistic feeling knowing that everybody's practicing. And yeah, I hope they could get back to that eventually, especially for Malik Murphy's sake. But yeah, I think that's just due to this team being a little worn down at this part of the season.
Okay. I mean, you've got all the tools to handle business against TCU, which is not a world beater by any stretch of the imagination. Even though that defense has all those starters back from last year, TCU's run defense giving up 148 yards per game. Their scoring defense is giving up I mean, they're giving up 24.3 points per game. You know, on offense, they're scoring 29 points per game. Texas is at 34.3, just about right on the number that they were on last year. I thought we would see it be a little better than that, but Texas has scored 30 points in 9 straight games. You'll take that. They're not, you know, but this is also the game that we're going to find out if TCU had Texas's signals last year or not, because Sark changed up the signals. And let's see, because TCU sure seemed to know exactly what Texas was doing, to the point where Bijan Robinson ran 22 times for 28 yards. When on earth has that ever happened, Zay?
Should never happen. It should never happen. But hey, they didn't get caught, so I guess they're cool. I don't know. You think about what's going on with Michigan right now and all the success they're having, and think about just that TCU game and not being able to put up any offensive points. If it wasn't for that Jahdae Barron touchdown, then they wouldn't have even got 10 on the board. It would have been a 17-3 game. And the fact that TCU really couldn't do nothing except for Quentin Johnston, he had that deep route for a touchdown, and then Kendre Miller went crazy on a really big run. But besides that, they had a struggle moving that ball for the team that got runner-up in the national championship. So, yeah, I mean, that should piss you off. You know, I guess some of the guys, they deflected that question when they were asked about it yesterday. And, hey, that's cool, but that should piss you off. Because this is another team that's in your way, that's trying to muck up your season. You see what happened to Oklahoma, they're done for. You know, when they beat Texas, they were riding high. Oh, man, we could get to college football playoff. We don't get back to the Big 12. Britt Venables is the guy. Now look where they at. You know, they lost 2 straight and their season is over. Alamo Bowl, that seems like where they're headed. So you don't want to get to that point. You know, you don't want to get to that point, especially with all these guys who won't be on the team possibly next season. Like, you can't play with your food anymore. Houston and this game against Kansas State, you were playing with your food a little bit too much. And some of that's on the coaching staff. We talked about Pete Kwiatkowski's play calling against Houston being very mediocre. Then Sark at times, his play calling also mediocre, just going for it on 4th down at wrong times. Again, the Burt Auburn fake field goal, just weird stuff like that. And, you know, everything just has to be in sync. Everything has to be in sync, because it's not like these games are gimmies. You know, some people might think they are. I don't. Iowa State's getting hot at the right time. And then this TCU team, they still got dudes, man. Like, hey, don't sleep on Mark Perry, the safety. That dude's hard hitting and he's willing to hit. You know, you can't sleep on Josh Newton. We talked about him, Hodges Tomlinson, and those dudes. They were locking everybody down last year. They just can't figure out what's going on that other side. We heard Brian yesterday talk about it a little bit. So they ain't got no scrubs over there. You know what I'm saying? This ain't the TLC song. They ain't got no scrubs over there at all. You got to respect them. And if you go in there with that respect and say, hey, it don't matter what y'all got, y'all can't play with us, Malik Murphy take care of the ball, then you should be able to pull out a dub. Like, at this point, Sark, you can't worry about style points, man. I get it. You want to run up the score. You want to make it look cute. You want to make it look just welcoming to all these 5-star recruits and big-time transfers coming over from these blue blood schools and stuff. Well, okay, I get that. That's fine. But at the end of the day, you just got to win these games however you can. And this Kansas State game should have woke you up, because you should have easily lost that. Chris Kleiman, kick the ball. Hey, kick the ball, dog. Kick the ball, go into a second overtime and see what happens. You got lucky that he got greedy too. A couple of greedy coaches on both of those sidelines this past Saturday at DKR. And the one that was the greediest lost the game. So, hey, you got to find that balance of being greedy and also just saying, hey, we're going to take the points. I'm going to do what's best for our team. Let's trust our defense, who's playing some really great football right now.
Yeah, Jason says Texas wins and covers the past 10 matchups. Don't affect this Saturday. Well, it's the last 11, but who's counting? Now, here's the other thing, Zay. Sonny Dykes is 3-0 against Texas as a head coach. He was the head coach at Cal when they won that crazy game where Gerard Hurd played his ass off and Nick Rose missed the extra point to force overtime. And then he beat Texas out in Berkeley, and then he won last year's game. 3-0 as a head coach against Texas. I don't think that has much to do with anything, but it just tells you that this team is a team you've got to take seriously. And I just want to know. I went by Bird Biscuit this morning to see if my man Malik Murphy was there. I was going to talk to him.
Was he there? Was he there?
I didn't see him.
Good.
I didn't see him at Bird Biscuit.
I like that. I like that. Let's lock in.
I was going to talk to him and just say, hey, dude, the fan base, you're making the fan base nervous. You got all these tools in your toolbox. And you're throwing balls up for grabs, and it don't make no sense, especially when you're 6'6", 250. And guys are probably going to bounce off you like Ben Roethlisberger. So use your legs a little.
Just a little bit.
Throw it away. Take a sack.
Yo, I don't think he's thrown it away once. In 2 games, I don't think he's thrown it away once. Just throw it out of bounds. It's always just been throwing it up for grabs. And yeah, it's time to eat Popeyes this week, Malik. It's time to get grimy. You know what I'm saying? Popeyes, KFC, Bird Biscuit. That's a little too, high class right now. Let's dumb it down. Get to the roots. Get to the roots, man. Like, grab it with your hands, eat that breast and thigh, go crazy. But, yeah. Well, I'm nervous too. Every time he goes out there at this point, because you can't always throw the deep ball. You can't do that every play. The intermediate stuff, you got to throw those on the money. The short stuff, you got to throw those on the money, man. Like, there's a lot. There's 3 levels to this. And if none of those 3 levels are there, take off. Throw it out of bounds. Throw it down. Like, take the sack. Sometimes taking the sack's okay. You hate it. It doesn't look good. It definitely doesn't look good for the old lineman, but that's a part of the game.
And when your defense is just putting the chokehold on people, thanks to Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, Ethan Burke back looking healthy, then you can take the sack. Don't put them in that sudden change short field BS where they're having to, scramble because the other team's already in the red zone because of some "are you kidding me" turnover. And look, everything is, I said this, the patience for Malik Murphy is directly proportional to the anxiety that Longhorn Nation is feeling about being this close to winning a Big 12 championship. And we know Texas fans don't forget, because Michael Taft was asked by Kirk Bowles on Monday, after Michael Taft made interceptions in 3 straight games, he asked, does Blake Gideon tell you that you catch the football better than he does?
Jesus, Kurt. Wow. Oh, yo, Kurt, I know you've been doing this for 6 decades, but damn. Wow. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that is rough. Like, Kurt's been doing in so long. He had the OG typewriter back in the day. That's damn, Kurt. Man, tough crowd.
I mean, Texas fans, they don't forget.
Yeah.
And this is an opportunity. I mean, what, 3 Big 12 championships?
Yeah. Hey, here's a fun fact. You know your boy was this close to being named Mookie Collier?
Really?
Yes. My mom loved, which this is tough because he's a former Sooner, Mookie Blaylock. My mom loved Mookie Blaylock. She loved him. My mom always loved the tiny guy, which is why I'm named after Isaiah Thomas, but she loved Mookie Blaylock and that 89 Sooners team that went to the championship game. And Mookie was locking up, and he could, shoot that jumper a little bit. And he had a solid NBA career, too. He's one of the best players of the 90s at that point guard position. But, yeah, man, and then Cece was like, no, I ain't calling my boy Mookie. That ain't I don't think that's a good look. So, yeah, it didn't work out. But, yeah, Mookie Taft, man, doing this thing. Westlake alum. Shout out to him.
Mookie Taft. All right, before we get to Chris Hummer, hey, I want you to get into the car that you really want to be driving. Apple Leasing is going to help you do it because some of you are driving around in a used car you can't stand. And if you're in Austin, Texas, you're going to be in traffic. You need to be in a car that you love. It's worth investing in yourself. Apple Leasing leases every make and model of car. And you pick it. You pick the interior, the exterior, all the fixins. You pick it. They're going to go get it for you. And it's the easy lease. So you get 2-3 years into the lease, you decide, hey, I want to try this car. Well, guess what? That's no problem. You lease from a dealership. You're not going to be able to switch make and model of car mid-lease. Everything's easy with Apple Leasing. Go to the website, appleleasing.com. Check out the selection of cars. You want to keep your payments in the $400 range, or you want to get a Range Rover. They're going to get it for you. And you're not paying for the future trade-in value of the car. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford. And it's under warranty. It's new. You're not paying for someone else's repairs and mess ups. You're just cruising, baby. Like you're driving around in your living room. AppleLeasing.com. Give them a call, 346-9977. Of course, that's area code 512. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. All right, Zay. So we haven't talked about Oklahoma and this loss against Oklahoma State. Are you feeling like Oklahoma State is going to be the team in the Big 12 title game at this point?
It feels right. Again, shout out to Mike Gundy and the job that he's done. When you took that loss to South Alabama, you thought that this team was Dunsky. Like this team, it's not like they barely lost to South Alabama either. They got blown the hell out. So, yeah, to do what they did against Kansas State, to beat Kansas, then you move on and beat West Virginia, you beat the hell out of Cincinnati, then you win the Bedlam game. Yeah, I mean, their schedule is lining up for them to go to Jerry World. UCF, Houston, and BYU are left. Like, that's all seems like dubs to me. And, I mean, we know anything can happen in college football, but, yeah, I feel like Oklahoma State, it's theirs to lose at this point, which we know Texas, they've always had their struggles with them also. But, yeah, seems like the Cowboys, they're on their one-way ticket there. They should be getting their hotel situation ready.
Let's bring in our man, Chris Hummer, national college football analyst, writer extraordinaire for 24/7 Sports. Hummer, how are you doing?
Doing great, y'all. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. We look forward to this segment every week. So we were just talking about Oklahoma State. They have won 5 in a row, Hummer, against Kansas State, Kansas, West Virginia, Cincinnati, and Oklahoma. Some questionable, calls there. Drake Stoops looked like he got interfered with, but you can't leave it in the hands of the refs. Not Texas and Oklahoma, not this year. What are your thoughts on Mike Gundy and the Oklahoma State Cowboys? And are they on upset alert at Central Florida this week, Hummer? Because I said Central Florida was going to get somebody this year. I thought it might be K-State. But now Oak State's got to go down to Florida. Thoughts?
Well, first, like, there's no conspiracy theories in the Big 12 this year, are there? Like, Sarkisian didn't mention holding, like at his press conference this week or anything, right? As for Oklahoma State, I'm still a little blown away that this is happening. Like, this is not as talented of an Oklahoma State roster we've seen in previous years. And I guess we should all remember Mike Gundy's an excellent coach. He wins 7+ games every year at Oklahoma State for a reason. Like, he is working magic with this roster, and I really think they've embraced their offensive identity, which is running the football. Ollie Gordon. They don't have the quarterback to run the system they did with Spencer Sanders for so many years. So they pivoted another way, and it's really worked. So credit to that coaching staff for making the adjustments they need to in season, because they were not playing this way early in the year. I think that South Alabama game, they were still trying to throw 30+ times with a rotating quarterback room that included Mike Gundy's son, Alan Bowman, in year 17 or whatever he's in, and Garrett Rangel. So they have done a really nice job adjusting and doing what works for them. They're playing really sound, solid football. So I think that's what's working for Oklahoma State. As for upset alert, like, until I see otherwise, I think Oklahoma State's on upset alert every week. Like, this is a team that I think still lacks the talent to really win convincingly every week. They have to play really, really well. I think if you're looking to poke a hole in that idea, it's that UCF has one of the worst run defenses in college football, like literally one of the worst. I think they're the worst run defense in the Power 5. And when Ollie Gordon's trying to mount his Heisman campaign, that's not really a good combination for the Knights. So I don't know if they're going to lose this weekend, but I don't think Oklahoma State, despite a really soft schedule that's UCF, Houston, BYU the rest of the way, is necessarily 100% locked to make the Big 12 championship game. They're going to have to still play really well to get to Arlington.
Yeah, Ollie Gordon's stats, they're like comparing them to Barry Sanders' stats back when he was a Cowboy, Hummer. It's absolutely nuts what Gundy is doing right now and the turnaround that he's had. But the other team in Oklahoma, the Sooners, how bad does that screw Texas over with their 2 back-to-back losses against Kansas and Oklahoma State?
Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Like, not only did they lose twice, but they lost to 2 teams that are somewhat in the Big 12 championship race. So they lost those tiebreakers. It's obviously a huge help for Oklahoma that they have the head-to-head tiebreaker versus Texas, but Texas has to lose again for that to matter. And Texas' schedule sets up pretty well down the stretch. And Oklahoma, frankly, just isn't playing that well right now. I think they've really lost a step the last couple of weeks. Once Andrew Anthony went out at wide receiver for them in the Texas game, he was the vertical field stretcher for them. He was so important in Jeff Levy's offense. Dylan Gabriel likes to push the ball deep. They just haven't looked the same on that side of the ball. And that Oklahoma defense that we spent so much time talking about being better early in the season, I think is giving up an average of 30+ points per game since Big 12 play started. So that unit hasn't been really what we all thought it might turn into over time. So Oklahoma just isn't playing very good football right now. And they could easily lose to West Virginia this weekend with the way they play.
Ooh,
man.
I'm talking about. All right. So what did OU just put it together for like one shining moment? Did the Sooners just put it together, on one grandiose day? Texas got.
I mean, we all know Red River can just produce some crazy things. And maybe. I think Oklahoma's still going to win 9 games probably the rest of the way. Like, this is a good Oklahoma team, but Texas lost the turnover battle 3-0 that day. Oklahoma made the most of the majority of those. Dylan Gabriel played probably the game of his life that afternoon. Like, a lot of things went right for Texas went wrong, I suppose, for Texas to lose that game. I think Oklahoma played about as well as it possibly could, which is why I believe we've talked before. I've said that I think Texas would win 7 out of 10, essentially, if they played Oklahoma 10 times. And I think that was just one of those few examples if those teams played a lot of everything breaking Oklahoma's way. Not that you should take a lot away from the Sooners because they played amazing football that afternoon. I just think if those two teams played again and again, Texas would win the majority of them.
Hummer, what'd you notice in Texas barely squeaking by Kansas State, taking in the overtime, and Malik Murphy looking pretty inconsistent, but you got to expect that from a guy in the second start.
Yeah, noticed a lot. I was there sitting next to Chip all afternoon on Saturday, and just enjoying the football game. And what a mess of a football game that was. Honestly, really only something Texas can produce that second half. It was a special thing. I noticed Malik Murphy still making some pretty problematic reads and decisions. I think Texas could really use Quinn Ewers back as quickly as possible. I think he'll fight to do it this week, but I think it might be an uphill battle in that regard against TCU. I noticed that Texas probably has the best interior defensive line combo in the country right now because Kansas State could do absolutely nothing inside. They were having to run side to side against Texas, which is not a recipe for success because of how quickly Texas's linebackers can flow over the top. And they had to do that because they couldn't do anything inside. So that is a really positive sign for Texas. But at the same time, like Texas just really is struggling right now in the secondary. Ryan Watts, when he's healthy, makes a huge difference. But Ryan Watts was a little banged up there at the end of the game on Saturday. And Texas just isn't really stopping a lot of people in the pass game right now. So that could be something that really could trip up Texas down the line. But I think more than anything, like this is a game Texas would have lost 3 years ago. There's literally no doubt in my mind Texas loses this game. Texas probably loses this game last year if it happens, and they found a way to win. So I think once again, we've seen in the third and fourth quarters, Texas is making progress when games don't necessarily go their way.
Yeah. Hummer, Josh Hoover has thrown an interception in every game he's played. He has 7 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. I see TCU with all their 8 starters back from last year's defense. And we were talking to Brian Estridge yesterday, the voice of TCU football, and he said they just need some success to build on. What's your assessment of these Horned Frogs?
I think it's a team where a lot went wrong immediately, and they haven't been able to steady the ship. I think that Colorado loss they have really, I think, need to find some success is a good way to put it, because I think it really knocked them off the track. I think the bones of a really good football team are still there at TCU. You see it in flashes. But with Chandler Morris getting injured, that was just such a huge blow. TCU knew coming into the season that it had quarterback depth issues. They lost Chance Nolan, who they took from Oregon State to essentially be their second or third string quarterback. From a depth perspective, they lost him week 1 of fall camp. He literally just quit playing football because he found out he was third in the depth chart. So that's why they're relying so heavily on Josh Hoover right now. And as talented as they are at some spots, they still have a really good wide receiver group, good running backs, decent offensive line, on paper, talented defense. Like they just keep making a lot of mistakes this TCU team didn't make last year. And the quarterback position is a big reason because of that. As you said, Josh Hoover's thrown a pick in every game he's played so far, and he's just not as ingrained or as experienced as you'd like a quarterback to be in that Bryles like veer and shoot system, and you're seeing the results of that on Saturdays.
Homer, what'd you think of Alabama beating LSU? Hell of a game by Jalen Milroe, 155 yards on the ground and 4 rushing touchdowns. And it seems like Tommy Rees has really figured out what Jalen Milroe likes to do and how it could be utilized in that offense. Then that Texas win is looking better and better for the Horn CFP standpoint. What'd you think about that Crimson Tide dub?
Yeah, game of Jalen Milroe's career. Obviously, it comes with a slight caveat because he's playing LSU's defense, and LSU's defense is a dumpster fire right now. But Jalen Milroe is playing. The Jalen Milroe we saw Saturday looks nothing like the Jalen Milroe we saw play Texas in week 2. Like, they are completely different passers. I think Jalen's confidence is up. I think the way they're scheming around him, as you said, Zay, is making a huge difference. Tommy Rees is allowing Jalen Milroe to do what he does well. And by allowing him to run the ball more frequently and allowing him to take shots deep, it's kind of working the opposite way of what you usually see as a quarterback. Usually as a quarterback, you throw the short and intermediate routes, and at times it can open up things over the top. Right now, it's opening up things for Jalen Milroe on the short and intermediate routes, and I think he's gaining confidence in those throws as well. So if Jalen Milroe is healthy and if Jalen Milroe is playing well, like, Alabama has all the other requisite pieces to make a run. And I think they're going to walk into Atlanta at 11-1. And if they beat Georgia, it could create some really interesting conversations with the college football playoff, given everything else that's happening across the country.
Yeah, I thought Georgia would handle Mizzou big, and they didn't. So what are we to learn of Mizzou? Like, Eli Drinkwitz, I thought the guy was a clown on his way out, but Luther Burden's that good?
He's pretty good. I mean, like, it's funny, like, you see Theo Weiss play as well as he did for Missouri on Saturday against Georgia, and Oklahoma could sure use Theo Weiss right now, a former 5-star Sooner signee who transferred out this offseason. And Eli Drinkwitz definitely was in the hot seat going into this year. He essentially hit the eject button on his entire offensive staff this offseason. I don't know how happy the coaching staff was in that building a year ago. And now, like, he's put the program in the position to where he's probably going to get a contract extension. And this is a bit of a tangent, but I wrote a story about Luther Burden last week, specifically focusing on NIL, because I know Texas saw a little bit of this going head to head with them for Ryan Wingo. But Missouri, I mean, has a reputation of just being Missouri, right? But they are using NIL as well as any team in the country. I think if you were going to just talk about how teams were recruiting pre-NIL and how teams are recruiting post-NIL, Missouri is close to, if not at the top of that list. And they've created a blueprint for maybe those mid-tier Power 5 schools that if you want to find success, you can do so by keeping your best players home through NIL. Doesn't always work. There's a reason why Ryan Wingo is going to be wearing burnt orange. Because sometimes Texas can flex its muscles, but Missouri's won a fair share of its battles.
All right, Chris, your Michigan question of the week. What's the inside scoop of what's going on with the potential sign stealing scandal? And is the NCAA going to do anything about it? Like, what's the word right now?
Well, the NCAA is not going to do anything about it because the NCAA is a glacier when it comes to movement. It's going to take months, if not years, for that NCAA investigation to reach its crescendo, I suppose. What we're waiting for right now is word from the Big Ten. That could get really messy. We all saw earlier this week that Michigan sent a letter to the Big Ten commissioner stating that they need to slow down before issuing any punishment under their sportsmanship rules and let the investigation play out. And I think if the Big Ten does levy a suspension of some sort, which I would say is more likely than not at this point for Jim Harbaugh, then you could see litigation from Michigan against the Big Ten, which would be, I can't think of a time, at least from when I've been covering the sport, where a school has sued their own conference. And that could very well happen here soon with Michigan based on the way everything's going. So yeah, it's wait and see mode. I think Jim Harbaugh, if there is punishment from the Big Ten, will be the fall guy. And it'll be interesting to see because, like, let's say he coaches this weekend and the Big Ten decides to suspend Jim Harbaugh for 2 games. Like, the Ohio State game is in 3 weeks. Like, this is the wrong time of year to potentially be missing your coach. So all eyes are on the Big Ten right now in regards to that investigation.
Well, and all eyes are on Michigan this week because they're going into Penn State as a 4.5-point favorite over James not ready for prime time Franklin. Hummer, is Franklin ready to finally kick the door down in a big game?
I mean, I don't have the stat in front of me, but I believe he's 3-14 in his Penn State career against top 10 competition. So I would say no. I think Penn State's making progress, but this is very similar to the conversation we had earlier this year about Penn State versus Ohio State, I think Penn State's just going to fall short at particular positions. Penn State's offensive line, particularly, I think is a big concern. Penn State doesn't have the skill weapons on the outside either to really separate from elite competition. And that's a bad recipe when you're going up against Michigan's defensive front, which is one of the best in the country, and you're going up against Michigan's secondary, which is one of the best in the country. So I think I would pick Michigan to cover this week. I think Michigan's got its back up against the wall and is happy to play the villain. And I really do like the Wolverines this weekend. The Ohio State game might be a different conversation, but I think in terms of Penn State, despite the game being in Happy Valley, I really do like Michigan.
Yeah. Hummer, a lot of Texas fans are going to be locked in on Washington versus Utah to see if the Utes can upset the Huskies. And yeah, it seems like the Huskies got their groove back against USC, which I feel like you called that they were going to get their groove back against USC. And Alex Grinch finally got that cut that a lot of people thought he deserved earlier. But who do you think is going to win in this game if Utah against Washington?
Well, it's interesting. I think Washington and Oregon played one of the best games of the football season. I think we can all agree. And then Oregon, I believe 2 weeks later, beat the crap out of Utah. I just don't think Washington against elite competition has the ability to do the same thing Oregon did to Utah. Washington's defense is not as bad as it was a season ago, but it is remarkably average. I think they're like 72nd nationally in yards allowed per play. And Washington's run defense is bad. I think it ranks in the 80s nationally in terms of yards allowed per play. And Utah, as bad as it's been on offense this season, can find a formula for success when it can run the football. And I expect them to be able to run the football at least decently well against Washington this weekend. So I really do like a Utah cover. I'm not expecting an upset, especially with the game being in Seattle. I don't know if Utah can score quite enough, but I think the recipe is there for the Utes to make this a pretty close game. And I know some people in Austin are really rooting for me to say an upset's going to happen. I'm not willing to go this far. I think Utah is flawed. And if you're looking for a Washington upset down the line, I think the Oregon State game next week is a much bigger game to circle on the schedule. But I do expect this to be close.
Hummer, USC, I don't even know what to say. They fired their defensive coordinator mid-season. I saw one probably fake news report that Lincoln Riley had reached out to Brent Venables to see if he wanted to be the defensive coordinator at USC. But the Trojans are at Oregon. Caleb Williams crying on the sideline, but he's still banking that Wendy's money and Nissan money. Hummer, what do you make of this game kicking off at 9:30 Saturday night?
Man, first, that was tough to see. Like, I remember Emmanuel Acho saying Caleb Williams just sit out the season. Like, that kid crying in his mom's arms was not going to sit out the season. Like, football, like, your teammates matter. Like, winning championships still matter. And you can see how much that mattered to Caleb Williams on Saturday night. I have a hard time seeing USC beating Oregon, but I think it can happen. And I think it can happen because Caleb Williams is still, if not the best player in the sport, one of the best players in the sport. And having him on your sidelines gives you an opportunity to win every Saturday. But USC's defense is going to have to play a lot better. I don't really see it playing a lot better. Like, sometimes a coaching change can change a lot for a program and free things up for that unit. I don't anticipate that happening on Saturday against Oregon, a team that is beating the living crap out of everybody it's played this season except Washington. But if you told me one of the two upsets was going to happen in the Pac-12 this week, Oregon losing or Washington losing, I think Oregon is much more likely to lose just because of the firepower on the sidelines that Caleb Williams provides you.
Yeah. Hummer, what'd you think of the Aggies? Just so close to beating Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss this past weekend, 38-35. Heck of a game, but the Aggies take another L, and now they're 5-4, 3-3 in conference play. People in College Station aren't too happy.
Yeah, I think it's like about the time of year where you really start to check those oil prices, see how crude oil is doing. It might matter. I think this is just one of those examples of something that's really troubled Jimbo Fisher throughout his tenure at Texas A&M. It's their inability to finish games and win a big result. I don't have their schedule in front of me right now, but I believe they lost close to Miami. They lost close to Alabama. They lost close to Tennessee. They lost close to Ole Miss. This is a team that is recruiting at an elite level. This is a team that has every resource possible. And this is a coach that was brought in and paid a boatload of money to win these types of games, and they continuously come up short. And A&M just always, I know the quarterback situation at A&M is less than ideal. And Max Johnson's banged up this week, which could be a huge problem for them because their third string quarterback is going to be a huge drop off. But Jimbo Fisher gets paid to win some of these games. At a certain point, accountability has to fall on the $95 million head coach. And I think unless Texas A&M can figure out a way to beat LSU here in a couple weeks, the smoke there is going to be, never mind, the smoke there is going to be considerable as Jimbo Fisher's future is considered in College Station.
Hummer, I didn't want to, I don't know if it's too early because I hate the what if game as it pertains to the college football playoff. I'm always let's just wait for the final rankings. But how would you characterize Texas's position at this point? If they can win out and win the Big 12 title.
I think it depends on everything else that happens. I personally love a good what if game. And I think the most fun scenario possible, and I was playing around with this earlier, is if Alabama goes to the SEC championship game and beats Georgia, right? So both of those teams finish 12-1. Let's say Washington runs the table, right? So they finish 13-0. Let's say the Big Ten champion is 13-0. It doesn't matter if it's Ohio State or Michigan. Let's say Florida State runs the table and they're 13-0. So you've got 3 undefeated conference champions left. And then Texas runs the table and wins the Big 12. Then you have a 12-1 Texas head-to-head against a 12-1 Alabama for that last spot. An SEC team has never not made the college football playoff. But if you're the committee, how do you possibly overlook what Texas did in non-conference play and leave them out? So I think that is Texas's huge advantage here. I think the Big 12 is the weakest conference of the 5 this season, from top to bottom. I don't think there's much question about that. But since Texas does have that Alabama win, a win that will continue to be considered among the best wins in the country against an Alabama team that will continue to be in the top 8 all the way through the SEC championship game, I think Texas is in a stronger position than most people might assume. But Texas certainly has to take care of business the rest of the way. And Texas has to hope that Alabama keeps winning. If those two things happen, I think Texas has a really good shot at making the playoff.
And Oklahoma has to keep winning, Hummer. They can't keep losing. Rip Venables, figure it out.
Yeah, the last thing you want as a Texas fan is Oklahoma to lose out and finish 7-5 or something like that. But even if Oklahoma finishes at 9-3, I think given the rivalry moment that is, given the way Oklahoma played, I think that's something the committee will be willing to overlook. I think what would hurt Texas more is if they keep having games against Houston and in games like they did against Kansas State. You can't beat a team that way and continue to expect to earn respect from the committee. I think Texas is in a lot of ways living off of their win over Alabama, and they need to make some statements down the stretch if they want to continue to rise in the rankings.
Yeah, I agree with that. It makes that Quinn Ewers timetable all that more fascinating, Hummer. As you kind of size up the remainder of Texas's schedule, Iowa State, the most problematic game left.
I still kind of lean to Texas Tech. I realize that Texas Tech team has been uneven this year, and I realize injuries have really hurt Texas Tech, but that Texas Tech team is a team that was essentially one bad break away from beating Oregon earlier this season when they were healthy. Texas Tech just beat TCU. I think Texas Tech is starting to play better football. And I think of all 3 teams left on the schedule, that Texas Tech game is Joey McGuire's freaking Super Bowl. He is going to have that team ready to play. I think Joey McGuire wants to be the person that last place Texas and earns that victory like he did a year ago in his first season. So that's the game. If I was a Texas fan personally, I would be the most nervous about Texas Tech right now, even though Ames can be a house of horrors, even though TCU's the defending national runners up. I just look at Texas Tech, and if I'm looking for a game Texas could possibly lose, I think I would point to that one.
Does Georgia have any chance of losing this week to Ole Miss?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they do. Georgia's not blowing people out other than Kentucky and Florida. Like Georgia's been in essentially a one possession game against every SEC opponent it's played this year. Georgia's run defense isn't what it's been in years past, and Quinshon Judkins is probably the best running back in the SEC. So as long as Jackson Dart takes care of the football, which is not always a guarantee, like I do certainly think Georgia could lose. I wouldn't pick it. I think if this game was in Oxford, it'd be a different conversation, but it's in Athens. But I think Georgia's more beatable than it's been in 3 years. And Lane Kiffin, whatever you want to say about him, is one of the best schemers of the football in the country. And I think he is going to throw everything he has against Georgia to get that signature win and to lift Ole Miss into the college football playoff conversation. Ole Miss probably isn't going to go to the SEC West championship game. I'm sorry, Ole Miss probably isn't going to go to the SEC championship game just because they have the head-to-head loss against Alabama. But if Ole Miss can run the table, finish 11-1, have a win over Georgia, and only one possession loss to Alabama, like if things get crazy, Ole Miss can still make the playoffs. So this game matters a lot.
All right, Hummer. So what game has your attention the most this week?
Honestly, we talked about it earlier, but it's Michigan, Penn State. I believe Michigan's the best team in the country. We've talked about that several times, but given everything that's swirling around Michigan as a program, given that we haven't seen Michigan play a single top 25 team this year, I'm very curious how Michigan's going to respond on the road. I think that will be very telling both for the college football playoff rankings and for the national title mix. And then a little bit of a wild card, but that Miami-Florida State game doesn't really have a lot of shine on it this week, but those teams want to beat the crap out of each other if they can. That game matters a ton for recruiting. And I think Florida State's gettable. So that is a game I would keep an eye on.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating. Where are you going to be this weekend?
On the couch this weekend, y'all. It's too many good games. Just going to try to take it all in.
Any surprises tonight from the committee?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be a pretty static committee release. If I'm watching anything, it's Florida State versus the Pac-12. So Florida State versus Washington. I think if Washington jumps over Florida State, that's really bad news for the ACC's chances of getting in moving forward, because Florida State doesn't have any top 25 competition left on its schedule, potentially outside of the ACC championship game against Louisville or potentially North Carolina. So if Washington ends up jumping Florida State after Washington beat USC, I think that's certainly something to keep an eye on for the rest of the season in terms of the way the committee looks at the top of those leagues.
Would you pick Texas to cover this week? 10?
I think so. Never sure with Texas. But TCU keeps turning the ball over too much. That defense isn't playing the way you'd like it to. And maybe if it was Chandler Morris, it would be a different conversation, but I just haven't seen enough from Josh Hoover to make me think it's going to be competitive.
Yeah. And Morris is probably a week away.
I don't believe he'll be back, but I need to do some checking on all that.
Yeah. And we wait for word on Quinn Ewers. All right, Hummer, you're the best, man. Look forward to it every week. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. All anytime. Thanks.
Thanks, Hummer.
Right.
Appreciate you, man.
There he is. Chris Hummer. A lot of good stuff to chew on there, Zay.
Yeah, for sure.
Speaking of chewing, don't get caught without a brain vault mouth guard when you're in competition, because that is the mouth guard that is patented and proven to reduce the effects of concussion. So whether you've got kids who are cheerleaders or lacrosse players or, flag football, basketball, you want to protect your kids. And look, if you're the coach or the team manager or the team mom, They do group fittings. They'll come to you. It's our man, Dr. Greg Eckert, Austin's dentist. Dr. Ueckert. If you need a dental appointment, go to dreckert.com. But if you need that Brain Vault mouth guard, you go to brainvault.com. Bijan Robinson's rocking it. I got fitted for one. I'm about to get mine. And, if you got a cheerleader, they've got the lower mouth guard to protect you so that you can still smile and have your pearly whites showing. But brainvault.com. All right, Zay. I'm fascinated with the Big Ten. I mean, per Zay Hilton's got to be going nutso over this drama. Michigan sending a letter. Hey, don't move too fast now, to a Big Ten commissioner no one even knows, Pertiti. Maybe our guy who left for the Bears, Kevin Warren, maybe he knew something was up and got out ahead of the craziness, because now you've got a conference turning on itself. Well, they're all turning on Michigan. And Jim Harbaugh seems like the perfect foil, because he can come off as a little pompous, shall we say, a little smuggalicious, and everybody wants to see that guy get kicked in the face.
Yeah, definitely. And, got a lot of national media talking about it. And the fact that this team is so good makes it even more interesting. I mean, if this team wasn't a top 25 team, I don't think we'd be talking about it the way we are. But they might be one of the best teams in the nation. And obviously, they're taking this distraction with them to State College. So I don't know. Will Franklin be able to flip it around on them? Isn't it a night game? I haven't seen that yet, because we know that stadium is different at night. So hopefully, and for
It's
Texas,
big noon. It's 11 a.m.
Yeah, see, nah, that ain't good. That ain't good. You need a night game when you go to that type of stadium and that atmosphere. But
You need some drunkards.
Exactly.
I mean, you'll have drunkards.
Yeah,
You just
man. We know
you
how
won't
they
have
do at
nighttime
that
drunkards.
state. You know how they do at that state, man. Those are the same fans that are also Philadelphia Eagles fans and Sixers fans and Phillies fans, etc. So yeah, I don't know. It's a scummy situation. And yeah, Hardball, he does have that scummy just vibe about him. And we'll see. We'll see if something actually happens before, the CFP actually happens. Because if it does and they don't allow Michigan State to play for a national championship, I'd be good with it. Shoons, easily. I'd be real good with it. Hey.
That would be so unprecedented.
I know.
I mean, think about when Cam Newton's dad was like, "Yeah, we got 180,000 from Mississippi State, and like Auburn's about to play in the national championship." And the reason they let Auburn play for the national championship was basically because, the dad took the money. Cam didn't know anything about that.
Yeah.
Like, the NCAA typically tries to stay away from this stuff as much as possible. And I agree with Hummer. I don't think the NCAA will do anything until they've had time to maybe find a reason not to act. So if the Big Ten acts like in season, it's nutso. And if you're Michigan's president and you're trying to be like the head of a global research university, you got to like lay out the facts and determine if this was scummy enough to, hey man, you need to hit the bricks after this season. If you find another job, take it. Or do you just, say, well, we'll let the legal process play out. We'll let the NCAA investigation play out, Pass the buck.
Yeah, and Hummer's right. That thing could take years, man. That could take a long time, man.
And the fact that Ohio State may have been the one to turn them in, I mean, this is juicy. This is as juicy as it gets, per se Hilton.
Yo, man, that's petty. That's what you got to do. You're the rival. Petty. You're the rival. No love lost. Don't get caught then. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, the homie across the track selling drugs and you selling drugs. You called the cops on them. Hey, so-and-so selling drugs out there. Go get him. He messing up my business. Yeah, go get him. And then they go and book the dude, and now you get to thrive. Ohio State sees that. They've been in the way. You've had very good quarterbacks these last few years. Now your quarterback's a little shaky, McCord and stuff. You could do anything possible. If you can't beat them with CJ Stroud, then, hey, something's got to give. And if you have to snitch to get over the hump, then so be it. This is when snitching's good. Usually snitches get stitches. No, this is when snitching is okay.
Let me tell you something. Penn State has no chance against Michigan because they don't. Because Drew Aller is not a big-time guy. He's not. I haven't seen it yet.
He isn't the best, is he?
He looked like a wet Kleenex against Ohio State. Now, that was on the road, but something tells me even having the home crowd with him, he'll find a way to tighten up. So, and J.J. McCarthy and that team, they look like juggernauts.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this could piss them off. Like, some teams could use this as a distraction and it could go left real fast.
Yeah, this is a rallying cry.
This is a rallying type of thing for these guys. Like,
they circling the wagons.
Yeah, like, oh, y'all think we cheating out here? Okay, cool. We're going to show y'all cheating. And then try to run it up. You know what I'm saying? And one thing that Hummer said that's been scaring the shit about me that has to do with Sark's play calling about these struggle wins that the Horns have against Kansas State and U of H and stuff like that, and trying to be cute for the committee and get the style points and stuff like that. Like, that's what's scary. Sark knows that some of these games on the schedule have been struggles to where when the committee looks at it, they're going to be like, this ain't too sexy, Sark. This ain't opening up that Playboy spread and seeing Pam Anderson 95. This ain't too sexy, man. This is opening up the spread and like, is that Leslie Jones? Like, this is one of those, like, it ain't too sexy. So
you have Leslie Jones.
You know what I'm saying? You have other teams out here, Oregon, they making it look sexy, baby. Alabama, they starting to make things look sexy. Hell, he even threw Ole Miss in this thing, saying if Ole Miss beats Georgia, life's going to get a little more Margot Robbie, a little more sexy in this thing. And that's the last thing Texas needs right now. Like, you got to start making these wins look sexier, baby. And Sark, Sark does a good job talking about we got our backup quarterback in. Like, we're winning games with our backup. Y'all know that? And we won at Bryant-Denny Stadium, and no one does that. So, yes, you have to ride that Alabama win as long as you can. Oklahoma ain't giving you no help because they beat you, and now this team, they completely lost their mojo. But, yeah, man, like some of these wins, these next 3 wins, I need a couple of them to be blowouts. And that's what kind of worries me. We just haven't seen this Texas team stretch it out like we need to. BYU, yes, but everybody's starting to stretch it out on BYU. So that's starting to look a little fizzled down too. We need to start seeing these wins look very comfortable, and we have to see it naturally, organically, not Sark just going crazy with fake punts or fake field goals and stuff like that, going for it for 4th down and stuff when you should take the points. No, make it natural. Make it, to where you're feeling the game and you're feeling it out and you feel like, okay, this could work. Don't just do it to do it because the committee might be thinking crazy. Let's do it strategically. And if they could do that, then that's good. But, yeah, that's what worries me a little bit. Just the schedule and some of these muck-up games, little methodical games, it getting in the way and Sark's decision-making,
Yeah. Man, it's going to be fascinating because the red zone has just turned into this kryptonite, this landmine, where it's like everything's rolling until they get inside the opponent's 20. And we saw it again with the Savion red zone fumble. And it's like, I mean, last week I was yelling for the brotherly shove with Malik Murphy and, put Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy behind him, push him in, go get that yard, whatever. And it's like, that's a confidence play. That's a play where you impose your will on the other team and everybody walks off the field like gangsters. And Sark's trying to outsmart everybody in the red zone, and he's throwing it. I don't know who he's throwing it to, but he needs to be throwing it to A.D. Mitchell in the red zone or J.T. Sanders. If Sanders is healthy enough, I'd be throwing it to A.D. Mitchell. But here we are going into week,
11?
10? We got 10, 11, 12 left, and we're still talking about it. So it's bonkers. It is bonkers that Texas has gone from a slow starting team that was crushing it in the fourth quarter to going back to being a fast starting team against Houston and K-State that has had to hold on for dear life at the end of games. I thought that had become a thing of the past, and it sure doesn't need to show up on Saturday night in Fort Worth, because this is everybody's Super Bowl, man. This is Sonny Dykes, all these Texas kids who, there are so many players. I know they lost a bunch of stars: Max Duggan, Quentin Johnston, Kendry Miller, Hodges Tomlinson. But there's still a bunch of dudes that went to Austin last year and completely shut down the Longhorns offense. And Sonny Dykes will find some rallying cry this week to get them all kinds of fired up. Now, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Texas is the better team. They're executing better on the offensive and defensive lines. Kudos to Kyle Flood and Sarkisian for getting that offensive line, no matter who's in there, no matter how banged up they are, to be able to run the ball like they did last week, 230 yards rushing against K-State, against a highly motivated K-State team. It should not matter this week that Texas, TCU has some hex rally or does some crazy voodoo or whatever, brings in hypnotists, whatever, none of that should matter. It should just be about going out there and playing Texas football and getting the dub.
Yeah.
And ideally give Quinn Ewers another week to get healthy before you go off to Ames, because that Iowa State defense is for real.
Yeah.
That thing is for real. All right, let's bring in our man, Hank South.
What's up?
247.com recruiting guru. Hank, how you doing?
I'm good. I got a new backdrop for y'all this week.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Nice.
I got that as a graduation gift in 2013, and my wife, I have had nowhere to put it. And now I have a reason to hang it.
All right. For those who are listening on the app, tell them what is hanging behind you.
It is Texas. It's DKR. I believe it's from an Oklahoma State game around 2007, 2010. It's before the stadium remodel. So it's kind of a little throwback photo, but
nice.
I think it looks
it's nice.
It's an authentic print. It says it on the back. So I think someone got it at the co-op for me. So
well, Hank, give us your impressions of this Texas-Kansas State game.
Oh man, the cardiac horns. I mean, my goodness. I don't even know where to start. You just start so hot. Malik Murphy, I was like, is Quinn going to have a job to come back to? You look at him in the first half, throwing those bombs to Adonai Mitchell, looked like they couldn't be stopped. And then, in sure Texas fashion, they let Kansas State creep back in. They had some turnovers. They had the blocked punt, some flags that should have been thrown that weren't, that maybe could have changed that, especially on Xavier Worthy right before half. But I mean, again, great teams find ways to win. Texas for a long time was losing these kind of games. Texas was so close at, a better record after these last second losses, or, back, in the last 10 years, there's always these close losses, and, they just couldn't get over that hump. And now, they're 8-1. I think they're going to be fine. I think it's safe to say that, like, they're exceeding expectations, I feel like, so far this season, and we'll see if they can get it rolling. And they're doing it with a backup quarterback. Again, Malik Murphy, it's a second start. They have injuries on the defense. They weren't playing 100%. They lost offensive linemen in the middle of the game, and they still found a way to win. And so, great teams can, battle against adversity and get the W, and Texas did. So, it was a very intense game. I still my heart starts racing watching the highlights. I can't even watch it. It just makes me so nervous. But no, it was a fun one to watch.
Yeah, Hank, if you look at these last two two close games with Houston and then with Kansas State, if you look at Houston in that bad spot, then that could have turned the game around. And maybe if Chris Kleiman and Colin Klein didn't go for it on fourth down and kick the field goal to make it a second overtime, it would have been different there too. So The Horns, they've had some luck these last 3 weeks in getting dubs. And you're right, 8-1, that's all you could really ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what was it last season? They didn't get their 8th win until they beat Baylor late in the season. I mean, so they're doing what they need to do. Obviously, it's everyone's talking about Texas in the playoff. When they win the Big 12, they're going to beat Oklahoma State. Now it's like, okay, let's pause for a second. They have to go to TCU at night. They have to go to Iowa State at night. Obviously, you got Tech at home, but still, that's going to be a challenging rivalry game. Final matchup with them in the Big 12. So certainly need to keep the focus on the regular season right now, but you got to like where they're sitting.
All right. So Hank, I don't know how closely you follow TCU, but this has been a nightmare team for Texas. 3-8 in their last 11 meetings. You got Sonny Dykes, 3-0 as a head coach against Texas. Your thoughts on the Horned Frogs?
Yeah. Like you just said, it could be just, one of those on paper, Texas should beat them. They should handle them. But you have that mental aspect where, Texas has only beat them 3 times since they've been in the Big 12. Obviously last year they held them without a touchdown. And so, you're going to Fort Worth at night. This is going to be their Super Bowl. Their season's already lost. So, it's like, let's beat Texas. Let's beat them one last time in the Big 12. So, they're going to be ready for it. I was looking Josh Hoover, the quarterback that's starting in place of Chandler Morris. I can already see it now that, the storyline where, he makes a deep touchdown pass or makes a big play, and they're going to talk about, how Texas didn't recruit him. He's from Rockwall. Why didn't Texas recruit him? There's always that storyline of these in-state kids that don't get recruited by Texas. So I can already kind of see that happening. Hopefully it doesn't happen a lot. But they can present problems. They're a team that's really heavily dipped into the transfer portal. So they have guys that are experienced. It hasn't all really come together. You hope as a Texas fan that it doesn't all come together on Saturday night for them, but they have talent. That they added JP Richardson, who I know, we were talking to some folks at TCU over the summer at that coaching convention in Houston, and those guys were ecstatic about the addition of JP Richardson and what he can do at that wide receiver position. And then, they add Trey Sanders from Alabama, a guy that had several years of experience in Tuscaloosa, JoJo Earl, another guy from Alabama, Jared Wiley, the tight end. So they've got athletes, they've got guys that can present matchup problems. And it's going to be, a situation where Texas is going to have to, really, really hone in and fix these defensive miscues, particularly in the secondary. I don't think there's much issues in the rushing defense right now. I think they can handle their own there. But certainly, getting a guy like Jalen Catalon back this week, potentially, with him practicing, that could be really, really important for Texas, defending these guys. But no, I think, on paper, Texas should, and if you get Quinn Ewers back this week, you got to think, that this could be a game that could really, get him comfortable getting back after missing 2 weeks. Obviously, their defense is letting up a lot of points. They could really take advantage there, having him back and, getting him ready for this home stretch of the regular season.
Yeah, Hank, good point. If they're going to rush Quinn Ewers back, should they do that? And if they're so confident in Malik Murphy, or if they're not, does that mean Arch Manning might get some run? It'll be interesting to see that too in Fort Worth this Saturday. But let me ask you about the recruiting outlook for the Texas Longhorns. What's going on? I saw your article about Emery Winston. Hell of a job by you, as always. Talk about him a little bit, the tight end out of Georgia, 2025 class.
Yeah, sorry, I have a kid banging on the bedroom door right now, but no, he's locked out this time. So no, Emery Winston is kind of an interesting situation. I think it was right before the Red River Shootout. He tweeted out on like a Wednesday night that he was replacing North Carolina with Texas in his top 6. Kind of, Calhoun, Georgia. Where's the connection? It's interesting. So we called him. He made his way out to Dallas that weekend for the game. Then he came out this past weekend for the K-State game for his first time in Austin. And, we caught up with him and he sounds just enamored with Texas. Obviously, they've been able to showcase Jatavian Sanders, not probably as much as they wanted to this season, but certainly still a very elite talent at the tight end position. We've seen Gunnar Helm come along he really, and Winston just loved, the atmosphere in Austin, what the coaches are pitching. He's a really big fan of Jeff Banks. And so I think Texas leads for him. He's going to put out a top 3 on November 24th. And he's going to commit shortly after. I think Ohio State and Tennessee are probably the other 2 for him. So, things can change in, 2 weeks, but, I think Texas is in a good spot for him. I put in a crystal ball prediction for him to end up in Austin. And so, he said, there's no player. I forgot what the quote's on my article. He said, you got to get to DKR. There's no place like DKR where it's at, so he said he was already trying to get back to Austin soon. So, I think Texas is sitting in a good spot for him to potentially add him as a commit.
Hank, and I ask you this a lot, but I like to check in and we get new listeners every day. So in terms of top priority to finish the 24 class, how would you rank the top 3 priorities left on the board?
Yeah, I think it starts with Kobe Black. I think he's the number 1 target remaining, the 5-star defensive back from Waco. That's, it's gone from Brandon Baker, when's he going to commit, to when is Ryan Wingo going to commit. And now we're fully on when is Kobe Black going to commit. And, for good reason. He's a very high level recruit. He hasn't announced a commitment yet. We think Texas is in good shape. I believe Texas is still in good shape, but he hasn't committed. So obviously, that leaves the door open for questions and people, having little panic attacks on our message board. But, I think, again, I think Texas is in a good spot for him. He's not just going to announce a commitment. He wants to have a ceremony. He wants to do it at his school, invite people out. So, maybe that goes to early signing day. Maybe that happens sometime this month. I don't think Kobe Black's a guy that's going to, lose his spot to the transfer portal if, he waits that long and waits for that window to open. I think he's going to have a spot in this class regardless. So he doesn't really have to rush anything. So if he wants to wait, he can wait. But I think he's the number 1 target. Number 2, I think there's plenty of room for debate. I think you could say DeAndre Carter, the offensive lineman from Mater Dei High School in California. He's committed to Auburn. So, he's already made a decision, but I think he's really kind of toiling over whether, he wants to stick with that or flip to Texas. I lean towards him eventually picking Texas, but again, I think he's, I'm not sure he even knows what he wants to fully do yet, but I think he is certainly feeling the pull to Texas. And then in terms, beyond that, I think you could make an argument in the secondary as well, but I think Solomon Williams, the edge rusher, I don't think you can get enough, speed rusher guys to put on your roster, especially a talent like him. I think you can make an argument for him being the 3rd highest, target. If we're trying to do a little variety, is certainly. And he's a guy that's going to commit here in the next few weeks as well. Probably going to go, I think probably either Alabama or Texas A&M. But he's officially visited Texas. He really likes the program. He's looking at being getting into pharmaceuticals, and Texas is a really strong school with that. So, will that play a factor? We'll see. But another guy as well. But there's a bunch. But I would probably play with that 3 as kind of the top 3 remaining.
Hank, describe Kobe Black's game for us. We know Sark, when it comes to that cornerback position, he wants that bigger corner. And ideally, he would have everybody look like Ryan Watts out there. I know that's not realistic, but he wants that. If you're around 6 foot or over, he likes that style of corner. And Kobe Black fits that. Can you describe him a little for the people in Chip and I?
Yeah, you kind of hit the nail on the head. You know, he's a big, long athlete. I think he could end up playing safety, honestly. You know, at the next level, we'll see. But you know, Texas likes to recruit these guys that have a lot of positional versatility, guys that could, you know, protect his corner or you know, play safety, give the coaching staff options. But no, really athletic kid, really rangy, has really good ball skills. He also plays receiver, so obviously, you know, just a really elite level athlete. And he has legit size too. It's not like, you know, he says he's, you know, 6'1". Like he's I don't know what we have him listed at, but I'm stood next to him and he's a solid like 3 inches taller than me. And I like to say I'm 5'11". So you know, he's a big kid, athletic, you know, good ball skills, good feet, you know, good reaction time. He's really physical too. You know, he's not afraid to you know, lay the wood as well. So, you know, a lot to like at him, you know, all over the secondary, but certainly, you know, kind of that bigger style Ryan Watts type cornerback. You know, he definitely fits that bill.
Chip, you're muted.
How am I doing? Hank, what any other nuggets at the top of your recruiting notebook?
I don't think
or
so.
Should I ask you about how you see the Texas TCU game playing out?
Yeah, I think in terms of recruiting, just to wrap it up, you know, tomorrow's the first day of the early signing period for basketball, or not there, like I guess they call it the regular signing period. So, you know, we'll see Nick Cody, who committed since the last time we talked. We'll see him. I guess he'll sign tomorrow. He plans to sign early, so he'll sign in this week window. I would imagine it's going to be tomorrow. And then we'll be all eyes on Trey Johnson, the 5-star guard, to see if he announces a decision. And from people I'm talking to, you know, the buzz around our industry, you know, it seems like Texas is doing pretty good there with Trey Johnson. So, you know, they're battling Baylor. Obviously, you can't discount Baylor. So we'll see what happens with Trey Johnson. I think the biggest question is, you know, will he announce in this early signing period? He hasn't really told anybody. So, but we'll see. That'll be what we're tracking the next week. But in terms of, you know, Texas TCU, you know, if Quinn comes back, I think Texas could blow this one open. You know, I think, you know, the matchup, TCU, just from what they've shown so far this season, they don't match up well. You know, when this Texas offense is on, you know, that's going to be a problem for TCU if Quinn's back. You know, if Malik's back, you know, if they can just be consistent and not have these self-inflicted wounds or silly turnovers, or, you know, maybe get a call to go their way with this Big 12 refs, you know, I think
that ain't happening, Hank. That ain't happening.
Right. I think just the biggest thing, if Malik is the guy, you know, just be consistent. If you're going to play well the first half, play well the second half. You know, you'll finish the game strong. And obviously, you know, you can't, you know, Kansas State made really solid adjustments. They completely abandoned the run game. You know, they went all, you know, Chris Kleiman's a really good coach, but you know, I think just consistency, don't turn the ball over. But if Quinn's back, I like Texas, you know, by, you know, 2 touchdowns, if not more. If it's Malik, you know, I think it'll be a closer game. I still think Texas will pull it out. So we'll see. I'm excited to see this one.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a fun rest of November.
Yep.
Hank, great stuff, man. Keep up the good work. We'll talk to you next week.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Hank.
There he is. Hank South, bringing it. Horns247.com, Zay. All right. Let's you want to talk? Are you good with Nick Cody? You like him?
Yeah, solid pickup. He's a little raw still, but, you know, a little skinny, a little light in the ass for my taste. But when it comes to skills, oh, he's got all of them. I mean, 6'9", around 210. He could shoot the jumper, put it on the deck, a solid rebounder. He could get up a little bit. Might not be as athletic as a Dylan Mitchell, but he's athletic enough to play at the Power 6 level in college basketball. He's going to be a development type player, kind of like Devin Pryor is, and so is Chris Johnson on this Texas team, but all most kids are when they come in as freshmen. But yeah, that's a good pickup for Coach Terry, especially if you count, South Carolina guard Cam Scott, who committed in August. Yeah, that's a solid 2 players that you got in the 2024 class. If they could get Trey Johnson along with that, then Coach Terry, he's built himself a really nice recruiting class in 2024, doing a really good job there at the 40 acres.
Did you watch the Texas basketball game last night?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Before we get to our chip shot and our right call from the best ref in the history of refs, Zay Collier. Yes. Can I just tell you, I love Caden Shedrick. Like, that dude, he plays the whole floor, and they only had him in for like 2 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
There was one time that he was in as long as 3 minutes. And because he hasn't, been running up and down the floor, he had this shoulder, he had surgery on both shoulders. And I thought not funny, but the craziest moment of the game is when Shedrick kind of got shoved to the floor, and all you see is him going head first into the baseline. And Rodney Terry lost his mind. Like, he got a technical because he was like, "Hey, where's the foul here?" And I asked RT after the game, I was like, how much of that was, an egregious foul, and how much of it was just seeing Caden Shedrick going shoulders first into the ground basically a week after you got him back from, double shoulder surgery. And he was like, yeah, trying to protect my guy. I like having him around. So, but he was blocking shots. He was alley-ooping. He had an unbelievable pass to a breaking Dylan Mitchell for a dunk. This guy's going to help a lot. So, because Zedric Onyema got off to a great start. He was everywhere. He had like 6 rebounds in the first half. And then RT didn't like the way he started the second half, sat him down. But Shedrick just seemed really like he's a guy who's going to be consistent. I mean, he should be. He played 4 years at University of Virginia.
Yeah. I mean, in his first game back, he was already a big presence, and you could tell, we talked about it with the St. Ed's game and how this team, or actually the orange and white game, about this team, once they get healthy, what they could be. And Caden Shedrick, him being a presence on the defensive end and on the offensive end, they're going to feed him. And when he gets the ball, he has to work out because he's going to have a lot of one-on-one matchups. Not too many teams are going to double him because you got to worry about IT Horton's jump shot on the outside. You got to worry about Max Asmus hitting threes, and Tyrese Hunter. We've seen that he's capable in a few games last season and also during his young tenure at Iowa State. So you got shooters around that's going to give one-on-one matchups to the bigs. They just got to take care of the ball and, get to their spots and knock down jump hooks or up and unders, whatever they like to do. I thought Zerek Oyema, he did a good job at that. And Caden Shedrick, he adds another dimension to this team because he allows Dylan Mitchell to kind of roam around and play that, stretch 4 or kind of a small forward. Dylan Mitchell's a tweener. He really doesn't have a position. He really doesn't. And that's kind of good and bad for his sake. For the Horns' sake, they can move him around at multiple spots. But if he wants to get off to the NBA, he's just going to kind of be in a weird position to where he's not good enough to shoot for a small forward, or his ball handling's not good enough. And for a power forward, he's not big enough. So for college, it works. And hopefully they can find the right rotation to really make it work, because Dylan Mitchell, if his defense is going to look like that every game, game, then this team, we don't know what they could be. Like, they haven't played their best basketball. To quote Steve Sarkisian, they haven't played their best ball yet, and that's very exciting, even though we've only seen them a couple of times this year. So I saw a lot of good things last night. Rodney Terry plays a really fun brand of basketball that's so much different than what we saw with Chris Beard. Like, Chris Beard, his idol being RIP legend Bobby Knight, that dude's all about the motion. He's all about, I pass it to one side, I'm going to go down and do a ball screen, and whatever my defender does, that's how I'm going to work off it. If my defender goes too much over the top, then I'm going to cut to the basket. If my defender wants to follow me, I'm going to curl, etc. Rodney Terry is dribble drive. We got 4 guys out. We got 1 big in the middle. If the big doesn't get the ball in the post up, the big's going to come and set that ball screen, and we're going to kick it out. If you're not open for a shot, then you take off with the drive too. Like, that's kind of where we are in this age of basketball. Like, that old motion stuff is pretty dated. You saw that frustration with those Chris Beard teams. They're like, man, this pace, this ain't it. If you're a player like Trey Johnson, number 1 player, one of the number 1 players in the nation, who we just talked to Hank Salvas between Texas and Baylor, which we know what Scott Drew does, winning the national championship a few years ago. He's great when it comes to training guards and getting them to the next level. If you want to get those types of guys, if you're Rodney Terry, you got to play that brand of basketball. When you're coming down, shooting it, when it's, 26 seconds left on the shot clock, that's fun. You're going to get a lot of attempts, especially if you play that defense. And I get it. It's against Incarnate Word. I think the biggest test that we're going to see is when this team goes up and plays Shaka Smart squad in Marquette, which that's a team that a lot of people, especially on national media guys, are saying that can win a national championship, and I'm right there with them. They got the best backcourt in the nation with Tyler Kolek, the former Big East Player of the Year, and Cam Jones, who almost averages 20 a game. Like, both of those southpaws could really go. So that's going to be the Longhorns' real test. But this style of play that they have, Chip, it's fun, man, and I think it works to what they're doing. Like, Tyrese Hunter, he's going to have to knock down outside shots because a lot of attention is going to be on Max Abmas. And for everybody concerned about Max Abmas coming to this level and being productive, well, look at what Kansas State did last season with Marquise Noel. Marquise Noel, he about 5'9", 150 pounds soaking wet. Like, that dude dominated the Big 12. And then he went on to the NCAA tournament and dominated that and got his team to the Elite Eight. So Max Abmas, who I think is just as good as Marquise Noel, it's just all about opportunity, and both of those guys came from mid-majors. Marquise Noel came from Little Rock before he went to Manhattan. We know that Max Abmas is coming from Oral Roberts to the University of Texas. Like, that
Marquise Noel was built like a fire hydrant, though.
Yeah, but still, like, it wasn't like he was running folks over or anything. He's just a tough New York kid. That's like, he had that, he had that Harlem feel about him every time he played. And Max Abmas, he has that type of game too. It's just, how is it going to work with the rest of the guys? I love IT Horton's jump shot. That is picture perfect, man. That is a beautiful jumper. Like, that's what you teach your kids. You remember when dirty ass Red Auerbach used to drop those home videos where he would always have an NBA player with him, like Larry Bird or Pete Maravich, teaching like fundamentals and stuff, like how to dribble around your legs and stuff like that. Like, IT Horton needs to be at shooting clinics teaching kids. Like Brandon Perryman. We saw Gavin Perryman hit a shot yesterday. Like, Brady Perryman knew, hey, this shooting thing, I might not be able to guard anybody, which Brady Perryman couldn't guard nobody. And, I'm going to use what I got. And that dude's been doing shooting clinics and camps for almost 20-something years. So IT Horton, if you don't have a future in coaching or whatever you do with your degrees at UCF, I don't know if he has a chance to get Texas degree, whatever, hey, go into being a shooting coach, because that shot is pretty, man. And anytime he gets the green light, he needs to let that thing fly. So, yeah, man, again, it's just Incarnate Word. I understand that. Shout out TJ Ford Jr. And, I saw Proud Pops over there on the sideline. That was very heartfelt and stuff like that. But, hey, all you could do is beat who's in front of you. And now Caden Shedrick being in the mix, it lets this Texas team – be a little more versatile than what we've seen in the orange and white game and St. Ed's last week.
Yeah. All right, we'll get to the chip shot and the right call, but Great Blue Heron Furniture, greatblueheronfurniture.com. I mean, the furniture is unbelievable, and it's high-end leather custom furniture. We're talking sofas, chairs, bar stools, dining, ottomans, and they'll help you take their incredible leather and designs and help you design what you want. And that's what you call customer service. And this is high-end furniture that's built for a lifetime. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. We have our own line, the Texas Sports Unfiltered line, but go to GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com and they'll, they right there when you log on, it says cozy up with our designers to get exactly what you want. And that's so cool. So if you've been thinking about redesigning a room, just get to GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. The ideas will start flying. And don't forget to use the promo code HOOK'em, because that will save you money. And I hope some of y'all were out at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking last night. It's happy hour at 3:30, kids. That means $5 off the beginnings menu. You can eat like a king and a queen on that beginnings menu. New Orleans barbecue shrimp is on that beginnings menu. It's the chowder fries, the grilled oysters, the steamed mussels. You order a few of those plates, there's dinner, and it's all at, fast food prices, kids. And you're eating at a high-end seafood restaurant. What more could you possibly want? And that's the seafood restaurant of our man, Jack Gilmore, who, of course, gave us Jack Allen's Kitchen as well. All right, Zay. I cannot stress this enough. My chip shot today. Texas. You need to be a fast starting team this week, but you also need to be a fourth quarter team. So it's not either or. It doesn't have to be either or. It needs to be both. You need to get off to that fast start on the road at night. You need to dictate. You need to be throwing the punches. You need to be determining the tempo, the style of the fight. And it needs to be a fast start. You need to put doubt into Josh Hoover's mind. You need to put doubt into that TCU locker room, because they got all this mojo against you. They've won, they're 8-3 against you in the last 11 games. Their head coach has never lost to Texas. That should be, and they came into your house last year and made you look like punks. You had Bijan Robinson, and you ran 22 times for 28 yards. That's embarrassing. That's easily the worst offensive performance of the Steve Sarkisian era. That's the only game in 34 games under Steve Sarkisian where Texas didn't score an offensive touchdown. The defense was lights out. The defense has been lights out. The defense needs to continue to be lights out. Having Ryan Watts back makes a big old difference. Maybe Jalen Catalon's back. We'll find out. Big practice day today and tomorrow. After those 2 days of practice, we'll know who's real and who's still on the mend. But you got to, and this needs to carry through the rest of November, kids, because you are within reaching distance of not just playing in that Big 12 title game, of winning the Big 12 title for the first time since 2009. So be a fast starting team, but be a fourth quarter finishing team. Like when you outscored Bama 21-6 in the fourth quarter, when you outscored Kansas 21-0 in the fourth quarter. Let's go.
Yeah. And, just going back to what we've seen so far this year and what's hurt Texas, especially on the defensive end, the secondary, that's been the weakest part, just especially the coverage. The coverage has been a little soft at times, but a lot of time it seems like the Horns have been afraid of a running quarterback, which has allowed them to give up a lot of yards in the passing game, ironically. I mean, you look at Donovan Smith, they were worried about his legs and what he could do with them. And then Will Howard, they did a good job at stopping Kansas State's run game, which that's obviously the focal point for that team. But once Colin Klein realized, okay, we can't do nothing on the ground, let's start throwing the ball, that's when the game broke open. And you saw Brooks break off Michael Taft and Ryan Watts for that nasty run and multiple miscommunication sequences in the secondary with the cornerbacks and the safeties. So it's Sonny Dykes and, Browse, are they going to look at that and try to exploit it? Because you can't run in the A and B gap. That's just not even going to be a thing. You might get a 10-yard game every once in a while, but it's not going to be consistent. Manuel Miller, he's a solid back and all, but so was Tashard Ward and DJ Giddings. You know what I'm saying? So Texas, they figured it out. And now that Ethan Burke and Barron Sorrell and Justice Finkley and Trill Carter's getting in the mix some. I don't think the Minnesota transfer has gotten much credit because, again, what Trevondre Sweat and Byron Murphy are doing is so explosive. Some of the other guys that are coming in and getting reps too, they're kind of getting forgot about. No, Trill Carter, he's been playing well. He's been playing solid, coming in at times. He doesn't get all the reps that those other two do, but, Alfred Collins has done his thing at times. So overall, just this defensive line is an absolute problem, and teams are just going to realize, hey, we might have to throw 50 times a game to win it, especially if they're going to be a little gimpy in the secondary with guys like Keaton Crawford being out last week and Jan Catalan being out for the past 3 weeks. So, yeah, can they just tighten that up a little bit? And I understand with Jonathan Brooks' fumble and Malik Murphy's interception, that's given the opposing team good field position. So it's a lot easier. Like, you don't have time to go to the sideline and rest much because Texas keeps giving it up and you got to get back on the field for this defense. So, I want to see that from Malik Murphy. Do you have the mental toughness and just the steadiness to have those long methodical drives where they're taking away the deep ball because they know you like to do it? Like, the tape's out. You might only have 2 games on your resume, Malik Murphy, but the tape's out. Everybody knows you like to go deep. When it comes to the intermediate stuff and the short stuff, you struggle with that. So teams are going to force you to throw that and hopefully try to force a turnover out of it. So if Quinn Ewers isn't available, if Steve Sarkisian and AJ Millie are those guys making plays that go with the script, or even if the script has to break up, are they doing stuff to where, okay, they're not going to give us that, so we're going to take this? Are they going to have the mental toughness and just the control to do that and not try to gamble all the time? Because, again, I've talked about Sark's play calling here a bunch. Can he do that for the next 3 games starting against TCU? I think he can, but, Jonathan Brooks, the dude has been banged up a little bit. Again, he fumbled this past weekend. That's kind of uncharacteristic from number 24 so far this season. And now we've seen him go to the sideline a couple of times, just being a little gimpy, and thank goodness for the emergence of CJ Baxter to go along with it. But if this team is going to play, they're going to try to take away the deep shot and stuff, like we've been saying all week with Malik Murphy, to make his life easier is to run the dang football, and hopefully Sark and this team and this offensive line can get back to that where they're controlling the game.
Yeah. All right, Zay, it's time for the right call with Zay Collier.
Yeah, man. Before we get to the right call, shout out to Covert BK, the Covert Auto Group family that's been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. So that beat up Pinto that you got from 1976, get rid of it and go down and see Dan and the gang at Covert BK so they can hook you up and leave you satisfied, because they've been providing customers with high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles for a very long time, and the customer service and the customer satisfaction is always grade A at Covert BK because they got 7 terrific brands for you to choose from, and you will get hooked up with a Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram vehicle of your choice. So if you want to check out what they got online, go to covertbcave.com and you'll see all the latest specials and inventory. Shout out to all the coverts around town. Nobody beats a covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. We're already in the first week of the college basketball season, and there's already been a huge upset. Not on the men's side, on the women's side. Our girl Kim Mulkey coming off a national championship, #1 in the nation. They just got the #1 transfer in the nation, and Haley Van Lith, who everybody and their mama knows because of her superstardom and success from social media. And they lose the first game of the season by a smooth 14 points to the Colorado Buffaloes, coming off of that energy from Deion Sanders and what he is doing. Not a good look, Chip. Not a good look. Yo, I felt like this was coming. I didn't think it'd be coming this soon, but those LSU girls, that's a cocky group, man. That's a cocky group. Angel Reese, we saw her and the pointing to the ring and stuff against Caitlin Clark in that Iowa game last year. We know she's cocky, and all the NIL deals have been just blowing all them up, especially Angel Reese. She got this one brother that she's been dating down at FSU. People have been saying that they've been together all year long, so she hasn't been working on her game. Everybody's telling her how good she is and this and that. And yeah, man, upset 92-78. They had a homegirl on Colorado, Frida Foreman, dropped 27 on their ass. Couldn't stop hitting threes. Shaquille O'Neal was there checking out his alma mater, and Shaq was so impressed, he went into Colorado's locker room after the game and gave them girls love and their respect. So did Candace Parker, former Pat Summit player Candace Parker for Tennessee, who I love. She does a great job at Turner Sports with TNT doing games, and her analysis is always good. But yeah, Chip, you can get humbled real quick. You get humbled real quick. And once you win, you get comfortable. The money starts coming in. Everybody's patting you on the back. And it's just natural to take it easy. As a human, it's just natural to take it easy. You're going to parties, you're hanging out with Drake, you're seeing this and that, you're taking pictures with Kevin Hart, you're meeting the president and stuff. It can get a little over your head. It could get a little over your head. You and I have never experienced anything. Well, you have, because you win these tennis matches all the time, so you get that success and stuff. But me personally, I don't feel that. I've never felt that before. So I know if I had any type of success like that, my head would get bigger than Peyton Manning's, dadgummit. So, hey, everybody needs to be humbled. I'm not saying LSU still can't win a national championship, but I would not want to be in practice in Baton Rouge with Kim Mulkey today. I absolutely want it. That's going to be a tough practice for those LSU girls. And yeah, they got humbled last night. Shout out to the women Buffalo, Colorado.
They are struggling without their point guard, Alexis Morris. They got to figure out who's going to run the show, because she was a fifth-year senior who was the boss.
Yeah.
She averaged 33 minutes a game, and they got all this talent, and they got no one directing them out there. So
it was supposed to be Haley Van Lith, but she's a scoring point. So,
yeah,
that's different, man. That's different. That's why James Harden had his debut with the Clippers last night. They end up losing by double digits. Tyronn Lue wants to start. He wants to be the good coach, the nice coach. I told you last week, you can't start all 4. You can't do that and expect to win. It just doesn't work like that. It sounds good. Oh, 4 Hall of Famers on one team? Well, Paul George, he might be a Hall of Famer, but 3 for sure, and a perennial All-Star and Paul George, it has to work. At this point of their career, no. Like, it almost worked with Kobe, Shaq, Gary Payton, and Karl Malone, but they got by the Detroit Pistons. You remember that, being a fellow Michigan guy. Like, It doesn't always work. It barely ever works, especially when all those guys are in their 30s. So Paul George and Kawhi, they should always start. You're going to have to choose Tyronn Lue, James Harden, or Russell Westbrook. Both of them are going to be mad. It's going to get toxic. That's what you chose. That's what the owner, GM, that's what they chose when they made the trade. It's one of those guys won't like coming off the bench. I think you would say it would probably have to be Russell Westbrook. You have to flip it in a way that Russell Westbrook's like, hey, man, you're in charge of the second team. You get to do everything that you love to do, get rebounds, push the ball, drive in and dunk, kick out for shots, everything that you want to do. It's just going to have to be with the second team. And if you're rolling it in the rhythm, then you're going to get to finish games too. But yeah, they got drove by the New York Knicks, and you saw at times James Harden just dribbling. Kawhi's right there. Paul George is right here. Russell's down there. James Harden. And I'm over here like, bruh, do something with it. Do something with it. It's going to be a lot of that, Clippers fans, man. It's going to be frustrating, but we'll see.
God, and he led the league in assists last year. Like, don't be the ball stopper on that team.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, it's not like Stockton leading the league in assists. It's like the ball's always in your hands leading somebody in assists. Like Stockton, the ball was in his hands a lot too, but with Jerry Sloan, they ran that flex stuff. You remember that? They throw the ball to the wing and Stockton would go down to the post and he set that back screen for Malone, and then Malone would cut to the basket and they would feed him and they'll shoot that turnaround from the block. It was money. Jerry Sloan's offense, it was money. So there was flow with Stockton getting those assists. With James Harden, he's just dribbling a lot. And then he'll blow by his guy and he'll make a pass and they'll hit a shot. But with these other guys, they're not used to that. They're not used to that rocket style kind of what. And Doc Rivers, that's why they made Doc Rivers go to being an analyst. They got him fired and he was like, I don't even want to get back into coaching no more. James Harden took all the joy out for me. Like, I don't even want to do it no more, man.
How about that?
Hey, how about that? Which Doc Rivers, that's another story. Like, I was a big Mark Jackson, Jeff Van Gundy guy. I love Doris Burke, but Doc, he has to get his rhythm back. And he'll find it. It's been a while since he called games. I want to say the 90s and stuff. But, yeah, man, you got to be careful. You talk about Morris not being on LSU Women Tigers and Van Lith. Everybody thought Van Lith would just come in. Well, she has time. It's just one game. I get that. But you're the number one team in the nation. You can't be losing the first game of the season to Colorado. Come on, man. Come on, Mulkey. Come on, Kim.
But Colorado's got unbelievable guards.
Yeah, they were lining them up.
One of the girls played on Denmark's national team. The other girl, Sherrod, is the one who was just blowing by people.
Yeah.
Once she realized no one could stay in front of her, she was like, oh, I got this.
Yeah.
I'm going to take what I want. And the girl from Denmark was hitting 7 of 11 threes. I mean, I don't know how much. I don't know if that was the moon and stars aligning, but that was big time.
Yeah.
Had the inside-outside going.
Inside-outside going. Kim couldn't figure it out.
And she didn't have a point guard who could settle everybody down.
Yep.
So she's got to figure that out.
You need that.
Yeah, because Haley Van Lith, we saw her at the Moody.
Oh, she's nice.
Oh, she can hoop. But yeah, she's a scoring point guard. She's not a facilitator. Nope.
Yeah.
But
shout out to my guy Wade Pistol. I haven't heard that name in like 20 years, man.
Oh.
Yo, elementary school, Kassurk Elementary, South Side. That's what I'm talking about. Right off Slaughter, man.
Come on, man.
The good old days. The good old days where every recess I had over 220-something yards on the ground, maybe 100 in the air. Yeah, those are some of my finest athletic moments, man. Recess at Kassurk Elementary.
How about that?
Yeah, because we would play kickball and there would be an actual fence, and it was only like 50 yards, but there would be an actual fence that you could kick the ball over. And I would swear, I was like the Reggie Jackson of Kasuric Elementary. I used to go bomb almost every day. So, yeah, those are some of my proudest moments, dominating that recess recess class back
I
at
mean,
Kasuric Elementary.
the things I learn about you, the
Oh yeah, I peaked early, Chip. I peaked early, man. Everybody
10
thought
and
I was going to
5.
be. Yeah, I peaked
When you're
early. Everybody
motivated,
thought I was going
13
to be
and
a
7,
star.
king of recess.
Yep, I peaked early, and I'm fine with that, man. Some people just peak early. It is what
Oh
it
yeah,
is. I still have a
but you
great
know
life.
what? There's always pickleball and
Yeah,
golf.
exactly.
Your dad plays golf.
Yeah.
Is that why you don't play golf?
That's a big reason why I don't play golf. Yeah. He already taught me basketball, and that was a struggle. It worked out, obviously. It worked out for more reasons than one. But yeah, for him to teach me in golf too, nah, man. I want a good relationship with my father. And we do have a great relationship. And I think a lot of that is due to him not teaching me golf. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, that's classic. I think a big part of our great relationship is the fact that he did not teach me golf.
Oh yeah, me and CC tight, man. He's one of my best friends. I didn't get it early when you're being parented, which he's still parenting me. Don't think it ever ends, and I hope it doesn't. But yeah, when you're a kid and stuff, and all you hear is just yelling, it's hard to get past that. But once you realize what he was saying, as you get older, you're like, oh, CC was speaking that truth. He was talking that real. He was really preaching out there. And now taking all that stuff in, it's definitely worked out. And that's why Father of the Year coming on right here. He knows what I'm talking about. What up, Trey?
Yeah, I just caught the tail end of that. Were you talking about CC yelling instructions at you that you didn't quite comprehend as a kid, but eventually sink in?
Yeah, just little stuff, little things that are like, dude, why are you so mad at the most little things? And it's like, oh, I get it. Just attention to detail. Those minor things could be major later on.
It's tough when you expect greatness of yourself and you're a leader, you expect greatness of those around you too. And unfortunately, for the kids of people like that, you often bear the brunt of it. And one of the biggest challenges for me as a parent, Chip, tell me if this has been an issue with you or your kid. Your son is a little bit older now, obviously, but tell me if this is a problem when he was younger. Offering unsolicited advice versus trying to be patient, letting them make mistakes, and making sure they're coming to you when they want your advice, because otherwise it really does fall on deaf ears.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think you have to ask them questions. You got to, get a conversation going and try to plant the seed of doing the right thing to where it's their idea.
Yeah, it's level manipulation. He's right. They call it nudging in modern parlance. The Obama administration was really good about that, with getting compliance on things that were actually really good ideas, but people are skeptical because we're in such a politicized world. But nudging is a very valuable resource in business and in parenthood.
And speaking of which, I got to run and pick up my daughter. So let's do it again tomorrow, kids.
See ya, Chip. Appreciate you, man.
Hey,
how you doing, man? Tough fantasy night for you. I know what you told me yesterday about Garrett Wilson, and you're nervous about Zach Wilson and that performance that he had yesterday. Only 6 points. Lord have mercy. Wow.
Yeah. I chose not to watch last night's game. I had a chance to win my league, but I'm like, there's no way this is happening. This has been far and away my worst season for fantasy football in maybe at least a decade. I'm not going to make either of my league's playoffs, and I've had good weeks. My team isn't complete dog shit, But whenever I have good weeks, I'm going up against the one team that has a better point total than me. It's just a perfect storm of shit that has me a couple games below 500 right now. That's just the way it goes sometimes. The good news for my family is I won't be as locked in on the I have to watch this for my job excuse down the stretch of the football season if there aren't compelling games. Because right now, I mean, I'm having to watch, and I would anyhow because it's Bijan, but I'm having to watch Falcon games for fantasy purposes. And you and I talked about, or you chimed in on this at the end of Trey and BK because we were discussing it. Arthur Smith is a GD idiot. I mean, he is going out of his way to get fired from that job now or to prove some point to somebody because he is so petulant about the fact that maybe Bijan was taken and he wanted another player right there. I don't know what it is. Like BK rather suggested that last hour. That's the only thing that makes sense for him to continue to deny Bijan Robinson opportunities, especially in the red zone where they've been absolute trash this year.
Yeah, he loves throwing Tyler Algier in there. And it's not like Tyler Algier is doing crazy numbers.
No.
It doesn't make any sense. Are you trying to preserve Bijan Robinson for the, course of the year? I don't know because he's so valuable, but they got to use him more. I love Taylor Heineke. I'll die with him. That's my dude. But I know he has very, very extreme limitations. I know that. Like, I'm not naive to that. Taylor Heineke, he is very limited. So you got to use what you got. And Bijan Robinson is what they have. Like, it seems this can't be another miss. Like Drake London, that might be a miss. The Kyle Pitts is starting to look like a miss. But those guys don't get enough touches either. It's just like Arthur Smith. He doesn't understand that, man, maybe I should get these guys who we picked really high in the draft the ball more. It makes no sense to me.
There's a little bit of Arthur Smith living in the past. Like Cordarrelle Patterson has been getting touches these last 3 weeks now. Like Cordarrelle Patterson had an unbelievable season a few years ago, and he's still serviceable. But when you have those other two options, those younger legs, and they are productive players, with Bijan obviously being the more productive of the two, like at that point, you're just ruining or further ruining either guy's ability to actually get into any sort of rhythm. And like he neglects Kyle Pitts and Drake London to a lesser degree to run the offense through Jonnu Smith. Why? Because you have that much love for Jonnu.
I just picked up Jonnu Smith this week in my fantasy.
You should. I mean, Arthur Smith is giving him handoffs in the red zone. That's how much they're running the offense through Jonnu Smith right now. Meanwhile, Bijan's just standing on the sideline looking around like, what the hell? And then Arthur Smith has the gall to say in a presser, I don't know if this was today or yesterday, that Bijan allows us to do some nice things with the ball away from him because he's like basically implying that Bijan's this awesome decoy. And it's like, yeah, that's the best way to use Bijan Robinson if you're trying to be successful on offense, you dumbass.
Yeah, he might be not only your best option from a running back standpoint, he might be your best wide receiver too.
Yeah.
So why isn't he, being used like a Deebo Samuel or a Christian McCaffrey? I mean, I know the 49ers are going through their struggles right now, and this past week, a bye couldn't have came soon enough for them. But yeah, it's a copycat league. Like, swallow your pride, look at what they're doing down there in San Francisco, and apply that to what you're doing and what your personnel is, because it's pretty similar. Like with Bijan and the versatility that he has, the fact that he's being used the way he is, yeah, Arthur Smith, if I was old Home Depot dude, the owner, I'm sawing his ass. I'm not cutting his ass because he has saws. Being the Home Depot owner, we're sawing his ass and getting rid of Arthur Smith and having somebody lined up that understands that this offense should be a lot better than what they're showcasing Sunday to Sunday.
Is Arthur Blank the Falcons owner? Is he the Home Depot guy?
Yes, that's where he made it big. The dude, Home Depot, yeah. Yeah, man. He's a legend.
I guess that explains why he has enough money to own a pro sports franchise. But the strange thing about Arthur Smith and his running back usage is he basically made a name for himself and created this opportunity for this head coaching gig based on his willingness to use his running back into the ground and give his seemingly pedestrian quarterback the opportunity to operate off of play action, because everybody was not just expecting run, having a hard time stopping that running back with Derrick Henry for those 2 years in Tennessee. But he's just completely abandoned it now because he's Arthur Smith and fuck you.
That's what I'm saying. You and I, we talk about this a lot. When guys come from, not being the head coach and you're just thrown into all that responsibility, they can get away from what got them the job in the first place.
Yeah.
And it's weird that happens. Like, I never understand it. It's like when they finally get away, it's like they're like, all right, I can finally do what I want to do. Nobody is controlling me. I'm the man here. And their pride just takes over. Like, you're talking about some serious alpha males to where it can be very toxic at that profession. And if you can't control it, it could get just really bad for you depending on the person. But if you have that mindset, which we've seen way too much, like I think Tom Herman had a lot of that. And so did Chris Beard. But if you have that mindset where it's like my way or the highway, I don't give a damn what anybody else says. We're going to do this the way that I want to do it. That could screw you, man. Like, that could screw you. I just don't understand it. And yeah, you're right. To go from what he did at Tennessee, I know Bijan and Derrick Henry are very different backs and how they get the job done, but you got to apply a little bit of that flavor to what you're doing in Atlanta, don't you?
Yeah, and maybe he's trying to do that, and that's one of the reasons for that huge rotation is that he wants to get both running backs a lot of work. I wholeheartedly disagree with that, though. Boy, what you just said made me hearken back to the failed regimes of both Charlie Strong and Tom Herman, where the biggest reason why they failed, well, there was lots of reasons for both guys, obviously, but like in terms of play on the field, the side that was the least buttoned up was the side that was supposed to be each's expertise. Like Charlie Strong's defense was just hemorrhaging yards and points. And then Tom Herman's offense was all over the place. Like the defense was feeling fixed by his last year here when Chris Ash came in and taught them to do a better job of tackling and did feel like guys were starting to develop too. The offense is the side that had the big question marks.
Yeah, some guys. What up, KD?
What up, guys? How are y'all? Thank y'all very much. Been having computer problems here. So.
You just had DKR on behind you. What happened there? It disappeared.
That was a post game.
Oh,
Make
nice.
it look like Zay and I were there, even though all that stuff was going on.
You were like laying in the bottom of a glass bottom blimp, looking down on the stadium.
Pretty much, but yeah, no, I was good to go, man. On time. Computer, I was watching y'all, and I don't know if y'all saw me behind the green door, but
we saw you for a second, then you.
Yeah, I think we're good to go. Say, I appreciate you hanging out. Hey,
No
man,
problem.
the game was so bad last night, the football game. I checked out the basketball team, and I'll say, for a team that was losing to St. Ed's in the first half, I was pretty impressed. They've got a lot of dudes.
Yeah, they do have a lot of dudes. And Coach Terry, they're playing a fun brand of basketball. They're running and they're allowing guys to just hoop out there. It's pretty freeing. That's what a lot of guys, that's the style they want to play. That's what you see in the NBA. And it's definitely different than what you saw with Chris Beard and his motion-based offense. So, yeah, let's see if they can keep it up. Caden Shedrick, that's a big-time addition. They're going to need him. But
He's good.
Yeah, he is solid. Well, we're just not going to.
He actually ran the floor better than I thought, Zay. I thought he was going to be kind of a stiff, but he ran the floor, cut a couple times where they hit him. They had their head up, and they were finding guys for not playing together for too long. I mean, Dessou's out right now, but yeah.
Yeah, Tony Bennett
didn't
let him do that.
You got me one game in. Trey's laughing right now.
Yeah, Tony Bennett didn't let him do that at Virginia. That's why he wanted to go play with RT. So hopefully they can start getting more big men like that could run the floor and use their athleticism.
I've been saying this about Rodney Terry going back to last year. I really like him as an X's and O's coach. And one of the reasons why I like him is because he sees the pieces in front of him and calls the offense accordingly. And after last night's game, he's like, look, we've got a team that can get up and down the court. Here's what I told them is you guys get your first 7 seconds after you get that defensive rebound to try and push it up and make something good / easy happen. We get past that 7 seconds, though, we're going to work for a good shot, though. I'm strangely excited to get into this Texas basketball team, even though I'm going to have to relearn 3/4 of the roster because, well, it is college basketball in 2023. I think that there are some good things on the horizon for this program. Unfortunately, we won't really know until Texas gets to conference play because the non-con schedule is very meh. Other than a couple of games at Madison Square Garden, and then you play LSU at the Toyota Center, it really is a bunch of scrubs and a few perennially decent mid-level teams thrown in too.
Oh, they got Marquette?
Marquette, yeah, they play Marquette at Marquette, so that game's in Milwaukee. It'll be interesting to see what Shaka Smart's rolling out there this year too. You're right about that. That is another decent game on the schedule.
Yeah, but home games, you're right about that. And Trey, they've got this guy who's 6'8", looks like he's 240 in the middle, and probably more 6'7 and a half. Would have been like an undersized power forward back in the day in college basketball, but is a guy that Baylor, Houston, all of them have it. He looks 25 and is just yoked. What is that? Zarik Onyema? Yeah, man. Like he was, especially in games like that, man. You know what I'm talking about, Zay? Like Houston and Baylor always have a cat like that with dreads. And it's like, dude, he is our rim protector in 2021, whatever it is, you know?
Yeah, he kind of has a little James Thomas in him, man. I don't think he's that ferocious.
But he's actually beefier.
Yeah.
He's not as long.
Right. But yeah, he's a tough blue collar guy. And yeah, we'll see what happens. But appreciate you, fellas. I'm taking off. Y'all have a good rest of the show.
Take care. Thank you, Zay. Balloon. No, I should get balloons for my computer. We're gonna have to get a new one of these every 2 years.
Transfer my laser beams to you, I would, but I don't. So whenever I hit that, it only does it on my screen.
That's great. How are you?
I'm doing all right today. Got to play some volleyball this morning and did the show with BK a little bit earlier. And I've just been taking care of non-TSU stuff in the 2 hours in between. And now you and I get to chat for a couple hours.
Yes, we do, man. A lot to get to as well. Kind of a busy time, but a lot of college football, some pro football. I thought it was a great weekend for just watching football.
I agree
Now,
with that.
Texas ended up winning, so that helps out. But even the Cowboys game, I mean, like throughout the Saturday and Sunday, it was probably my most enjoyable weekend.
Exciting games involving ranked teams in a lot of instances. Like Texas, Kansas State, as much as that sucked to watch Texas almost blow it, they did still win, and it was exciting at the end. Oklahoma State was a lot of fun to watch. And while maybe deep down, all of us were hoping it would be Texas OU for that final Big 12 championship, because that felt like it would be poetic because of how much hate each school is receiving, and also some very shady things happening with the way of calls. I'm also okay watching Oklahoma lose their very last rivalry game too.
Yeah.
And Washington USC was an interesting game. Obviously, Washington pulls away in the end. And then to watch Alabama and LSU play a tight one for a little bit, and then Alabama really blow the doors off of them. I know Jaden Daniels goes down with the injury in that game. The college side was awesome, and the NFL held suit too. I mean, it started early with KC Miami in Germany. And I'm never up for those games. Even if I'm up, there's other stuff that I'm doing. I'm sorry, NFL. I know you want us to commit the entire day to watching football games, and that was a good matchup. You screwed up, though, by putting that good of a matchup in Germany in week whatever of the NFL season. But the rest of the day was...
I'm usually up for it, or part of it, but I totally forget about it. It's just not my Sunday morning routine.
Even if I remember it, I've got shit that I've got to do before the NFL action starts at noon. Like, I've got a checklist that I need to get through so that I can waste the rest of the day watching football.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, in terms of the Saturday stuff, boy, Dallas Turner seems to injure a lot of quarterbacks. I like Dallas, but I mean, that's pretty high. I know LSU's going to send that in. He's the one who took out Quinn. I mean, they're still playing some football at Alabama. They look good, though. Milrose continued to impress.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaden Daniels would have been one of my top 5 Heisman guys. I don't know where he stands right now, especially when it was, 28 all or around there, and then just went the other way. So, but I would have probably him and Neighbors up there. I would have a different Heisman.
Did you think he had this in him at the start of the season? Because I did not think he was this good as a passer, Jaden Daniels.
No, I did not this good. I knew he had more in him than I thought at Arizona State. But even at Arizona State, he had some pretty big throws and pretty big games where I thought this guy's, pretty legitimate. But he was erratic. But he's gotten much better. Their offense is great. It's just very un-LSU. I don't remember an LSU defense that was this bad. And they've had some moments lately, but throughout the whole year, they've not been good.
As far as Texas and Kansas State are concerned, you and I did not do post game this week and haven't really talked about the game itself. Let's start with Malik Murphy. What are your thoughts on Malik and just what he needs to do differently going forward? Because you can only get this level of quarterback play for so long before you end up getting tripped up, even in a game that you are heavily favored to win.
Yeah, he could have ended up having 3 or 4 picks. So let's start with the good very early on. He throws a really good deep ball. You could say maybe even a better deep ball than Quinn, right? And there have been some issues there, but he throws a pretty good deep ball. You can tell he's already getting better at that compared to the one that he threw the week before, which a lot of safeties are going to bat that down. Made some good throws. Like there's a lot of talent in there without a doubt. But as you look at the last 2 starts right now, he's not ready. She's not. I mean, there are too many moments that are too big, and he's had a couple panic throws in both games that have resulted in picks that will, usually a team like Kansas State or in a game that maybe in the Big 12 championship, certainly the playoffs, if they get there, or a bowl game, that's going to wreck you. And it's a free 7 points and you can't recover. So they've been able to, but yeah, I mean, apparently, I don't know. I heard some good news about Quinn. Maybe Quinn will play. Malik has a lot of talent, but 2 starts and there's some good, some bad, but I would say he's not ready yet. That's fair, is it not?
It is fair, and it's also concerning right now that he seems pretty raw just with reading the defense. I know everybody will talk about the plays where he's legitimately just throwing the ball in the air, like throwing it up to what looks like it could be just green field with the receiver nearby, and it's going right into the arms of a BYU player 2 weeks ago and a Kansas State player this last weekend. But there are other throws where he is tossing it beyond the line of scrimmage where there's 2 to 3 defenders around that receiver, to your point on some of those other balls that could have been picked off too. Yeah. And so you feel comfortable with Steve Sarkisian scripting his first 5 to 10 throws for that opening couple of series where he knows where the ball is going to go to, and Sark is scheming those guys open. But once the defense adjusts, that becomes very problematic. So I hope Quinn is able to play this weekend. I feel like we will go one more week before we see him come back for the Iowa State game. Also possible he doesn't come back until Texas Tech. But if that does happen, then I believe you see this Texas offense try and run it a whole lot more in the second half, because this is going to be Malik Murphy's first road game coming up this weekend in Fort Worth. And even though TCU is down this year, weird things tend to happen to this Texas program at TCU.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully Quinn can come back, but yeah, you'd probably gamble on that. I don't know if they throw Arch in there. I don't know where Sark is with the decision-making and the outside of the last drive. So there, once again, there are some good things mixed in, but he's so young right now. I mean, there are some things, this team's so weird because it's such an odd year and such a wide open year, not only in the conference where it's our last year and it's the worst year since it started. The country has not been, the playoff has not been this wide open in a long time, maybe ever. And so you're balancing that with what our eyeballs have seen with this up and down within games team that does not look like a college football playoff team and doesn't really look like a conference champion. But they can do both this year, and it's in front of them. And you've got this quarterback thing to go with it. So it's a weird balancing act, but I will say this, the one thing we have learned, man, they've done the best thing this team does, we talked about it last week, the week before, the grades show it, our eyes show it, tell us that their defensive line against the run, primarily inside, is just, which is why I'd rather take on Oklahoma State. Ollie Gordon's probably the best running back in the country. I don't trust him. They're going to run their RPO. We know they're running outside gunners or goes pretty much. and they're running with him. I will take this defensive line the way they're playing because they won the game again on Saturday.
Alan Bowman has proven himself to be capable once they tinkered with some things on offense and gave him some shorter throws, because Oklahoma State does have a decent crop of receivers. Once again, Presley will get a lot of the coverage, and he should. He is the latest in a long line of good Oklahoma State wide receivers, but they have several dudes that they can throw the football to. But you're exactly right. That offense runs through Ollie Gordon III. He will present a unique challenge to this Texas defense, but you can't run it on this front when they're blitzing linebackers. Obviously, both linebackers are really good against the run. And Jahdae Barron, Ryan Watts, guys like that, while we've seen some inconsistencies in coverage, not with Barron, of course, with some of those other guys, these defensive backs will all come up and hit and provide excellent support with the run too. So a team that beats this Texas defense is going to have to do so through the air. Kansas State, thankfully, didn't figure it out until, well, it may not have even been too late, but thanks to some special teams miscues with their field goal unit, it gave the Longhorns the opportunity to get the game back to tied going into overtime, and then to kick a field goal in overtime and have their defense come up big on that fourth down, which was a bizarre call, in my opinion, for Chris Kleiman. I'm not – these decisions are not black and white. You have to understand what is happening in a game, have a pulse on your team, have a pulse on the other team. For Chris Kleiman to try and go for it on a 4th and goal from the 6, with as good as the Texas defense had been throughout the course of the afternoon, versus rolling the dice by kicking that field goal and believing that the Texas offense would be more prone to a mistake in that situation than your offense would, I do not understand.
I don't either. He said after I watched his post game, and he said that, it was in the mid 70s and our guys were a little worn down. I'm like, mid 70s?
What?
Yeah. I mean, so my biggest thing would be on the road, underdog, bigger program, big stadium into the game, usually go for that. Or I see going for it. They had all the momentum, man.
Yeah.
They had all the momentum. And not only momentum in regulation as the fourth quarter, but in overtime, where Texas got lucky. We felt good to hit a 40-something yard field goal.
Yeah.
The offense went nowhere. And the way Malik had played, you have that last drive, but really the whole way through, I'm playing another one of these. Maybe we get to one here in 2 or 3 where, fuck it, we're going for it. But, which they would have to after 2 now. But, I mean, you had all the momentum. So if your guys were that worn down because it was 75 outside, then get out of here. He's a damn good coach, though. And you and I both, I think everyone thought it'd be a tight game. Kansas State somehow ends up covering that. But it's another frustrating game because Texas had a chance. And Sarkis talked about that killer instinct where you're going in on the interception and also the ball that Jonte, you could say, maybe got dragged down on, but we're not getting any of those calls. We know that.
No.
Texas, I mean, you 24-0. Well, you're about to do this, and Kansas State's out of the offense to come back from 27-0. Now, they did 27-7 in, 4 plays. Texas, and you just try and rely on the run game, and then went to the red package, and that didn't work. They're just struggling, man.
Yeah, they are. And those problems are only getting worse when you have this much inconsistency at quarterback. And to watch Jonathan Brooks fumble like he did was a bit of a letdown. And I know he was banged up in that game. I don't know if it was a shoulder or elbow, what the issue was, but he kept asking to come out of the game, including in crucial situations. Now, fortunately, CJ Baxter has proven himself as very capable too. He had the big touchdown run. And even minus that touchdown run, he was averaging somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 yards per play. And I've been impressed with what I've seen out of Jaden Blue these last couple of weeks as well. I know he had that late game touchdown against BYU that padded the point total and the yardage total as well. But I think he is an admirable backup at that position. And then Keelan Robinson also. It does feel like sometimes that the Texas coaches are not doing a good enough job of creating opportunities for Keelan Robinson, who obviously has game-breaking abilities, but he is somebody else that you throw in there when you're talking about the running backs and them showing their capabilities and them making the best of it when given those chances. As BK is having, KD is having some technical issues right now. We are discussing the Texas Longhorns and Kansas State Wildcats. Big victory for Texas in overtime this last weekend. Also looking back on the rest of the college football weekend, what happened in the NFL as well. The Dallas Cowboys came very close to beating a Philadelphia Eagles team that leads the NFL right now record-wise, but looked vulnerable in Philly on Sunday afternoon. And Dak Prescott played an exceptional game on Sunday, even if there were some very tiny things that weren't there at moments. Dak has not been the problem over the last month or so. Quite the opposite. Even without that bona fide number 2 wide receiver, it does look like he's getting comfortable throwing to the tight end once again, which is obviously a good thing. And for the Cowboys offense right now, they're feeding CeeDee Lamb more, and they're getting those results as his nearly 200-yard effort showed against the Eagles. But there's a lot to be desired at the running back position right now. Tony Pollard, you give him credit for coming back from a serious injury and surgery in the Cowboys' final game last year. And while he's been out there for, I believe, every game so far this year, he doesn't have that burst about him right now that made him so special. You also wonder if the change of pace that he was providing for Ezekiel Elliott at times, even though he did have games where he was the guy and he performed admirably in those circumstances, some combination of him not quite being all the way back just yet and the dynamic having shifted in terms of who's the number 1 guy at running back and the backup coming in with some other opportunities as well. If we see Tony Pollard lose a little bit of his workload in the coming weeks, Dallas Cowboys defense, you're going to give up points to Philadelphia. They are really good passing attack and a decent enough running the football. I think that is improved with DeAndre Swift back there to go with Gainwell as well. But Dallas had a chance at the end. They get the ball down the field thanks to Philadelphia with some self-inflicted penalties, a pass interference. I forget if the other one was a personal foul, but it was another 10 to 15-yard penalty as well. And the Dallas Cowboys found themselves really close to the Eagles' end zone with a decent amount of time left on the clock. But unfortunately, a couple of procedural penalties. And then Dak nearly taking a sack, or actually he did take a sack on that play that set up a really tough final play of the game for Dallas. And Philadelphia prevails. They do feel like the cream of the crop in the NFL. But the NFL is very similar to college right now, where it doesn't seem like you have that one truly dominant team this year and that things are fairly open, especially on the NFC side of things. Like Philly is the number 1. I think that's a very sturdy limb that I'm going out on right now. But even, let's say, San Francisco or Detroit or the Dallas Cowboys, they seem like flawed teams right now. Perhaps San Francisco's flaws are the fact that they are relying on guys who have a hard time staying healthy, but there's a history of that at this point. And so you have to pay attention to that. The Lions, they have beaten some bad competition, but some of the better teams on their schedule, with exception of that first game of the year at Kansas City, they haven't exactly shown up. So we'll see if the bye week, how much that's helped them out. It looks like David Montgomery is going to be back for them this week. They had a couple of other guys who were dinged up as well. So they should be full strength. Jahmyr Gibbs, a silver lining over these last few weeks. He's been awesome and is proving why the Lions were not necessarily stupid to take him in the first round of last year's NFL draft. He's still going to get a heavy workload too. Expect them to throw the football to him a little bit more. But the Lions, need to prove it against some of the better competition left on their schedule. If there is an AFC team right now, it's got to be the Baltimore Ravens, right? Speaking of those Lions, they had a big game against the Ravens a few weeks ago and got absolutely clobbered. Baltimore is looking great right now, led by Lamar Jackson, who may be the front runner for MVP. I have not looked at the Vegas odds for Lamar Jackson. What is MVP odds right now? Obviously, Mahomes is going to be up there most years. He's got to be ahead of Josh Allen at this point, doesn't he? Ahead of Tua also, I'm guessing. And this, MVP tends to be a quarterback award, much like the Heisman Trophy. Is there anybody else that we're missing here? Justin Jefferson's obviously been hurt. Tyreek Hill, he was on track for 2,000 yards. I'm not sure where he is after a pretty pedantic effort by him against Kansas City and Germany this last weekend. But Lamar Jackson has taken some more steps forward as a thrower to go along with being an electric runner. And that Baltimore defense is really, really good right now. So it seems like the cream of the crop in each league is Philadelphia in the NFC, Baltimore in the AFC, with a bunch of teams bringing it up the rear. But look, we can't sleep on Kansas City. I realize things have been weird for them this year. They are talking about a really good defensive team in Kansas City right now, which eases some of the pressure on Pat Mahomes as he continues to try and establish a rapport with a pretty average-looking group of wide receivers right now. There's no easy way to put it. Travis Kelce is still very productive, but he has looked a little bit slower over the last few weeks. I don't know if that's a matter of him tweaking or aggravating something, or maybe it's just the Taylor Swift effect, right? But this Kansas City offense has left a lot to be desired so far this year, but they've been picked up by a pretty raucous bunch on defense. And so when it comes playoff time, there's nobody that you trust more at quarterback than Pat Mahomes. And so you just always need to keep that in the back of your mind, even if it seems like this is a year where they are struggling. And thinking back on the college side of things on Saturday, as Kevin joins me once again in the living room now versus his office. Kevin, the Washington Huskies put an end to the Alex Grinch era at USC. It's an era that probably should have come to an end after last season, but game after game, USC was just getting into shootouts. Now, Washington, it's a little bit more understandable with how good their offense has been throughout the course of the year, even if they had been a bit off in the 2 previous weeks. But USC was making average to bad offenses look like some of the best in the country. And so inevitably, with no real playoff hopes on the line and Pac-12 title game appearance seemingly out of the question at this point, Lincoln Riley went ahead and cut ties with Alex Grinch.
Yeah, can you hear me straight? Because you were kind of breaking up there for me. I don't know what problems I'm having here. I tried to go out here because I have more watts out here. I was saying that when I plugged it in. So can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Not sure what to do right now. I can hear you. Can you hear me? All right. Katie has dropped once again. So sorry, folks. You get me talking to myself for a little while. Let's take a look at the YouTube comments line. Seeing the typical cast of characters on the YouTube comments line. Appreciate everybody for chiming in. CB, Jason, Big Craig, DJ. Yeah, that's right, Big Craig. Spectrum strikes again. No love lost between KD and Spectrum. I just had to upgrade. We go through Spectrum too. Oh boy, I've got to be careful here. Spectrum listens like our future robot overlords do. They're always paying attention. You can't say something negative. Otherwise, your internet access will get pretty limited as well. But I was having issues with the plan that we had. So I had to upgrade to the new highest level internet speed. And I've had less issues since then, thank goodness. But it's just a shame that we're having to pay an extra $40 a month to do so, because we previously had the top speed for home internet service, but they just keep moving the goalpost on you, don't they, throughout this process. I don't mean anything by it, Spectrum. Please don't hurt my internet. DJ agrees Lamar is killing it as a passer and a runner. Craig evicted Spectrum from his house last weekend. What'd you go, Google Fiber, Craig? Because we checked in on that here in Cedar Park, but they don't offer Google Fiber out here. So we're at the behest of Spectrum or AT&T. I think Verizon maybe offers something, but we chose Spectrum. Like, it's the best option for someone like me who has to have fast internet for live streaming purposes, because I'm doing anywhere from 1 to 3 hours a day here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, as well as recording for some other things as well. Frontier is where it's at, huh? Oh, I'm going to have to check on that. Jason said something about Disco Tray. Oh, that was with the laser lights, wasn't it, Jason? Yes, I have access to some backup graphics now, or background graphics, thanks to FaceTime. You just see about downloading some others as well. I think we are going to take a small break here to see what's going on. Stay tuned. If nothing else in the next couple of minutes, I will be back to let you know what's going on, but I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to talk for the next hour and 20 minutes straight. That's not a good idea. And so we're going to hit pause here for 1 second here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Stay tuned though. We'll be back in just a sec.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for some technical difficulties going on with the Longhorn Misfits program. Appreciate y'all sticking around. I guess we have lost Kevin Dunn due to some internet issues. Trey is here.
Just got off the phone with Kevin Dunn. I did not just put a tattoo of Kevin on my forehead for what it's worth, but Kevin is trying to change a few settings on his computer and reset the computer. Technical issues plague the man, unfortunately, at times. So he's trying to get it right, though. So he's either going to pop on here in a few minutes, or he's going to text me to let me know that his internet is not working well today.
Is it the internet? Is it the computer? Is it both?
It is. That's a great question. It seems like the internet is always at least part of the problem.
Okay.
I also haven't looked at his internet. If he hasn't, or if his computer rather, if he has a computer that's 15 years old, then that's going to be an issue too. But I think he has a newer computer though.
He's got a computer that's only a couple of years old, but it looks like it's about 30 years old. So like I literally think he bought the worst possible computer he could have bought, but like a 2021 model.
Okay,
like
so
it's like buying a brick phone in 2023. Like it looks like that equivalent aesthetically, but I guess it's kind of new, so it should be working better than it does.
The earliest laptop computers, BK, were before your time. I'm sure you've seen these relic pictures of the first laptop computers where they're like small briefcases, or they're like briefcase size, where it's like you're literally carrying a briefcase with you and then you open it up and that's where the computer is. Computer technology has gotten so sleek, obviously.
Yeah, a little bit different nowadays. Now you got those damn tablets, right? Like you've got phones that are computers that are these size.
Yeah.
You've got tablets that are in between this and an actual computer. And then you've got actual computers themselves and laptops and desktops. What will they think of next?
Well, in less than 100 years, this has more processing power than the first computers that took up entire walls, right?
Yeah. Technology talk. That's what we've resorted to here. What were you and Kevin talking about before his internet gave out on him?
We were talking about Texas football and just what we liked and didn't like from Kansas State, because he and I did not do post game this last weekend, while also getting into some of the other college games. Alabama looking like a team to be reckoned with. The conversation becomes a little bit different if Quinn Ewers is in there at quarterback for Texas, but as a Longhorns fan, I wouldn't want to face Alabama right now.
I would have no problem facing Alabama right now. I would love a rematch because that means we're in the playoff. So sign me up for a part 2.
The chances I give Texas to win the game, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd be a little nervous. I was nervous the first time we played them, and we took care of them. Texas is so good on the defensive line that, okay, what has Alabama done really well? Like, what do they do so well against LSU? Well, they ran it incredibly well. No one's been able to really run it that well against Texas. So I don't know if it'd be a double-digit win for Texas where we're leaving the game saying, oh, my God, if Xavier Worthy didn't drop that touchdown, we would have won by 17. And, oh, my God, if we didn't do this or this, we would have won by 21 or more. Like, I don't know if it would be like that if there was a rematch, but I wouldn't be that terrified of playing against them again if Quinn Ewers was 100%. If it's Malik Murphy against Alabama, yeah, sorry. That's a wave the white flag, and it ain't happening. But Quinn Ewers 100% healthy against Alabama, then yeah, I mean, I would like Texas's chances to go do that. But I get pissed off when this happens every year, Trey, because it feels like it happens every year. Whenever Alabama loses one time, the narrative becomes they're done. Nick Saban's lost his fastball. Everyone else has caught up to him. NIL, he can't handle NIL. The transfer portal, no way. He doesn't know what he's doing. It's like every time Alabama loses a game, the dynasty is over. And oh my God, it was even Texas fans doing this too. And then, of course, the South Florida game happened the week later where Alabama played like shit because, they were playing backup quarterbacks. And even Texas fans were like, oh my God, this is 2016 Notre Dame. and we suck and they suck and we're horrible. What's Alabama done since then? They're undefeated in the best conference in the sport. They just beat a very good LSU team by 2 touchdowns. They're mowing over teams, dude. They're really good. So this one, as MJ in The Last Dance said, I took that personal because it affected Texas this year, all of the Alabama's done conversation. I took that personal. And I'm so mad at just how many, even Texas fans were like trying to bash their own team by saying Alabama sucks. It's like, dude, this is maybe our biggest win in regular season history outside of the shoe in 2005. And you're trying to diminish our own win? Like, shut up. What are you doing? And now it's like, yeah, no, Alabama is, and I kind of had a hunch that this would happen too, where Alabama was going to play really well this year. And people were like, oh, if Texas and Bama played again, like Alabama's gotten so much better and Texas just got them at the right time. And I don't even buy that either. So I don't know, man. It was such a good win for Texas. And I'm annoyed by how many people since that game happened, even Texas fans who have just been trying to downplay like how impressive of a showing that was. I mean, for Texas to do something that hadn't been done to any Alabama team. And this is clearly not the worst Alabama team Nick Saban's ever had. I remember that being a huge focal point. It ain't the best. Of course not. But this ain't the worst. Texas did something that hadn't been done to Alabama or to Nick Saban in 20 plus years. That shit was impressive. So, has Texas played that consistently good every week since then? No, of course not. If they had, they'd be like the number 1 team in the country right now. But I just, I don't know, man. I think Texas is still really good. I think Alabama's really good, but I don't think the gap between those two teams right now is as big as some people seem to think. What's up, KD?
I think we got to figure it out, boys.
There we go. You caught post rant BK. Sorry you had to be.
No, I know. Kidding me? I loved it. I was about to freeze it on my own this time. But no, that's good stuff. I agree with you. I mean, it's not. First off, nothing will ever be as people forget. Nick Saban's first year, they went 7-6 and lost to who is it? Louisiana Monroe at home. Like nothing will ever be that. Yeah, is it one of their all-time great teams? Probably not. But they've also don't buy that stuff, BK.
Yeah. I'm just like, look, I expected A&M and OU fans to do it, but like just seeing Texas fans do it, and it hasn't really happened since then. Right now that Alabama's put together a lot of wins, Texas fans aren't doing this anymore. But shoot, I had a few buddies like after that Bama South Florida game. It's like, oh, cool, we beat an 8-win Alabama team. We beat a 7-win. This is 2016 Notre Dame. They might go 5 and it's like, what are you talking about here, guys?
Yeah.
Like,
and we're not trying to say this is a perfect team or anywhere near that. Like we see the flaws. We all get it, but take it for what it is. I will say this though, Milroe and Bama, they've kind of with Tommy Rees, they've found their niche. They would not be fun for anyone to play right now.
No, but I like, and this is the question Trey asked, and I was on the phone with your girl, Anna, over at Dr. Eckert's office.
Anna.
KD. So I didn't hear exactly what you are talking about, but Trey brought up, and look, I think there are some Texas fans and some college football fans that think like if these two teams played again, Alabama would win. And sure, they could win.
Yeah.
Like I think these teams are pretty close though, is my point. Like, I don't think it's like, it'd be a given that if these two teams played at a neutral field, that Alabama would for sure win. Like if Malik Murphy was the quarterback, yes, Alabama would for sure win. But if Quinn Ewers was like 100% healthy and these two teams played, like Texas would very much have a chance like they did in September, I think.
Trey, who would you take tomorrow?
Between Alabama and Texas?
Yeah.
With Malik Murphy as the quarterback, Alabama in a blowout.
What about with a healthy Quinn Ewers?
I mean, Quinn Ewers from what he looks like just before the injury, or Quinn Ewers working his way back, his first game back against TCU or Iowa State, or, I think if Quinn Ewers has a couple weeks under his belt, then I'll feel good about that. But I think he's going to have a little bit of rust to knock off. And there's always a level of fear that you have to break through too when you're coming back from an injury like this, especially one where that there is a good chance of re-aggravation if you haven't let it heal properly.
Yep.
What about the Quinn in the 5 quarters he's played against Alabama? because I'm going with that version.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Yeah, that Quinn, sign me up. I'll look forward to seeing what Texas can do in that game.
So what do y'all think? Because Trey, I think when it throws on me in there, I think we were talking about Malik and just the game and everything. I'm curious to get both your thoughts. But if you're Sark and you go through game film, the kid obviously has a lot of talent and there's stuff there. He's probably not ready yet, as we talked about. If you don't have Quinn this week, do you throw Arch in there at some point and give him a shot? I mean, I know that all depends on how comfortable he is in practice, and only they would know that. But I mean, I would think that may be something he's thinking about, right?
Considering that there have been reports that Malik has dealt with a back issue for much of the year that has completely knocked him out of practice at times to where he's not even out there practicing with his teammates. I don't think it's a bad idea, but BK had to talk sense into me a couple weeks ago before the BYU game where I was suggesting Arch Manning could get some time. And he's like, Steve Sarkisian's track record is just having a limitless leash for the guy who is looked at as his starter right now.
He's right about
that. He is very sensitive to shattering egos or a fragile ego or a guy getting too down on himself that looks like he's being benched. If that guy is the quarterback, which probably speaks to his experience at a quarterback too. So do I think Arch Manning in the right situation should get a little bit of time? Absolutely. I just don't think Steve Sarkisian's going to do it at this point.
BK?
Yeah, KD. Trey and I talked about this earlier. Like maybe there's a scenario this week where Quinn Ewers dresses and is like the in case of emergency guy. Like Malik Murphy starts the game and the hope is Quinn gets another week of rest, but he's in uniform. And if Texas is down by 10 at halftime, then it's, hey, we don't have the whole playbook with Quinn, but Malik's got 3 turnovers and he keeps not throwing the ball away and short arming dudes or throwing behind dudes. We've got to try something else. Like maybe that's what it is. So, for me, like if I'm the coach, I'm doing whatever I need to do to win. Like this, when's the next time Texas is going to have this golden of an opportunity to win a conference championship?
Right.
Like with this
but
team,
also
this
keep his red shirt because I think he wants to keep his red shirt, and you can do that now.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you break that red shirt because it's the 5th game in the national championship, it's worth it.
Who's complaining? I mean,
no one's complaining.
If Arch Manning is the guy and he gets to play and he's that good and he's leading Texas to the CFP and then a national title, then
and he's not staying 4 years anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. So, man, like you got to win. You got to do what it takes to win. Now it's like I wonder, Trey, like if Texas was down. They never trailed against K-State for as like much of a collapse as they had. Like they're crazy. Like, of course, like Gus Johnson on TV was like, maybe Arch is about to come in, but like Sark, because of that long leash that you brought up, Trey, is like, the team's winning. He's not going to make a move right now. Like if the team is trailing this week, that's where Sark, if Quinn Ewers can't go, I would absolutely make the move. But he sees Arch in practice. Like I guess there's a chance Arch is that bad. But even me will be thinking, well, he might suck in practice, but can he at least do better in the game than what Malik Murphy is doing? So Sark's got to do whatever it takes to win because this team needs to get to Arlington. That's not the goal with 3 weeks left in the season because the Big 12 has shaked out the way that it has. That was the goal for everybody going into the year. You've got to do whatever you need to do to make sure you achieve that goal.
And it's
I'd like to think that even if Quinn Ewers wasn't in a break glass in case of emergency scenario, that if we see second half or last 3 quarters Malik in the first half against TCU on Saturday, and there's a couple of really ugly turnovers that gives either a defensive touchdown or short fields that TCU capitalizes on, and they're up by, I don't know, a couple of touchdowns going into halftime, that he would have the guts to put Arch Manning in to try something different. Because I worry with Steve Sarkisian that he gets too big picture at times and isn't focused enough on the moment. Like you obviously saw that with Quinn Ewers last year. There were games where Texas clearly had a better chance to win the game if they got even adequate quarterback play, which Hudson Card has shown the ability to do earlier in the season when Quinn Ewers was hurt and Quinn was struggling. Whether you used your eyeballs or looked at basic statistics, he was one of the worst quarterbacks in the Big 12. And Texas lost at least a game or two that they could have won with slightly better quarterback play. But Steve Sarkisian was focused on Quinn Ewers' long-term development, neglecting the possibility of an extra win or two in the moment.
Yeah, well, you got 3 games left, and you need to do this. I mean, I say it's in front of you. It's obviously in front of you, but it's really in front of you. You can have it in front of you and have 98 Kansas State, 97 Nebraska, and 2000 Oklahoma left on the schedule. And it ain't in front of you. It ain't happening. Like, they should get this done. And this is where the coaching staff has to make sure they get it done. They have enough talent. They're healthy enough now, which is so big for this team. It's not a 1 through 44 program yet. It may be down the road where you look back, and if you have it on NCAA, you're like, dude, we had Derek Williams and Malik Muhammad. They're like, yeah, they weren't the guys they were their junior year, So
Derek Williams is the best safety on the team.
What's up?
I said Derek Williams is the best safety on the team right now.
He is. I mean, if you look at the metrics, he's right up there. I mean, it depends on what you want to count Jahdae Barron, because they count him as a safety on PFF. I mean, I think he's kind of a rover, and they put him at cornerback for the last 2 plays. He's by far the best defensive back, but Derek Williams has been good. But the depth in there, they're healthy right now. They should go. I want to see that kind of killer mentality, because they've shown it once, and it was in Tuscaloosa of all places, with 9 minutes ago, and said, F y'all.
Yeah.
We're running this thing out on the ground. 9 straight runs against that defensive line?
Yeah. Killed the last 7 minutes and 14 seconds off the clock. Like, that's, it'd be nice to see something like that again. Yeah. Killer mentality. Gonna need it.
All right, BK, it seems like Kevin's computer is good to go. So
yeah, no, I'm good to go. I had to hit the diagnostics in the what was that, Trey? Bifo or Difo, or what did I click on?
Your computer's bisexual setting. You reset that, and so now it's monogamous again.
Yeah, he was acting like a dude too much.
We've got
froze up. No, I think we're good to go. BK, appreciate you, man.
Bucky, who's trans, and KD, who's bi now. I don't know what's
well,
going
I'm not
on
by
here.
my computer's bi, so please respect it.
The they them. Sorry about that. They them. All right.
Yeah.
I'll be
By
on
the way,
call.
have you put your pronouns up yet? Why don't we have pronouns next to our thing here?
You get to type in whatever you want as your name. You could put KD parentheses he him, or she her, or they them, or it. I don't even know what that.
Can I type it in? Can I type it in for Trey? She, her.
Yeah.
Flash bitch.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can do other people's, but all right. I'll be on call. I'll be around if something goes on.
Later, brother. There was a show that Justine and I were watching recently. Very recently. We just watched, I guess, the finale of the show a couple of days ago. But there was a character in this show that I guess earlier in the season had established that they wanted to be referred to as a they, them. And it was really confusing near the end of the season, because this person went missing and they're like, where did they go? We can't find them. I'm like, who the hell else are you talking about here? And Justine is like, no, that's what so-and-so wanted to be called they, them. And look, ultimately, I want you to be the best, most comfortable version of yourself. Yeah. When you're starting to refer to yourself in plurality, you kind of do start to lose me. Like, at what point do I need to draw a line where it's like, no, I'm sorry, I'm not going to call you your highness. I realize you want to feel like a king. You believe yourself to be a king, but I'm not going to call you your highness. And I think one of the lines also now is for me not to refer to people in the plural who are a single person. That's just a step too far for me.
I'm with you. I want everyone to be comfortable, but it's like they tried to change and they tried to go to the whole Latinx. I think 98% of the Latino community said, nope, thanks, white people. Go back to Hyde Park. You're all good.
Thank you, rich white people who have
you're telling me about
guilt, and so you're trying to change it for us. We're good.
But like with that language, especially, I mean, you got masculine and feminine. I mean, so it's like a big. I mean, there are just some things you can't change, and with English, I mean that is plural, so it'd be easy to get confused with all that. But yeah, I do what you want, but that's probably. That one's tough.
Mm-hmm.
What were some of the other ones you mentioned? Just in terms of There are a couple that I was actually thinking of that, like Sir is one. Sir Elton John. I'm not doing that.
If you've been knighted, I don't get the whole.
I'm not calling you doctor unless you can operate on me.
Well, and even then, we need to talk about what you're a doctor in. Like, am I calling my vet a doctor? If my vet has been through
That's a doc. Your dentist
animal
is a
medical
doc.
school.
Pardon me?
I feel like I'm calling that doctor doc at best. I'm not going doctor.
Yeah, call him doc.
May go first names too, depending on the vet.
Yeah. How you doing, Gary? What's up, doc?
Yeah, exactly. You get the doc moniker there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're working on my brain, you get doctor. You write a thesis, I'll call it to your face, but not behind your back.
Dermatologist, borderline.
And it depends how good.
How many straight times are you going to be throwing steroids at my problem versus actually trying to do something a little bit more?
Hopefully a lot. It'll get my tea up.
Well, the cortisol cream, that's the go-to in dermatologist's office. I know, because I have terrible skin and I have to go to derms from time to time. Everything is like, put steroid cream on this and let's see how it reacts. Really, this can't be the answer.
Derms from time to time.
What's that?
I have to go to derms from time to time.
Yeah, dermos.
I've never heard the short term for a dermatologist. So
now you do.
Now I do. Yeah.
I had an unfortunate interaction at Bufalina Due the other night that completely embarrassed my family.
Oh God, what
happened? I'm justified here. And I know you, because you and I have had enough of these conversations. And I know that you have common sense, that you will completely side with me here.
I'm sure I will. Before we even start, could you have gotten out of this without any confrontation?
Yes, I tried.
All right, get to the story.
So we're sitting at one of the communal tables at Bufalina Due. It is an 8-top, where oftentimes they will sit a group of 4 and then either another group of 4 or a group of 2. So my family is at this communal table. It's the one that is kind of in the corner when you first walk into Bufalina Due. Okay. It's a great table, actually, especially if you can be up against the wall. So we're sitting there first, and about 10 to 15 minutes into our meal, another family of 4 sits down, husband and wife and their son and daughter. Well, immediately the wife and 2 kids go to the bathroom for whatever reason, to use the restroom, to wash their hands. But they come back, and when they come back, the woman who was sitting on the side that Calvin and I were sitting on, but closer to Calvin, like I was up against the wall and Calvin was to my right and she was to the right of Calvin. Well, she's sitting down, even though there's about a foot between where the unofficial line of the end of our dining table is. There's like a foot in between. She reaches over and puts a wadded up paper towel that she had clearly just used to either dry her hand off or do something else in the bathroom, puts it within inches of Calvin's plate. And so Justine sees this, and I see this at the same time. We kind of look at one another like, that's weird. We don't know where that paper towel has been. So she's like looking towards her kids and away from our side of the table. And so I flick the paper towel back to where it settles next to her plate, which is where this should be. And so we just continue our meal. We get
it should be in the trash can. Actually.
I mean, it should be. Yeah. I mean, look, if we're really breaking this down, she needed to throw it away back in the bathroom, but here we are. And I'm not going to be the one that throws that away for her either, by the way. You throw away your own fucking garbage.
I'm guessing right now already a germaphobe.
She is?
Yeah. It's my guess.
You may be right about that. I've had a couple of theories that have popped into my brain since then that we can get into.
But I'm just guessing. I mean, because there's some times where I'll open up the restroom door if it's that of a place, and you just wash your hands, or the flu's going around, or it's during COVID, and throw it into the trash can as it's already open and I have it propped open. So I mean, I'm not going to take it to my table.
Yeah, that's the move. That's not germophobic. That's just being smart about things with as many people's hands as touch those door handles.
Right. But she also
maybe coming out of the bathroom, of course. I think that's just a smart move. But you're right. you drop the tissue in the trash can at that point. Or put it in your pocket or something and dispose of it later if there's not an easy way to do that, right? So continue our meal.
Go Durwood style and use it as a handkerchief. Take it out and blow a huge deal of snot and put it back in your pocket or suit pocket.
That is a generational thing because I think a lot of
is it ever?
grandpas do that as a way to try and recycle a partially used tissue.
That was baffling to me as a kid. I'll never forget seeing that and thinking, you're putting a whole deal of snot because it's in cloth?
Actually,
I thought it could be a magic trick. And when I first saw it, I thought that must disappear,
I actually don't
like put it in your pocket.
I don't like drying my hands off with a dish towel in the kitchen too many times. Like, I think that starts to get a little bit gross after
that's just gay.
A couple of times. So I use way too many paper towels, but I'm like MacGyver with paper towels. Paper towels are like duct tape for me. But we continue our meal after I flick this napkin back over towards the woman. And 10 minutes later, Justine gives me saucer eyes, and I look back over, and that wadded up paper towel is back in the same spot next to my son's plate. And so at this point, I'm not going to keep playing this little game of table paper towel soccer, whatever the fuck you want to call it, for the rest of our meal. So I said, excuse me, why does your wadded up paper towel continue to end up right next to my son's plate? And she looks over at me and she grabs it real quick. And then she throws it in the middle of her family's part of the table. And she said, would this be better for you? Because she's French, and I didn't even realize this when I started the interaction. And it's like, yes, you crazy French witch. I don't care what superstition you are trying to partake in right now, but I have no interest in letting you throw your trash right next to my family as we're trying to eat our meal.
Superstition? You think she's like some witch doctor? Like, is this?
I think she's just some crazy French person who doesn't understand very basic courtesies with life. But maybe she thinks there's some sort of superstition to put a used wadded up paper towel next to a diner that you're sitting near, and it's going to provide you good luck for the rest of the night or something. I don't know. I'm trying to give this woman the benefit of the doubt with some batshit crazy rationalization for why she would do something like that.
So what happened? Well, what else was said? Was her husband French too?
I couldn't tell. The husband didn't say anything the entire time. You could tell that he was
he's beaten down,
just ready to blow his own brains out from the family dynamic. I mean, one of the kids had to have a candle taken away from them at one point because they were like starting to tip the wax out of the candle holder and onto the table. It makes a gigantic mess, by the way, if anybody's ever had to clean up candle wax before. And so one of the servers, and by the way, this is not a reflection on Bufalina Douai. My family goes to Bufalina Douai all the time. I love that place. Some of the best pizza in town. They've got the zucchini pie right now that's out of this world.
I gotta have that.
But the server had to come up and take the candle out of this kid's hands. And so after the incident that I had with them, a couple of things happened. One, I said what I said, and the woman, didn't really blow up at me, but gave me this passive aggressive attitude in return. And so I turned back towards Justine and Vivian sitting on the other side. And Vivian is like, oh my gosh, that is the most embarrassed I've ever been in my entire life.
Oh, she's getting to that age now, man. She has no idea what's in front of her with you.
And Justine, who was as if not more frustrated.
That is minor league. That's minor league. That's like JUCO, like splitty right there. It didn't drop off the table too much. I've seen you. I mean, I'm actually proud, and you are in the right here.
Thank you. And so Justine,
I want to let you finish the story because I got a feeling there's more knowing you.
Well, Justine is also embarrassed despite the fact that she is a big reason why this whole thing was perpetuated. But I agreed with what her problem was right there. So I spoke up about it.
But Justine is like that role.
Justine is like, I know, God, there's no way she would do that. She's entirely
got caught having sex with the black guy, and now it's rape, huh?
Whoa, I missed the reference there. But
back in the day, that's what white women would do.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
She started the thing, and then acts like she's all embarrassed about it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's a harsh analogy, but it works.
Oh my goodness. Yes, that I love the analogy. I apologize that I had a blonde moment there and figuring that one out. Well done. But Justine, I look over at her and she's like, I need to call Kevin and the rest of your friends and get upset with them for not warning me before you and I got married that I was marrying Larry David. And I said, are you freaking kidding me right now? You had as big of an issue with that as I did.
I wouldn't have sold you out because I wasn't friends with her yet.
Yeah, that's true. Y'all weren't, even though y'all knew
were friends, but I
y'all
mean,
had been introduced, obviously, and knew one another a little bit. It's not like the friendship that has blossomed when we all moved back to Austin. But I'm like, no, you don't get a pass here. You know that's always been the case. And you had a big enough issue with it too that you were basically looking at me, begging me with your eyes to do something about it. Now, maybe your solution was to have me throw away this person's trash. I'm not in the business of throwing away other people's trash, especially crazy French witches who were trying to partake in some stupid superstition to ensure that they have a better rest of the night by putting a wadded up paper towel next to my son's plate.
God, that is
so
weird.
after this family leaves, because we obviously didn't exchange pleasantries after that, the server at Bufalina comes up and said, what happened with that other family? And I said, why are you asking what happened? And she said, because they came up and found me. Like the mom got up from the table and found me and said, that other group is not being very nice to us right now. Like, oh, really? She's like, I'm sorry. She's like, they're regulars. We don't normally have a problem with them.
How
But then
old
she
is
also
this
got
woman?
upset with
How
her
can
for
adults say
taking
that?
What's that?
How old is this woman? How can adults say that? Like, I mean,
I'm guessing that
they're not
she's
being
probably,
very nice
probably
to
like
me?
5 to 10 years older than we were, although the kids were young. So maybe she was just around our age and had just lived a very unnecessary, stressful life. And so she looked a lot older than she was.
Jeez.
But then, so the Bufalina Due server sticks up for us. And then she's like, and y'all are also very mean for taking the candle away from my son. And she's like, all right. Like you
Very
clearly were
mean.
making
Everyone's
no effort
mean.
to parent right there. And so we're having to help you parent. You are not doing a very good job of picking up after yourself. So somebody is having to give you the slightest of lectures to get you your trash away from them as they try to eat dinner.
She probably hadn't had a job in 25 years, living off the French government.
It's possible.
Well, you did well. I'm proud of you there. I do like the Justine reaction, though. This may be boiling over, where you've got to cut back some of these per month.
I don't feel like there's that.
Just call me. Don't tell her. You don't have to tell her everything. Like, stuff like that.
I don't feel like there's that many per month. Maybe 1 or 2. That's not a lot, is it?
I mean, most people are usually 1 or 2 a year, or every 3 or 4 years, or
once or
maybe
twice in their life. Once or
Um,
twice in their lifetime, and it's one of the worst moments of their life.
Yeah, they're still scarred by it. That's a good thing about you and me. There's probably been serious stuff, physical and other, that I'm like, yeah, I don't remember that. It just kind of all blends in.
Yeah,
but I've gotten better than you have. I feel like that. Like I
don't
just
know. I
don't.
think it just depends on the circumstance. There's been some moments recently where I'm like, oh shit, here we go.
That's probably fair.
Yours are usually like sitting at a bar though, and it's like some jackwad is sitting next to us who is just a complete character, and you and I just start kind of having fun with things. But there's also another situation that I'm not going to tell for you that you had go down recently. But like with what I just talked about, I agree with you were in the right in that circumstance.
I don't know. We'll talk about it off air. I don't know if I want to talk about it. But I
You
talk about it.
you don't need to. I don't want you to, actually. My point is that you and I both do it in our own special ways.
I'm just like, what the hell did I do? Jesus Christ. I live a pretty basic, simple life. But you just, I mean, I don't know. You and I don't go out a ton, but when we do, there's, we run into jackasses. So you and I just can't help ourselves. I'm okay with that.
I don't have issues
noble,
with it
but
either.
it's real.
I usually don't have issues with it either, but a lot of other people do.
I've women that I've noticed.
it embarrasses a lot of other people, but sometimes you have to stand up for what's right. Like I see my kids, they'll dress down kids who try and cut in line. Like if they're at a water park or something, and a kid like tries to jump 3 spots in line and ahead of them.
I was that kid.
My daughter especially is like, nuh-uh, get to the back of the line. Like they've got that sense of, I don't know if you call it do-goodery or making sure the unwritten rules and common courtesies are being adhered to.
Yeah, don't fuck me.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like, yeah, that's a pretty simple one, right?
Well done. I have to get the zucchini pie. That sounds great.
Yeah, they offer it with either prosciutto or sausage, but they have a really good pepperoni at Bufalina. Tiny pepperonis. They bowl up into these little crispy grease balls. We'll do double pepperoni with it, and their specialty pies have become a must order for us for, I want to say, the last 3 or 4 at this point. And this one is on par with some of the others, the pickle pie and the potato pie and some things like that.
Yep. The 4 cheese. Of course, I love the margarita. They have the best margarita I've had. But yeah, it's that Neapolitan thin slice for all y'all that are wondering. We've got a lot of good pizza options, a lot of good options in general. It's actually a French place that just opened up right near me here.
What's it called?
Where the old post office was. I don't know. Les Bordeaux Bouillon Chauchet. Here's a napkin. And the ... here's a napkin is really the French part that I figured you'd like.
Yeah, that or how can we drown your meat in a sauce?
Yeah, exactly. No, but here's a napkin. That's for your French woman.
Oh man, why are your jokes going over my head today? Jeez.
Because I'm a lot smarter. No, it's
I
not.
think that's true some of the time.
Yeah, maybe half. I'm trying to see what it is, but yeah, I'm pretty pumped about it. Bureau de Poste. It's the old post office, so that's probably what it means. But yep, got to try some stuff. College football wise, man, I wouldn't mind to even talk some Cowboys too, because the Cowboys are actually in a weird way. I mean, they should have won that game, and maybe there's just not much separation in football or the NFC, but to go on the road and play the way they did, I want to get to that. But college football, we can start with the Cowboys. Oklahoma State beating Oklahoma. We started to get into that a little bit. You and I both picked Oklahoma State to win this game, so we're not totally shocked, but this felt like a little bit of a job with a couple calls. But Oklahoma clearly is kind of what we thought they were after the game, which we kind of had fun with OU people that were online saying, you're not giving them love. No, we're being real. They're not that great of a team. And y'all won. So there.
Yeah. Oklahoma played their best game of the year against Texas, which credit to them for doing that. But that was also their best game of the year by far. And they have come crashing back down to earth the last 3 weeks now. I know the losing streak is only 2 games, but remember, UCF had a chance to tie if they had converted a 2-point conversion at the end of that game too. So Oklahoma has not been playing great, and it's been a mixed bag, by the way, as far as which side of the ball has been worse for them. That defense, they're a tough defense in short yardage situations, but they fail in a lot of other areas. And you hate to put too much blame on Dylan Gabriel, but he had a couple of turnovers in the game on Saturday. And despite Drake Stoops' best effort, and yes, the refs completely screwing Oklahoma at the end there. And I believe that pass interference was on Drake Stoops too, wasn't he?
It was on Drake Stoops, and he was out of bounds. But from what I thought was, you still call the interference.
Right.
And it would have been illegal touching, so maybe offsetting. And maybe I'm wrong about that because we don't see that very often. But there were a couple other calls. I mean, it felt like Oklahoma, who's gotten a majority of the benefit of the calls with their holding scheme in the last 12 years, that I've got no problem them getting a little bit of a job there.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it because fuck OU. And I also wanted to see Oklahoma State win this last one. But Alabama was better for them, and Ollie Gordon continues to turn heads and to wake people up to the fact that he is one of the best running backs in college football right now.
I mean, maybe the best.
Maybe. I mean, statistically, he is the best.
Yeah. But eyeball wise, he's really good. And yeah, they're definitely beatable. Everyone's beatable in the Big 12 this year, clearly, because everyone's been beaten. Although I guess Oklahoma State, have they been beaten in conference? Yeah, once. But their path, because they got killed by South Alabama, I think they have 2 losses, right?
Yeah, their one loss in conference, by the way, is at Iowa State, which followed the South Alabama loss. So just a putrid 2-game stretch for them.
Yeah, but they figured it out. And so with Texas, I mean, getting healthy, the good thing is their defense is 2 games in a row now. The communication's been much better in the back end. Communication in general has been better. They're flying around. You can tell they were pissed off. The offensive line, for what they had at some point with Banks out and Cam Williams in there, I thought played as well as they could. To some degree, they're going to be what they are at this point, and we can't expect a lot of short yardage, blowing guys off the ball, because they haven't done that. So Sark's going to have to be more creative and use the horizontal width of the field and space to create 2 yards and go sit and throw it to him and get the fuck down and move the chains. He can do that. So they've got enough weapons they should be better than they are. And I think part of that is him making the right call and guessing right, but feeling it right. And then also really using your personnel in all the space, because this is not it's a weird football team in so many ways, because they're very physical. And then in some ways they're not, right? Like, it's a physical pass protecting team. Yeah. And zone blocking, they're much better than man to man, but I mean, their grades show it. Their run blocking, for as good as their run game's been, too. Once again, part of the weird part of the team. Jonathan Brooks has been that good that he's done a lot of this, and you see that. I mean, he almost always makes the first guy miss.
Yeah, yes, he does. You can hear me, correct? I just had
I got you.
On my screen.
Did I break up there?
No. My screen just showed up as mic muted, but I don't see the mic being muted anywhere. So, Jonathan Brooks is something to build on for this offense right now, as you continue to keep your fingers crossed that Quinn Ewers makes a decision to come back, because Steve Sarkisian talked about it yesterday. Doctors can only say so much. Quinn has to be comfortable and ready to go in order to get back in there at this point. Like, there becomes a comfort factor with understanding that you are healed up enough that the risk of re-injuring that shoulder is minimal, but he's got a lot more to think about than this just this season. As much as that sucks to think about, I mean, this is a guy that if he re-injures that shoulder, it could jeopardize millions that might be on the line for him coming up in April. And so he does need to be careful, and you'd like to see a guy get back in there and fight, because his team is in the running for a conference championship game, but everybody has to approach that situation differently. But Steve Sarkisian is trying to gently apply the pressure to get Quinn to come back. And by the way, every game that Texas wins, I think, improves the likelihood that he does come back this year, because there was some thought that he might not. If Texas ended up dropping one to Kansas State and was no longer in the driver's seat for a Big 12 championship. That's why ultimately I think you see him sit out one more game, come back in Ames, and have a couple of games before you do play in that Big 12 championship and possibly a college football playoff.
Yeah, I'd be curious what Ron Slavin and what his team, what info they're getting, because for that one scenario you say to sit out, you mean sit out and come back next year?
Sit out and try his hand at the NFL draft.
I mean, what do you think Quinn Ewers would be right now? This is not a shot at Quinn. I mean, he's played about a year as a starter. So
I think that he's a guy that would need to sit for at least a year at the NFL level and would have to take his lumps as an NFL player. I don't think he's as far along as some of the draft experts are projecting right now.
I guess that's my point. Where do you see him drafted?
I could see him as a potential first-round draft pick. I think some of that comes down to how he looks at the draft combine.
Agreed.
But he has put together some decent tape this year too, though.
He has. Yeah. I mean, I would think he's probably mid, late second round, maybe early third round, but you never know. I mean, with that position, that's the opposite of running back. There'll be people that we've seen much weirder quarterbacks go in the first round. But yeah, I think he's in a weird spot that he's not a for sure first rounder or surefire first rounder. He hadn't proven that. So I would think you want to come back and put more tape together, especially in important games. And yeah, you can jump up to that. This guy should be a late first round pick.
I'm trying to look right now. I feel like I saw on ESPN within the last week or so a mock draft.
Yeah, I've looked at mocks on CBS and PFF, and I have not seen him I haven't seen him in one in the first round.
Yeah, first round may be a little bit of a stretch right now, but I think I'm with you. Day 2 pick seems likely for him.
Oh yeah, I think it'd be a day 2 because day 2 is round 2 and 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing that right now. I don't know. You and I come from an era where guys would suck it up and come back, and they would play a little bit hurt. But there's a lot more on the line now, and guys take. I don't want to call it the easy way out, but guys take the business minded approach to these things because the sport, as much as we want to think about it as a game that kids like to play, and you grow up and the physicality becomes much more intense, but it is still a game at the end of the day. There's also a business element to it that if there is potentially millions on the line, which by the way, if you're a day 2 pick, that's far from guaranteed at quarterback or otherwise, then that has to be taken into account too.
Yeah. And you also balance that with, back in the day, it would be, I want to go play for my team again. And also it may help my draft status if I come back. T'Vondre Sweat goes pro last year. He's a 4th round pick, maybe 3rd round pick. He could be a top 15 pick right now. That was a very smart business decision. But I think with NIL now for T'Vondre, but also certainly someone like Quinn, hell, you could definitely argue you need another year. You get it here, and you're making a lot of money that guys weren't before. So
maybe more money than as a 2nd or 3rd round NFL draft pick for a year. For a year,
yeah. Usually you get a lot of that up front, but yeah, but per year, it makes a lot more sense to come back. So
the other thing I wonder about with him though is if he thinks that his value might be at its height right now because of everything that he's going to be losing off of this team at wide receiver next year.
That's a great point and a great question. That's kind of sad if that's the case because he hasn't proven what I think he's probably capable of.
Yeah.
But it's like a lot of these NBA guys. You're better off being Greg Brown, right? And he probably would have been a top 10 pick if they still let high school kids come out. And even with that 1 year, which was not great, it's like, well, let me just go. Because what if I come back and really don't play well? It's one thing I like about Dylan Mitchell coming back, who looked good last night, that no, if you believe in yourself and your game, then you don't need to go rob a bank. Go in there and cash it legitimately.
Yeah. And well, Greg Brown, I think, has bounced around the league at this point and hasn't caught on anywhere with any sort of consistency. And that's not surprising because he was still very raw. Just like if Dylan Mitchell had gone pro, like there'd be a ton of athletic potential, but a raw skill set. Same thing for Kai Jones, by the way. Kai Jones left Texas, and it's like, yeah, the guy's an athletic freak. He's also got a very low basketball IQ. It doesn't play well in college. It's going to play terribly at the NBA level.
Yep. So a lot still in front of him. Hopefully he can get back, but feeling good about that. Trying to think of what else in terms of college football. You had mentioned a little bit, and when I froze, about Alex Grinch. And man, that was so obvious. That was one of those. I texted it that morning. I was going to text it the night before, but like Alex Grinch has to be fired tomorrow. And they obviously didn't want to do it, or Lincoln didn't want to do it, but he was forced to do it. And this is a big hire for him because, we talked about it all year when they were undefeated. We were laughing that this is not that good of a team. Just watch them. And it was more than just the defense, but the defense has been awful. And I don't know. I don't know what coordinator will want to go match up. Maybe it's a Jim Leonard with a guy like Lincoln, because that's a tough gig, but it's not as tough as Grinch made it look like. And by the way, Grinch is a great example of, You know, I was all over Alex Grinch early on, years ago, when he was the DC at Washington State. Goes to Ohio State, was co-DC, but didn't call plays for a year, then went to Oklahoma. He was great at Washington State. And even early on at Oklahoma, he was a pretty good mind. But, like, things can just pass you by, or sometimes it just doesn't work. We've seen it at Texas.
I did not remember it until going back and looking at the stats. Even his second year at Oklahoma was not that good. Like, it was a surprisingly good first year at Oklahoma, and everybody's like, no, just think back. He was great for Mike Leach at Washington State. Mike Leach never has good defenses. His best defenses were with Alex Grinch calling those plays. And so the combination of how Lincoln likes to work on offense with that, what Alex Grinch brought to the table defensively, it seemed like a good pairing and played out as such in year one. But year two wasn't as good, and things have just continued going downhill these first 2 years with him following Lincoln to USC, to the point that he is now going to be looking for work. And he'll find something somewhere. I mean, he's a part of the system now, but big time program should probably stay away from him for a couple of years until he can get it figured out at the lower ranks as a DC.
Yeah, you got a Manny Diaz yourself, although Diaz had gotten the head coach, which helped out, but he had to do that after coming off of Texas. So you just got to find the right deal, use your connections, and you know, he's got to be in a better fit than what that was. And he obviously has to learn a lot, because a lot of stuff has clearly passed him by, which I always laugh. Football is like tech. There's no other industry I can think of that moves that quickly and changes that quickly. And you are a fossil and archaic that quickly.
Yeah, tech is one of the best examples, but I don't care what the industry is. If you're not striving to improve and striving to stay with the times, you will get passed by relatively quickly. I mean, some of the biggest businesses in the history of this country are now nothing. Montgomery Ward is a great example. Montgomery Ward was the preeminent department store through
that was it, man.
60s, 70s, and 80s, is next to nothing at this point. Blockbuster Video.
I was just about to say, think about an 80s deal where you're doing Christmas shopping, you go to Montgomery Ward, then you stop by, Dad, can we stop by Blockbuster and rent, planes, trains, and automobiles?
Yeah, I mean, look, fast food places that were around in the 1980s and are still around now, it's still the same low quality food, but it's also been packaged and marketed differently too. And they've also come up with brand new ideas for cheap ways to feed the masses too.
Yeah, they've actually done a pretty smart thing where they act like they're healthy, but they're really not. I mean, can you imagine McDonald's in the 80s serving as many salads as they do now?
I remember when McDonald's started serving the salads and they were putting the calorie count on there too. I feel like they had to put the calorie count on at a certain point because of federal legislation, which actually was a good thing. I think it is important to let people try and quantify how much they're actually consuming at a given meal. But yeah, when McDonald's started doing the salads and you would look at it and the salad was a certain number of reasonable calories, but then you get that dressing on there and it just blows things up times 4 or 5 with how bad those dressings were. But yeah, McDonald's, they tried to fake the funk to make it seem like they cared more about people's personal health too.
Yep. Well, they faked it all right. I'm trying to think of what else college-wise.
Georgia beat a physical Missouri team.
Yeah,
and,
Missouri's not bad, dude.
They're not bad, and Carson Beck was not great to start the season, but this is another one of those guys that you have to think about having gone several years without worrying about getting hit. And he is now gone through 3/4 of Georgia's season, and he's had to deal with some of those blows, and he has faced the live bullets, if you will. And he has shown himself as a guy who is adept at making plays for this Georgia offense, even with what was the case against Missouri this last Saturday. They weren't getting much out of the rushing attack. The defense is good and is always going to be good, but Carson Beck was the guy making plays for their offense. And I'm looking at Kevin's screen right now. His screen is still up. Looks like the video is turned off. Can you hear me? And can you talk right now?
I got you, buddy.
Okay.
I'm getting it fixed here. Hold on one sec. No, you actually didn't go out, so I could hear you.
Gotcha. So, yeah, Georgia looks really good.
They do.
And
without Bowers,
that's a big reason why. I mean, it's funny to watch these guys develop and start out at a certain point, but 5-star talent is 5-star talent, and Carson Beck is proving why he was so highly rated coming out of high school, even if he's had to wait several years to get his chance.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have the they don't have the defensive line. This is the first year in a long time I would take the defensive tackles at Texas over Georgia. Now, their defense is still really damn good, but they're not as freakish as they were, but they just continue to win. And I think there is something about the SEC being down, but also the fact that you've got guys in that program that know nothing but winning. And I talk about that a lot, especially in college sports, especially in college baseball. There are teams that get to Omaha that talent-wise shouldn't, but they've been 5 years in a row, and they're a redshirt junior. And that's all they fucking know, man. Like, they just know how to win. Westlake has a lot of that this year in football. They're really talented, but they've had some games where they could have lost, and they're just kids that just, like, don't know about losing the regular season there. And there's almost like this weird confidence that comes over you. So I feel like Georgia has that right now, that they could be beat and could be beat by Michigan or maybe a couple other teams. But they know they're going to win, and they play like that.
You have any thoughts on Notre Dame's loss at Clemson?
I mean, not shocking. Notre Dame, if they're going to turn the ball over, I've told you all year, they don't separate offensively. They just don't. And so when you turn the ball over like that, then, and you put yourself in a hole like that, then, we can talk about Clemson being down, and I think we've been all over that all year about the receivers. We talked at preseason, the receivers being the issue, the difference, the offensive line. The defense is still really good. So they can still really play. And Klubnik made some good throws. They made some plays. I mean, they won the game outright. And Notre Dame's just, Notre Dame's a good football team. That's about it.
Yeah, and Sam Hartman is a good quarterback who throws a lot of interceptions too. That was the case at Wake Forest, and that is
yep,
has been a thing for him this year too. So not all that surprising, as much as he was lionized at the start of the season.
Yeah, and he played really well to start this year off. And Notre Dame hadn't had that type of guy who will take deep shots, and so I think all that can be true. And I don't think the offense, they really don't have separators on the outside. They're a lot like Clemson, where they just don't have guys that can really bust you open. And it really compresses the defense, compresses the offense, and they've got a good run game, good offensive line, not a great one. They lost their top receiver, Mitchell Evans, the tight end, to an ACL, and they just don't have a lot of weapons, man. They're a good football team. That's it.
How has Jaden Greathouse been for them this year?
He's been good. I mean, Greathouse, certainly I knew this was not going to be a guy who's going to blow the cover,
right
off the top, and so, I wasn't expecting that from him. He's been good, but they really got to recruit some speed there.
Kansas beat Iowa State. Is that surprising at all? Was not surprising to me. Iowa State has a good defense. They suck offensively.
Yeah, they've been playing better. That still, as a night game, could be a trap game because Texas, who knows, will show up. I mean, if you get Texas from some of these quarters, it could be enough to bury you. And depending on who's playing quarterback, I would think hopefully Quinn's back by that point. But yeah, Iowa State now 5-4, Kansas 7-2. By the way, I did hear a rumor about your boy Jaden. So we got Jaden Daniels at LSU, right?
Jalen Daniels, Jaden Daniels at LSU and Jalen Daniels at Kansas. It took me 8 weeks to figure that out, but I think I'm finally there.
So you had the rumor that Jalen was sitting out because of NIL money?
Yep.
I heard another one.
What?
And just that, I mean, not like from a coach or whatever, but from someone who covers it and just, we're bullshitting and talking about the weather. And that he's already set up to go be the USC quarterback next year and is sitting out for that.
Oh, poor.
Would you be shocked?
No, I wouldn't be shocked. I'd be just disappointed if he went to USC though, because I like Jalen Daniels, the player, and I'm not rooting for him at USC with Lincoln Riley there. But it doesn't surprise me because it was weird that his back just flared up because of the bed he was sleeping in at the hotel in Austin. And well, he hasn't played since then though. So this is a back injury that was so bad that sleeping on it wrong has kept him out to this point. No, that the more weeks that he missed, the more it felt like him being unhappy with the money that Kansas was able to offer him versus what he would be able to find elsewhere. Because also keep in mind too, what game was that he would have played against Texas? What game was that for Kansas on their schedule?
I don't know. Was it 4?
Game 5. You get to play 4 games. And by the way, he had missed one too. You get to play 4 games.
So he can still redshirt.
So he maintains that red shirt this year.
Gotcha. Good call on that. I did not see that. Look at you, Columbo. Little Angela Lansbury, but hotter.
Well, I'm not going to do a good Columbo right now. I just tried, and it was a failure from the start, so I had to stop.
Well, first off, like any good Columbo, you got to start with the eyes. Let me see the eyes.
I can't do that. You can.
I mean, how the hell would I know? I mean, I'm just a dumb Mick Wop, whatever I am, just, trying to figure out how to put my shoes on,
Because probably not the voice, but I remember he used to always play so dumb. Remember?
Yeah, that way he was great. He was just playing aloof, even though he knew exactly what was happening, and he would get confessions or he would get to the bottom of things. Maybe that's how I need to go about some of these Larry David-esque situations I find myself in. Is just ask seemingly ignorant questions about things and get these morons to come to the conclusion that they're acting like complete psychopaths.
That's probably the way to go, man. Oh God. Oh, by the way, you'll love this. So Saturday, do the pregame, then I'm running some errands, stop by Central Market. I pulled the I got a new battery for my remote on my car. So I'm like, it's like that goes out. I'm like, oh fuck. Luckily, I still have a model to where, which I've never used. I'm like, oh, is there a key to open this? I'm like, oh, thank God there is. So able to open up the passenger door, put all my groceries in there. I've got a coffee, put it up top, and I see people like coming and like waiting to park. So that's one of those. I'm not the person that slowly Gus walks across the crosswalk. No. Put a little fucking giddy up in your step. We're living in society, goddammit. Put a little giddy up in your step. I'm taking a right here, and if I was psychotic, I could just mow you over. Not going to do that, but get a little going. You're not walking down the catwalk in New York here, okay?
No.
So I see this, I rush, totally forgot because I would have kept the coffee in my hand, but I'm having to, so I'm almost done with it, but I have it on the top of my car and I pull off and I take off. I would have been that guy like Clark Griswold with a coffee just come flying off like near Central Market off the back of his car. What are you going to do? Damn. Those are my Seinfeld or Larry David moments now.
Yeah, I'm with you on the crosswalk thing. Like, show that you recognize the situation good enough that the car is doing what they need to.
You can be 80 years old and have a stroller. I'm not asking for Michael Johnson times, but I want the head down and just showing me that you're trying.
Yeah, we don't need a strut right now. We need you trying to get from point A to point B. That's it. All we're asking is for a little bit of courtesy there. Like, show that that we're all working together here. Don't be completely aloof to it. Or even worse, when you try and get somebody's attention to them not paying close enough attention, their response to either being on their phone in the car or walking too slow or riding their bike in a lane when they need to be in the bike lane is to give you the finger or get upset with you. It's like, okay, so you're going to double down on your stupidity right now.
Those people need to get their ass beat.
Yeah, they do. I'm not the one to do it though.
No, I'm not gonna.
I'm done with my. I'm done fighting unless I absolutely have to.
I am too. Yeah, it's not worth it. Not because I care about them as people, because they obviously don't give a shit about me or anyone else. It's that it's not worth it. No,
it's not.
Trumped up charges. Hey, I've been all over this Arizona team, haven't I? See 27-10 over UCLA. They're 6-3 now, brother. Nobody, Arizona's no one would want to play Arizona tomorrow. I mean, nobody.
You've been all over that one, and they, I believe they have a big matchup this weekend too. Looking at these earlier, Arizona is playing.
Are they in the top 25 now? They should be.
Yeah, they are. Maybe they're off this week. Why am I not?
All right. Hey, while you're looking that up, good news. A.D. Mitchell's second straight run blocking grade of over 80. And he went into those 2 games at, I believe like 59. And which is what I've talked about it. Like, he's got the body and the length to be a damn good run blocker. And they need that from him on screens and on just run blocking, but certainly screens. And he's asserting his will, and blocking for receivers is about give a shit for the most part. There is angles and leverage and quickness and obviously physical just blocking, but a lot of it's about give a shit.
Yes, it is. And somebody has gotten through to him to get him to do a better job. I made a mental note of that watching the game on Saturday. I didn't notice it in the BYU game, although I'm going to trust Pro Football Focus's grades there. I did see that myself, where it's like, all right, A.D. Mitchell is actually giving that effort, unlike a lot of times where it's like he flinches for the block and then he just ends up letting his guy past him.
Yep.
He was putting it out there. That's good, because the rest of the receiver room is pretty good at that too. Jordan Whittington, as much of an up and down season it's been for him catching the football, he is your best pass blocker at wide receiver. And even Xavier Worthy, I think, has done a decent job. I don't know what his PFF grade is, but I would imagine it's not completely embarrassing like A.D. Mitchell's was up until these last couple of weeks.
So at some point, probably within the last, 5 years, my mom more recently, I was obsessed with the whole JFK assassination growing up, right?
What age did that start? I knew that it was there at a certain point, but I don't know when.
Man, Pearl Harbor would have started like at 6 or 7.
Oh, you were a big Pearl Harbor guy first.
Huge. Parents got me some lava. They went to Hawaii when they were still married. Came back, and all I wanted was Pearl Harbor lava, right? I wanted something from there. Brought it back, baby. Had it up on my desk for a long time, and then out, clean my room and clean my desk and popped it up and looked at it. There was a sticker below it. It said made in China. They bought it at the fucking airport. Those lazy ass, pieces of shit. Are you kidding me? Like, that was such an 80s parent move. But like, not even to look and take this tag off, which my mom was good at.
At least fake something cooler if you're gonna do that, like a bent up piece of scrap metal or something.
Yeah, so I was really into Pearl Harbor. I think I got into Kennedy probably like 8, 9. Really got into it, but definitely wore my parents out with it. And
8 or 9.
What's so
imagining my daughter at 9 all of a sudden getting deep with me on the JFK assassination? We've talked about
she will. Trust me, there's going to be stuff just like that, bro.
We've talked about it a little bit.
Yeah, I was probably early on, but yeah, I was really into it. Not that I knew a ton about it, but I read a bunch about it and was into it.
Well, you were a critical thinker back then. You probably looked at that basic video and was like, this doesn't add up.
So it just didn't. Because I bought the original story. My mom was going to go to, he was coming to Austin after that. And my mom was going to the convention center, Palmer Auditorium, to go see him. So they all got pulled out of school. So I think for her, it's a big imprint. And she loved the whole Jackie O, the whole romantic thing, which obviously wasn't that romantic, but the perception of their marriage and their life. What do they call it? Camelot. And so that, anything that was ever on TV, I always watched it and taped it VHS and then tried to read about it. But was probably the last couple of years. This is where Trey and I just get off on stuff. You find out shit about us, and you probably don't care. But anyway, the last couple of years with everything that's come out. So as that started to progress, it wasn't that long before in my teens, I'm like, hey, there was a lot of stuff going on here. I don't know what happened. If you think Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone as a lone wolf, you're fucking crazy. There's way too much stuff with the Warren Commission, Ruby, everything.
Yeah.
The mafia, way too much stuff. And they, kind of gave me the like I'm Alex Jones at 15 look, both my parents. And finally, my dad would have been before, but my dad's like, yeah, you know what? You're right about that. Not much. And my mom wouldn't really give it to me. And it was a couple years ago. And I go, Mom, remember how you thought I was crazy for thinking that? She's like, well, you were right about that. I'm like, oh, but that's the only one I've had. I wasn't a moon guy. I think we landed on the moon, probably.
Yeah, look, for you to label anybody a conspiracy theorist because they think that that there may have been a larger conspiracy to kill JFK and that it wasn't just some rogue gunman acting by himself, like that doesn't put you in that category necessarily. I've got an example of somebody that I met and talked to a few weeks ago that falls squarely in the category of guano crazy.
And we're going to get to that. So let me finish the thought. The thought is that it was so funny seeing her that late, having to admit that. And it's been like watching A&M fans since the Ole Miss game. That they're so late to the party, but I'm still enjoying the just, man. Yeah, we were wrong. Guess you were right. I thought you were just being a T-Sip homer. But I guess you saw something with Jimbo we didn't. Everyone in the country saw it, man. Like, you thought you were getting away with getting Nick Saban or Bill Belichick. We all knew you weren't.
People may have assumed him tearing down the Florida State program was similar to what happened with Mac at the end of his Texas tenure, but the way that they went out wasn't one-to-one. Because the way that went out at the very end, Mac did that. Mac had just gotten complacent. He wasn't actively going out and trying to take the program down. He was still trying to win that one last Big 12 championship, let's remember, going into that final game of the season against Baylor, where Baylor beat the shit out of them. So Mac did it for a very small amount of time. Jimbo spent most of his last season in Tallahassee trying to do that. And then he didn't have time to sit out and think about how he could maybe go about things differently like Mac did. It was right back in the saddle of doing that at Texas A&M. And this is a guy, to the point that you made earlier about the game passing certain people by, that it does feel like the game has passed him by now. I am surprised, though, because A&M had a lead late in that game, and Ole Miss was able to come back and get the game-winning touchdown with a little bit more than a minute left. I'm surprised A&M people aren't looking at that and pointing at that as signs that things are starting to turn around this season, because they were so close against an Ole Miss team. Look, I know Ole Miss is not a top 10 team this year, but they are ranked that right now in this down year of college football. They're like, we were so close to a top 12 team on the road like that.
Yeah, no, you're right. I can definitely see that. And I've talked to a couple Aggies that like, because Wegman did look good. So like we had Wegman, and then maybe this would have been different. Probably a little different, but I doubt it. I don't think Max Johnson's been that bad.
Yeah.
It's just not moving in the right direction. I mean, they're going to fire him and go get Mike Elko. Calling it right now, 11-7.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because people have just assumed Jeff Traylor up to this point, but Elko would be a better hire for them than Traylor would be.
That's a guy I bet you they go get. But it's not working. It's what, year 6? Or is
that right? Has he been there 6 years already?
Maybe he's 7th year, man. Like, look it up. It maybe it's 6th or 7th. But this is not us with Sark, and we're being very fair with Sark. We've been burned too by the last couple of girlfriends. This is marriage material. Then you go out to her to Bufalina, and she's throwing snot balls in kids' fucking plates. It's like, I guess this isn't gonna work. But yeah, I mean, we can be fair with Sark. We don't know yet, and we see stuff on every date that looks like marriage material, and some that we're gonna have to work on our cutlery skills.
This is year 6 for Jimbo.
Year 6.
at A&M, and I see this pop up.
It's kind of flown by, hadn't it?
It has, and I see this pop up on social media from time to time. A side-to-side comparison of record through X number of games for Jimbo at A&M versus Kevin Sumlin's record through that same number of
Someone's
games.
like, what, 4 games better?
Yeah, Kevin Sumlin is better as a coach. Kevin Sumlin, who is still having issues with the drinky poo, according to.
Yeah, no, I mean, in all seriousness, I hope he gets that figured out.
I do too.
By the way, I don't know if you saw the picture, man. He looks old.
That's
and beat
that
up.
picture was sad more than anything. I didn't mean to laugh when I did that. It's just pathetic.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's just pathetic at this point. And you're right. Like living that hard of a lifestyle over the course of decades, it takes it out of you.
Yep.
It does. Like,
Especially the older you get.
There's people you and I know in our lives.
You can do that for a little bit in your 20s.
Yeah.
And actually even your 30s a little bit early on, but you'll start to feel it. But once you feel that, you got to get out, because if you start doing that in your 40s and 50s and 60s, that's when you just look like the crypt keeper quickly.
Yes, Kevin Sumlin, guy, he's probably in his mid-50s or something.
Dude, he's not that
way
old.
older than that.
No, he looked like one of like Red Fox's friends who'd come over, who was like,
Yeah, Kevin Sumlin's 59. He looks like he's in his late 60s right now.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he gets that figured out. But I mean, considering what they were paying him and the shit he got, and I'm not sure he was the right guy. Look, the reality is most time with what you want, it's not the right guy. As a college football fan or fan for most teams, what you are is, I'm looking for my prince. I'm looking for my princess. I'm looking for the relationship I saw on all the movies growing up. Not going to happen. It's not real. Doesn't happen that way. So, yeah, I guess you can get a Belichick or a Saban. It's once in a lifetime. You're probably not going to get it. You're probably going to get more Mike Shula's like Alabama had, to where you just, so you're going to have to maybe, I don't want to say take out some of the things that you want and cut some of your needs, but you've got to be more realistic and not look at it like an idealistic 9-year-old girl who says this is the perfect marriage.
Well, and patience is required also, because otherwise it turns into that perpetual hire fire cycle.
Right. If you don't teach her how to make the carbonara, how is she going to know how to make it?
Or you don't let her practice before you're grading her on that final exam carbonara, then that's an issue.
God, you just...
Yeah, I hate to cut this short, because I did want to talk about the conspiracy theorist that I met a few weeks ago. It's truly bizarre. I've got to get a kid to soccer practice right now. That is not a bullshit excuse.
No. I mean, it's also not a reason. Like, I mean, if
soccer practice got moved up 30 minutes this week because of daylight savings time, and I just now realized that we're probably going to be showing up 5 minutes late.
Now, which is fine. Show up 10 minutes late. I mean, it's soccer practice. We're not going to a sporting event here.
If neither of these kids played another season of soccer after the current season comes to an end this weekend, Kevin, I would be completely fine with it. And my kids are good. It is brutal. Sports are entertaining. This is brutal. And it's kind of because it's soccer. I'll say that. But there are sports that I selfishly enjoy as a parent more than soccer. But if they're having fun, we'll keep letting them do it, keep supporting them. But I hope this is it. One of them's right outside the door right now, so I hope they don't hear me bad.
Turn into like turn into my dad's parents, who were great parents, but like parents didn't go to games back then. I think my grandfather went to one of my dad's high school football games. That was it. Like one,
Jeez, that's high school football too. There are gray areas between going to every game and going to.
No, it's Mount Carmel too. Big program. Like he did not they just didn't do it. It's like, good luck, kid. Let us know how it goes.
Yeah.
Which I think that's probably too far. But being there at practice with your binocs in the car, watching it from the parking lot is also too far the other way.
And as we have to talk about every time Mount Carmel gets brought up, your dad did catch passes from Don McClain of American Pie fame at Mount Carmel High School.
Danny McClain, he wasn't that old, you asshole. All right, go have fun at soccer practice or do whatever.
All right, love you, brother. I'll talk to you
I love
off
you
the
too.
air. Thank you to
Take care.
everybody for watching and listening today. Please do subscribe to the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel. Download that free app if you have not done so already. And yes, click that thumbs up button if you liked any aspect of today's shows. We will be back tomorrow from 8 to 5, starting bright and early with Bucky and BK from 8 to 10. In the meantime, have yourselves a great rest of the evening and hook 'em.